Hey guys, Creepy Fox here. Thanks for clicking on today's mega collection episode of the Creepy Fox Scary Stories podcast. This 10-hour mega edition is presented to you all commercial free with 0 mid-roll ads after the first 30 minutes of the video. This is to help support the show. A huge thank you to everyone that I was able to work with in order to bring their scary stories to life through the Creepy Fox podcast. Each of these videos is dedicated to all of you. Also, I'm always looking to cover more scary stories from subscribers and listeners like yourself. So if you'd like to collaborate with me on a future episode and you'd like to share your story, then make sure to share it with my user submissions email, tcfnarrations@gmail.com. All I ask is that your story remain exclusive to the channel, just like these stories you hear today, so that every time you click on one of my videos, well, you know you're getting something new and not the same repeat stories you might hear elsewhere. Make sure to subscribe if you are brand new, and without further ado, let's begin. So this took place in February of 2008 in my small town in Alabama. I'd met up with my friend Stephanie since our plan was to go to the gym and work out, and then we would go grab a bite to eat afterward. When we got to the gym, it was super packed, even for small town standards. And while we did consider just sticking with it, as we wanted to do some cardio on the treadmills, we opted instead to drive 5 minutes away to a local trail, and that way we could get our run done that way. It's not that I didn't like trail running, I just preferred the gym since I could then do some weight training too, but I digress. It was around 6 p.m. at the end of February, so it's not quite dark just yet, but it's getting there. Beginning our run on the trail, there's quite a few runners who wave at us as Stephanie and I start heading into nature. There's a part of the trail where it gets really isolated, and for whatever reason, phone reception is always spotty at best. This does play an important factor later on in my story. Anyway, that first mile is pretty boring, apart from seeing a cute dog that looked just like mine, and eventually Stephanie and I reached that area that I was telling you all about, where it's pretty quiet and lonely. We reached a bench that was just a few feet off the trail because my shoelaces had come undone, and I already had this trauma from the past of falling and scraping my knee really badly from not tying said shoelaces correctly. In these moments, Stephanie and I look up just ahead of us. There is a neighborhood just in the distance with a white gate that can be opened and closed to allow vehicles to come onto the trail. Normally, this was used as an access point for the city workers to come and work, but there wasn't a city worker that we were dealing with. No. You see, suddenly out of nowhere from behind a tree stepped out a man who, for whatever reason, is holding a large machete, and to make it even more strange, he's got a blood-stained shirt on. Stephanie and I look at each other, and immediately we get the chills as our first thought is he okay? And did he just murder someone? I mean, it's not every day you see a man with a machete and blood on his shirt. Anyway, because of our concern for our safety, his, and others on the trail, I take out my phone and dial for the local police station, but nothing. Second time I try, and the call goes through, as Stephanie and I are now quite a distance away as we explain what we were seeing, and that there's a man with a machete and he's screaming random things. They told us to get out of there and that police would go ahead and check it out. Trust us, lady, we were already starting to get a move on, but here's when it gets worse. The guy, as I said, he's screaming and shouting up at the sky and hitting the nearby trees with a machete, finally looks over at us, and then we can hear him clearly say, "I'm going to kill you." All of this at the top of his lungs. Both Stephanie and I immediately start running back the way in which we came from, in fear of our lives that we were about to become his next victims. That running lasts for approximately 20 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. And wouldn't you know it, up ahead of us, we bumped into a couple who was out walking with their dog, a golden retriever. The man and wife couple see us being chased by the guy with the machete, and he tells us to get behind him. The man holding the leash passes it to the wife, and we saw as he now reached for a handgun and told the guy with the machete to back off and not to get any closer. However, the guy with the machete didn't seem to care. He just straight up came charging in our direction, and so left with no other option. The man who is protecting us shoots the guy until he finally falls to the floor in a pool of blood. He kept trying to reach for the machete as the good Samaritan with the gun is telling him not to move and not to get up. Stephanie and I, along with the wife, are just standing there in absolute shock as the husband is telling us to back away. We finally started doing so, and now a couple of more runners are coming up to our general direction. We explained what had just happened, and they stuck around until the cops finally did show up. Paramedics would be called once the scene was secure, and eventually we would head home, quite shaken up, but thankful to God to be alive. I won't lie when I say that it got really dodgy there, and without the good guy with the gun to protect us and save us too, or there's a chance he could have gotten us or somebody else. It would be a few days later that we would get more information on the guy, and it turns out that he died from the gunshot wounds. Later on in the news, it was reported that the man had been a local homeless man who was under the influence of drugs that afternoon, which would explain quite a lot. Now, I'm not trying to scare people out there listening to the Creepy Fox podcast. I don't want to stop you from running on trails, but it is good that you practice good self-defense. Get something to defend yourself. Yes, there is the option to run, but what if you're old and you can't run? Someone with a knife can come up to you and stab you dead right there and then. At least, give yourself a fighting chance. That's why I now have a license to carry, but luckily I've never had to use it to shoot anyone. It is good to have it just in case though. And in conclusion, please just make sure to stay safe and be aware of your surroundings at all times, even if you live in a relatively safe community. I met this guy named Jay while I was working at a popular grocery store chain in the late 1990s. He claimed to be 18 years old, and I was 17 at the time. He seemed okay, a really attractive man, but the way he spoke made me feel a bit cringe. I was going through a pretty messy breakup with my ex at the time, so being a 17-year-old okay-looking girl, all I seemed to see was a way to one-up my ex with this guy. Jay had a way of saying things. It was like a compliment and an insult at the same time. He lived with an older friend that boldly told everyone about how he was committing bank fraud and the FBI was after him. Me, being young and dumb, only saw that the guy interested in me was good looking and would make my ex jealous. Not the smartest reason to date a guy, I know. But when you're 17, you think you're immortal, or at least I thought I did. I had a car I paid for myself with the money I made from my job. That being said, I didn't have enough to pay my car note and insurance with a lot left over for any extra gas or going out to eat. And this guy knew this very well, yet he still wanted to date me. Looking back on it, when I was older and much wiser, I know it was all because I had a car and he could use me to get him to places he wanted to go. I lived in a small town, just outside the city he and his friends stayed in. They offered many times for me to overnight with them in the 2 weeks that I had been dating Jay, but I would decline. At least I had that much sense at the time. It was around the 2 weeks of dating him that he excitedly told me that he really wanted to go see his mother because she had some extra money to give him. He begged me to take him to the town he was from, about 100 miles, and part of it was going through a major city's traffic, which was horrible unless you left around midnight. I told him I didn't have the money for gas, which caused him to go into a rage. He called me a lot of horrible names, and I know I really should have just left him then, but I was again young and dumb. He and his roommates argued until his roommate finally gave me $10, which was enough to get to the city he was from. He then promised me, practically groveling with fake apologies, that he would never act like that ever again if I just took him there, and he would then give me money to get us back home. So anyway, we start this insane trip that Friday evening. I was off of work for 2 days, so I drove us through the major city and barely made it to the city where I knew nobody. We arrived about 10 p.m. and we went to a park there where a small creek came around the back of it. There was a kind of floating dock that was chained to the pavilion by the creek. Some of his friends met us there and they all jumped into the water, splashing around. I felt uneasy as I was never introduced to them and they kept trying to convince me to jump in the water with them. I'm a complete stranger in a dark park where I only know one person there and not all that well, and I'm almost out of gas. Just when I thought the situation was terrible enough, a bunch of cars pull up and these guys wearing red bandanas jump out. A few of them approach Jay and start fighting with him and push him around, demanding money. His friends immediately run away, leaving him and I there alone. One of the bandana-wearing men comes over to me and says, "What are you doing here, white girl?" Those were his words. I told them that I was here with Jay as Jay started trying to push past the guys that are roughing him up. The guy talking to me looks back at him and makes a face like he smelled something bad, and then grabbed my arm and pulled me up to the hill. Once we were out of view of the fighting, the guy looks at me and shakes his head. He tells me, "Jay is nothing but trouble, girl. You best go back home and leave him here." He then placed a crumpled couple of bills in my hand. I felt tears stream down my face as I said, "Thank you," and placed it in my jeans pocket. He then led me back and told me to go. I ran to my car and jumped in. I began sobbing because I didn't know where the heck I was going or which way was my home. Once I calmed down a bit, I pulled into a gas station for directions. I went to the clerk at the counter to ask for directions and to prepay for gas with the crumpled bills in my pocket. You can't imagine my surprise to see that the man had given me two crumpled $20 bills. I prepaid $20 for gas. It's insane that $20 could fill up a gas tank back then, but $20 today gets you gas fumes, right? I began to browse a bit for something to eat as I hadn't eaten for the past 12 hours or so. As I'm grabbing a bag of chips and looking at the sodas, the door chimes that someone came into the store. I recognized the girl and boy as friends of Jay that were at the park. They came to me and pretty much told me the same exact thing as the man at the park said. The two explained that their other friend had taken a beating to take Jay back to his place. Part of me felt bad that I left Jay there, but what his friends told me when I asked my next question squished that part like a grape on a grocery store floor. I asked, "Why didn't you take him to his mom's house?" They looked at each other in confusion, and the girl answered, "His mom hasn't lived here in a very long time. She ran off to get away from his dad." I'm not sure what happened to his dad or why Jay lied about the reason he was wanting to come here, but I was done. Confused, angry, tired, and hungry, I asked if they knew how to get back to the freeway so I could go home. The girl, Anne, insisted I stay overnight at her place. They had told Jay that I went home and he was furious, so he wouldn't think I was still in town. I got my gas and went to Anne's house. I know I should have just drove home, but I was not thinking clearly. Thankfully, it was uneventful. I slept, and then her dad made a big breakfast for us. We all talked about what my plans and Anne's plans were for our future, what colleges we planned to attend, and what we planned to study. I will never forget the look on her dad's face as he looked at me after I told her what I was planning for my future. It was disappointment. He told me, "I don't know how you got mixed up with a boy like Jay, but I don't want you to ever let another man lead you into danger this way ever again. You have a bright future ahead, and you shouldn't tarnish it with bad decisions." Looking back on it now brings tears to my eyes. I wish I had the sense then as I do now. Her dad also gave me $50 and they gave me directions to go home. I thanked them and kept in touch with Anne over the years. As I was getting in my car to head home, her dad said, "Don't take offense, but I don't want to ever see you come here again." I nodded and I left. I thought on my long drive home about all the horrible things that could have happened to me that night. I'm truly blessed that instead people helped me out instead of taking advantage of me. Anne explained that Jay had wanted to come back here because the gang that came by last night told them they wanted to give him a large amount of illegal substances to sell, but only if they had a car to transport it in. The thing is, that it was really all just a way to get Jay to come back so they could rough him up and get money that he owed them. She wasn't sure why the leader of the gang didn't take me or my car as a way to pay the debt back, but I thank God every day that he didn't. Now, I wish I could say that I stayed on the straight and narrow, but some of us just have to take the hard way through everything, I suppose. You all stay safe out there, and stay cautious. Not everyone is out to get you, but there are also people out there with bad intentions. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the episode so far. Just a reminder, go ahead and look below the video player and just make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. The reason I say this is because a lot of subscribers have been getting unsubscribed by YouTube. It's been a really common issue here, and I'm always getting a lot of comments regarding it. I know a lot of you enjoy these episodes, but then you don't get notified because YouTube either doesn't notify you or they unsubscribe you. But yeah, if you are somebody that has been unsubscribed from the channel, go ahead and leave it down in the comments section below. I want to go ahead and gather as many of these comments as I can so I can bring it up to YouTube support. I know that's already pretty difficult to get into contact with them, but you know, if we raise enough noise, maybe they'll fix the issue. But yeah, anyway, let's go ahead and continue on with these scary stories, shall we? I had gotten into a really bad argument with my dad, and I decided to get into my car and drive to a spot on the other side of town so I can try and get my mind off all the BS. This was around 11 p.m. at night, and this took place in 2014. The spot I had in mind is a shopping center that closes at 10 p.m. And when I got there, I see only a couple of cars that are scattered around the parking lot, but not really anything to raise any sort of alarms. So I decided to park at the very back of the parking lot next to an embankment, and I put some music on, rolled down the windows, and I called my best friend Emmeline, who lives in Alaska. Since I'm in the lower 48, she's a lot earlier than me when it comes to the time zones. Anyway, I knew she was going to answer, and I was right. I started to vent to her how life was unfair and that I hated my dad for the fact that he pretty much treated me like a child, even though I was now 20 years old. And no, to the people I'm sure I'll get hate from for still living at home at 20 years old, I wasn't just a lazy bum. I was going to college full time, and I also had a part-time job to help pay for my college. Anyway, about 15 minutes of just talking to Emmeline and drinking an iced tea, I happened to look in my rearview mirror and I saw that there was a van parked just a few parking spaces away from where I was. Another thing I was able to notice, a hooded figure with their hands in their pockets, slowly starting to approach my vehicle. Now, I don't know why, but at that moment I thought it was the police. Dumb thinking, I know, since I don't see a police vehicle. But regardless, I rolled my windows back up and ensured my doors were locked, but I, for whatever stupid reason, decided not to drive away. A man, from what I'm able to see, now knocks on my window and asks me to step out of the vehicle. Hey, open up. I'm an undercover police officer. We got reports of an escaped felon, and we're looking for him. Can you open your car? We need to check to make sure you aren't hiding him. As if I was going to be hiding a dangerous criminal. I told Emmeline to give me a minute as I put my phone down and tell the guy that nobody in my car matching that description is in here. He once again tells me that he's a police officer and reaches for the door handle. Bear in mind that at this point he has not shown me any sort of badge or any documentation to prove that he's a police officer. Emmeline overhears our conversation and she reminds me to ask him for proof of his involvement with the authorities. I now asked him to show me a badge, but he dodges the question and now more aggressively demands that I open the door. At this point, I had enough, as I knew he wasn't really a police officer, as none I know would do something like this. I told him I was now going to call the cops and head over to the police station, and suddenly, I kid you not, this guy freaks out. I hear him say, "No, don't do that." And then, since I think he just said screw it, my cover's blown, he pulls out a knife and tells me to get out. "I'm not playing games," he said, as if the knife was somehow going to convince me to get out of my vehicle so he can do whatever awful things he had in mind. I ended the call with Emmeline and I sped out of that parking lot, driving straight over to the police station so I could give them details on the incident, including where I had last seen that creep. They told me that no police officers were patrolling that area and actually told us it was a good thing I came. It turned out that this wasn't the first time this had been reported. Well, it's sad to say that, to this day, I never did get an answer to who that guy could have been or his status on whether or not he was caught. I would eventually graduate and move away to live in Arizona from my previous home in Wyoming, and nothing happened similar in that time, at least that I was aware of. My question is, any fellow Creepy Fox listeners in the state of Wyoming, have you ever encountered some fake cop in a dark blue minivan asking you to let him in to check your car for an escaped felon, hoping that somebody out there might have some answers? Growing up in a run-of-the-mill small town in South Carolina in the 90s, my friends and I always try to come up with fun things to do. This would include going to Walmart and skateboarding in the parking lot, or having sleepovers at friends' houses and staying up past midnight playing Nintendo 64. While most of those memories of just kicking back with friends were nothing but more than just passing the time, there's one memory in particular that, to this day, still stands as the most frightening thing to ever happen to me. It's a reminder on how you have to be prepared for anything, even in the comfort of a house. So on an unextraordinary Friday afternoon, at least at that point, I decided to go over to my friend Devin's house to have a sleepover. He only lived about 5 minutes away, so I just had my parents walk me over. I recall it being a calm and partly cloudy 50 to 60 degree day. First thing we did when I got to Devin's house was his parents ordered a pizza and we watched movies together with his mom and dad. Then at around 9 p.m., his parents went to bed and we plugged in the Nintendo 64 and got to playing some Mario Party. What was supposed to be just one match turned out to be several, and before we even knew it, it was past midnight. But even so, we weren't tired just yet, so we decided to take a small break and get some snacks. We grabbed some Cheetos from the kitchen to munch on, but when we went to the fridge, there was no more juice. Disappointed, Devin would now tell me that they had some extra drinks in the little mini fridge in the garage, and we could go get some then. Well, at least the sugar rush would be saved, and thus what was about to begin. Now, to give some quick little context in a sentence or two, Devin's kitchen has a door that opens up into the garage. Toward the garage door is that little mini fridge. So anyway, we open the door to the garage, turn on the small light, and as soon as we reach the fridge, the main garage door starts to open. This main garage door was normally opened by a small remote, but it was broken at the time and required manual force. Well, spooked at the fact that it's opening at midnight, since Stefan's parents were both asleep, my friend and I started to back up, and what awaited us was truly shocking. Someone in a ski mask, and worst off, they have a handgun. Now, I can't express enough how true that thing people talk about in these story submissions is. The whole you freeze in place when presented with danger and scary sights. If it wasn't for the fact the masked individual raised the gun in our general direction, I don't think we would have moved and we would have been shot dead. We now book it to the kitchen door, but like the fools we were in that moment, it is true that you make stupid decisions in these situations. We didn't lock the door. So instead, we screamed and we shouted at the top of our lungs as we head over to the second story toward Devin's parents' room. As you'd expect, Devin's dad meets us at the doorway, and all we said was, "Someone has a gun, and please close the door." Yeah, now we wanted a door closed. Anyway, with Devin's mom now fully awake, she ushers us into the bedroom's bathroom, and Devin's dad tells us not to get out. We were in that bathroom with a handgun for protection ourselves. Devin's dad would now proceed with his own handgun to protect us from the immediate danger. You see, Devin's dad decided to take matters into his own hands. Yeah, I know there are going to be people in the comments section who are going to argue about this, and I get it, everybody has a right to have their own opinions, but I'm just relaying to you what happened. So we ended up hearing a couple of gunshots, and so naturally we feared the worst as we were calling 911. Moments later, we hear Devin's dad, and he's okay. Thank God. "Don't you dare move. Don't reach for the gun. or I'll shoot you again," I still remember him saying, which we could hear through the door. Now, to make a long story short, the intruder would pass away from the gunshot injuries, and the police investigated, and Devin's dad was cleared of all charges. Devin's dad would tell us that when he exited the room, he saw the intruder, and immediately, the intruder fired gunshots at him. That's why Devin's dad shot back, hitting him twice in the upper chest. Now, the scary thing was that where the intruder's gunshots had struck, it was just a few inches away from Devin's dad's head, on the wall next to him. That is horrifying when you think about it. Anyway, that's pretty much everything to the story. I'm still friends with Devin today, and after I finish sending this story over to the Creepy Fox so he can narrate it, we're going to go grab some food. If anything, I hope you can all learn something out of this story. Learn from our mistakes, apply them to protecting yourself and your family from armed home intruders. Thank you for not rereading all the same stories off of Reddit like so many other narration channels. You're awesome. Now, here's a story of mine that happened recently. It was a few weeks ago. It had been snowing on and off all day, but for the last couple of hours, it was really dumping. There was probably about 4 inches of new snow, which isn't a lot where I live. We've had a few larger storms, so there was a pile of plowed snow in my front yard. I live next to a fire station. They plow the snow off of their driveway onto my lawn because there really isn't anywhere else to push it. It was dark, but it was getting dark before 5 p.m., so it wasn't too big of a deal. Suddenly, my dog starts barking out at the road, which he does whenever he sees anyone out front. I live on a pretty busy road, and a lot of people like to walk to the grocery store, which is just down the street. My dog is a German Shepherd, so he has a scary bark but usually wags his tail like crazy because he loves people. I went to check to see who he was barking at because it's a small town, so I was betting I knew who was out front. Then my dog started growling, which he never does. There was a dude standing on the snow pile in my front yard staring at my house. The snow pile was about 5 to 6 feet tall where he was standing, so he had a really good view into my backyard, which is fenced off. Once he sees me in the window, he slowly turns away and starts walking off towards the back of the fire station to the park that's behind my house. I didn't think it was too weird because I've had kids sled down this pile of snow in the past, but usually they'll ask first. I haven't had kids come and sled the last couple of winters though. Then I realized that it was 11 p.m., so kids shouldn't be out this late anyway. Plus, the dude was tall enough to be an older teenager or an adult. He was bundled up really warm, so I didn't really see his face very well. And then I saw his tracks in the fresh snow. The park is sort of in the opposite direction in which he came. He had crossed the street from where the bank is located, came to the snow pile, then left like he had come specifically to my house on the way to the park. No homes are around here that have a kid/young man that age. His tracks crossed the road, which had not been plowed yet, in a diagonal, so he was heading straight to my house. I know this isn't super creepy, but it did have me on the edge for a few days. I live in a small town, less than 2,000 people, so normally it is really quiet at that time of night, especially with it snowing so hard. Anyway, there is my latest creepy encounter. I never found out who it might have been, and I haven't seen anyone on the snow pile since then. Here is a bonus story for making it this far into the video. It's a school lockdown story that I've been meaning to share for quite a while here on the Creepy Fox podcast. I just haven't had the chance to include it because I haven't gotten any more school lockdown stories. So as to not wait forever to make another school lockdown stories video, here is that story in its entirety today. Hello, I'm a 22-year-old male. Before I tell you about my terrifying experience, this happened when I was still in high school. I went to New Albany High School. I graduated in May of 2019. I know that might shock you, but I loved high school so much. I cried when I got home after the graduation ceremony. It's around 15 to 20 minutes away from my home by car. I wanted to go to that high school since all my friends went there. Now I'll keep the school's nurse's name, my art teacher's name, the school's resource officer's name, and my girlfriend's name anonymous for privacy reasons. Oh, by the way, I was 18 when this happened. Anyway, let's get on to my story. It was 4th period, and I had art class for the 4th period in my senior year of high school. I loved painting and drawing. I sucked at it, but I didn't care. Art class was just so enjoyable for me. And my art teacher, who we're going to call Miss Lulu, was such an amazing teacher. She was my favorite out of all the other teachers there. Something about her reminded me of someone who passed away when I was in middle school. Anyway, one day while I was painting in art class, my nose suddenly began to bleed. This was very common for me. The reason for that is because of my allergies. It still happens to me to this day. It mostly happens in the wintertime and early spring. I told Miss Lulu about it and she obviously understood. She let me go to the nurse's office. The nurse in this story, we'll call her Miss Lily. I walked into the nurse's office and I said hello to her. I told her about my bloody nose, and she let me in and gave me some tissues to hold in my right nostril while I was bleeding. Thankfully, the bleeding wasn't painful whatsoever. I could tell it was bleeding because it always felt cold whenever my nose bled. Anyway, around 7 minutes later, my nose stopped bleeding. I thanked Miss Lily and I began to walk out and get back to class. As I was walking out, however, the intercom came on, and I was expecting something like an announcement about a fire drill. At the time, the school hasn't had its monthly fire drill, but it wasn't about that monthly fire drill. It was something that nearly had me lose my balance. It was a pre-recorded message saying, and I quote, "Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown, get to a secure location, lockdown, etc." We were always told beforehand when we were about to have a lockdown drill. However, this wasn't a drill. I started to visibly shake and I could hardly speak too. Miss Lily told me to come back in immediately. Miss Lily and another student who was in the office, and myself, went into the girls' section of the nurse's office, and we hid in the small girls' restroom that was in the girls' section of that office. A few seconds after we entered the bathroom, we could hear students running and screaming. I started to cry and I had a panic attack. One thing about me is that I have autism, and I get nervous or scared very easily. Miss Lily told me to calm down and that everything was going to be okay. But unfortunately, there was no way I could calm down. I continued panicking and crying out of fear of my life. Miss Lily grabbed her radio to listen to other office workers talking and telling them what was going on. We all could hear students crying. This was the first time that I was experiencing a real lockdown. The school's resources officer had a radio as well. His name will remain anonymous. I will call him in this story, however, Anderson. I could hear Anderson asking where I was. Anderson and I were like best friends. He and I were pals. Miss Lily talked into her radio, telling him that I was with her in the girls' bathroom in the girls' section of the nurse's office. He knocked on the door, saying that it was him. Miss Lily unlocked the door and let him in, and he told me that he would stay with me until the other officers arrived at the school. This at least helped me calm down a little bit, and I felt safe around him too. Around 12 minutes later, one of the office workers talked into the radio saying that the other officers had just arrived. Anderson told me that he'll make sure the intruder won't hurt anyone or come near the nurse's office. After he left, I started to panic again. I was still crying, and Miss Lily and the other student hugged me and tried to comfort me. It didn't really help me, but I thank both the student and Miss Lily for trying to comfort me. We were in that bathroom for well over an hour, and eventually the intercom came on and the principal told everyone that it was a false alarm. I was so relieved that the danger was over. I was unable to continue the school day, however, and so I had to be picked up by my mom. A lot of the other students were being picked up too, and I cried on the way home, thankful that I was alive and unharmed. My girlfriend asked my mom if she could come with my mom and I. My girlfriend told my mom that she didn't ride her bicycle to school that day because she overslept. and so she asked her mom to take her to school to prevent her from being even more late than she already was. I begged my mom to say yes, and she was more than happy to let my girlfriend ride with us back to the house. My girlfriend called her mom about the situation, and her mom understood and asked if she could spend the night with me. She said yes, and I thanked her mom over the phone. When we got home, I went straight to my room, and my girlfriend asked my mom if she could give us some private time, and my mom asked why. I saw my girlfriend whisper into my mom's ear. My mom whispered back to her and said, "Okay." My girlfriend comforted me, and I felt so much more relaxed now, although admittedly I still had some anxiety from what was such a scary lockdown. Anyway, before we knew it, the sun was now down, and my mom brought in an air mattress for my girlfriend to sleep on. I insisted to my girlfriend that she could take the bed and that I'll sleep on the couch. She said that she didn't mind sleeping on the floor next to my bed. My mom turned off the light in my room after the air mattress was fully inflated. I handed my girlfriend the extra blanket and a pillow, and she covered up, and we told each other good night as we kissed. I fell asleep pretty quickly, and I had a terrifying nightmare about the lockdown. In my dream, the school was on lockdown. This time, though, there was an actual shooter. I heard gunshot after gunshot, and I heard the school's resource officer yelling at the man to drop the gun. The man ignored Anderson's commands and shot him dead. The shooter then came into the nurse's office and opened the bathroom door with brute force. Before I knew it, I was awake in tears. My girlfriend was standing next to my bed with a worried look on her face. She asked me why I was crying, and I told her about my very scary nightmare. She then told me to move over so that she could lay with me. I told her that I would be fine, but she insisted on laying in the bed with me. She then gently moved her hand on my hand as if she was petting a dog. This quickly made me feel better. We hugged and fell asleep. When we woke up, it was 11 a.m. I panicked because we were over 3 hours late for school. My mom came into the room after hearing that we were going to be late. My mom told me that she called the school and said that I won't be able to go for a couple of weeks. I then calmed down, and my girlfriend told her mom about this, and she was okay with her staying with me for a while. Not long after we woke up, the school called and explained that a substitute teacher was trying to call the office the day before, but accidentally dialed the secret code for the brand new lockdown alarm system in the school. There was never any danger. Now, I don't know if I would have been able to recover from the incident without my girlfriend. I'm so thankful that there was no danger to the school that day. When I felt better, I would go back to school, and ever since that lockdown, I had the fear of shooters robbing people in public. I still am to this day, but I didn't let that stop me from getting a job. Not long after I got a job, life slowly began to return to how it used to be before the lockdown happened. Who knows what would have happened had there actually been a school shooter that day. I don't think I would have been alive because of how scared and noisy I was from crying. Thankfully, I haven't experienced anything like this ever again. This occurred in July of 2020. For some background, I'm female, 21 years old, and I work at a video game store as a part-time job. I absolutely love it. It's 10 times better than the job I had at McDonald's, which back when I submitted my first story, I was working there on the weekends. I don't miss coming home with the smell of French fries on my uniform whatsoever. Anyway, it was approaching closing time, 9 p.m. on a Friday, and it's just me at the register and my manager, who's in the back room working on some paperwork. I was beginning to clean up and close the shop when two men entered the store wearing medical masks. One of them had a medium-sized duffel bag over their shoulder, sort of a weird sight, but either way I advised them that we would be closing soon. The men ended up ignoring me and just started walking around minding their own business. Whatever, I thought. Sometimes customers just want to go about their window shopping without being disturbed. However, something about the way they were dressed and the way they were acting had me a bit on the edge. At any rate, I continued to do some picking up and cleaning for another 5 to 7 minutes, and noticed that the men have now moved to a back corner, which I could see through the security camera, but not with my very own eyes. They appear to be whispering something to each other, and I even noticed them continuing to look out the front window, almost as if they're paranoid about something. I found it a bit strange, but soon lose track of them when my manager came over and told me it's time to close the store. I advised him about the two men, and he tells me he would go take care of it and not to worry about them. As soon as my manager walks away from me and heads down an aisle of video games, the men shout at my manager and they tell him to back up. I was confused. They were so silent a minute ago. So what was this sudden uproar? Well, I got my answer. The men were armed with handguns. I now let out a loud yelp sound as my manager, who bless his heart is as chill as a penguin, tells the men that he will do as they say, but to allow me to leave the store. Under their masks, they instructed for both me and my manager to remain quiet and not to make any sort of sudden movements. The one with the duffel bag starts to put video games and other merchandise into their carry-on. Meanwhile, the second man walks over to the cash register and advises we empty what's in there. It was about $1,200 in cash. We hand it over in a plastic bag, and the man takes it, joining his accomplice seconds later. The man then booked it out the front door, just as quickly as they had arrived, and here's the point: I couldn't hold it in anymore. I broke down and started crying profusely. Meanwhile, my manager goes to the front door to ensure it's locked and that they can't get back in. We then walked into the back room and go on lockdown as my manager contacted the police department. 4 officers showed up to our store 10 minutes later, and we gave them our statements. The police officers reviewed the security footage and launched an immediate investigation into the robbery, but as of today, the police still haven't caught those two, which is super scary to think of. And as for the video games, they haven't been found either. The total cost of the games was somewhere between $2,500 and $3,000. Thankfully, the owner's insurance policy was able to cover him. I'm still working there, by the way, although I have now switched from working at night to the mornings. The owner also hired an armed security guard, so we feel a lot more safer. Hello there. I'm a 22-year-old female living in Southern California. This happened over a period of a couple of months in early 2017. I worked at a Chipotle restaurant, and back when this occurred, I was working on the weekends, since I had school during the weekdays. While on my lunch break one eventful Saturday afternoon, sitting outside, minding my own business, a man walked up to me. He appeared a little older than me. He was wearing business casual with clean-cut hair and a light stubble on his face. Nothing about him really seemed off, so I said hello as he asked if he could take a seat next to me. The other tables were full, so I, being a good person, said yes, as he then takes his seat. Bear in mind, he hadn't ordered anything from Chipotle, since he didn't have a plate. I assumed maybe he just wanted to take a seat or something. While I ate, I couldn't help but notice him looking at me weird, sort of like I had something on my face. I put my fingers up to my cheek, but felt no food. I could, however, feel those cold-hearted eyes as they seemed to stare into my soul. "Is there something on my face?" I asked in confusion, as the man clears his throat and then responded with, "Oh no, I just couldn't help but admire how beautiful your eyes are. By the way, my name's Kevin. What's yours?" I was paying half attention to what he was saying, mainly because I wanted to finish my meal, so caught up in the moment I gave him my real name. In the story I'm going to use a different name, but you get the idea. "It's Christine. Nice to meet you, Kevin," I responded back, looking back down at my phone and scrolling through Facebook. After sitting there in silence another 30 seconds as he pulled out his phone, he asked me if he could add me on Facebook. I kindly rejected him as I told him I only have friends and family and I rarely used it anyway. A bit upset, he then asks me what I was going to do after work and if I would like to go out with him and take a drive. I thanked him for the offer, but I told him I had a boyfriend and I was planning on meeting him once my shift was over. That was a lie, since he was currently out of the country visiting his grandparents in New Zealand. Anyway, this appeared that it had settled his curiosity, as he just responded with an, "Oh well," before getting up and leaving without saying another word. I wrote him off as just some guy trying to hit on me and continued with the rest of my shift without any other issues. Fast forward later that evening, I was back at home watching some cartoons with my little brother, and as he reenacted one of the scenes that had just taken place, I took a look at my phone and opened Facebook, mainly because I wanted to see if my classmate had gotten back to me regarding a project that we were currently working on. I didn't see anything from her. I did, however, notice I had a new friend request. I opened the notifications tab and clicked on the profile. I was shocked to see it was the same man I encountered over at Chipotle. How he found me, well, that just shows you how determined some people can be. It was definitely creepy, and silly me should have just blocked him right there and then, but I ignored it thinking there wouldn't be any more issues. Sadly, I was dead wrong. Fast forward a couple of months later, the only people who know about this Kevin guy is my boyfriend, and things with that stranger seem to have settled over. I no longer saw him at Chipotle, and he never contacted me again. One night, my boyfriend had brought over a pizza, and it's just the two of us at the house having dinner and watching the TV. At roughly 11 p.m., we ended up hearing what sounded like leaves crunching just outside the living room window. Now, bear in mind, we do have neighbors, but most of them are elderly and are never really out that late, since they're early birds. As for my little brother, he was fast asleep in his room, and my parents weren't going to go back home until the following afternoon. Anyway, we ignored the noise, but when we heard what sounds like a window being opened, that's when we really went into overdrive. My boyfriend immediately gets up from the couch and then heads over to where we heard the noise. I'm still in the living room, mind you, and after my boyfriend had left, not even 10 seconds later, I hear him yell at someone. I got frightened and went to grab a knife from the kitchen, and then I ran over to where I could hear my boyfriend. I froze in pure fright when I see my boyfriend has a hold of an intruder. The thing is, this wasn't just any home intruder. It was Kevin. It took me a few seconds to recognize him, but I was sure it was him. At any rate, we proceeded to call the cops while my boyfriend tried to keep a hold of him, but he ends up squirming his way out. Luckily, he didn't get too far, as the cops caught up to him just as he was about to get into his SUV, which was parked down our street. Rightfully so, cops handcuffed him, put him in the back of their police cruiser, and drove him straight over to the police station. The rest of the night, I remained frozen with paranoia and fear. Fast forward to the process of pressing charges. I had told them yes, and even applied for a restraining order. After that, I never really heard any more updates or details regarding Kevin's whereabouts, but it's safe to say I ended up deleting all my social media, quit my job at Chipotle, and ended up moving to another city. It's been over 3 years now, and though I have now moved on, sometimes I think back on this wondering how he found my home, and what might have happened had my boyfriend not been there with me. Just that thought alone gives me the chills. I remembered this story after listening to one of the videos you uploaded a while ago. To remind everyone, it was the story about the woman who was part of a police chase. She wasn't actually the one they were after, but while at a Domino's Pizza, the man who led officers on the wild police chase stormed into the Domino's. My experience is sort of similar. It was a few years ago, and I was doing some laundry at my apartment's laundromat. For quick context, I'm female, 34 years old, mother of 2. It was around 1 p.m., and I wanted to get this done before I would leave the house at 2:45 p.m., so I could go and pick up my kids from their elementary school. The laundromat had 2 other people, and I was next to the entrance since that's where the newer, fancier machines were located. After about 20 minutes of standing around listening to the music playing over the radio, I started to notice something. A loud noise. Helicopters, to be exact. I was intrigued and looked outside through the window and could see a helicopter flying in the same circle over and over again. Now, the area I live in is somewhat notorious for crime, but it's usually limited to petty things such as shoplifting or breaking into cars. The only time something serious happened was about 15 years ago. Anyway, I continued to wash the clothes, now transitioning to the drying machines, and when I could hear a bunch of police sirens, I once again looked out the window and into the parking area just behind the laundromat and saw about 10 police cars with their lights flashing red and blue. Running in my direction was a man in a hoodie with officers right behind him. Now, before I have the chance to react, as I was so caught up in the moment, the man runs into the laundromat, and myself and one other person have this 5-second awkward stare down with him. I wasn't sure if he was going to grab one of us or he was going to continue to run, but this hesitation was enough time for the police to catch up. The man then proceeded to lay on the floor as an officer then led me and the other person out of the laundromat. Officers soon went for the arrest. Fast forward about 10 minutes later after talking with the police, and there's a bunch of news reporters asking me and others a bunch of questions. They asked if I could do an interview, but I had to go and pick up my kids, so I told them no. Later that evening, I learned this man they were after was armed with a gun, and he had robbed a 7-Eleven a few cities over, where they chased him until he drove into our apartments. Now, I know my story isn't like others where I encounter a stalker or some creepy person, but I thought you would like to include it anyway for an upcoming video since it's something a bit different. Thanks for listening. Hey Creepy Fox, I've been listening to your channel for well over a year now, and I would like to go ahead and share one of my stories that I think would fit perfectly in a video. This was some time ago, dating all the way back to December of 2006. Let me set the scene for y'all. My friend and I, his name in this story will be Kevin, were very excited as we were looking to get our hands on the Nintendo Wii. I'm almost certain anyone who remembers that holiday season remembers the rush of new consoles. The Wii was perhaps one of the most difficult and sought-after video game consoles for a customer to get their hands on. Day one saw records, and without a reservation, which were already difficult to get, you were pretty much left out of the fun. Luckily, Kevin's oldest cousin, Jeremy, had mentioned that the target he was working at would be getting a select amount of Nintendo Wii consoles, roughly 25 of them, on a Saturday morning. This was in early December, by the way, a few weeks after the Wii had released. Now, I won't be talking about the morning of when we got our consoles and spent the entire winter break playing the Wii, but instead I want to focus on the night beforehand, when it happened. So let's take you back. It's 7 p.m. Friday night before we get our Wii, and Kevin's mom had just finished making us dinner. We were now in the living room watching a movie and are just relaxing and talking about all things Nintendo, surely getting on Kevin's parents' nerves with our nerdy talk. They ended up going to bed at roughly 8 p.m. as Kevin's dad would have to be up early for work, and his mom would wake up early to make us breakfast, and then drive us over to Target to pick up the consoles. With one last reminder to sleep early, where the once lively house grew quiet and dark, as Kevin and I turned the TV off and head over to his room to continue our conversations. For the next hour or two, sitting on our lazy boys, we played the GameCube until our eyes grew heavy and we head off to bed. Fast forward to past midnight, and I wake up having to go pee. I got out of the guest bed and walked by the bedroom window, only for something in my peripheral vision to catch my attention. A light would shine brightly in the backyard. I peeked through the glass, and with the help of the backyard porch light just illuminating enough of the backyard, I could just make out a man dressed in all black and matching ski mask, holding both a flashlight and what looked to be like a hunting knife. I remember freaking out and immediately heading over to Kevin's bed to wake him up. Kevin, wake up. Someone's in the backyard. It took a few attempts. Kevin was always a heavy sleeper, and after some shaking back and forth, he stumbles out of dreamland, almost punching me in the process. Kevin, look, I tell him, as we once again peek through the window, not that we get the chance to do so, because the man is now outside Kevin's window, trying to pry it open with the knife. Kevin and I scream like banshees and book it over to his parents' room, waking up his parents instantly, unlike Kevin who sleeps like a brick. Kevin's dad tells us to stay in the room and lock the door, as he then takes his shotgun he keeps under the bed with him and heads outside to confront the masked man. All we heard was Kevin's dad yelling and screaming various obscenities, which was immediately followed by footsteps which ran away. Cops were called, but the man was not caught that evening. A few weeks later, some blocks away, a man was caught by the police trying to break into a home. The details given were matching of the man I saw that night. Ski mask, matching black pants, shoes, and sweater, and also had a flashlight and knife. So that was the night I had a sleepover at my friend Kevin's house, and we came face to face with an armed home intruder. Edit. Though that night was quite frightening, we still woke up early to get our hands on our Nintendo Wiis, which put the scary incident and its memories to rest. I work at a senior center as a community service senior leader, and I've been enjoying my employment here for the past 5 years or so. It was only just earlier this year that we reopened, after the year that was 2020. It is sad, but we lost a lot of the regulars who would come out to the center, and I do miss them all very much. Although my job consists of tasks like event planning and hosting little workshops for the seniors, such as an art class where I draw, there have been very rare instances in which I have to deal with unruly guests. Just recently, I had an older gentleman yell at me because we were closed on the weekend for remodeling. I knew who he was, and after some de-escalation, we were able to settle the score, so to speak, but I have an experience that's way worse than being yelled at, something that saw me going through weeks of uncertainty and constant stress of looking behind my back. At the end of it all, it was settled, but it's the way it got there which is what made the whole thing that much more bizarre. So I want to introduce you to a lady that used to go to the senior center. I won't use her real name, so we can just call her, I don't know, Sheila. I met Sheila when I was teaching one of the art classes I'd mentioned a few sentences ago, and she instantly fell in love with the way I taught the class. She complimented me on how talented I was, and how I was such a good speaker, being able to teach so many seniors. I told her it wasn't really a big deal, and over time I started to see her more and more. Nothing out of the ordinary stood out about Sheila. She would only show up to the art classes, and she'd always compliment me anytime she could. About 2 months of being around Sheila, I noticed her attitude began to change. She became very clingy of me, and anytime I would spend time helping out one of the fellow seniors, she'd try to push me away from them. Now, Sheila wasn't really that old. On average, the seniors I taught were 65 and above, but she was in her early 50s, no more than 53 years old. This is what I found really strange about Sheila. Her excuses were that she needed help, even though I look at her work and every time I saw it, it was spot on. Some more weeks pass and she begins to email me almost on a daily basis. Now, yes, I do have a work email that people can contact me on for questions or business inquiries, but she was using it to have full-on conversations with me. Me not knowing how to put my foot down, I would answer her messages hoping after quick and small responses, she'd realize I had my own family and responsibilities to get to. I don't think she much appreciated that, because she now started to take things out on me, always complaining I was doing a terrible job and that I should be ashamed of the way I taught the seniors. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Here's this kind lady who would constantly compliment me and be friendly to me, doing a complete change of heart. I recall one occasion she was mad that the official city website was down and she asked me if I could fix it. Yeah, sorry, but I wasn't part of the IT tech group. That complaint had to go to them. Well, she didn't take no for an answer. I don't care. Figure it out and fix it. I had to tell her that if she had any complaints, it would have to go to my higher-ups, but that didn't stop her either. Several more weeks pass and things are getting a little bit more scarier. I was in my little office working on some documents when Sheila just so happened to enter the room. I said hello to her before she proceeded to call me a name and word that I can't even repeat here in my story. I asked her if she could repeat herself, and what she said really caused me to lose it. I'm going to kill you for the way you treated me. Sorry, what? Not only was I confused, but I actually started sweating bullets when she just walked away. I talked to my higher-ups about it, and they told me we could write a case report about it, which obviously we did. Now, if someone coming up to you and saying they're wanting to kill you isn't scary, then I don't know what is, because for the following days I grew very paranoid. Paranoid I'd get a message from Sheila or I'd see her at work and she'd try to act upon her actions. Well, what do you know? Fast forward about 2 weeks since the case report was filed. I'm teaching a group of seniors, only 5 or so not too many, and Sheila ends up arriving. I didn't even get a word out as she comes up to me and then pushes me off my chair. She starts to scream and yell at me and then tries to smack me over the head. I put my hands up to defend myself, and luckily 2 of the male seniors and some co-workers of mine had come to help me. Cops did get called, and when they got there, Sheila once again had a change of heart. She told the officer she was only playing with me and that it was her form of bonding with me. I don't even know what her deal was. With all the reports we had filed, Sheila was never allowed to come to that senior center ever again, and she was to no longer contact me or to come anywhere near me. Now, yes, I didn't actually place charges, which looking back I should have. I've talked about this with my co-workers and friends, and we believe she might have been off her medications or something else, because to act the way she did was just out of the ordinary. So that's my scary work/job story. I hope no one ever has to experience something like this, because it's just so confusing and scary, really. I've been wanting to share this story with you for quite some time, but I got really busy with my work. Regardless, I'm here to share my experience from the mid-2000s, and hopefully I can make it into one of your videos before year's end. For perspective, this is coming from a male. This occurred when I was staying over at my cousin's house for a summer vacation. I always loved going there because not only did they have a huge backyard that backs up into a forest, but they had a huge pool in which my cousin Eric and I went swimming in. By the way, the closest neighbors were about a quarter of a mile away, which means it's just Eric and I, as his parents, my aunt and uncle, were away at work. On one evening, Eric and I decided we wanted to camp overnight in the forest as the air conditioning inside his home had malfunctioned earlier that day. My Uncle John advised us that the maintenance man would be here the next day, but in the meantime we were to just deal with the temperature. It was easily in the upper 80s even by 8 p.m. There was no way I'd be sleeping inside that oven of a home. To this day, choosing to sleep inside that tent made for one of the strangest, and might I say, scariest nights of my life. So we didn't actually go all the way into the forest. We instead chose to camp just next to the backyard fence that separates the forest and my cousin's home, so I'm still counting it. My uncle lets us borrow his old red tent that him and his buddies used to use when they would go hunting back when he was younger. It was very spacious and made for quite the palace for these 2 teenagers. We brought along my laptop and some DVDs to watch movies, and also had a bag of chips, some sodas, and sandwiches my aunt had just made a bit earlier. There is also an old lantern and my uncle's hunting knife, because, you know, just in case for protection. Fast forward to 2 in the morning, and I woke up having to take a piss. I was just going to go right outside, but I wanted to go and get some water inside the house as we had no more and I was pretty thirsty. I start to shuffle out of my sleeping bag, and Eric ended up waking up, asking where I was going. I said, I'm going to go use the restroom, and he said he'd join me as he wanted to get an extra pillow from his bedroom. We opened the fence door, and as soon as we're on his property, we ended up noticing movement next to the back glass sliding door. We're still quite a bit of a ways from the home, so we thought at first it might have been Eric's dad going out for a smoke. However, something in our gut was telling us that this figure was more than just a friendly face. We approach more slowly now, using the cover of darkness to inch our way closer, and then I struggle to keep back a yell when another figure comes walking out from the side of the home. We now hid behind a bush and watched in complete disbelief as one of the figures slowly opens the back door. It was unlocked since we weren't sure if we need to go back in. Also, we're here in Middle America, farming country, and people just seemingly walking into your home like that isn't something that just happens. But you want to know what else Middle America is known for? Our self-defense. Yep, my uncle's home was really armed with various weaponry, his personal favorite being shotguns. In that moment, we thought of a brilliant idea. Call my uncle, advise him there are two strangers breaking in, and then chase them out before they have a chance to do anything. And that's what we do. Eric takes out his cell phone, dials the number, and within the second ring, my uncle answers. Two people just walked into the house. We don't know who they are. I can recall Eric saying. My uncle didn't let him finish. He asked us if we were safe, and after saying we were, he hangs up the phone. In the span of about 20 seconds, the two figures who had gone into the house come running out in a panic as my Uncle John is chasing after them. Here's the thing, they ended up running in our direction. We're still hiding in the cover of darkness, so luckily they didn't get a chance to see us. What was seen, however, sent shivers down our spines. Both were running with knives. No kidding. That just proved how serious these home invaders truly were. Once the men jumped into the forest, my uncle runs over to the tent, but of course we aren't there. We yelled at him, and once he spotted us, we go back inside the house. We locked all the doors and windows after that, and had the police show up about 30 minutes later. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, it was too late. As for evidence, they did find tire tracks and promised they would investigate further. That investigation came up empty-handed, and we never heard or found out if those two were captured. Here we are some 15 years later. I'm now married, have 2 young boys, and enjoy listening to the Creepy Fox podcast when I'm relaxing in my office. I hope you enjoyed my story. And to the Creepy Fox, keep up the great work, my friend. This happened just a few weeks ago, and I wanted to share it with you since it's so recent, and the details are more or less still fresh in my mind. It was the release night of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Pokemon Shining Pearl. I, living in the West Coast, would be able to play the game starting at 9 p.m., seeing as this is via digital download. At around 8 p.m., as I was watching Pokemon Journeys on Netflix, I decided I wanted to go get some snacks. However, there was a problem. The kitchen cabinets that are normally filled with potato chips, cookies, and other treats was empty. All I found were just Ritz that my dad likes to eat. I'm not exactly a huge fan myself. Well, what to do? I could just deal with the shortage of delicious goodies and have my mom go to the store on the weekend to get food, but I wasn't that patient. Luckily, about a 5-minute walk from my house is a little liquor store that also doubles as a drive-through liquor store, in which one can arrive in their vehicle and pick up whatever it is they needed. Now, even though I could drive, I'm 19 years old, my parents were out that night with the car, so with no other vehicle, I just decided to walk. I mean, why not? Apart from it being a cool 55 degrees, 5 minutes of walking isn't going to kill me. Besides, I needed to make time for the 9 p.m. release, so I grabbed myself an extra coat, put on my shoes, grabbed my phone and wallet, and now I take a few of the neighborhoods toward the liquor store. I arrived at approximately 8:25 p.m. There was one vehicle in the drive-thru and another individual who was looking at the section where all the alcohol is located. At the side of the liquor store, I saw a homeless man who was smoking a cigarette and appeared to be talking to thin air. I chose not to mind him as I walked right past him, and then I gave a hello to the employee on the clock that night since he's friends with my dad, and I went to the area that has all the chips. Now personally, I've always loved Cheeto Puffs, so that along with the Dr. Pepper, I'm now on my way back home. So far, so good. That's until I reached the first neighborhood on my quest to start my Pokemon journey through the Sinnoh region. You see, I had my AirPods in, on transparency mode to be more specific, and so I ended up hearing something crunch just a few feet from where I was walking, followed by someone cursing at themselves. When I turned around, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the homeless man I saw at the liquor store. But here's the thing. With illumination from the streetlight, I could see this man has a hold of a small blade. Chills began to run down my spine as he starts to get closer to me, and he's now asking I hand over any valuables I had on my person. Phone, wallet, money, all of it. I won't lie, I thought it was a joke at first, until he said in a more serious tone that I was about to get stabbed if I didn't do as he said. Those words were enough to wake me out of my innocent mindset as I start to book it straight ahead toward where I could see an open garage with a light on. Luckily, I was pretty darn fast, so when I see a man working on his truck inside his garage, I yell that I was being chased by someone with a knife. I'm so thankful for the quick actions of this complete stranger that I had never met before, because almost like on cue, he ushers me in as he reaches for a large hammer and tells me to get into the house. Yeah, normally getting into some complete stranger's house would normally be a big no-no, but I was desperate at this point. Plus, when fear takes over, you do whatever it takes to get away from the immediate danger. Anyway, I'm not even a step into this man's house. His kids, who I saw in the hallway, are looking at this complete scared 19-year-old entering their home. And this is when I hear the man yell at the homeless guy not to step closer. I peeked through the doorway as I saw the homeless man simply just put the knife back into his coat, and he walked away like nothing happened. Those next few minutes were spent trying to calm my nerves as the wife of this man brings me a glass of water, and they now contact the authorities. They arrived in minutes since we live near a police station, and after about 10 minutes of searching with the description I gave, they have our guy. I won't lie to you, that was a huge stress relief, as I was so scared he might have tried to go after someone else who might have been walking that night. So yeah, that was pretty much the end of it. The homeowner ended up walking me back to my house, and after I was settled in my room, with my nerves being calmed, I called my parents to notify them of what had taken place. They were about 30 minutes from the house, but they arrived in half the time after I explained that I was almost stabbed by some random homeless man. Now, I'm not saying you should be scared to walk at night. It's really quite fun being out in the cold, peaceful evening, but it might be best to have someone with you. That, or maybe have a concealed carry, pepper spray, or taser. I, being a naive 19-year-old, I never thought I would ever have a run-in with a crazy man, but I guess you gotta learn sooner or later, am I right? So one day I called up a friend of mine, we'll call him Eric, and I asked him if he wanted to go and grab a bite to eat. We're both in our late 20s and work Monday to Friday jobs, 9 to 4 p.m., so hanging out is very rare, as our off days are usually reserved for either family or our girlfriends. At any rate, we decided on all-you-can-eat sushi, and I told him I would go and pick him up since he's only like a 10-minute drive away, and I needed to stop by CVS Pharmacy anyway because I needed to pick up my mom's prescription. When I got to the CVS Pharmacy, roughly 6:40 p.m., it was very empty. The music over the intercoms echoed throughout the building as I'm greeted by the cashier at the front. I waved hello and then made my way toward the back where the pharmacy is. I made the quick transaction, and a minute later I'm on the way back to my car, eagerly awaiting to meet up with Eric so we could go and eat. Well, if only it would have been that easy. As the automatic front doors slide open, I turned the corner of the building toward where I was parked, and I saw something happening. There was a young woman, mid-20s, college student, and another man, I'd say mid-40s, and looked homeless. He was yelling and following her. Now, I never like to get myself involved in anyone's business since that usually leads to problems, but something in me was telling me to intervene. I quickly made my way over to them and yelled at the man to back off and leave her alone. He turns around and I can get a better look at him, and the dude's completely wasted. I can get the strong whiff of alcohol, and his speech is slurred and impaired. Out of nowhere, he pushes me and begins telling me a bunch of things I can't really repeat, and I told him to relax and leave the girl alone. I asked her if she knew him, and she said no. He approached her and just started giving her a hard time. I could have easily punched this dude right there and then, but I told myself to relax and we can try to come up with a peaceful conclusion. But oh no, the dude decides to one-up me. Within seconds, he's flipped open a knife, and my fight or flight immediately kicks in as he starts to get closer. Now, yes, I do carry pepper spray. I know there'll be someone out there that would say that's girly, but I don't care what you think. The dude's got a knife, and he could very easily go after someone else, thus the danger needed to be stopped. I ask him to put the knife away, and just when it seems he's relaxed, the guy suddenly charges at me. I, with a pepper spray that's clenched in my pocket, quickly take it out and spray him right in the eyes. He tries swiping at me in that moment, but I jump out of the way as he falls to the ground and starts screaming. By this point, a couple of other bystanders had come over who had seen the whole thing, and they had already called the police. Within minutes, officers are at the CVS pharmacy as we held a man detained as they got there. Luckily, his knife-wielding days came to an end as they ended up arresting him and taking him into custody. I was of course questioned but later cleared thanks in part to the bystanders and eyewitnesses. As for the sushi with Eric, that was cancelled until the following evening since I wanted some time to settle. Regarding the young woman I met that day, I'm friends with her, and both her and my girlfriend have become like long-lost sisters, going to the mall, getting their nails done, the usual girl stuff. Now, to all my friends listening, don't be afraid to defend yourself when presented with danger. It doesn't matter what the tactic might be. After all, at the end of the day, it's your safety, so take that into consideration. This took place in 2005 when I was 24, and perhaps is one of the most scariest things I've ever been through. Nowadays, hearing these sorts of mishaps are more on the rare side, considering my experience has to do with getting lost. That's already scary in itself. Add on top an encounter like mine, and you're just asking for everlasting nightmares. Anyway, at the time, my sister, being a sophomore in high school, was part of a community service group known as Circle K. Maybe some of you out there know about it, or have even volunteered at one point in your life. But nonetheless, this one weekend, her club was having a convention at a Marriott hotel in LA. It was supposed to be this really big event where members were going to get recognized, along with receiving certificates, medals, and prizes for their hard work. Now, the thing was that my sister still didn't know how to drive, and we lived in Orange County near Disneyland. That meant someone would have to drive her to the Marriott hotel. I was stuck with the task of driving my sister since my parents were away that weekend on their wedding anniversary. So around 6 p.m. on a Friday, we make the almost hour drive to the Marriott hotel, and I drop off my sister, being asked to stay so that I could join the club for dinner. After food, close to 8 p.m., I finally wish my sister a good weekend and get into my car and start driving back home. This is the point in the story when things were about to take a turn for the worst. About 10 minutes on the freeway, I hear my cell phone ring. It was my sister asking me if her laptop was in the back seat. I took one quick look, and sure enough, there it is lying on top of her sweater. I actually need that laptop since it has the PowerPoint presentation I'm supposed to give tomorrow morning. Could you please bring it back to me? I remember letting out an annoyed sigh, but agreeing to make a quick turnaround and head back to the Marriott. After all, the last thing you want is to let down an entire group of people. So I go ahead and look for the nearest exit, and I get lost almost immediately. For whatever reason, finding the entrance to the on-ramp was almost impossible. It also didn't help that I had gotten off in a really ghetto and shady area of LA County. You could see a bunch of trash on the streets, graffiti, and I even recall seeing some police yellow caution tape across a building with what looked to be like a bunch of bullet holes. Super scary. Now, instead of going around in circles like an idiot, I spotted a Chevron gas station and pulled up to a couple of guys who were talking next to their truck. The stare, as well as the body language they gave us, was one that said, "You better get out of here, or you're gonna get shot." Funny enough, they were pretty rude to me, but they managed to give me some directions saying I just needed to make a right turn after 3 streets, and I'll see the on-ramp. So now I make my way in the direction I'm told, and I get another call from my sister, basically asking me where I am and what's taking so long. I gave her the scoop, but in this minute conversation, I missed my turn, like an idiot, and drive into a neighborhood. This was a big mistake, as I stumbled upon a group of people sitting on top of the hoods of some low-riders. Almost immediately, a couple of the guys, I counted about 10 in total, reach into their pockets and take out pistols. I remember going numb as I can hear my heartbeat begin to drum louder and faster than the little engine that could. Meanwhile, my palms are sweating profusely. I noped out of there so fast that I don't even recall what they said to me. It was in Spanish, but from the little I understood and remembered, I think they wanted me to step out of the vehicle. Either way, I backed up, did a quick 180 before they could catch up to me, and finally located the entrance to the freeway. I never looked back and finally made it to my sister in one piece. Fast forward today, and I thank GPS for being a thing. It's so easy to take out your phone and get directions, even if you make a wrong turn. The app will just update you, meaning getting lost is almost non-existent now. So that was the time I got lost in LA, and as they say, almost got clapped because of what I thought was a misunderstanding. I'm an older fan of yours who has been watching your videos since mid-2017, and through that time I haven't really had anything happen to me worth mentioning or sending your way. Just a month ago, I did have something occur that I think would fit here with the creepy fox. It is a shame it took place, but I guess that's life, huh? For some context, I'm female, 34 years old, a tiny 5'2", 120 pounds. I work at an antique shop that I inherited from my grandparents some 10 years ago. I run it with my husband and we have 2 other employees. Anyway, it was a night in early September, and I was staying later than usual as my husband and his friend had just brought in a U-Haul's worth of Halloween and fall decorations. I wanted to make sure everything was set up before the next morning, as we had promised a few customers we would have the souvenirs and props ready for them. So after closing, my husband and I began decorating, putting up scarecrows, placing pumpkins, adding cobwebs to the windows, etc. This goes on for roughly 45 minutes, and it's now approaching 9 p.m. At this point, my stomach starts to growl, and I realize I hadn't had any dinner. Therefore, I called up my husband, who had gone back home to check up on our 2 Siberian Huskies, and I asked if he could bring me some leftovers that we had in the refrigerator from the previous evening. It was pulled pork pasta, in case you're wondering. He said sure and advised me he'd return to the antique shop in roughly 15 minutes. Once I hung up the phone, I returned to decorating as I listened to some music from our portable radio. I was so distracted that I realized when I was in the basement that I had forgotten to lock the back door. It isn't that it's an issue, it's just that sometimes customers will see the lights are on and then they'll walk into the store, only for me to let them know the bad news of us being closed. As I make my way up the squeaky wooden steps, I come to a halt when I see a man wearing a medical mask standing roughly 6'2", weighing approximately 230 to 250 pounds, with short black hair, and he's attempting to open the cash register. "Excuse me, sir, but can I help you with something? We're actually closed." The man immediately stops what he's doing and then focuses his attention to me, realizing he had been caught red-handed. "Oh, I didn't know, I just saw the lights were on," he replied as he walks out from behind the back counter and started to approach me. "The front door is actually locked. Do you mind going through the back door, the way you came from?" "Nah, I'm good. I think I found something better." When he said those words, I immediately got one of the worst feelings of my life. I can describe it sort of like getting butterflies in your stomach, but it's combined with your heart beating abnormally faster and your palms sweating like crazy. "Hold up, beautiful. I just want to talk, that's all. Why are you backing up from me?" The man continues as I begin walking back down the steps. He had me trapped, and the only way out was going to be through him. "Look, I don't know what you want, but the money is in the register. Just take it and leave." That didn't work, and I was beginning to run out of options. Therefore, I ended up grabbing a small owl statue from a shelf and I told them to back off. But then he does something completely crazy. He charges right at me. Well, what other option did I have? I smashed that sucker right over his head, but it didn't even seem to faze him. My husband and I are huge wrestling fans, by the way, and there is a term used that's called no-selling. An example being when a wrestler smacks another on the back with a steel chair, but instead of reacting, they just stand straight up and takes it like a boss, or even the times they take the finishers and get back up. That was pretty much what happened here. In any case, the owl statue was enough of a distraction to then kick him in the knee as I make a mad dash back up the main floor, screaming like I'd just seen a ghost. Unfortunately, I don't make it halfway down the hallway that leads to the back when my husband walks in. I pretty much dove into his arms, causing both of us to come crashing to the floor. "Honey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Why do you look so scared? There's a man down there. You gotta get him out of here." He chuckled, thinking I was trying to pull a prank, as we both are pranksters, but his calm demeanor quickly changed when he saw the man, who now has a switchblade. "Get into the car and grab the gun," my husband stated. Oh man, let me tell you, the reaction this creep had to that statement was so satisfying. The man immediately put the knife back into his pocket and began apologizing, saying he was only joking and that he was only pulling a prank on us, but my husband didn't believe a single word. Not that anyone would. Luckily, things ended up peacefully, and my husband kicked the man out of the store, telling him that if he ever came back, things wouldn't end so quietly. Now, in case you might be wondering, there wasn't really much we could do for him to stay. He just left, but I made sure to take a picture of him, which I showed to the police. Sadly, there wasn't much they could do since he was wearing a mask, and it was pretty impossible to identify him, even with the security cameras. As an update, I'm in the process of getting a license for concealed carry, and even will be attending training too, which should hopefully help me deter any possible scary situations and scary and dangerously armed people. My advice, make sure you're prepared. Check with your states and see what options are available to you when it comes to self-defense. It's better to be safe than sorry. Myself and some friends went to an abandoned mental asylum during the evening, not really expecting much to happen. We got in through one of the boarded up windows, and when we were inside, we suddenly heard talking. We figured other people were here, so like the curious individuals we are, we followed the sound. We're now walking down a hallway and hear what sounds like a woman whispering, "Why did you take my baby?" over and over again. At this point, I'm visibly shaking, and we all believe we found where the sound was coming from. We get into this room, and there was a huge cage. It looked like one of those pet carriers, but human-sized. As we slowly backed up, having our backs turned toward the door we entered from, one of my friends gets pushed from behind, and into one of the cages next to the wall. I forgot to mention, but I had a small Swiss Army knife with me. Not much, but before I could pull it out of my pocket, I too was pushed into a cage next to my friend. I then watched in complete fear as the last friend gets pushed into a cage, and I see who is responsible. 2 men in black ski masks. Now thank the heavens above, but luckily a police officer had seen us walk into the building, who managed to catch up to us and arrest the 2 in the black ski masks. If that police officer had not shown up when he did, we aren't sure what would have happened. And that idea gives me nightmares, even to this day. This happened to me late last year. For reference, I'm female and I was 23 years old. It was my day off from school and I was bored in my room waiting for a delivery. I had ordered a brand new drawing pad that I had been saving up now for a few months. At around 11, I get a knock at the door, and it's UPS with my delivery. I quickly signed off for it and got to playing with my brand new toy. After about 2 hours, I took a break and went down to do some grocery shopping. In the meantime, I would let my drawing pad charge. Fast forward to getting back home. I decided instead of spending the rest of my evening in my room, being distracted by my parents hosting a get-together for some friends, I wanted to go to the park where I wouldn't be bothered. Therefore, I packed a sandwich and some chips, and I drove about 10 minutes to a park I used to go to. Unfortunately, it had been quite a while since I had been there, and it was currently closed, having some construction done. There went my idea for some fun. Well, it's not like it's the only park. I got my phone and quickly searched for some other parks, and I discovered a park I'd never been to before. It was about a 15-minute drive from me, but apparently it had a huge lake. When I got to the park at about 5:15, it was relatively empty. I did see a young couple with a dog and a few fishermen, but that was it. Perfect, if you ask me. I parked and took the first bench I could find and proceeded to eat my sandwich and look at the lake. There were ducks and geese swimming and even a couple of turtles that were sunbathing. Once I was done eating, I took out my drawing pad and started to draw out the scenery. About 20 minutes later, I heard footsteps approaching me. Since I was so focused on my drawing, I didn't really pay attention to who it might have been, not until I feel the bench move. I looked up from my screen and I noticed this man staring back at me with a purpose. "Hi there. Good afternoon, sir," I say nervously as he continues to stare at me and then the drawing pad. "What are you drawing?" he asks me, grabbing my drawing pad and bringing it closer to him. "Excuse me, but could you maybe not grab things that aren't yours? Here, I'll just show you. Chill." He lets out a chuckle and apologizes before complimenting my drawing and saying he was an artist himself. "That's really cool. I got a bunch of art supplies back at my place. I don't really use them anymore. I've been looking to give them to someone for some time. Let's just say on the off chance he was genuine. There was no way I would just accept a gift from this stranger I just met. No, I'm good. All I need is this thing I got in my hands. I appreciate it though." Without saying a word, he gets up and leaves, and as he's walking away, I hear him mumble something along the lines of, "Fine, you want to play hard to get, do you?" "Excuse me?" I yell back, challenging his remark, but the man just continues to walk away. I did consider leaving now, but if I did, I would be the loser, and I wasn't going to let this complete random jerk scare me away. Well, I watched him as he walked next to the restrooms, located about 30 seconds of a walk from where I sat. That's where another man appeared that I hadn't noticed before. The two men took a seat at another bench and started talking, while staring in my direction every couple of minutes. It was the sort of stare that told me they might be planning to kidnap me or something. I know I should have just left at that point, but I didn't. Another 20 minutes go by and I'm still drawing while looking up toward the men every 2 or so minutes. I lose sight of them eventually, and I assume they finally left and gave up on any sort of intentions. It was now beginning to get dark, and I finally decided it's time to head back. I text my mom I would be on the way home and then put my drawing pad into my backpack. Here's when things would get scary. I'm a few feet from my vehicle when I happen to notice a white van with its windows tinted parked just behind me. It wasn't there when I had first gotten here. That's why I ignore it, and I'm about to reach into my pocket for my keys to open the car, when all of a sudden, the doors to the van open. It's the first guy and the second guy, and both of them have these huge smiles across their face. "Hey there, guys. What's up?" I say in the most nervous tone imaginable. Both men look at each other and then back at me and begin to walk closer. I noped out of there, screaming at the top of my lungs, trying to get the attention of one of the fishermen still in the park. You'd be surprised, but these guys were so dedicated they actually followed me back into the park. Well, only just a bit past the entrance. Luckily, I do manage to grab the attention of a fisherman and notice the footsteps go silent for a brief moment. I turned around ever so slightly and watched as the two men exit the park. I was now joined by the fishermen, where I see the men get into their van and drive away. I was shaking, on the verge of crying as the fisherman begins to ask me what had just happened. I gave him the TLDR, and he does admit he saw the first man sit with me at the bench, but he thought he was someone I knew. Definitely not. Anyway, I did report the incident, but as I wasn't paying attention to the license plate, I wasn't really able to provide many details other than the white van and dark windows. I haven't been back to that park since that afternoon, and I truly wonder what would have happened had that park been empty. I've had nightmares just imagining the possible outcome. Last weekend was my grandma's 95th birthday, and we decided to celebrate it with a big old Zoom call of all of our family. My uncle helped my grandma set up the video feed, and it was actually quite fun, albeit pretty silly. Just a bummer this whole thing had to happen, to be honest. I would have rather have been there in person, but it's better not to be selfish. By the way, this was 2020. Anyway, after the Zoom call and our little party, if you want to call it that, my stomach started to growl, and I decided now would be the perfect time to feed the beast. That beast being my stomach. I already knew walking over to the kitchen was going to be pointless since I still hadn't gone shopping. I was too lazy to go. I could use Uber Eats or call a pizza, but dude, you know how much they charge for just delivery? Don't get me wrong, I know they gotta make money too, and I appreciate the hustle, but when you constantly order delivery, it can get pretty costly. So I gave myself a slap on the rear and say I'm better off just going to pick up the food myself. But what to get? After 5 minutes of looking at Yelp, I decided to get Chinese food from a local restaurant, which I knew the owners. I hadn't been there in about a month or so anyway, thus I figured it was a great way to go and support them, and also say hello. I drove over there, about a 7-minute drive, and the first thing I noticed was how quiet the parking lot was. There were barely any vehicles in this small little shopping center consisting of the Chinese restaurant, Chick-fil-A, a PetSmart, and a Target. No issue as parking was a breeze. The good thing was the line was pretty short, so I was only there for a few minutes. Once I grabbed my food, I start to make my way to my vehicle, parked next to some shopping carts in a parking lot light. Just as I'm about to grab my keys, I see someone approaching me from the right. I looked over thinking it would just be some random customer from one of the stores, but instead it's this woman, maybe mid-30s, with long dirty blonde hair and beat-up clothing. "Hey, do you have any money?" she asked in what sounds like a genuine and kind tone. "No, sorry, I actually just used the last little to get some food. I can buy you something if you're hungry." I'm not the kind of person to just hand out money, but I don't mind helping every now and then when somebody wants food. I know I said I was trying to save money, but I felt pretty bad for her, even though looking back now I shouldn't have. "No, I want money. Do you have any?" she says once again, now making her way closer to me and trying to block me from entering my own car. I got a bit uncomfortable and just chose to ignore her and told her I needed to get going. She then does something that I would never forget. She reaches into her pocket and I jump back as she almost stings me with a used needle. I went cold as she started to chase after me. I'm running like a scared little girl, catching the attention of a couple of older men. The lady now stopped following me as she just tucked her tail between her legs and booked it in the other direction. I, as you can imagine, was scared beyond belief. I couldn't believe she would have the nerve to act up and try to poke me with that needle, even when I offered to get her food. I called the cops once I was in the safety of my car, and after giving a descriptive detail of the woman, they ended up grabbing her about 10 minutes later. All the officers asked me was whether or not she was the one with the needle, and after I said yes, they put her in the back of their police cruiser. I gave them my number as they said to call back if they needed any more information, but as this just happened last weekend, I haven't heard anything else. I'll update you if anything comes up, and maybe you can feature it in another episode. It probably won't be a full-length write-up like this, but maybe you can just say something like, "Here's an update from one of the subscribers who sent in their story last time," followed by whatever I tell you. Anyway, I'm still a bit disturbed by the whole thing. But I guess I just hope she can get the proper help that she needs. For context, I'm female, and I was 27 years old when this took place. Let me begin. I've been listening to scary stories here on YouTube for a little under a year now, and I've fallen in love with these videos. There's just this overall joy I feel after working all day, and then seeing my favorite narrator, the Creepy Fox, upload a new video. Combined with some food and a couch, it's all I could ever ask for. However, little did I know the Creepy Fox was going to be part of my scary encounter. I don't mean he was actually there with me, which if I ever met the guy, I'm giving him a huge hug and telling him thank you for the videos. But I mean he was there via his voice. This is what I'm talking about. This was about 6 months ago. I just left my uncle's house in Las Vegas and was making the drive back to my home in San Bernardino, California. You can already picture it in your head, but driving in the desert in the middle of the night means the only thing keeping you company are your headlights, oh yeah, and the stars and moon above. You might occasionally see another vehicle, but for the most part you're the only one there. There was one part of my drive I hadn't seen any vehicle for at least 20 minutes, which was the perfect atmosphere for what I was listening to. No, I didn't have the radio on playing the greatest hits, but instead I had an episode of the Creepy Fox playing via Bluetooth. While I got the chills listening to some Home Alone stories, I was startled by headlights in my rear view mirror. These lights were powerful. I couldn't believe the driver needed the high beams on full blast. I could understand if he didn't know I was there, but I was sure I was within his line of view. Well, the driver starts to get closer, and I'm thinking he's just going to try and pass me. Whatever. About 15 to 20 seconds later, he's a mere inches from my back bumper, and I'm starting to get pretty angry. I could care less if the bumper got scratched, but he's too close for comfort. Seeing as no one was on the other side of the highway, I quickly move my vehicle to try and avoid him, but he follows suit. I go back to my original spot moments later, and he does the same, only this time he starts to flash the lights on and off. This usually indicates they're trying to get you to stop. I know what you're going to say. By no means should I have stopped, and looking back I would take my advice any day. But seeing as I think I'm this tough girl who isn't afraid of anything, I let go of the gas and slowly come to a stop using my brakes. The other driver does the same. "Yeah? What did you want? You got a problem?" I yell from my driver's window. I get the chills because now with his lights set to normal, I recognize his vehicle. Same Hummer I had seen at a gas station right before I left Las Vegas. The dude jumps out of his Hummer and starts to approach me with, wait for it, a baseball bat. "Yeah, you cut me off earlier at the gas station. Who's the one with the problem?" My mind then flashes back to the gas station and how yes, admittedly I had cut him off, but it was by accident. I just couldn't believe he was following me the whole time with his lights off and waited until we were in the middle of nowhere to get closer and make his presence known. Well, I didn't stick around to fight. Yeah, call me a chicken all you want, but the dude has a baseball bat. I think I might have caught him off guard, however, because he was very slow to react. I gained quite a lot of ground and ended up pulling over at a rest area where I could see about 5 vehicles. Maybe the drivers could back me up, I thought. Luckily, I didn't have to worry because the guy in the Hummer just drove away. After about 30 minutes, I gained the confidence to continue my trip home, and I never saw that man in the Hummer again. Edit. Thank you, Creepy Fox, for continuing to make videos. Keep up the great work. Hey everyone. This story I'm about to tell you happened in the winter of 2010. It's an experience I've been wanting to share for the longest time, but I never really got around to write it up. Well, here it is, and I really hope you enjoy it. So my parents were out eating dinner with some friends of theirs, and I was home alone with my 2-year-old Siberian Husky, Snow. She's the breed with the brown and white fur, and I still have her to this very day, although she's a lot less energetic. Anyway, it's around 7:45 p.m., The sun had just gone down a while earlier, and I'm in my room playing Call of Duty Black Ops 1 with a couple of my friends. During a game of zombies, Snow walks into my room and starts to whine. It had been a few hours since I'd taken her out to use the restroom, so I thought perhaps that's what she needed to do. I told my friends to protect me as I sat in a corner, and then I got up and grabbed the leash so we could head outside. Now, I live in this relatively quiet Southern Californian beachside community, and at the time, it's not uncommon to see people walking about. Even a couple of the neighbors I live next to would go for evening runs as they always trained year-round for the Huntington Beach Surf City Marathon. This evening, I hadn't seen them. I promise this detail of seeing people is important to this story. Snow goes over to a tree that's in her front yard and starts to do her business. I'm now looking down at my phone or browsing for a good video to watch when I go to lay in bed, and all of a sudden I heard Snow let out this low growl. Snow is the most tame and calm Siberian husky I've ever owned, and for her to do that was very bizarre. So I looked up from my screen, and this was when for the first time I see all the hairs on Snow's back standing straight up. She suddenly books it to our side gate, and I went ahead and followed her there. Strange part was the gate was left open ajar, something I know was closed before this discovery. In my backyard, I stumble upon this really tall and skinny hooded figure in all black clothing, cutting the screen on one of my windows with a box cutter. I remember yelling out with the most intimidating voice I could muster up as this complete stranger stops in their tracks and then turns to look at me. I couldn't really make out any sort of facial details apart from a scruffy beard that looked as if it hadn't been groomed in months. Surely this wasn't any of my neighbors, let alone the runners I often bumped into when letting Snow out to use the restroom. Snow never left my side. She just kept growling at this stranger. Meanwhile, I am standing there half expecting I'm going to have to fight off this box cutter wielding man. About 5 to 7 seconds of awkward staring. He puts the box cutter into his pocket and then proceeds to walk away from me nonchalantly, as if this was something he did on a daily basis. Once the coast was clear, Snow and I booked it into my house. Here I proceeded to call my parents, who then advised me to call the cops. Cops arrived within minutes, with my parents following soon after, and after giving my statement, they told me they would do some investigation and call back if they had any more details. That call never came back, and as far as I know, no other person in the neighborhood saw or experienced anything with a man in all black clothing and a box cutter, which I guess is a good thing. So I guess the question is, was this just a one-time thing, or did he move to another city, or perhaps another state, where he continued his antics? I wish I had those answers, but I don't. To this day, one thing that is for certain was if it wasn't for Snow being there to intimidate this creep, and had he decided to come at me with the box cutter, things would have ended very differently. At least, I think so. What are your thoughts? Anyone ever experienced something like this before? Leave it in the comments of the Creepy Fox's video, and I'll get back to you when I can. Thanks. This is a story from way back, going back to the early 2000s, when I used to clean houses on the weekends as a side hustle alongside my sister in Newport Beach, California. I just recently retired from cleaning homes a couple of years ago, but wow, there is this one evening at the start of it that I will never forget. My sister and I will occasionally talk about it when reminiscing about the past. Anyway, normally we cleaned homes Saturdays starting at about 6 a.m., but for whatever reason, we asked the homeowner if we could come over that Friday afternoon instead. She said it was cool since she was out for a business trip anyway, and just reminded us that she would leave the key under the doormat. So at about 7 p.m. Friday afternoon, I go to pick up my sister, and we make the 20-minute trip to this home. I can still remember this being in the winter time, as it was already dark, and there wasn't really anyone out as most people are inside their houses. As we pulled up into the driveway, I noticed something that was a bit off. There's a little gate on this side of this homeowner's house that leads you into the backyard. It was open just a hair, but enough to notice that it was off its latch. Now, this is a nice and safe beachside community, and everyone pretty much knows one another, unless one of the neighbor kids had been playing soccer in their backyard, then kicked the ball over and went to go grab it. Opening the gate, why would it be open? I thought. We tried not to really press the idea too much. Perhaps maybe the wind had opened it, as we began unloading the cleaning product from the back trunk and then soon walked up to the doormat where the key had been left. Nothing. No key whatsoever. Strange. We thought perhaps the lady had forgotten to leave us the key. I went ahead and took out my cell phone and gave her a call as my sister decided to head into the back and check and see if the key had been left in the back doormat. Not even 15 seconds into my conversation, my sister comes running back toward the front of the home and she's panicking. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I saw someone in the kitchen. I think someone's in there." I froze as the homeowner on the other end of the phone call overhears my sister's cries for help and then asks us if we were playing a joke. Well, judging by my sister's reaction, that wasn't the case. "Are you expecting anyone to be home? You and your husband are away, correct?" we ask. She confirmed she had not only left the key under the front doormat, but no one should have been in the home. Therefore, I quickly hung up and then dialed for 911 as we run over to the neighbor's home, who then let us in shortly thereafter, explaining further that they had no idea anyone was inside that house to begin with. So what happens next is we peek out through the curtains for the next 5 or so minutes, and 2 police cruisers end up pulling up into the neighborhood. Just as they're exiting their vehicle, we can see someone walking through the side gate, which we have a perfect view of. All of a sudden, this guy panics, seeing the police officers, and runs back into the backyard. We from the window shout to the officers that that was the guy who had broken into the home, and they go chasing after him. After a quick catch, they've got him in handcuffs and he's put in the back of one of the police cruisers. It was later detailed to us he was a young adult, early 20s, who had gotten in using the key that had been left under the doormat. Worst of all, he had a knife on his person, which still gives us creeps all these years later. Who knows what might have happened had we come face to face with that home intruder. 8 years ago, in early March, I was 5 months pregnant with my daughter Jamie, and I was home alone as my husband was working the night shift at his job as a security guard. We live in a relatively quiet townhouse in San Jose, California, in a fairly decent neighborhood. The time was approximately 1 a.m., and I was lying in bed reading an ebook on my tablet. We have a pet dachshund named Oliver, and he's also lying beside me fast asleep. Everything was pretty peaceful, until suddenly Oliver wakes up and he starts to growl. If anyone has a dachshund, you know when they detect danger, all the hairs on their back stand straight up, from their head to their tail. It's actually pretty cute and funny at the same time. Anyway, he then starts to let out little woofs, and I'm trying my best to calm him down as I don't want him to wake up the neighbors. We do get squirrels and occasionally opossums, and I assumed that was the reason he had woken up. I went back to my reading, but then 20 seconds later Oliver crawls out of bed and then runs out of the bedroom. Great, here we go again, I thought. I put on my slippers and then make my way to where I can hear Oliver. He's barking up a storm in the kitchen, and I'm doing my best to get him to calm down. But then I heard it, what sounds like scratching on metal. For some reason my brain was telling me to look outside the window, and I'm so glad that I ended up doing that. There was a man, mid-40s, scrawny and tall, with greasy long gray hair going down to his shoulders, using a screwdriver and trying to pry open the back door. I now let out a scream and grabbed a kitchen knife, and the man just stopped what he was doing and booked it out of my backyard. I immediately called the SJPD, and to cut a long story short, they actually caught the man trying to break into a couple of cars a few streets over. I guess being caught and seen by the homeowner wasn't enough for him to think, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. In any case, my husband immediately returned home, and I'm happy to say we never had any occurrences of home break-ins after that. I started working at a coffee shop at the train station in my town when I first started college 7 years ago. I only chose that location because a friend of mine was working there and she referred me to the manager. During my 2 years of employment, I had many strange encounters with some not so kind customers. You had the ones who complained about their drinks not being made the right way when they clearly were, just that they wanted to cause trouble. And you also had the ones who were impatient who couldn't even wait 5 minutes before causing a huge fuss. All of you out there who work in some sort of retail or food like me know exactly what I'm talking about. It just comes with the job. While I can spend hours telling you about those incidents, along with the creepy customers who try to hit on me, I want to instead focus on one event. It was on a Friday, a day off from school as I went from Monday to Wednesday, and I'm there at the coffee shop with one other coworker that we will call Monica. It's roughly 9 p.m. and I'm getting ready to clock out at 10 p.m. I couldn't wait to get home because I wanted to continue binge watching Breaking Bad, one of the greatest shows of all time in my opinion. At about 9:30, we ended up getting a rush of customers due to the train just arriving in the station, and as I started taking orders, I couldn't help but feel eyes on me. I don't really know how to best describe it. It's one of those feelings I truly believe you only experience or can understand when it happens to you. It's like your body just knows something is wrong, but you can't quite put your finger on it. I was able to see this dilapidated man outside the window in a hoodie, and in that moment I got this really bad sensation about his presence. Not that I was trying to be mean or judge him. I was able to put two and two together, but the good thing is I'm in here with all these customers, so it's not like he's going to try doing anything, right? Well, don't forget him. Finally, at 9:55 p.m., my manager excuses me so that I could go into the back room and clock out. I exit the building at approximately 10:15 p.m. Here's when my night was about to become a complete nightmare. I'd parked across the street in a parking structure that's next to the bus station. The only thing I didn't like about that parking there were the shady characters who hung out in the park next to said parking structure. In my time working at that coffee shop, I never had any issues with anyone. I did, however, carry pepper spray with me just in case. Well, as I made my way across the street and start walking into the parking structure, I couldn't help but hear footsteps keeping up pace with me. We are near the downtown district, and as it's a busy night, there are people out and about, so I didn't really focus too much on the source of the noise until I entered the parking structure. I took a look behind me and I can see the man who was looking at me from outside the coffee shop. I got the chills and I start picking up my pace, dreading to have parked all the way at the back end of the parking lot. The man starts to pick up his pace as well, and it's at this moment I realize he's after something. I reached into my purse, grabbing my pepper spray, now going into a full-on sprint, hoping I don't trip or fall on any sort of trash as there was quite a bit on the floor. I reached my car, using my Bluetooth car keys to open the front door, and no joke, this guy was within inches of grabbing me. I now have a better look at him, and he's angry. He starts to pound on my window, and even worse, it appears he has a switchblade firmly grasped in one of his hands. I'm sweating like crazy as I start to now back up, and you'd think this would be the point the man gives up, but he reaches for the door handle. Suddenly, I heard someone yell, being muffled by the windows being up, and this man stops in place, puts the switchblade back into his pocket, and then starts to take off. I looked in my rearview mirror, and to my surprise, I see a police cruiser start chasing after him. My lucky night. I ended up sticking around, and I gave the officers my side of the story. Of course, once the man was safe and secure. I'm not sure what happened to him after, but I believe, along with my friends, that he was going to try and mug me. Thankfully, that never happened, and the heavens above were watching and protecting me that evening. My advice, if I could give it, it's to always be aware of your surroundings. If you can, try not to walk all by yourself, especially at night, because that's when the bad ones jump into action. When I turned 16 years old, my parents finally allowed me to stay home by myself. Gone were the days of having to get a babysitter to keep an eye on me as I sat in my room playing video games or watching movies in the living room. Although I did miss the lady who would look after me, She was an elderly woman who lived down the street who made very delicious food. I enjoyed my newfound freedom, if you will, which allowed me to do whatever I wanted to do. Although doing whatever I wanted mainly consisted of more or less the same. It was just having the comfort of being alone that really added to the overall feeling of becoming a young adult. Alongside the ability to be at home by myself during the summertime, I also enjoyed the freedom of having friends stay over and spend the night to keep me company. I think that was what I enjoyed the most, the sleepovers. Anyway, it was summer 2006, and this one weekend my parents had joined my aunt and uncle as they went to Las Vegas for a family friend's wedding. I was going to go, and trust me, who wouldn't enjoy spending time at the swimming pool or at the all-you-can-eat buffet? But as I'd be the only teen, I didn't really feel like it was worth going, since my options for entertainment were very limited. Therefore, I recall inviting my best friend, who in this story we will refer to as Jim, to spend the night over at my place, so we could do your typical teenage boy stuff. Stay up all night, eat junk food, play video games, watch scary movies, the usual. So that's what we did, and the first day was fairly routine. The next afternoon, I can recall that Jim and I wanted to go to the local arcade so we can go hang out with some friends, opting to grab dinner at the food court, consisting of delicious, yet very greasy and cheesy pepperoni pizza. Once our bellies were filled with pizza goodness, Jim and I excused ourselves and went back home to spend the next couple of hours watching movies. At around, I'd say, it was around 8:45 p.m., there was a knock at the front door. The knock then proceeded into multiple knocks. It got annoying, and I was really hoping whoever was out there maybe had the wrong house. After about 20 seconds of knocking and ringing, things settled down, and Jim and I start to relax, thinking whoever had shown up had just given up and left. Fast forward about 3 minutes later, and we can hear my backyard wooden fence opening very slowly. It has this distinct audible noise it makes even if you open it slowly, so it did cause some concern. Bear in mind, we did have a fan blowing pretty hard in my room, which masked most of the surrounding noise, and since I didn't have air conditioning, the windows were wide open in my house, allowing a decent breeze to flow through as it was hot that day. Also, my room had no windows, which was another reason why everything was currently open, as it becomes an oven during the summer. Anyway, the distinct sound of the fence opening caused Jim and I to get up, so we could head over to the window that overlooks said fence. This was a short walk down the hallway, with a restroom and my parents' room along the way, and then a turn to the left at the end of the hallway, which leads us into the living room. When we reached the window and peeked ever so cautiously through the curtains, we didn't see anything apart from the fence being slightly opened, but we could hear footsteps, and this in turn had us going over to the back room that overlooks the backyard. But we don't even make it that far because as we approach, we hear something that sends a shiver down our spine. The back door handle being jingled and moved. Jim and I froze, thinking there was no way it could have been my parents, and no way it could have been a neighbor, so we immediately grabbed a couple of kitchen knives from the sink, and then booked it over to my room so we could call 911. We put a wooden chair under the door handle of my room, something we had seen in movies, and as we whispered to the operator that we were hearing noise in the backyard, hiding in the closet with our knives, we hear footsteps coming from the kitchen. We're starting to breathe more frantically and are shaking and sweating as the operator is trying to calm us down and saying officers were being dispatched to our location. Those 5 minutes of waiting were some of the most anxious and nerve-wracking moments of our entire lives. It didn't help that the footsteps approached my room and the door handle began to shake violently. We heard what sounded like kicking, and we could see the wooden chair begin to move as well. We were so scared, because the kicking was so loud and aggressive that we truly believed the door was about to break open. But thank God that door was made of sturdy wood, as it stayed in place. The noises/footsteps proceeded to then make their way into the adjacent bedroom, my parents' room, and we can hear drawers being opened and things being tossed and turned. Finally, we get our relief when we hear from the thin walls of my house the intruder, or as we found out, intruders, say, "The cops, they're here," as their footsteps then frantically make their way down the hallway. No less than 20 seconds later, we heard the cops yell, "Get down on the ground and drop the knife." We didn't actually witness what happened, just the noise, and it wasn't until the operator told us it was safe to step out that we finally got to see the aftermath. The house was a mess. As I mentioned, things were tossed around. Chairs, furniture was moved, drawers were opened, and there was even muddy footprints all over the carpet. Now, I feel like my submission has gone on long enough, so I'm just gonna skip all over the police detail stuff and get to what happened and the revelation. The guys who broke in were amateurs in their late 20s who already apparently had a criminal history of theft and robbery. They were also armed that evening with knives, using said knives to open one of the screens on the windows in the kitchen. Remember how I said the windows were open? That's how they got in, as the back door was locked, which we heard them attempting to open before they broke in. Admittedly, we were very freaked out that evening that we decided to spend the night over at Jim's house. That wasn't before I called my parents to inform them of the situation. They were very worried, obviously, but I assured them things were taken care of now that I was at Jim's house. Luckily, the money and jewelry that was stolen was returned back to my family, and as for the home burglars, we never did see or hear from them again, thus ending what was perhaps one of the most nightmare-filled moments of my life. Hey there, Creepy Fox. Big fan of yours from India. I've been listening to you since about 14 months ago, and I just recalled my worst nightmare that happened when I was younger. For some background, I live in Mumbai and my family owns a big row house, and my space is a bit awkward. You see, my room had a large crawl space in the room located below the ceiling and above the ground, kind of like attics in wooden homes. The people here in India also use houses made of bricks and cement, so you'll see these crawl spaces to store stuff in our households. Rewind to July 27th, 2012. I was in school and enjoying my day with my fellow classmates and friends. After I got out, my dad picked me up and told me he wanted to take me with him to visit my grandmother. She's a very wonderful person and always gave me treats and her other little surprises when visiting her. Fast forward to around 8 at night, my father tells me it was now time to leave. On our way back home, driving in the peaceful evening, an old man jumps in the way, forcing my father to press on the brakes. The car comes to a stop and the man starts pounding on the door, asking my father to let him in since he was being followed by thugs and criminals. My dad didn't believe him as we were in the middle of nowhere and the man gave off the impression of being dangerous. But then all of a sudden we see a crowd of men approaching from the darkness. The man once again begs for help and we ultimately decided to let him in as the men following him had pistols. We go straight home after. Now, we assured him that he was safe and he could have a place to stay at our home so he can try to relax. My father then said he would return him to the police the next day so he could get some help since my dad is still unsure on if he was really the victim. The man refused to go to the police station. This is a huge alarm bell. Anyway, let me cut the story a little short and fast forward a bit. It's 3 in the morning. My room is open since my parents sometimes need to access the crawl space. Suddenly, I heard the crunch of a bag of chips being stepped on. I woke up and can see the dark outline of a man beside my bed. Shivers began running down my spine as I start sweating and thinking the worst. Then the man grabs me and tells me to do as he says or I would pay. I, with my voice being suppressed by this man's grasp, agree as the man pulls out a switchblade and tells me to follow him. He explains to me that we are to walk out the front door and then down the street toward the car park. You can already put it in your head that I was on the verge of having a panic attack due to all the adrenaline now running through my system. Anyway, we open the front door and as we walk down the driveway, my hero dad shouts and tells the man to stop. There he is with his rifle in hand, telling the man to get lost and to let me go. The man tells my dad to drop the rifle, otherwise I would be a goner. My dad agreed, and then just as he was about to drop it to the ground, He picks it up again and then fires a shot, completely blowing off this man's right hand. The creep now starts screaming like crazy as he lets go of me, and thank God for my dad's military training, otherwise this story would have ended differently. I booked it toward my dad as my mom dials 100, our version of 911. It was later discovered that the man wasn't as innocent as he claimed to be, as he had quite a bit in his criminal history, most of it way too gruesome to talk about here, so believe me when I say it was a good thing he was caught. As for the men with the pistols after him, they were undercover officers, part of a detective crime branch here in India, that were dressed in a way they wouldn't be spotted. My father was awarded for bravery, and I was so proud of him for what he did. So I want to give a message to everyone hearing this. Never ever pick up any person in the middle of nowhere, especially during the night. I get chills today when I write this, imagining that we gave shelter to such an evil person. Never again. I guess I'll start off by saying that I could have done way better in this situation. Yes, I was very dumb and naive, and I was unaware of the true dangers. That's why I'm here to warn you all with my story, with a lesson I want to pass on to all of you listening. Be very careful with who you interact with, because there are a lot of people out there who are trying to hurt you. For context, this comes from the perspective of a female who was 23 years old at the time. I'm average height and built, nothing really too special about me to be honest. This was 2015. One night I remember I was scrolling through Facebook, looking at my friends' posts as I had nothing better else to do that night. It was while watching one of my friend's silly videos that I noticed a notification. Now, just to preface, my profile is set to private, so people have to send me a request in order to see my posts. The notification was from a classmate of mine from my previous semester in biology class, who in this story we will refer to as Robert. He appeared to have people that I knew on his friends list as well. So I accepted the friend request, and from here I go and step into the shower and get ready to head to bed. About 30 minutes later, I go and grab my phone and I see there's an unread message from Robert, the classmate I just accepted the friend request from. Anyway, I remember his message said something along the lines of, "Hey, you remember me, right? From last semester?" I message him back by telling him, "Yeah, biology class, right? Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to add you since I never got the chance to get to know you apart from the few times we worked on that presentation together." The rest of the conversation is pretty normal, albeit pretty out of the blue as I barely spoke to him before. But little did I know this little bit of talking turned into many months. About 3 months pass and now I'm starting to get comfortable speaking with him as we start talking on Skype over the weekends. We would watch anime together, doing this thing where we have the episode loaded on our phones, then counted 3, 2, 1 so we can start it at the same time. At this point I'd also added him over on Snapchat and Instagram as well, but we mostly use Snapchat since he liked to Snapchat me pictures of his 2 cats. One night while watching the show Himoto Umaru-chan, he tells me, "Hey, I know this sounds kinda silly, but do you want to meet up one of these days? I'm going to be back in town the next 2 weeks." You see, I haven't mentioned this just yet, but the reason we hadn't met up in all these months is because Robert had moved about 8 hours north of me since our university didn't have the program he had been wanting to study. So since we had started to know each other more and I'm growing more comfortable, I said absolutely, and so we set a date and time for when he's going to come and visit. The day arrives, and we ended up grabbing a coffee at a Starbucks, and then walking across the street to a nearby park that has a huge lake where we sat at a bench. The time was approximately 5 in the afternoon. Now, Robert was a bit shy, I could tell, but I reminded him I wasn't there to judge him and that we were friends anyway, so there's nothing really to worry about. If only I truly knew his intentions. We talk about anime and some other random things, but then Robert starts to act a bit weird. It first started on if we could get a selfie together for Snapchat so he could post it to his story. No problem at all. I figured I would do the same thing as well. We take one normal one, but then he puts his hands over my other shoulder and brings me closer to him. Okay, a bit weird, but whatever, that's fine. But then I kid you not, he straight up tries to kiss me on the lips. I luckily turned at the last second, but he still pecked me on the cheek. What are you doing, dude? Please don't do that. All of a sudden, the Robert I knew had left the building as he starts to tell me that I should relax since we knew each other and this was normal things for friends to do. I basically told him not to do that, but then he grabs my hand and begins massaging it. Please, I'm sorry, I didn't really mean to do that. Just give me a chance. I pulled my hand away from him and said that I was leaving, as he now tells me, look, I'll make it up to you. We can go over to my house and play video games, and we can play with the cats. I didn't want such a thing now. Even though I was too nice for my own good, I didn't want to speak up, so I just straight up left completely creeped out. I went straight over to my friend Sarah's house now. Now if you think this story is over, unfortunately it's not. Things are about to get a lot more worse. As I was so caught up in my emotions of anger and disgust, now being shocked out of my stupidity, Robert calls me, but I don't answer the phone. He now proceeds to call me a few more times, but he leaves a message, a very creepy one to be exact. This was what I remember the voice message saying. You embarrassed me like that in front of those people in the park. I thought we were supposed to be friends, but you led me on. The least you could have done was give me a kiss on the cheek. Yeah, that itself made me freeze because no point in our friendship had I led him on or told him that I wanted anything else than a friendship. I was so angry and sickened that I blocked his number. Fast forward a few days later and I got a message on my Snapchat from Robert. Yes, idiot me hadn't removed him for whatever reason. Looking back, I was just so caught up in my emotions, I hadn't thought about Snapchat. I did, however, block him on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Anyway, he sent me pictures from my Snapchat story, which were screenshots to be exact. The message he had sent said that he was using those pictures to pleasure himself since he said I was so sexy. Another thing, which gave me big chills, was he sent me a Snapchat picture that was taken while I was at school. It was taken at a distance, but I could tell it was me since I had the same pink sweatshirt, and he even told me that I looked very beautiful there. How I never saw him all that time, I'm not sure, but it really made me paranoid thinking just how long he had been stalking me. After all, I thought he had returned back up north. Needless to say, I went straight to the police department, and with the help of my mom's friend, who is an attorney, I ended up getting a full restraining order placed against Robert, and he ended up confessing to everything, maybe to avoid any more serious punishment that he was already going to get. I don't really know. Anyway, he was to no longer come near me nor contact me whatsoever. Robert ended up getting rid of all his social media, but luckily I had saved the usernames and screenshots to my old phone, which unfortunately I don't have any of the original files since I was an idiot and never backed up anything when I got my new phone. Anyway, the restraining order worked, and 7 years on, I've never heard or seen him ever again. For context, I'm female. I'm in college, 20 years old, and last month I had a pretty unnerving experience. I'm part of a running club which sees myself and fellow classmates going for runs on the school track, and even on nature trails too. Oftentimes, my club of about 30 students went to this local trail that goes on for about 5 miles. It circles back at about 2.5 miles and has you running through a set of woods. It was beautiful, and normally in the times we went, we would run into fellow runners and people walking their dogs. All in all, not a place you would expect to be running for your life. Now, considering the trail was near my college campus, I never had any sort of issues with creeps or stalkers. This was why one early morning in particular, the one I ended up mentioning that I was going to talk about, I convinced myself to go running on my own. I had two presentations as well as an exam that day, and I thought what better way to get some energy than with a morning run. Of course, I made sure to bring some pepper spray as a precaution, not that I was expecting to use it. So at around 5:30 a.m., I arrived at the trail and began doing my routine of stretching. As you can imagine, the place is absolutely deserted at this time, and all you could hear were the sounds of crickets, as well as the light breeze that was moving the leaves in the trees. Once done with my warm-ups, I put on my headlamp and began jogging. A mile or so into the wilderness, everything is going really smoothly, and I figured I would go ahead and turn back at a mile and a half. The sun was starting to come up, and the little bit of anxiety I had of the dark was starting to now melt away. Once I reached my turning back point, I almost ended up tripping on my shoelace, so I go ahead and stop for a second to catch my breath and tie my shoe. Then I went ahead and took a Snapchat selfie. This way I could go ahead and show it off to my friends. As I examined the photo and I started to write a caption, this was when I noticed something in the background. It looks like a tall hooded figure staring back at me from the tree line. I almost thought that I was imagining things, but I decided to do a double take. Now, out of nowhere, this man in a leather jacket with a hoodie over his head jumps out and begins running up to me. He's shouting all of these crazy things. Things like, "How dare you wake me up? I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to make the devil happy." In his right hand, I could see a pocket knife. Safe to say, I booked it and started to make my way down the trail, running with a purpose and screaming like a banshee. This goes on for a couple of minutes, until the man eventually gives up and I no longer see him. By now, it's a little bit past 6 a.m., and there's a couple with a Newfoundland beginning their morning trail walk. Obviously, they're shocked with my look of concern. Because of this concern, I went ahead and told them about the crazy man that had followed me with a knife, and we ended up calling the cops as a precaution. I ended up sticking around for the cops to get there, and I gave them my statement and left after that. I ended up getting a phone call later on, and it turns out that they ended up finding him with the knife. After that, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but safe to say, I never want to meet him again, because that was one of the more creepier experiences of my life. Lesson learned: don't wake up random people that are sleeping, and especially don't look down at your phone and open Snapchat, because there might be somebody that might try to attack you. Hey there, before we continue with today's episode, make sure that if you're brand new, hit that subscribe button and the bell beside it, and leave a like rating and a comment telling me what you all thought. Now, as you've been able to hear so far, my channel features scary stories that you're not going to find on any other narration channel, as I normally only source from my own fellow subscribers. And this is of course done to avoid you all hearing the same stories that you might have heard from another narration channel, as I know that gets to be very frustrating. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue with today's episode. Not only is this a scary story, but it's also a warning to everyone listening. If you're ever going to give someone your Snapchat or Instagram or any other sort of social media, you have to be very careful where you announce that information. Now let me get you started with some context. This occurred 4 years ago when I started my second semester of college. While I was in my English 101 class, our professor had us break up into teams so that we could do an ice-breaking exercise. I was in a group of 5, myself included, and at the very end of the class, the professor announced these groups would be the ones that we worked with for future group projects. I had no problem because one of the girls I had teamed up with, who we will call Reen, was very sweet. She had actually come from abroad in Japan and came to the United States to go to university. Our university has a lot of foreign students, by the way, which is awesome because you get to meet people from all around the world. Anyway, after a couple of days, Reen and I met up at a local Starbucks, and we were studying. It's here we exchanged Instagram, and I found out that she was into drawing. just like me. As if we already didn't hit it off, I then asked if she had a Snapchat, but she said she wasn't really into it, but she did have one. I didn't want to pressure her, but I told her my Snapchat username anyway, and we left it at that. Later that evening, as I was in my room studying for an exam, I received a new friend request on my Snapchat from a username that I didn't recognize. In that moment, I thought about Reen, so I assumed that maybe she had sent me the request. But before I accepted it, I texted Reen just to confirm this information. After almost 45 minutes, I received no answer, so I just went ahead and accepted the request anyway. This was a big mistake. Fast forward a day and I still haven't heard back from Reen. It was pretty weird, but since I would be seeing her tomorrow morning, I tried not to make a big deal. Anyway, I was once again studying when I received a message on Snapchat from that username I accepted the previous evening. It was a chat message that read, "Hey," with a smiley face following after. I replied with a "Hey" back, and this time they sent me an actual snap. I opened it thinking that it would be Reen, but instead it's a very chilling sight. It's a selfie of someone in a hoodie and mask standing on the other side of my street. The caption read, "Hey gorgeous, I'm watching you." Whether this was some sort of sick joke, I dropped my phone and run over to the window. That's where I was able to see somebody standing beside the street lamp. However, due to the fact it was so dim, it was incredibly hard to make out any details. I wasn't exactly sure what to do now. That was why I ended up running over to the living room where my dad was watching TV with my two younger brothers. The thing is, before I could even say anything, I thought about this in my head. What was he going to do about it? That's why when he sees the look of concern on my face, I change my response to something completely unrelated, and I look out the living room window. The mysterious individual was now gone. Again, my father is asking me why I was acting so paranoid, and I finally decided to let him in on the situation. He didn't believe me, but I think it's because he was so focused on the TV, he wasn't really thinking clearly. So I returned to my room and asked the stranger who they were. All they said were that they were a secret admirer, and they wanted to get to know me better. I made the only logical choice now. I blocked them and leave it at that. Fast forward to English class. I see Reen and ask her why she would try pulling some sort of sick prank on me. Well, she did give me an answer, but first, why she didn't respond to me. Turned out that she had lost her phone and had to go to Verizon with her aunt to get a new phone. Now the answer to this so-called prank. She was just as confused as me, which is further established when I show her the username. She didn't recognize it. To prove it, she reinstalled Snapchat and signs into her account. I got the chills, seeing a completely different username. So by now, you're probably wondering, if it wasn't Reen, then who could it be? I would get that answer a week later while I was home by myself. I had been making some dinner, which consisted of macaroni and cheese with some grilled chicken, and this is when I began to hear noise coming from the back porch. Now, as we live in a well-forested area, we oftentimes get raccoons, as well as other furry creatures that go through our garbage bins. That's why I grabbed some sandals so I could throw them at them and scare them away. However, when I go to investigate the noise, I encounter a chilling sight. There was someone in a hoodie with their face covered completely, holding a rusty old crowbar, attempting to budge open the window. I froze in place when suddenly he gets desperate and smashes his way in. No way was I going to stick around, so I booked it over to my dad's room, where I grabbed his revolver he keeps in his nightstand. By the time the intruder enters the room, I had the revolver pointed directly at the door. As I expected, the dude runs off, but not before I was able to fire a shot, missing him. Now, I will relay this next part as I didn't actually witness it. While all of this madness is occurring, my parents were just returning from shopping. They parked right behind a van which was currently occupying our driveway. which they thought belonged to one of my friends. This is important because this was the creep's getaway vehicle. Without him being able to back up and get away, there's not really a chance he can drive away. Now, my dad tells me that when he hears the firing of the gunshot, he instructs my mother and brothers to lock themselves in the vehicle. Moments later, the home intruder runs outside and heads toward the van, but again it's blocked off. My dad, being ex-military, instantly could sense that something was very wrong. He has no trouble running after this man and tackling him down to the ground and disarming him like child's play. Anyway, I think this submission is getting to be a little too long, wouldn't you say? So I'll just go ahead and jump straight to the conclusion. Police officers arrived while my dad and another neighbor kept this guy detained, and they were able to eventually arrest him too. When he was unmasked, I recognized him, but I wasn't exactly sure from where. Well, he later confessed to police officers, who then relayed the information to me. Turns out that he was at the same Starbucks that Reen and I had been studying at. That's why he looked familiar. Anyway, he overheard our conversation, and he had managed to write down my Snapchat username, as well as my Instagram. From there, he grew this unhealthy obsession, and so he stalked me where he later showed up to my house, so, in his words, he could take me away with him to a cabin in the woods. He did actually try taking me the first evening that he showed up, but he got cold feet and left. The second time, he was more confident, and he actually went through with trying to take me away and trying to break in. That in itself was super scary, but so was the rope, the duct tape, and the knives they found in the back of his van. That was almost 4 years ago, and today as I look back I still wonder, why would somebody go this far? By the way, I'm still friends with Reen, even to this day. I have a lot of friends who like to go out on St. Patrick's Day to party and to drink like there's no tomorrow, but I'm not really one of those people. I'm more to myself, and while I wouldn't say that I really hate people, I just prefer being on my own, to be honest. This is what I found myself doing St. Patrick's Day of 2015, when my roommates went out to drink. I was looking after my roommate Katie's cat, and we are just chilling in the living room watching a movie. I started to hear someone screaming, but it was hard to tell exactly what they were screaming about, as it was muffled by the walls of the house. I got up to go and check the noise, and no kidding, Katie's cat booked it to her room, perhaps a sign of what was to come. I didn't see anything in the front yard, so I went over to the window that overlooks my backyard, and the noise becomes more audible. I look in the backyard, and I can just make out a hooded figure who is pacing back and forth, and now I get more clarity on what's being said. It sounds like a man, and he's shouting up to the sky, talking about getting revenge for what they had done to his family. At this very moment, instead of calling 911, I did a dumb move and shout out to him to please leave my backyard and to stop shouting. He would stop shouting, and I think to myself, well, that was pretty easy. A peace of mind. I can finally relax. However, just seconds after that happens, once the light from the back porch starts to reveal more details about him, a muzzle flash brightens the night, and the glass of the window next to me shatters. No joke. This guy was shooting a gun at me, like clockwork. I immediately dove down to cover, and then I started to army crawl over to my room, as a few more gunshots were heard, and I can hear the man screaming at me to come back. Now just picture that in your head for a second, getting shot at from the safety of your own house, because some maniac with a gun was in your backyard. Well, I locked myself in the bedroom with my roommate's cat, and what seemed like hours was only about 5 minutes that the police would get into the neighborhood. They would get their guy soon after that, but there was no gun on him. You see, later details were revealed that he threw the gun into one of the rose bushes in my backyard, and that's when the police finally found it. Also, the guy in my backyard, the one they arrested, was a mentally ill homeless man who had been known by the police for being violent. I felt sort of bad for him, but at the same time, how the heck was he even allowed to have a gun with him? And then why would he try to kill me after I told him to leave my very own backyard? Not exactly much sympathy I can give for him. I guess it is safe to say I'm just very happy to be very alive, because quite literally, I dodged a bullet that night on St. Patrick's Day of 2015. By the way, I moved away in early 2017, and I've never had anyone shoot a gun at me, and let's just hope that it remains that way. This evening in question that I'm writing into the creepyfox for future narration is hands down the most terrifying event of my entire life. I've never shared this with any other horror narrator on YouTube, just Mr. Creepyfox, and through it all, I've learned that you can never take life for granted. One moment, things are peaceful and you're relaxed, having a good time with family and friends. The next thing you know, you're fighting for your survival and you're trying to make sure you can make it home in one piece. With that little bit stated, let me go ahead and bring you all back with me as we rewind to the year 2017. It's spring break season, and myself and my parents are in Mexico visiting family in the small town of Tecomán. Some of you who have been longtime listeners of the Creepyfox have probably already heard a couple of stories from that town. I know just recently I listened to his scary fishing trips video, and there was a story in that video that took place just outside of that town of Tecomán. Such a small world, if you ask me. If you do enough research yourself, you'll kinda see that it is a very dangerous town. It's filled with a lot of drug trade and shootouts between rival cartel members. I'm actually quite surprised I don't see many people talking about this. It's a major issue in Mexico. Actually, in the neighboring city of Colima, there are nightly shootouts between rival cartels. There's plenty of videos online, as well as including the gruesome aftermath. A shame, as people can't really go out like they once did, and fears they'll be caught in the crossfire. But back to Tecomán. Things never used to be that way. Late 2017 was really when the violence started to become more noticeable, and apart from just petty little crimes, when I went to visit my family, there wasn't really anything we worried of. By the way, for context, I was 19 years old, and my younger cousins were 14 and 15 respectively. During my week's stay, I played soccer with my younger cousins on the neighborhood streets, swam in the pool, and at night, we would stay up in the backyard listening to music and having amazing cookouts. Innocence and fun. That's until that evening of St. Patrick's Day. Yes, specifically that night in question. After all, it's not every day you have something like this happen to you, so you'll remember this exact day for the rest of your life. And no, before you ask, it's not really as a major of a holiday in Mexico as it is in other countries, like the United States for example. At any rate, it was about 9:20 p.m., and it's myself and my two cousins, Cristina and George. We were in the center of the city, sitting on a bench, having some raspados and listening to a local mariachi band that was playing on a stage. Where nearby there are plenty of people singing along and dancing. There are some little pop-up stands where the townsfolk were selling treats and handmade jewelry and clothes. We sat there for about 10 minutes, just minding our own business, when I got a call from my mother. She was with my Aunt Lupe, mother of Cristina and George, and they had just gotten out of the grocery store on the other side of town. They advised us they would be there in about 15 minutes, and to go ahead and meet them where they had dropped us off originally, at the ice cream shop we got the raspados from. Before we even get the chance to get up, however, we are suddenly interrupted by the sounds of loud pops in the distance. There were just two at first, and we thought maybe it was just some kids lighting firecrackers. A few more shots are heard ringing out less than 10 seconds later, and it's at this very moment it's becoming more apparent that we are hearing gunfire, not fireworks. The mariachi band stops playing, and suddenly you start seeing people diving for cover and running into the nearby businesses. While it might have been smartest to have just hid under the bench, we felt as if we were sitting ducks if we waited here. We too decided to run, and we head toward a nearby zapateria, where we immediately take cover behind some of the aisles of shoes. The gunfire lasts for approximately 20 seconds, and finally, after what seemed like an eternity, but was only maybe about 2 minutes, we peek out from cover and people are starting to walk outside. We are able to see the once vibrant and filled town square is completely empty, and wouldn't you know that what took place was that there was a fight between rival cartel members who happened to have been in the area that actually got recognized. That's when the shootout took place. If you can believe it, no civilian was injured or caught in the crossfire that night, by some miracle of God, but 2 of the cartel members were gunned down. My mother and aunt eventually did arrive to pick us up, and as you can probably already picture it in your head, they were horrified thinking that something terrible had happened to us and that we had been killed. Nothing else happened the next couple of days there in Mexico, and we did return back home safely. A few weeks later, I was catching up with Christina, and she told me there was retaliation between the rival cartels, but it took place outside of the city limits. Since then, my aunt, uncle, and cousins have moved out of Tecomán to an even more quiet and secluded town by the ocean side. She tells me that for now it is safe, but even so, they never go out at night and are always staying vigilant of their surroundings. This is a very old story of mine, and I've been meaning to write it out for you for quite a while. I want to go ahead and make one thing clear, however. I'm not going to provide many details of where exactly this happened, even though it's been about 10 years. You can just never be too safe these days. With those details mentioned, I will say that I am male, and this takes place in Northern Ireland when I was in my early 20s. It was the week of St. Patrick's holiday, and both myself and a friend had gone out to a mutual friend's birthday party. Since I was the designated driver, I had to pretty much rely on drinking soda. It's not exactly the most fun, but the good thing was my other buddy was going to be the designated driver when we went out a few days later. Now, my encounter doesn't take place at the party, so I'm not going to bore you with too many details. I will tell you that my friend who drove with me decided to spend the night at our mutual friend's house. They saved me the trouble of having to drive another 30 minutes. Anyway, it was around 8 p.m. when I left, and I ended up getting a text message from my sister. "Hey bro, since you're out, could you go and pick up my prescription contact lenses? I got out of work late and I totally forgot." I was just about to text her no, but I felt sorta bad. She would always do favors for me, thus I replied with a yes, and I drive over to pick them up. And thank goodness I got there at the time I did, because they were just about to close. Now, with the contact lenses and an ice cream bar I got from the refrigerator section, I make my way over to my vehicle. It's at this point I'm interrupted by the sound of a woman's voice. "Excuse me, but could you please help me?" I turn on my side to see a woman approaching me, dressed in typical street clothing, and having a purse with her as well. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any change." "That's not it. I need a ride back to my house. My car broke down just a few blocks away from here, and my phone battery is dead. I promise it's less than a 5-minute drive." Now let's make one thing very clear. Picking up a stranger is something you should always take with a bit of discretion. Even the most innocent-looking person could be hiding some sort of alternative motive. So I sighed for a second and I thought about it. Eventually giving in to her constant begging, she hops into the back seat and we soon leave the parking lot. Okay, let's take the back streets. I know a shortcut to avoid the major intersection. Sure, whatever you say, miss. This was a huge mistake. The back road she was telling me about was notorious for being ill-lit. Forget the street lamps. There are no homes in the area, which means it's really difficult to see any movement inside of my car. Eventually, we ended up hitting a dead end, and I thought, great, this woman's sense of direction is terrible. Little did I know, however, what she was about to do next. Suddenly, I felt something cold touch the back of my neck. I don't want to shoot, so I'm going to make you a deal. You're going to drive me to where I tell you to go. After that, you're going to hand over any valuables you have. Then, you're free to go. This woman was crazy. Was she really pressing a pistol against me? I dared not to look as I began sweating profusely, listening to her chilling demands. The next 30 minutes seemed like an eternity as I started to notice that she was leading me out of the city and out into the countryside. How I was hoping another driver would have seen that predicament I was currently experiencing. I guess it didn't help that it was so dark. Exit up ahead and drive down that road until I tell you to stop. No exceptions. She was leading me into a forested area where I honestly thought I was about to be killed by a bunch of criminals. After driving another few kilometers, she got on her cell phone and started to communicate with who I assumed were her partners in crime. Eventually, we ended up reaching a part of the countryside that had a bunch of old abandoned homes and buildings. It looked like a place for squatters. Pull up ahead and park in front of that barn. I did as she requested, and I watched two behemoths of gentlemen walk out from the barn. One was holding a crowbar, the other has a large knife. Hand over your wallet and anything you have of value. I handed over my wallet and cell phone, just hoping she wouldn't ask for the car, which would have been my only way to safety. Trust me, I wasn't looking to join these creeps in whatever criminal activity that they were involved in. The woman then laughed with joy and followed by exclaiming I was free to go. Those moments were so tense as I awaited for the slam of the back door to indicate that I could get out of there. I didn't even wait for her to properly step onto the dirt. I floored it and watched as she tripped in my rearview mirror, landing face first into a puddle of mud. I drove my butt to the police station and I told them everything about what I had just encountered, including a description of the woman along with the general area that she had me drive her to. Officers told me they would go back and check those woods and be in contact with me soon. They never did call back, which led me to believe they never caught them. Like I said, it's been about 10 years, and I still have many unanswered questions. How many times had she done this? Was this the first? And was she really roaming the city just so she could get someone to pick her up, then proceed to rob them? Also, why did she leave me as a witness, not shoot me dead when she could have? I'm not too sure. Maybe she was feeling sort of guilty seeing this young kid basically on the verge of a panic attack. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's my scary story for you all. It was St. Patrick's Day, 2010, and I'd been home studying for an exam. Sounds pretty boring considering all of my friends had been out drinking, but I really needed to catch up on my reading. Still, I do recall celebrating the holiday on my own by ordering a pizza with some wings and having college basketball playing in the background. When it came to the refrigerator, I thought I'd stocked up on my Dos Equis, but lo and behold, my sorry self had forgotten to purchase the drinks. Now, pizza and wings with water wasn't going to cut it. Therefore, I drive over to the liquor store to pick up my favorite drink. When I arrived to my house, I did happen to notice a certain detail. You see, I live in a 2-story home with my room being on the top floor. I was also home alone at the time, as both my parents had been out of town. This was why I found it odd to see a shadow reflect against my curtains in my room. It was very brief, but it was enough for me to take precaution. So I enter my home, and first thing I do is yell out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" I met with silence. Still, something kept telling me to head upstairs and to check my room. So before I do that, I go to the kitchen to drop off my drinks. Here was when I noticed another interesting detail. My kitchen back glass sliding door had been open just a little bit. Not all the way, but enough for someone or something to be able to sneak their way into my house. I stood there for the next minute trying to comprehend it. Maybe it was me who left it open. I was and still am very clumsy, which was why I wrote it off as me being forgetful. But then, out of nowhere, I hear something fall over upstairs. That was then followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps. My heart sank, as now I was thinking, there was a home intruder. I remember grabbing the largest kitchen knife I could find, and then I start to tiptoe my way up. Each step I took was more nerve-wracking than the next, as the squeak of the wood below me was giving away my position. When I reached the top of the steps, I looked down the hallway and saw that my bedroom door was wide open. I should have just ran out of the house and called for the police, but I was so full of adrenaline. I didn't listen to my brain in that moment. It was at this point in the 5-minute ordeal I ended up hearing someone's voice. It sounded old and raspy, like someone was having an argument with themselves. I decided to just barge my way in, and what a mistake that was. In my room was a man I've never seen before in my life, who was going through my drawers. But that wasn't all I noticed. My 40-inch flat-screen TV had fallen to the carpet, and some of my clothing had been tossed to the floor. "What are you doing in my house? Get out!" I exclaimed, being fueled by the adrenaline that was causing my hands to shake and my palms to sweat. This startled the man, who as far as I could tell was completely wasted. That creepy little detail would be thrown out the window when he takes out a gun. I then dive for cover as a bullet literally passes by my face, missing me by just a few inches. "Get out of my house or I'll kill you," he angrily snapped as I run downstairs to go grab my cell phone. "Now I know what you might be telling yourself." He said it was his house? Yes, I wrote that part out correctly. He must have been so drunk that he thought that this was his house, and I was the intruder. Needless to say, I was dealing with quite a dangerous individual. So I ran over to my neighbor's house, and that's where I see my neighbor Carl staring at me from the front lawn. Carl is ex-Marines, and he knew right away something was terribly wrong when he heard the gunshot. Carl called the police, as we now took cover inside his house. Not only did the police arrive, but the SWAT did too. There must have been about a 20-minute standoff, but they managed to secure the man who was hiding under my bed. I never did bother nor found out who that man who broke into my house was, but I was left absolutely frightened. To think, at any moment, someone could break into your home and you could have no idea of their presence. That's something that still scares me, even all these years later. By the way, happy St. Patrick's Day. What do a couple of rowdy college students do during spring break? They go out, of course. Why wouldn't we? After all, let's see you spending 6 out of 7 days studying and reading out of textbooks. You're bound to go crazy. Speaking of crazy, this experience involves something quite frightening from my days as a college student. A night that would truly show me everything and anything can happen. It was 2006 on St. Patrick's Day. My buddies and I had just finished class, and we met up so that we could go out drinking and have dinner. We put on our leprechaun outfits, with matching green hats and stopped at a local sushi restaurant. Soon after that, we hit the road and head downtown so we could bar hop. The time was around 10 p.m., and the crowd of college students were just starting to file into the area. We ended up spending the majority of our time at, funny enough, an Irish pub. It was packed and full of people, old and young. Everybody was having a great time, drinking, eating, and dancing along to the band that was playing. I still remember making an embarrassment of myself and trying to dance with the dance moves I'd seen in movies. My friends joined me and we had danced for about 30 minutes, frolicking around like kids that we were. Eventually, I decided to take a break and told my friends I would watch them from a nearby table. I walked on over and ordered myself another drink, soon being joined by a man as well as who I assumed was his wife. The man was dressed up in an army uniform. I remember getting excited since my dad had served in the Marines and I was and still am very patriotic. We became fast friends and started talking about the tours of duty he had served in. This must have been going on for at least an hour, and by this point my bladder was yelling at me. I had to go pee really badly, so I tell my new army friend I was going to use the restroom. I remember him telling me that they were going to head out now. He gives me a handshake and then heads to pay for his drinks. This wouldn't be the last time I saw him, however. With my luck, I had to wait another 10 minutes as the restrooms were full. I thought I was going to pee my pants right there and then, and I'm so surprised I never did. Once it was my turn, I take a leak and I breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. But even so, I was starting to get tired, so I decided now would be a great time to let my buddies know I was going to take a taxi back to the dorms. I exit the restroom and start dialing for a taxi driver when clumsy me makes one of the scariest mistakes of my life. I accidentally bump into someone and I spill their drink. I hadn't just bumped into your average Joe, however. This dude was a biker dude and he was really upset with me. I remember him pushing me back, causing me to fall flat on my butt. He then started to cuss me out and said he was going to, what's the nice way of putting this, kicking my rear end. Well, okay, he didn't say it like that, but you get what I'm trying to say. Anyway, I apologized and I started to walk away from him, but this only upset him even more. He now runs ahead of me, and then from absolutely nowhere, he takes out a switchblade from his pocket. At this point, things were going too far, and some of the others who were just standing by now get involved. The creep waved the blade and told everybody to stand back, saying this was just between the two of us. I was super scared since this dude was massive. I was a scrawny college kid back then, about 5'11", 170 pounds. I would estimate this guy was somewhere around 300 pounds, 6'5" and above. Well, before I got a chance to react, someone comes running out from the crowd and tackles this behemoth of a man. The army guy I was talking to happened to see the commotion and came to my rescue. Army dude literally suplexed the creep into a couple of trash cans, like something you'd see straight out of WWE. This caused the switchblade to go flying, almost connecting with a nearby bystander. I remember everyone cheering like they had just seen a pay-per-view or something, as finally a couple of bouncers came to help. Finally, they managed to kick the biker dude out, and everyone breaks out in a cheer. I thanked my new army friend non-stop, and I offered to buy him food or another drink. He told me something I still hold very dearly to me. No worries, man, just helping out a friend in need. With that, he left, and I returned back to my friends who had no clue as to the match of a lifetime that they had just missed. I caught them up later at our dorm, and they agreed it was one of the coolest / creepiest things that they had ever heard happen. Now I know the chances of him hearing this story are pretty low, but to my army friend, if for whatever reason you hear this story, And you remember the scrawny college kid with glasses from Seamus's pub that evening in the mid-2000s where you suplexed a dude into some trash cans? Then I hope you're doing well, my friend. Back when I was in college, in the early 2000s, and even a couple of years after I graduated said college, my friends and I had this tradition of getting together on St. Patrick's Day and going to the local bars to grab food and drinks. One of these years in particular stands out from the rest, as it was the night that I truly believed I may have. Actually, scratch that. I won't spoil it just yet. I'll just make the preface of it that it was really scary, and I hope this never happens to anyone who might be listening to this. So, at about 7 p.m. on that evening, after I just finished showering and dressing up and feeding my pet hamster, I head to the bottom floor of my dormitory where I met up with my friend Carly, who was waiting to pick me up. A short conversation later, we drive about 10 minutes to the downtown where we meet up with our other group of friends outside our favorite Irish pub, 2 male and another female. We will refer to them as Charlie, Randy, and Madison. Anyway, we wait for about 20 minutes, talking outside next to this neat setup they had with various St. Patrick's themed artwork, and we get approached by 2 large men. Now, I'm bad with descriptions, but hear me out, will you? They were wearing biker gang outfits with various patches and insignias. They are easily over 6 foot, both about 250 to 280 pounds. One of them had a spiky mohawk and tattoos all over his arms, and the other had his head shaven, a small tattoo of a dragon on his upper right arm. Both introduced themselves as friends of Randy, who at that moment had gone back to his car to grab his wallet. We say hello, and we start talking a little bit about the weather or something random, until Randy finally returns. Randy begins to tell us that as he was waiting for everyone to get here, he happened to have bumped into his 2 pals, who start telling us the story about the time they saved Randy's life a year ago. This was before this evening, by the way, and this was when Randy had gotten into a really bad accident. Both of Randy's friends happened to have been the ones who stopped to help and call 911. A very touching story, for sure. Some 5 to 7 minutes of more talking, and one of the tables had been cleared up for us to take a seat. We excused ourselves from these 2 larger-than-life men, and they tell us they would be hanging out here with some of their other buddies. They mentioned that if anyone here were giving us a hard time, to go and grab their attention and they would take care of it, making sure we were safe, further stating friends of Randy's are friends of ours. The next hour or so, we're having drinks, eating pizza, and sharing good laughs, and wouldn't you know, I've got the urge to go and use the restroom. Figures as much from all that drinking. I excuse myself, and I make my way past the crowd of people who are dancing and drinking, and I arrive toward this entrance, if you will, with a hallway that opens up with male and female restrooms on both sides. Once you move past a little curtain covering said hallway, this curtain is going to play a role with the plot of my story, because it's going to act as a cover for the villainous actions that would be occurring in just a matter of moments. Anyway, as I'm inches away from the female restroom door handle, the lights on the neon sign flickering on and off next to me, and the Irish punk rock band in the next room echoing through my ears, a man, seemingly out of absolutely nowhere, comes out of the male restrooms and then jumps in my way like some kid. "Hey there, beautiful. What are you doing back here all by yourself?" I could still recall him saying to me, his rancid breath mixed with alcohol pushing against my cheeks and causing my eyes to tear up a bit. "Using the restroom? Now can you please get out of my way?" He does, luckily, and I head in, telling myself, what a weirdo, but I'm sure he's just being silly. Fast forward a minute later, some other girls enter the restroom and tell me there was this really weird dude just hanging out in the hallway who was hitting on the girls and making inappropriate comments. I figured it was the same guy, and I just told them I would bring it up to the security so they could come check up on him, because you just never know with people. I exit the restroom, and sure enough, there he is just standing there with the creepiest smile across his face. "Take a picture, will ya? It'll last you longer," I told them, frustrated and annoyed, as I take a few steps past him to head toward my friends. I kid you not, the creep grabs a hold of my wrist, pulls me towards him, and then just bear hugs me and starts patting me on the head. Why do all you girls have to play so hard to get? You know you want me. Just accept my love. Ugh, those chilling words still echo in my head all this time later. With all of my might, I use my knee to bump him as hard as I could right in the crotch, and his grasp of me is loosened ever so slightly. I start to take a few steps away, but even through his pain, he once again grabs my wrist and exclaims I was going to pay for that as he pulls me back. At that point, I yelled at the top of my lungs, praying to God that someone was going to hear me over the loud music, or someone in the restroom would walk out, because it seemed that in those moments, of all times, no one was coming out to help. Well, luckily, my screams for help were finally answered, because in those moments, who do you think walks past those little curtains blocking the view of the main pub area and into the hallway? Remember the friends of Randy, those large intimidating dudes? Well, here's one of them, the one with the mohawk in what seemed like time itself standing still. Time, however, resumes when the creep lets go of me and then tries to run past my new friend. That wasn't going to happen, however, because my new friend quite literally manhandles this creeper, who was way smaller than him, by the way. A couple of more patrons who overheard my pal saying this creep tried to attack me come to join to secure the creep, and police were actually notified. You want to know the craziest part about all of this? During that scuffle, Mr. Creeper Dude actually tried to pull out a pocket knife he had on him in one of his boots, but he thankfully wasn't able to stab anyone with it, which I guess was one good thing. It did make me wonder, however, would he have tried using the knife to attack me? I don't know, but needless to say, the cops would arrest him, and I was forever grateful to Randy's friends who happened to have been there to save me. Different kind of story, I know, but one I truly hope reminds people that if you're going to go to a bar or a pub, don't ever be by yourself. Even when it comes to something as routine as going to the restroom, you never know who might be there waiting for you when you least expect it. 2019 was a pretty crazy year in my life. It was the year I had officially moved out from my house, and it was also the time that I had landed a dream job I had long been working toward ever since I graduated from college the previous year. But as such, moving out came with its fair share of responsibilities. That makes me wish I was a kid again, and all of my worries were just making sure to wake up early on Saturday mornings so that I didn't miss cartoons and my favorite bowl of cereal to go alongside it. Now, this story I want to share with all of you has us going back to just a few weeks after I settled into my new apartment in Milpitas, California, just a 15-minute drive outside of the more well-known San Jose, California. For some context to this story, it's from the perspective of a male, and I was 25 years old at the time of this occurrence. On this particular week, my brother Austin, age 22, had flown up an hour from our hometown of Buena Park, California, to visit me for a spring break and to get away from our parents, who are notoriously strict. Anyway, seeing as I had the day off on St. Patrick's Day that week, I took the opportunity to set up some fun activities for us to do. My brother loves scary and spooky things, so I decided to get us a tour at the Winchester Mystery House in the neighboring San Jose. He really loved that experience, and seeing it was also my first time ever doing the tour, I'll admit I was quite intrigued by all of its history, including the supposed hauntings. After some other activities, such as taking my brother to go eat at the falafel restaurant that Guy Fieri from Diners, Drives and Dives did a review on, and playing some Pokemon Go in the downtown area, I got a call from one of my good friends, Eric. He had seen the Instagram post I put up a few hours earlier at the Winchester Mystery House, and he asked me if I wanted to come over to his house to hang out and watch some movies with both himself and his neighbor. I asked my brother if he was up for it, and after saying yes, we made a 20-minute drive over to his house, where we were welcomed by the incredible smell of barbecue ribs and hamburgers. Let's just say I had quite my fill, and by the time I was finished eating, my stomach was ready to burst. Anyway, during some drinks, I was drinking soda by the way, as I had to be sober to drive us back home, and while watching some St. Patrick's themed movies on my friend's projector, I saw that my phone was on low battery. A bummer. So instead of asking my friend for his charger, I know I should have, but I didn't, I excused myself and I made my way around the back alleyway where my car was parked, next to a couple of trash bins and a street light. It's approximately 8:45 p.m. as I'm walking down this alleyway, and as I approached my vehicle, I'm suddenly startled by a hooded figure wearing a red bandana, which hid the lower half of their face, who had seemingly popped out of nowhere from the back of my vehicle. Holding in his grasp is a crowbar. I didn't realize I called for a mechanic. I don't think there's anything wrong with my car, I sarcastically remember saying, trying to play off this random sight as just some silly prank from a bored teenager. The hooded figure, however, all of a sudden turned to his side and called someone's name. I'm standing there, obviously a bit confused, when another man pops out, not wearing a hoodie, but also having a matching bandana on their face. "Give us your keys," the one with the crowbar said in a demanding, angry tone. I laughed off the remark and told him, no way, and this is when things take a turn for the downright horrifying. The second man takes out a knife and then threatens me again that if I didn't hand over my car keys, I was going to get stabbed. Yes, no kidding. Here I was in the alleyway, noise from the nearby street masking any possible yells for help, all by myself, face to face with two would-be criminals. Naturally, my instincts were now telling me to run back. No way was I going to stay and fight when both of them have weapons and I'm unarmed. My car was not worth my life. As I make it around the corner of the alley and onto my friend Eric's neighborhood, I happen to bump into my brother Austin. Turns out he was coming to grab his sweater from the back seat. "This is no time for that. Run," I tell him out of breath, as I grab his arm and we book it toward Eric's house. We did actually turn around for a brief moment, and I saw both of the masked men just stand there in the dark next to one of the street lamps before giving us a death stare and then running back into the alley. "You okay, man? What's up?" Eric says as I try to usher him and the neighbor friend into the house. "Dude, I almost got mugged in the alley. Call the cops, but there's a guy in the alley with a knife. I think they were trying to break into my car." We wasted not even a single second longer calling the SJPD, and when they got to Eric Street, they do a complete and thorough search of the nearby neighborhoods. Unfortunately, nothing comes up. However, the officers did say they would be in contact with us if any more information was needed. In the meantime, they advised us to be very careful and vigilant for any possible suspicious activity in the coming days, and if such, we were to give them a call. It wasn't an issue for me since I didn't live there, but you can sort of paint the picture in your head. I was completely horrified. I would be lying if I said I didn't have nightmares for the next week or so, thinking some random masked men were going to break into my apartment and stab me to death. Oh, yeah. As for my car, there were a few scratches, and some dings, but nothing else came up of that evening, and Eric told me that there were no more sightings of strange men trying to break into people's vehicles. Still, with St. Patrick's Day about a week away as I write this, I can't help but wonder, what if I wasn't fast enough? What if there were more accomplices who could have jumped out from the dark? It's scary to think of those what ifs, and I hope no one ever has to experience something like this, because it's truly a life-changing experience. You know, I've heard plenty of stories involving creepy stalkers, and they are pretty out there. I mean, to think someone will become so obsessed with you, they'll risk getting in trouble with the law just so they can live out their so-called fantasies. Well, I want to go ahead and retell you about a time I had a deal with one of these crazies, a man who seemingly changed me forever. Here's what I'm talking about. For starters, just some quick background. I am female, and this was back around 2013 when I was 20 years old. At the time, I was working at a Subway restaurant. It wasn't exactly a job that I could be proud of, but it did help with paying for college bills. Anyway, one day I was working with my coworker Michael, and it was around 5 to 6 p.m. We were just starting to get the evening rush as people showed up to get their fill of Subway sandwiches. During a break of the crowd, a homeless man I never seen before walks into the store and asks if he could use the restroom. He was somewhere in his mid-40s. He had long, ginger-colored hair, matching colored beard, and torn-up clothing. Now, normally we aren't supposed to give permission to non-paying customers to use the restroom, but we decided to make an exception. He gleefully walks in, and now we get back to work. About 15 minutes passed, and one of the customers asked if we had a second restroom. I reassured him to use the one in the back, but he says it's been occupied ever since he got here. That's when I remembered the homeless man. I told the customer we could check. Michael heads toward the restroom and he knocks. He tells me he gets a whiff of something musky and strong. He said it smelled like a skunk. Now that he mentioned it, it was starting to smell like it, and I was smelling it too. Well, after knocking and asking if the man was okay, Michael grabs one of our keys and slowly starts opening the door. The guy was on the floor, high out of his mind, laughing with a little glass pipe next to him. We ended up calling the police and they escorted him out. But that was just the first experience with him. Over the following weeks, he started to show up outside our Subway. He would, for whatever reason, start to grow a liking to me. He would ask my co-workers for the brunette girl with a ponytail and say how much he loved me. I saw him one day and he came up to me and confessed he wanted to have his way with me and wanted to have children. That was followed by asking if I would be his wife. Just straight up out of nowhere. I was pretty freaked out, and I told him I was seeing someone, which, in all honesty, I wasn't. That ended up causing him to go into a fit of rage. Michael, my coworker, who was in the back grabbing some tomatoes, came running over to me as this dude started to say that he was going to show up to my house and bring a knife and kill me. Very scary, but he leaves shortly after stating that. Fast forward a week to St. Patrick's Day. Yes, I remember it being that day because we were allowed to wear our St. Patrick's Day hats. I was on the closing shift and I was working with my manager that night. Another co-worker ended up calling sick, which was why she was with me. At closing, I went ahead and took the role of taking the trash out and throwing it into the dumpster in the back alley. I always despised going back there due to the terrible lighting, but someone had to do it. I exit through the back door and I make the 10-second walk to throw away the trash. Before I could get back into the building, however, I see someone step out from behind the dumpster. It was the homeless man who had a crush on me. He gave me a creepy smile and then proceeded to reach into his pocket. Moments after that, he takes out a freaking knife and begins to approach me while laughing like a madman. I could already tell he was on drugs because of the way he stuttered with his steps and the way he spoke. So I book it to the back door and slam it right in his face. I then go over to my manager, who has a look of confusion. I remember her saying something like, "Are you okay? You look like you just saw a ghost." "No, I'm not okay. You remember that homeless guy I told you about? He's out there with a knife." I responded back to her, being met with just a laugh. She didn't believe me and thought I was pulling some sort of St. Patrick's Day prank. I reassured her I wasn't, but I didn't need much proof, because less than a minute later, somebody is trying to open our front door, and it's who you guessed, the same homeless guy. He didn't just knock, however. The dude was literally kicking at the door and using his full body weight to try and break the glass. I still joke around with my friends and say that glass door was one of the sturdiest I'd ever seen because he couldn't get in. By now, we hit the alarm and called the police. As for the guy, he stood there for another couple of minutes before he just seemingly just walked away. Thankfully, we did manage to catch him on our security cameras, which allowed police to get enough evidence to arrest him. So, yes, that was the time I dealt with a homeless stalker who really went out of his way to try and get with me. Never again, please. I would appreciate it. Thanks. This happened to me on St. Patrick's Day of 2012. For reference, I was 22 at the time, and I'm male, by the way. On that day, I found myself waking up bright and early to take care of some chores I had procrastinated on, washing my clothes, cleaning my room, and organizing my tax documents, which were unorganized in one of my drawers. Both my mom and dad were at work. At about noon, finally finishing my little tasks, I started to get hungry. But what to eat? I thought about ordering pizza, but when I saw the final price, I was like, nah, I'll just save the money and warm up a breakfast burrito from the freezer. This isn't really important to the plot of my scary story submission, but that burrito was incredible. So glad I didn't spend the money. After chowing down on that heavenly goodness, I started to chop up some lettuce and carrots because I was going to go into the backyard to check up on my 2 rabbits. Immediately seeing my arrival, both rabbits come up to me and start munching away at their little snacks I had prepared them. I'm just there crouched down petting them for a couple of minutes, when suddenly I heard the jingle from the dryer in the garage, indicating my clothes were finally ready to be taken out. I got up and I make the short walk around the side of my house, go down a little walkway, and just before I'm about to turn to my right so I can enter my garage, I hear a loud crash come from inside. Surely it's not like the dryer machine had suddenly blown up or had been pushed over by a ghost. What I heard sounded like a bunch of boxes falling, which was strange since again, I'm the only one here. At any rate, I'm standing at the entrance of my garage, and at the very back, next to my dad's vintage Volkswagen, with a bunch of storage boxes fallen over, is a figure wearing a large sweater, blue jeans, and torn up shoes, who's stumbling around and appearing to be speaking to themselves. That in itself gave me chills, since all of these questions started to pop up in my head. Like, how the heck did this guy get here? It's not like he got wrecked in a GTA Online lobby and suddenly spawned in here. Sorry, I had to make a gaming reference, but the point still stands. "Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be here," I shout out to the stranger with a confused and angry tone. The stranger turned around, and I'm now able to get a better look at them. It's a man, probably about late 30s, some light stubble on their face. He's got some scars on his right cheek, acne, bloodshot eyes, and his hairline is starting to recede. "Hey, I asked you a question. What are you doing in my garage? You're trespassing on private property," I once again stated, while he just stands there looking at me as if I was speaking some alien language. A few seconds of more awkward staring, I turned my attention behind me for a brief moment, and I see that the gate leading into the backyard is wide open and it's swinging back and forth with the wind. I guess that explained how the man got in here, as we have fairly large walls on both sides of our house that aren't easy to climb over, and right behind our house is a canal where runoff water heads into the underground tunnels that eventually leads to the ocean. I forgot the name of what you call those. Water ducts? Like DUCTS? I can't think of the correct terminology, but I hope that you understand what I mean. Continuing on, I start pulling out my phone to begin calling the police, and at this sight the man loses it. He starts screaming and shouting and yelling that he was going to kill some guy named Joey, and then he looked at me, said he was going to do the same to me, and I'm pretty baffled by this statement. But what really sends shivers down my spine was when he grabbed one of my dad's hammers and then starts to make a mad dash in my direction. Naturally, I book it immediately back into my house, locking the door just as he places his hand on the outside doorknob. I kid you not, after violently shaking the doorknob for 10 seconds, giving me another death stare, he starts banging his head against the little window on the door and then starts screaming even more threats at me and this so-called Joey person. I now have a large kitchen knife in my hand, and I'm begging the operator on the other end to get police here as quick as possible, since I was afraid he might break a window and come after me and kill me. He never tried hitting the windows with the hammer, but he did bang on them with his arms, eventually giving up and walking away. It took police officers roughly 6 minutes to get to my house, and by that point the stranger was on my front porch, throwing and breaking planters and pots that had roses and various other flowers that my grandmother planted before her passing a few months before this crazy incident. That sight pretty much washed away any fear I might have had, which now turned to anger. Seeing this creep pretty much destroyed all the wonderful flowers my grandmother had left. The next 5 or so minutes are the police standing at a distance, telling the man to calm down and drop the hammer. His threats knew absolutely no bounds, as the man was telling the police officers pretty much the same things he told me, and even called them some things I can't really repeat here because I don't want to get you demonetized. Deadly force wasn't used. However, officers would deploy a taser and they would manage to take the hammer away from him, finally subduing him and bringing this very strange nightmare to an end. When it was safe to do so, I went outside and gave them my statement, soon being joined by a couple of the neighbors who were checking to make sure that I was okay. Angry, sure, but lucky not to have been harmed. We did press charges against him, and as I had kind of already guessed, he was this random homeless man who was on drugs that afternoon that pretty much walked into my neighborhood and then went into my backyard after seeing my gate was open. I later determined it had been opened by the heavy winds, and my dad hadn't properly locked it after he left for work that day, since he parks his car in the backyard and needs to take it out from that direction. Still, to this day, I don't know if he was actually looking to kill some guy named Joey, or if that was just something he said in his altered drugged state. But regardless, after all the legal stuff happened, neither myself nor my family ever saw or heard from him ever again, which is a good thing. Considering St. Patrick's Day is right around the corner, I wanted to go ahead and share a creepy encounter I had with a patron at the bar I used to work at. I am female, and this was in 2013 when I was 27 years old. I remember it very well. It was St. Patrick's season, and I had been working the night shift at an Irish pub. Everything was going fairly routine. Drinks were being poured, conversations were being had, and I was running back and forth in between customers. At around 10 p.m., the night really started to get going when one of the musical acts the owner of the pub hired showed up. They were an indie Irish punk band that I already forgot the name of. Anyway, at one point I had a customer walk up to me and ask if I could take his order. He was about early 40s, dressed up in business casual and wearing glasses, average height and average build. I've been waiting forever. Does your pub not care about its customers or something? I apologized for the wait, explaining we had been busier than usual due to the band that was playing, but that seemed to have calmed his anger, so I went ahead and grabbed my pencil and paper and I take his order. Would you like to sit down and have a drink with me? I thanked him for the offer, but reminded him I wasn't allowed to drink on the job. I know there are some bars and pubs that let their employees drink if a customer buys them something, but my boss was pretty strict. Besides, I wasn't about to lose my job considering the amazing tips I got. I served him his beverage and then went to help out a few other customers. After about 20 minutes, I felt someone's hand on my arm pull me back. Pretty rude, but thinking it was just a coworker, I turned around, only to see the man who I'd helped a bit earlier, Mr. Business Casual. Hey, could you maybe not do that? You can ask me something without grabbing my arm, you know. Sorry, I just wanted to ask you if you'd like to go back to my place and watch a movie or something. His voice said it all. He was wasted, like a sailor. I told him I wasn't interested, thinking that was going to be enough. That only caused him to snap. Like a scene straight out of a movie, he takes the bottle he had in his hand and then smashes it against a nearby table. Using the sharp end, he gets closer to me as he demands I go out with him or I would regret this. He had no clue that by smashing that bottle, he would get the undivided attention of all those around us. A few regulars I knew along with some other patrons managed to fight this man off and get the bouncers to ultimately kick him out. I was definitely creeped out by the incident, and I'll admit I was a bit shaky when I went into the break room, but I think that was more because of the burst of adrenaline I got. The rest of the night went off uneventfully, and I did make it home safely. As for that dude, I never did see him at that bar, ever again. I still remember this because it was around early 2017 when I just started getting into urban exploring. In my small town in Arkansas, there was this abandoned farm out in the middle of nowhere. I say middle of nowhere because you had to drive down some lonely roads off the highway in order to reach it. I'd actually never been there myself, so I called up a few friends and told them about my plans. Sadly, both of them were busy, so it was just going to be myself on my own. I ended up arriving at around 2 in the afternoon, and immediately I tried to find a way in. The farm itself looked fairly new, but it was starting to show signs of being left unattended for years. I was thinking since the main house next to the barn was locked up, I would try to find a way inside the barn at least. I do end up seeing that one of the boards in the wall of the side of the barn was missing, which meant I had a chance to get in. Yes, right at this moment, I'm sure lots of you are listening and saying, why the heck would you enter an old abandoned barn? I was a crazy kid back then. Anyway, continuing on with my submission here. Inside, it's pretty dark, no kidding, and there is still a strong smell of manure, which also made me almost barf. I sucked it up and trekked on, only to get a scare of a lifetime when I stumbled into a carcass of some sort. It looked like that of a horse, but of course it was just all bones by this point. It definitely added to the overall atmosphere of this building. I ended up walking over to a small stable since I thought I had seen some leftover tools, and when I'm about to reach for an object on the ground, which my flashlight had shined on, I hear a noise behind me. I instantly perked up, and I said hello as I began scanning the barn with my phone's flashlight. To my surprise, watching me the entire time was a man sitting in the corner, who for some strange reason I had never seen. Looking back, I think it's because from where I was standing, there was a large stack of hay blocking my view, so I hadn't originally seen them. The man appeared as if he had seen his better days. And it didn't help that he was carrying one of the largest hunting knives I'd ever seen in my life. Let's just say I don't even get a chance to say a single word, since he now starts to approach me, saying to come over here, as he started to catcall me, and he said I looked really sexy. Your guess is as good as mine to what he now had planned at this point. I ended up speed racering my way out of that barn, as the man actually follows me outside, and begins following me to my vehicle. I am pretty much on the verge of tears at this point, just praying to God I would get to my car in time. Thank goodness I do, and without moment's waste, I start the ignition and drive out of there, literally leaving this freak in the dust. About a month later, I returned with a couple of my friends, not to actually go inside the barn, mind you, but just to show them where I had my incident occur. But the barn was gone. Actually, it looked as if it had burned down in a fire. That in itself is really crazy, and it remains unexplained to who that man was, what he was doing in there, and how the barn had burned down. Definitely one of the scariest and most unexplained encounters of my entire life. Looking back on this, it's a little more bizarre than it is unexplained, but either way it doesn't take away from the story. So here goes. Before starting my freshman year of high school, myself and my family ended up moving to this small mountain town in Montana. Let me quickly describe where my house was located. To get to my house, you had to take a series of back roads on the other side of town to reach my little neighborhood. There were only about 6 other homes out here, but they were each spread apart pretty far. Each of the homes had huge backyards with a fence at the very end of them. Behind the homes were woods where, if you followed them long enough, you could reach the mountains. So it was summertime, and I was to start my high school years at a brand new school. Being 14 years old at the time and leaving all my friends back where I used to live was pretty difficult. Still, that didn't stop me from taking the time to go out into the nearby mountains on my own. We moved into our home at the end of June and were all settled in by early July. For the first few weeks, we really didn't do much. My parents worked all day, which left me with pretty much nothing to do. I would normally just stay inside and play video games while my parents weren't home. Eventually, after a while, I grew bored of my normal routine and started going for runs in the mornings. I would take a trail in the nearby woods and go running for a few miles. I wanted to follow in the footsteps of my mom and run marathons. I always looked up to her, so I wanted to run as well. As long as you followed the trails and signs in the woods, you wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. It's when you go off the trails and into the deep wilderness where you're most likely going to get lost. It's a lot of nature out there, and as far as I knew, nobody was supposed to be out there. So one of these early mornings, I get up and leave the house at about 6:30 a.m. It was a cool 68 degrees and was perfect running weather. I normally run about 3 miles, so I was expecting to finish a little bit before 8 a.m. As I was running into the woods, I ended up changing my mind, however. Before it got too warm, I wanted to check out what else was in the woods. I walk away from the trail I normally take and start walking. I ended up walking for about 20 minutes until I reached an opening. In the distance, I was able to see what was like a water tunnel. I could also see there was a walkway right next to it, where you would walk inside if you chose to do so. I was curious, I'd never seen something like this, and so I start to make my way over. I start getting closer, and this is when I noticed just how dark it looked inside. Honestly, my curiosity got the better of me as I now started walking in. As it starts to get darker, I take out my phone and turn on the light. Yes, like you might imagine, it's dark, and I thought since this was in the middle of nowhere, I really shouldn't have any issues. But that would soon change. As I make my way around a bend, I start noticing this strange cult-like graffiti on this side of the tunnel. Most of the drawings were what looked to be like pentagrams and other demonic images and phrases. Strange and somewhat creepy, but my best guess was that this had been done some time ago. Still, even with me telling myself all these things, I now decided it was a perfect time to leave. So I start making my way to the exit. And this is when I started to hear what sounds like footsteps behind me. I looked behind me, but I don't notice anything at first. So I continue walking thinking I was just hearing things, and right as I'm about to exit, I hear more footsteps, followed by someone clearing their throat. I turn around, and this time I see what looks like a homeless man in all black clothing slowly starting to make their way over to me. I also notice that they're holding a huge knife. At this sight, I quickly make my way out of there, and I don't end up looking back. I, of course, ended up telling my parents about it, but they never did believe me. Here's the part that really got to me. I later returned in the school year with a couple of friends to that exact same spot. Now the entrance to the tunnel was closed off by metal bars. I'll tell you right now, those bars weren't installed when I first went there. So whoever was in there, I'm not exactly sure who you are, but I hope I don't have to experience something like this again, because that was one of the creepiest moments of my life. Hey there, creepy fox. Here's something that happened quite some time ago. For some background context, I grew up in Arizona near the mountains. My property consisted of a small farm, with you being required to drive at least a mile to get to my land. Around me were a few other homes, but they were pretty far apart from me. Right behind my house, I had a huge field where my family members and I would sometimes play soccer, and right behind that field was a set of woods. For the most part, the woods were uninhabited. The only reason I would go out there is if I were to take my dog for a walk. I mainly chose to go walk in town due to the isolation out there, as it sometimes creeped me out. It seriously felt that whenever you went into those woods, you were in an entirely different world, and monsters were keeping an eye on you. Anyway, I did mention the road that you take to get to my house. At the very end was a barricade you had to open in order to drive or walk inside. It was those kinds that has a chain on it. You would have to take it off in order to open or close it. Towards the other side of the field was an old barn. It belonged to a neighbor that stored his tools as well as his farming equipment. With that background information out of the way, let me go ahead and tell you about what happened. So I just recently purchased this land about 2 months ago. Even though I always grew up as a hard worker, it didn't mean I had difficulty getting everything set up around me. Because of this, I would often have my cousin Sam stay around and help me take care of things. This was during the winter time, and for those who know, certain parts of Arizona get all 4 seasons. It had started to get cold, and I needed help taking care of the animals. This one afternoon, Sam wanted to go out into the woods to get some pictures for his portfolio. I had always told him I felt pretty weird going into those woods, but with my cousin there, I thought why not? It should be fine. Along with me, I brought my German Shepherd Morty. We set off into the woods like normal. Sam wanted to go down a trail I'd never gone down before, and so that's where we started heading. Everything was going as planned. Sam was taking pictures of some of the nature, and Morty and I were following along. We did, however, start to notice a few odd things that even I started to question. At first, it sounded like footsteps. Then it went to the sounds of whispering. This had started to make Morty growl. Obviously, I kept telling Sam to stop since Morty was getting stressed out, but he told me he wasn't doing anything. I looked right at him as we both heard the sounds of something running away near us. We both froze as we listened in, but try as we did, we saw no one. All we saw was what looked to be like somebody running in the distance, at least their shadow. You can imagine, with all the trees, it was hard to see them. Now, Sam was able to convince us to stay a little bit longer since he wanted to take a few more pictures. I didn't want to stay, but one look at Morty and we just decided whatever. After another 15 minutes of walking, we stumbled upon this open area. At the very end was what looked to be like an old abandoned cabin. Again, the feelings from earlier returned and Morty started to growl. Finally, Sam decides it was time for us to leave, so we start making the walk back home, but we're still getting the feeling of being watched. Finally, after making it to the end of the woods, we start walking back onto the field. I just so happened to look behind us while we were almost to my house, and that's when I saw something that I would never forget. It appeared to be a really tall person with long hair. I couldn't really make any details out other than that since it's pretty much nighttime at this point. I told Sam to turn around and he sees them as well. It's at this point we both take off running back into the house. While we were running, we both did end up hearing what sounded like a coyote or a wolf. That's really the best way I could describe it. Once inside the house, we made sure to lock all the doors and windows. I ended up calling my neighbors at this point and wanting to know if they were the ones out there. What they told me was surprising. None of them had been out there at that time of night. Actually, one of them had thought I was on their property the other evening because he saw someone trying to get inside his barn. When he went to go check it out, he then sees as they run towards my house. That was probably why he thought it was me. The reason why I would like some explanation for this story is because a few nights after, I'd been hearing noises outside the house. I even saw what looked to be like somebody stumbling around in the field. Sam was already back home at this point, and the only company I had was Morty. Morty would start whining anytime something like this would happen. I would always think it's because he needed to go outside to pee or something. But whenever I would open the door, he would just stand there with all the hairs on his back standing up. He would refuse to go outside. It was when I looked towards the field, I did see an individual. I've even had an officer friend of mine who came to check out the area along with somebody else. But so far, nothing. That's what's worried me so much. The last thing that happened was finding all these strange tracks around my property. That was about a week ago. But since I haven't seen anyone, all I've noticed is Morty acting the same way. As an update to this story, I actually ended up finding out what was happening. It turned out that there was a man staking out homes because one of the neighbors had their house broken into with somebody dressed up in similar attire to the person I'd seen on those previous evenings. So that did explain what had been happening. And the scariest part is the home intruder that ended up going in the house was not only armed, but they beat up the homeowner pretty badly. But luckily they did survive. It just sucks because they were an elderly couple, so they really didn't stand a chance. It's just crazy to think that had they broken into my home, I might have stood no chance. But then I think of Morty. He would have protected me. But again, that's in the past. This happened a couple of years ago and involves this story from the woods. At the time, I was 25 years old and living in a small apartment. I had a roommate named Amy, but she was actually in the process of moving out of state. She got an amazing job opportunity working for a business, and I was so proud of her. Sadly, this would mean I probably wouldn't be seeing her for quite some time. I myself was working and didn't always have time off to do things. Anyway, by this point, Amy had been out for at least 3 months, and I was getting pretty lonely at the apartment. I ended up getting a little cat named Snowball to keep me company. So one day, I received a call from Amy saying that she was going to be having a party for her little brother. Her brother Alex and I always got along great, so I ended up talking to my boss to request some time off. On a Thursday afternoon, I head out with Snowball and we make the 5-hour trip to go visit Amy. Unfortunately, on my way there, my car started having issues. My tire was acting up, and this forced me to stop at the side of the road. This did also end up adding more hours to my already 5-hour planned trip. Who knew that this would just be the beginning, however, of the issues I would be soon facing. I called Amy and I told her I would have to meet up with her later the following afternoon while I had my car tire replaced. Don't worry, the party is until 2 more days, so you have plenty of time. Just make sure to update me on where you're at in the meantime. Our phone call consisted of. Fast forward a little. Me and Snowball make it into town and meet up with Amy. The day of the party arrives and we proceed to have a great time. After the day of the party, I proceeded to stay in town for a few more days, and this is when Amy told me about this cabin that her family owns out in the mountains. I was interested. Amy knew how much I love camping and going out into the woods. Amy also told me that she could take me there if I wanted to, but she couldn't stay there herself since she was busy with work. If anything, she would just tell me how to get there and I could go on my own with Snowball. When she told me about how lonely it gets out there and how she couldn't go, it should have been my warning sign that I should have just stayed back at her place. Still, my love for adventure in the woods got to me. With that, Snowball and I making our drive up into the mountains, where eventually we found this lonely little road. I was unsure on whether or not we were going the right way, but we do eventually see a small cabin up ahead of us. It was the only one we had seen out there, and it was very nice. It sat right along the woods with a little pond on the side of it. I still recall seeing the little birds that sat peacefully in the field next to it. Once I step outside and go up to the front door, I start taking in the feeling of just how quiet it is out here. Aside from the wildlife I heard, there wasn't really anything else that I heard out here. I open the door to the cabin and step inside, only to see how empty it was in there. Though there was some furniture here and there, it was pretty much as empty as a brand new house. Anyway, I let Snowball down as she made her way over to the couch, and then I put my backpack of items down on the couch next to her, and I proceeded to call Amy. Here's more or less how that conversation went. Hi Amy, just letting you know I made it to your family's cabin just fine. You didn't tell me how abandoned this place was. It looks brand new. Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you. My dad was there just a couple of days ago. He took out some of the old furniture and he's in the process of replacing things. If you're hungry, make sure to check the refrigerator. You can take whatever you want. He may or may not show up, so in case you hear noise, it's most likely going to be him. After that, I tried to figure out where I would be sleeping for the night. The couch was fine, but it was too small for me to sleep on. So I head up these old spiral stairs to where I make it to this attic area. Here I find an old dirty mattress with some blankets and pillows. Not the greatest, but it will have to do, I guess. I made myself a sandwich, and after some time I head upstairs into the attic area, where Snowball and I try to get some rest. I was really tired from a long day, and so I ended up falling asleep at around 10 p.m. Even though I was fast asleep, it didn't stop me from hearing what I heard next. I started hearing what sounded like someone trying to pry open the doorknob. This wasn't just your normal, let's just put the key in the door and open the door gently. No, it was more like this person was trying to break the doorknob, even sounding like they were kicking at the door at the same time. This woke us up and it freaked us out pretty badly, but I figured that this might have been her dad. So I looked through the little attic window to see if I saw any signs of a person or a vehicle. First thing I noticed was no car in the driveway. The only car I saw was mine. That was really weird. The noise continued on and off for a couple of minutes, almost as if there was some sort of pattern. I laid back down, only to hear the sound of a door closing downstairs and the kitchen chairs being moved around. As this is going on, I heard no talking whatsoever. Surely if Amy's dad was here, we would have heard him call out to us, but nothing. We both waited there in the attic, confused as to what we're both hearing, but what I heard next was even more confusing. I could hear someone talking outside the cabin. It was hard to make out what was said, but surely it was talking. It was now that I called my friend Amy to let her know what was going on. By now it's nearly midnight, so it did take her a while to answer. She did answer after the third call, and I ended up explaining everything to her. That's strange. My dad's actually spending the night over here. He ended up coming over here last minute. He's going to take Alex to the amusement park tomorrow. I'll tell you right now, whoever's there, that isn't my dad, Amy told me. I had no idea what to think of this moment, as I now froze in place. Now, I should have just stayed upstairs, but I chose to slowly make my way down there, having my cat stay upstairs just as a precaution. I was going as slowly as I could, keeping an eye out in every corner, making sure that nobody could jump out at me and attack me. Thank God no one ever did, but I did notice a few things. For starters, the back door was now open just a little bit, and I could feel the breeze of the night coming into the house. I looked around everywhere, but I found no one. I immediately now closed the door and double checked to make sure everything was closed. And as I'm looking, I ended up seeing my cat Snowball as she ends up approaching me. Moments later, I ended up hearing a noise. I looked to my right, and to my surprise, there's a disheveled man in here. And worst of all, he's got a gun. My body goes cold as now he raises the pistol up in my direction and told me to get out of here. At that point, it was enough for me. We both end up leaving the house and heading back into town, where I immediately got the police involved. They did end up going to the property, but unfortunately they never did catch that man with a gun. In the end, I never did find out more about it because I left shortly after. I don't really talk to Amy as much anymore, so I don't really know more information on whether or not they found him, since any time I've asked Amy, she's told me that she's known nothing of it. So to this day, this remains one of the scariest and one of the most unexplained experiences of my life. I had this interesting experience a couple of years ago, and I thought perhaps you'd want to feature it on the Creepy Fox podcast. Not sure why, but for some reason, it feels like this just happened yesterday. So, me and my girlfriend were out camping in the woods, where we ended up staying at her father's cabin. My girlfriend Ashley's dad normally rents out the cabin to people, but at the time nobody was staying there. He was actually the one that recommended us to go out there to check up on the place. He hasn't been out there in months since he's been so busy with his work. He told us if we could check up on the place, he would leave us the keys at home and we could stay there if we wanted to. And so the plan was set. We packed up the things we would need and we head out on a Saturday morning. On the drive out there, you can see just how isolated it was. The nearest house was at least 8 miles away from the cabin. Eventually, we arrived at said cabin at around 1 in the afternoon. Once there, we took out our things and we ended up relaxing for a little while. Ashley was going to go ahead and set some things up inside, and I was going to get started on the campsite in the meantime. I'll admit we love the comfort of being close to the cabin, but we also wanted to be able to camp outside. That's why we chose to set up a tent where we wanted to build ourselves a campfire next to, and we can just relax. If it did start raining or we needed to go inside the cabin, we did have that option available to us. So anyway, I start grabbing some of the things I'll be needing for our camp and start making my way down this little field. I follow a small little path for a few minutes until I arrive at this little clearing where we could easily set our things at. While I was out here, I began to get this very strange feeling. You know that feeling you get when you think you're being watched and you get this really anxious feeling about it? That's what I was feeling. So I looked up in the distance behind the tree line and I can make the outline of something out. I tried to ignore it as my imagination, but anytime I would look up, I would see movement. Finally, what really got to me was hearing branches breaking and then catching as somebody goes running the opposite way. Now, since I couldn't really see what it was, I just told myself it was most likely just some random animal and left it at that. After about half an hour of getting everything ready, I now start to make my way back to the cabin. I told Ashley about what happened, but we just both laughed it off, explaining it as my over-imagination. Unfortunately for me, all that hard work I put into building the campsite was going to be for nothing. Because guess what? It started to sprinkle, and then it started to rain pretty heavily. It was a bummer because the forecast did say there was going to be rain, but it was only like a 10% chance. I really didn't think it was going to rain that much. Oh well, I would just get everything in the morning. Left with not much else to do, we made some dinner at around 6 p.m. Then around 8 p.m. we make some hot chocolate and marshmallows, and we watch a movie on our laptop. Finally at around 10 p.m. we call it a night, and we each go to sleep. I want to say that around 2 in the morning, I was awoken to this really loud noise. It sounded like a crashing sound. You can imagine my surprise hearing this. Besides, by this point the rain was pretty light and you could barely hear any sort of rain. So I woke up Ashley and explained what I had just heard. How she didn't hear the noise? I had no idea. I was jealous of her because Somebody could be having a party with loud music outside, and she could sleep right through it without any issues. Anyway, we both sat there and listened for a couple of more minutes as we tried to figure out what exactly we were hearing. All we were able to hear now was the light sound of rain against the window and the crickets outside. After a few more minutes, both Ashley and I got up and looked through the window. I did shine a light outside trying to see if I can find the source of the noise that wasn't the rain, but I didn't locate anything. So we now cautiously looked through each window before deciding that it must have just been a branch or something that fell on top of the roof. So anyway, fast forward now to 6 in the morning. By now we had done our best to forget about what happened the previous night as we prepared ourselves some coffee. Even though it was muddy outside, I wanted to go ahead and grab our things and put them inside. Ashley wanted to go along with me, and so she joined me as we made our walk over to that campsite. You can imagine that with all the mud, it was really hard to get around. What should have been a 5-minute walk to the spot turned out to be more like 15 minutes. Eventually, we can both see the tent I left outside, and as you can imagine, it's all wet and ruined from the rain. Thankfully, however, the rain hadn't washed it all away. At this point, the sun was just starting to light the woods and the surrounding area. Still, it was dark enough that you could see shadows and movement from animals, as well as ourselves. As Ashley and I are just about finished, we both heard movement in the trees just ahead of us. At this point, we both froze as we saw somebody step out from behind the trees. With the lighting in the woods, it was difficult to get many details, but I'll try my best to describe them to you. They seemed to be wearing some sort of mask, if that makes any sense. Also, this person was very tall and had long curly hair. You can just imagine our reaction to seeing them. We immediately stopped what we were doing and we started to make our way back to the cabin, exactly unsure of who was out there. Remember, the ground was muddy and it really didn't help that we had this going on now. This random person out here stalking us. We did look behind us as we're trying to get away from them, but now we don't see anything. That in itself was very eerie, but that would be an understatement to what we hear next. All of a sudden, we ended up hearing somebody yelling, almost like somebody was crying and screaming for help. That was then followed by 2 loud gunshots, and then the screams went silent. As you can imagine, Ashley and I were beyond horrified. Were the screams somebody that had been kidnapped? And was that person in the mask the one responsible for the gunshots and ending that person's screams? We're not sure, but what we did do was we got in our car and we ended up driving out of there, immediately going to the police station and telling them about what we had heard. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you more, but the cops haven't exactly told us anything, even all these years later. So, part of us, even though we're not exactly sure, we would like to hope that what we heard was just a couple of people messing around with us, with maybe one of them having a gun and the other person screaming and then stopping in order to scare us to make us believe that somebody had been killed. But I guess we'll never truly know, will we? Also, I guess I forgot to mention this before, but this took place in the Alabama wilderness. This ended up taking place near our small town in Wales, and it was about 3 years ago. At the time of this taking place, I was 19 years old. With me was my friend Walter, who was 23 at the time. Me and Walter were super close, and we're pretty much like brothers. We always did so many things together, and something we really liked to do was camping and exploring. It wasn't unheard of for us to grab our backpacks and go into the mountains at least every other weekend. We would always take the same trails that would start us off at the bottom of the mountain, and then we would end up circling back around. The only interesting thing we really saw or encountered out there were just a few animals here and there, but they would usually always run away. As for people, we would sometimes see people who stayed out there. We even had a few occasions where we had a run-in with friendly campers, and they would invite us to join them for food. Anyway, with that, you can imagine we have a lot of experience out in the wilderness, So anyway, one weekend, me and Walter met up to do our same camping adventure and walk like normal. The only thing was I wasn't really feeling like going the same way. I'd grown bored of going the same trail, and I'm pretty sure Walter was feeling the same, as he ended up agreeing. Instead, we decided to take this opportunity to go to a different part of the mountains that we'd never been to before. This way, we could also challenge ourselves and experience something further different. So we ended up spending half the day out in this part of the woods, taking the time to learn the land. Walter was ahead of me at the time, and I was busy tying my shoes. Walter soon calls out to me as I could no longer see him. I was unsure of what he wanted, and so I got up and started making my way to this small opening. Here we find what looks to be like an old abandoned house from ages ago. The doors were missing and the windows were broken too. It was very eerie and strange finding this home out here in the middle of nowhere, but we were pretty curious about it. Walter has always been into urban exploring, so he was the one that went in first. I walked inside with him seconds later, and I'll tell you, this place definitely had seen its better days. Inside, along with that broken glass in the windows I mentioned, we also saw and found some old furniture. We continued into one of the other rooms to find a bunch of strange drawings and writing on the wall. It was hard to see due to the lighting, but it was definitely strange when it's revealed to us that we see a bunch of pentagrams. But that wasn't the part that made us uncomfortable. You see, all of a sudden we start to get this strange feeling, like we're being watched. "Hey, look, 2 kids," we ended up hearing. From out of the corner of my eye, we saw movement, and like something out of a nightmare, we see 2 large beat-up old men in about their mid to late 50s suddenly pop out. One is carrying a shotgun, and the other has a large butcher knife. To add on top of it, it appears that they have dried up bloodstains on their clothes too. Yes, you two will do just fine, won't you? You want to talk about the scariest thing in the world? Here it was, face to face with 2 armed men in one of the most bizarre and unexplained encounters of our life. What were they doing out here in the middle of nowhere? And why did they have blood on their clothes? We didn't even want to question it, since as they started to approach us, Walter and I booked it out of there, only to look back and see the 2 men stopping just a short distance from the tree line we had entered from. That was pretty much all there was to our experience. I apologize for it being somewhat anticlimactic, but that really was it, apart from not telling anyone. Looking back, we do wish we would have notified the police, but for some stupid reason we never did. Some friends have told us that they might have just been messing with us, or also could have been there hunting, but who really knows, to be honest. It still remains unexplained, and it's one of the freakiest things I've ever had to experience firsthand. Let me just go ahead and start off my story by saying in the end, we don't know exactly who it was we saw. I could spend hours trying to figure out what had happened, but then I realized maybe some of you could help me out. Alright, here it goes. Like any other bored young adult, growing up in a small town doesn't really offer you much to do. Don't get me wrong, it was nice living in a small town in Arizona where it's quiet for the most part, but as you might imagine, it becomes very routine. The same schedule of waking up, going to work, and coming back home was something I was starting to get frustrated with. Gone were my days of college, studying for exams and going out with friends on the weekends. Now were the days of making sure to go to work on time and having to interact with my fellow co-workers, who were very boring. Well, not all of them. My new job I was working at was a small quiet office where we handled paperwork and such. This meant very long hours of writing and critical thinking. The good thing was, as the weeks went by, I had gotten to know my co-workers some more. Lauren was one of my co-workers I got along with very well. We had similar interests in movies, TV shows, and music. Something else we shared was an excitement for the great outdoors. Lauren told me that in high school and college she was on the track and field team and spent many of her days running in the woods and on trails. This sounded awesome since most of my other friends weren't really into that. I myself loved running, so it was nice to have a friend who liked to do the same thing as me. With my new friend Lauren, we decided on going on a camping trip with our little dachshund. We ended up going into this nearby state park that offered campers the opportunity to camp nearby other families. There was also a fairgrounds of sorts, where the park offered cabins for people to stay in. It was great for families with small children because there was even a lake nearby where they could go swimming. That sounded great if we were like 12 years old, but for us we wanted to take the opportunity to go further into the woods, something that looking back, we both ended up regretting. Instead of taking the normal exit that would take us to the fairgrounds, we ended up going out about another hour down the highway. Our GPS showed a road that went off into the mountains that was supposed to be another part of the park. This area, as you might imagine, was a lot more isolated and saw less foot traffic. I myself had never been here before, but Lauren said that she had been here when she was younger. She told me that she went camping out here with some cousins, although she did tell me it gets lonely up here and the phone signal is spotty at best. It offered you, however, complete isolation from people. So we exit our vehicle and we begin walking until we find a good spot to stop at. By this point in the daytime, the sun was just beginning to set over the mountainside, and the evening was just upon us. I don't remember how long after the sun went down that I started to feel strange, but I knew it wasn't long after. It was strangely quiet out here, with the only sound coming from the light mountain breeze that you would feel on occasions. I could tell that Lauren looked a little bit nervous too, but we both just blamed this on the cold air and the isolation. It was sometime after we had started eating that Lauren's dog started whining. This was then soon followed after by growling and barking. Both of us found it a bit strange, and we began to worry at this point. But perhaps she had seen a squirrel or maybe some other sort of wild animal. I should explain something about her dog. She was very calm, something that Lauren kept telling me. Well, Lauren said that she had never seen her dog act this way before, so for her it was something completely brand new. We tried to get her dog to calm down, but she just wouldn't. It was now Lauren told me that she saw what looked to be like movement farther up ahead of us. I was trying to act brave, but as soon as she told me that, I got nervous myself. I told her that it might be better that we just leave and head back to the car, and we didn't second guess that decision. We quickly put out the fire and grabbed our belongings. It's now when we're almost at the car that we ended up hearing the sounds of people talking. I looked towards Lauren thinking that perhaps she had said something since I wasn't looking at her, but she said nothing. She also thought that I had said something. What follows in the next minute was something that we couldn't explain. We both clearly can hear what sounds like laughter. This wasn't your normal laughter, like something of a funny joke. This was the sort of laughter you would hear in typical horror movies. Being out here on our own definitely didn't help. Quickly, we each jump into the car, one by one, until we're face to face with a group of lights heading towards us. We don't spend another second there as we're now driving away. We both did end up looking in the rearview mirror, and we see what looks like a group of people holding old-fashioned lanterns and wearing dark clothing and carrying pitchforks with pointy hoodies over their heads. Kind of think of like Klansmen, but instead of the white robes and the white pointy hoodies over their heads, they were black robes and black hoodies. That was the final image that we were left with. I'm not exactly sure who those people were or why they were out there, but we do kind of think that this might have been some sort of strange cult that we ended up stumbling into. Either way, it may have been overreacting, but you just never know, especially when you're out there in the middle of nowhere, miles away from civilization. This happened about a year ago, but ultimately it's what made me decide to move. Whether it be me overreacting or it's something else, I guess all of you can decide on that. So I remember this was in the winter time, and I was living in my small hometown in North Carolina. I lived about 20 minutes by bicycle outside of the small town, and for the most part, I really enjoyed it out here. The nights were quiet. but being surrounded by the mountains and woods wasn't really such a bad thing, at least not yet. The closest neighbors were a few miles away from me. So anyway, when this took place, I was working at a small grocery store. I was in charge of making the bread and other sweets as well, basically the bakery job. Now, it's not really important to my story, but I just thought I'd give you some background context. What is important to this story is that I had no car. It was either I had to walk to work or I had to take my bicycle. Now, that was fine and all, until somebody ended up running over my bicycle. Thankfully, not me. But this meant I had to save some money up to buy a new one, and it also meant I had to end up walking to work. This was about 40 minutes of walking, and it ended up going through those woods I mentioned. There was a small trail that you could take that either took you further into the mountains or directly into town, where I would normally go to. There would even oftentimes be where you'd run into people, so it never really felt like you were truly alone out there. One thing I always loved seeing was this small abandoned barn and windmill that was out there in the woods. As far as I knew, the original owner had passed away, and as far as I knew, he had no family, so it pretty much just stayed there abandoned. However, there were no trespassing signs everywhere, and I would soon find out exactly why it said no trespassing and private property, but this would be found out for all the wrong reasons. Anyway, with that information out of the way, I remember one night I had to stay and work double time because one of my co-workers ended up getting sick. It was a lot more work, sure, but at least I got double pay, so that was a good thing. Because of me picking up more hours, I wouldn't be done until later that night. Normally I worked from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., but with the added hours I would be working until 9. By the time I closed the store and cleaned up everything, it was close to about 9:30 p.m. One of my co-workers did offer to drive me back home, and I really should have taken the offer, but I told him I was fine since I did enjoy the walk home. Now, the only light I had with me was from my cell phone, and so I was using that along with the street lamps to make my way around. The trail did have some lights itself, but they didn't really offer you the chance to see too far ahead of you. Nonetheless, I figured since I've walked down this trail plenty of times before, I would be alright. That's what I ended up doing. The walk home on the trail was fine, and I hadn't seen anyone. When I ended up reaching the back roads of where the barn and windmill were, that's where I saw it. I wanted to see what this barn was truly all about, and so I ended up making my way over there, avoiding all the signs that said no trespassing, the ones I talked about earlier. Now, it was a bit creepy, but it was cool at the same time, so I ended up taking a couple of photos. After doing so, I start to make my way out. Now, the first thing I noticed when I left was the feeling of somebody being out there with me and just watching from a distance. I got the chills as I looked around expecting to see someone, but nothing. Soon, I start hearing the sounds of running, followed by a light that ended up shining. That sent me running down the trail as I'm too nervous to look behind me. With all the courage, however, I did look eventually, and I only see what looks like a hooded figure running off into the woods. Now, I couldn't explain what it was about, but it was about to get even more scarier. 20 or so minutes after I had arrived back home, I noticed my light on the front porch turn on. Normally, if someone is walking around outside, it automatically turns on. I carefully looked out the window across the field, and that's where I see the same hooded figure from the woods. I now go to close the curtains, and as I do, something tells me to turn around. I didn't want to, and so I proceed to go back to the couch. After another 5 or so minutes, now with my shotgun in hand, I heard the sound of scratching on the windows and doors. Now I was really confused. I immediately called the neighbors that lived a few miles away from me, and I wanted to know if they were outside on my property. Not only did they tell me it wasn't them, but they told me that they weren't even in town, as they were visiting some family a couple of cities over. Well, there went that possible explanation. I continued to sit there with my shotgun for what seemed like forever. Eventually the noises did settle down. Out of nowhere, however, I can see that the front porch light had suddenly turned on again. Curiosity gets to me, as I go back to the window to look. It's here. I see that same hooded figure stumbling around my property. I had enough at this point. Using my shotgun, I point outside and I fire a warning shot. This sends this person running off into the woods, but by now my adrenaline is pumping through my veins at 1,000,000 miles an hour. But I do end up calling the police, who arrived at my house 15 minutes later and do an immediate scan of the property and the nearby woods. Nothing. No person in a hoodie. The only thing they did find was that they had found muddy footprints that led to and from my house, as well as tire tracks in the woods. I surely hadn't caused those. Needless to say, I never did see that unexplained individual again, and I do wonder to this day who they were, and if it weren't for the shotgun, would they have tried breaking in? Well, I don't really know. Okay, so this happened about 5 years ago. I was living at home with my mom and dad in a small house right outside Seward, Alaska. I'm currently 18 years old and I'm studying in Montana, but when this took place, I was 13. Now, Seward is very small. It's got a very small population, in fact. It's also pretty neat because you pretty much know everybody that lives there. Now, with it being winter at the time this happened, you rarely saw anybody out on the streets. Now, at the time, we only had about 4 hours of sunlight, and even then you rarely saw anyone. I would also like to add that even though we technically lived in this small town, our house was up in the nearby woods, further away, just like I mentioned. Now, I remember this one night in particular. My mom and dad had left the house because they had to go take care of some family that were about an hour away. This left me at home to look after our new little puppy, Max. Max was seriously like my best friend, and we always watched TV together. I didn't really feel like going, so that's why I told my parents I'd just stay at home with them. So fast forward to about 9 p.m. and the movie we were watching was about to end. I was getting pretty tired myself, and so I fell asleep halfway through the credits. I was instantly awoken, however, by Max starting to whine. I did think this was weird, so I thought perhaps he just needed to go outside or something. Now, normally, before I would take Max outside, I would always look out the window. I don't know why, but it was just a strange habit of mine. In front of the window, we had a large tree that covered some of the view. Still, even with that, you could see some of the field and woods. Now, as soon as I walked up to the window, I stood there frozen as I could see somebody in a ski mask staring right back at me, and they're holding a gun. I had no idea what to think, as I now saw them turn around and walk off into the dark of the night. Looking back, I was pretty sure that was the reason Max was making noise. Now, if you thought that was bad, a few seconds later I started to hear the sound of the back door trying to be opened. I now looked at the doorknob from the hallway, and I see that in fact, it is moving. Whoever was out there was obviously trying to get inside and burglarize the place. Immediately, I got on the phone to call the police. They told me that they would have officers out to the area, but in the meantime, I was to remain locked in place. Not that the lady on the phone had to tell me twice to do. When the officers did arrive, they had looked everywhere, but they had seen nothing. No masked man with a gun anywhere. Bear in mind, as I was on the phone, things had gone silent. Now, the only thing that was found was that one of the screens on the windows had been slashed. Cops did end up staying around with me until my parents got back, and they ended up explaining everything to them. Nothing similar like that has ever happened to me again, nor did it happen to anybody else in our town. As a side note, I remember it was about 5 degrees that night, and again we were out in the woods. If it was somebody from the nearby town, then I'm not sure who it could have been, since everybody there is pretty friendly. Besides, why would they be out there in such cold weather? I don't really know, but something about being home alone and experiencing that is what really gets to me, even now as I write this out to all of you. Hey there, huge fan here. I would like to tell you some scary experiences of mine that I think would be perfect for your Creepy Fox channel. What makes these experiences stand out to me is that I can't really explain everything. Even though I'm now 27 years old and this happened about 7 or 8 years ago, I can't really forget it. Now, my story might be a little bit long, but I want to include as many details and background information as possible since I sat down and tried to put as much details into this. This way you can really feel like you were there with me. So let's get started with a couple of things. Growing up in Australia, I lived in a home where a lot of strange things would happen. It was just me, my mom, my dad, and our cat. The thing is, we started noticing things going missing, or we would hear the sounds of footsteps and knocking at time. For a while, you can imagine we did everything we could to explain it all. We would set up cameras, we would listen, but we never did come up with anything. It seemed like I was the one that was mainly experiencing this. It bothered me at first, but I eventually got used to it. We did eventually move out, and things seemed to have settled down after that. The only reason I'm bringing up these details is because I've always had this fascination with unexplained happenings. This is what made me very confused with what happened. Alright, so with all that, I'll go ahead and fast forward to my college years. By this point in my life, I'd already put everything that had happened in my old home behind me. Now, my main focus was studying and trying to earn my degree. Still, even with all that going on, it didn't stop me from doing something that I enjoyed. That's camping. Thankfully for me, I had met a bunch of college friends who loved the great outdoors and enjoyed spending time out in the outback. One weekend, I had been pretty stressed out. And the thing is, I really didn't do too well on a test I'd taken the other day, and I wanted to go out and do something. Normally, I could have just gone into town, but that sounded too boring. Instead, I met up with my roommate friends and wanted to know if they wanted to go camping this weekend. We had Monday off, so we figured why not get our minds off of school for a little while and go out. So along with my friends, Mark and Kimberly, we made a 2-hour drive out into the middle of nowhere. It was an area perfect for campers, so we figured it was perfect for us as well. When we had arrived, we had seen no one, which was great. We were looking forward to being the only ones out there. That area was essentially like any other you would imagine. Miles of nothingness and rock formations were what mainly consisted of this land. In the distance, you could see some mountains with beautiful fields in between. Moving on. As soon as we arrived, we ended up parking our car into a small parking area. Here all we saw were empty parking spots. Once we grabbed our backpacks and belongings, we started our little backpacking adventure. It had rained just a few days ago, so the ground was still a little bit muddy. But even with that, it wasn't stopping us from our getaway. While walking around, I kept having this really strange feeling. My friends were acting alright, but I kept feeling as if I saw shadows, or I heard noises. I would tell my friends about it, but all they said was that I was just hearing things. Now, because of me being so nervous, I offered to stay up during the nighttime and keep an eye on the campfire. For the most part, nothing really happened on night number 1. I would sometimes hear movement in the nearby trees, but whenever I looked around, I hadn't seen anything. Blaming this on my overreactive mind, I put it to the side and eventually settled into the tent to get some sleep. While trying to sleep though, I kept getting cold and waking up. Now this tent was the ones you would use if you were in the mountains. It normally shouldn't get cold inside, and I even had plenty of blankets as well. Since the ground was mainly dirt and still sort of muddy, I blamed it on that. Night number 2 was a different story. That's when things really started to escalate, and it got weird. We once again spent the day exploring and walking about until around 5 in the afternoon. Once we were tired, we made our way back to our campsite, where we set up dinner. Kimberly was actually the one that pointed this out to us, but we had noticed a trail of tracks that were walking up to our campsite. They looked different from ours. It looked to belong to some sort of wild animal. So cautiously, we walked back to our campsite, but we found nothing. The only difference now was it seemed like somebody had gone through our things, but thankfully they hadn't taken anything. That did make us a bit more alert that night, however. After all, we were out here in the wilderness, but it's not a surprise if there might be some sort of animal. So after a nice warm meal, Mark goes inside his tent, which leaves myself and Kimberly outside by the campfire. We talked for about an hour or so, talking about everything we had seen. And me and Kimberly go through the camera that we had brought with us as we take a look back at all the wonderful pictures we had taken. While doing so, Kimberly and I ended up hearing movement in the nearby trees. This made both of us nervous as we listened in. After all, we're already paranoid from seeing the footprints. Eventually, we just tell ourselves it's most likely just some small wildlife or something and calm down. About an hour later, it's 10 p.m. and we both decided to go inside the tent to get some rest. Once again, while trying to get some sleep, I woke up due to how cold it was. Again, I just couldn't explain that feeling of something in the woods. Only this time, I felt somebody was behind our tent. We had our lantern off, and I could see that Mark's lantern was off as well. You were actually able to see the glow through the tent if someone had their light on. This meant that Mark was asleep and hadn't been the one walking out there. Kimberly was asleep, but I whispered to her to try and wake her up. It took about a minute, but she eventually woke up, pretty tired and confused too. "What's wrong? Are you able to sleep?" "That's part of it, but haven't you been hearing the noise around the tent?" "No, I was asleep. It's probably just that same animal we heard. Go back to sleep, it's nothing." I think Kimberly was doing her best to calm me down, but I could tell that she had a concerned look on her face. Suddenly she stopped talking and she listened in with me, as we now both hear the sound of somebody pacing around our tents. I'll tell you one thing, this didn't sound like any small animal. It sounded larger than that, more so, like a human being. Against all logic and getting all my courage, I looked through a small little opening in the front of the tent. If this was Mark walking around or something, that would finally settle our nerves. This way we could have explained it. I looked through the small opening, however, but noticed Mark's tent was closed. Also, his lantern was off, indicating he was sleeping. It was now that Kimberly grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back. She looked really scared, and I instantly saw why. We both clearly can see a shadow through the tent. With the moonlight being so bright, it cast this shadow against our tent. At this point, I had enough. I wanted to just go out there and chase whoever was doing this away. But I don't recommend anyone doing that, since you don't know who they might be and if they might have a gun. Although to be fair, we were already screwed to begin with since we're out here in the middle of nowhere. I opened the tent regardless and heard running and the sound of crashing in the woods. Once that happened, everything just went quiet. All the noise we had heard, the footsteps, the animal sounds, were gone like that. This all happened in a matter of seconds, mind you, so I wasn't able to get a look at whoever was out there. Mark ended up stepping out of his tent with a worried look on his face. He now saw as me and Kimberly were outside the tent with this look of confusion. Mark proceeded to tell us both that he had heard noises over the past 10 minutes and thought that we were the ones making the noise. We now had confirmation that neither of us were the ones responsible for the noise. Now, you can begin to imagine just how we were feeling in that moment. Now, unfortunately for us, we were out in the middle of nowhere. Walking a minimum of 5 miles in the dark with something strange out there wasn't something we really wanted to deal with. Instead, we take our chances and we go back inside our tents. Nothing more happened that night and we were all able to get some rest. We were planning on leaving this morning, but we had some breakfast before heading out. While having breakfast, we kept trying to explain what had happened. Was it a wild animal? Was it a human being? Well, we're not sure. Some random person walking around at night definitely seemed like a possibility, but again, we're not too sure. Also, there is another thing to mention. We had seen no other cars or signs of people out there. Remember how we mentioned that? Well, we couldn't come up with an explanation as we now packed everything and headed back to our car. Of course, this wouldn't be a proper ending without our car having issues. One thing were a couple of scratch marks we found on the back window, including that one of the tires was completely slashed. So, not sure if some wild animal out there was pretty pissed off at us for being out there. But I mean, what other explanation was there? Was there some random person out there just trying to cause problems? Not sure. But we haven't been camping since that night. Because, can you really blame us? We have this fear that we're going to bump into some crazy maniac out there who might end up murdering us in cold blood. About 17 years ago now, I was 22 years old. For the record, I'm a Caucasian female, and at the time, my now oldest son was only 2 years old. I just moved in with my mother after my son's father had left us to go back to Mexico. I had gotten myself a new job at an Arby's in town. Well, within a month, I met and started dating a very tall and good-looking coworker, who in my retelling we're going to call L. L was a dark-skinned guy who also lived with his mom, and we often worked late together at work. He knew I had a young son and didn't seem to mind it, and he even started inviting us over to church with him, as well as his mother, and soon we were being intimate together as well. Things progressed pretty rapidly, and we had a few pregnancy scares. Anyway, then the weird stuff started. For starters, I found out that one of the supervisors, a larger woman, who I'll call R, had previously dated my boyfriend L. That kind of weirded me out because from time to time she would openly flirt with him, despite being our supervisor, and she would drop little hints about their past relationship, which he had broken off. Then there were the younger girls. They would be overly friendly with him, kind of in the same way he had been with me before we started dating. But other than that, things were going okay between us. I often drove him home late at night, and our relationship started to get a little bit more serious. I ended up moving out of my mom's house with my son, and I started living with another relative who lived closer to my job. I started telling my boyfriend how I wanted to settle down so that my son could have a more stable life. Also, I told him I was done with dating around, and I was now looking for something more permanent. My boyfriend told me at first that he wasn't interested in getting married. This was because his own parents' marriage had failed really badly, and he didn't have a relationship with his own father. All the while, his own mother had really taken my little son under her wing and had started acting like he was their legit grandchild. To be honest, I didn't really mind that at all. We were going to their church regularly and had begun to feel very welcome. He eventually agreed that we should get married, as we both had our whole lives to continue to get to know each other. So then, one day we went ahead and went to the city hall and we made it official. However, neither of our families knew that we were getting married, and we still lived separately for quite a while. I ended up having an early miscarriage soon after that, and that's when both our mothers found out that we were married. From then on, things with him started to get very, very strange. He started acting like we weren't together anymore and started denying the baby I had miscarried. He acted really depressed and would tell me conflicting things, sort of like he didn't want to be with me, but then would turn around and say he would kill himself if I left him. I should have taken this as a major red flag and divorced him right then and there, but I was an idiot. So when my relative told me I had to move out because he was losing his house, I ended up moving into an apartment with my new husband L and my son. For a short time, things went okay. We both quit our jobs at Arby's and he stayed unemployed for a short time while I got a different job. He would stay home with my son while I went to work a few blocks away. By now, my son was around 3 years old. My son started telling me that he wasn't allowed to use the toilet during the day when Daddy was home, and sometimes I would come home and find my son and husband would be gone with no sort of explanation. I would have to call around for hours, scared out of my mind, just wondering where they had gone, only to find out that my husband had taken my son to his grandmother's house or to a friend's house. Once, he even took him to a bowling alley where it suspiciously looked like he and his friends were on a double date. Then pictures of naked girls started showing up on my husband's screensaver on his phone. He had never before had this on his phone, and it bothered me as we were still fairly newlywed. My mom wasn't in the picture at this time because she was mad I'd gone and gotten married behind her back, and we weren't talking, so I felt very alone and had nobody to really talk to about this. I got mad that my husband wasn't looking for work, and we had a few fights about it because we had begun to get behind on our rent due to the fact that my job at Dunkin' Donuts didn't pay all that much. So, my husband would drop my son off with his mom and then go walking around town looking and applying for jobs while I was at work, or so I thought. That entire time, my husband just couldn't seem to find a job that would hire him. One day, I decided to go through his backpack he typically would take with him while he went to look for jobs to see if he had even picked up any paper applications. What I found instead blew my mind. His backpack was filled with explicit adult entertainment movies. I was speechless. For one, we didn't have a joint bank account, thankfully, and he didn't have any income himself, so how did he get all these movies? They couldn't have been for free. I was also very hurt because why would he need that if we had just gotten married? Things weren't adding up for me. I started snooping around and I found messages where he was getting picked up by somebody else and basically hanging out with them all day instead of looking for work. Fast forward a few months and we get kicked out of our apartment for failure to pay rent. All three of us move in with his mother in her tiny 2-bedroom apartment. Since his mom has one of the bedrooms and his sister has the other, there's no bedroom for us, so all three of us sleep in the living room. And my husband still didn't have a job and had joined his church's choir, which met a couple of times a week. He told me his dream was to do music, which I admit he was pretty good at, and he was tired of looking for regular jobs. My son started going to a new daycare since his mom couldn't watch my son anymore. I also had a new job closer to my mom's house. After about a month, he finally got a job at a Little Caesars pizzeria, and I was relieved. But then I found out that he was looking up explicit adult-orientated material on his sister's computer. I didn't say anything about it to him, even though it did bother me. He had never acted like this while we dated, and I started to get really depressed and feel bad about myself. I decided to make more of an effort to spend time with my husband, as I thought it might fix things between us since living with his mother was kind of stressful. I started asking to go with him to his choir practices. They were pretty boring, and my son would get bored and restless. I eventually stopped going because I just didn't enjoy them and they would take hours before they were over. All this time I'd been saving up money on my own to get us another apartment so we could move out of his mother's apartment, as I didn't feel comfortable there and was tired of sleeping on the sofa or floor every single night. One day after I went to work, I discovered I had accidentally taken my husband's phone to work with me by mistake. Our phones were both flip phones and looked very similar. I opened the phone on my break to text my phone and let him know I accidentally grabbed his, and that's when I saw the very descriptive text messages between him and another woman in his choir. They were talking about how they couldn't wait to see each other and be with each other again. I had recently put a down payment on an apartment and we were set to move in within a few weeks, but now I had proof my husband was cheating on me. I got so angry I went home and I basically told him we couldn't be together anymore. He got embarrassed and left. I was left alone in his mother's apartment. He never came back after that night. I went to his job to try to look for him, and his boss told me that he had abruptly quit his job and left. I just couldn't believe it. His mother told me after a week that my son and I had to move out, since we were supposed to move into the new apartment together anyway. I knew I wasn't going to be able to afford the rent all on my own, so I went back to the apartment manager and told him the situation, and I asked for the deposit back. That's when I found out my husband had already come by and taken all the money. The manager felt bad for me, but there was nothing he could do, as my husband's name had been on the application, even though it had been my money that we used for the deposit. Upset, I went back to his mother's apartment and told her about what happened. She had no sympathy for me whatsoever, and she told me that since we moved into her apartment together, we would have to move out together, and now only had a few days to move out before she made a big thing out of it. Sadly, I had nowhere to go now, but I did find out quickly afterwards that my husband had taken the money and used it to buy a bus ticket out of state so he could go and stay with his estranged father, someone he hadn't talked to in many years. I now called my mother and told her my story, and she agreed to help put me up in a hotel for about a month or so I could save up for another apartment again. which thankfully I did successfully. Now, you would think this would be the end of this tragic tale, but no, it wasn't. We were still married, and I was too poor and dumb to figure out how to get a divorce. I didn't make much money at the time, barely enough to save up for rent and pay for my son's daycare expenses, as he was still under the age of 5 and couldn't go to school yet. Once I had moved out of the hotel and been in my own apartment by myself for a while, now working 2 part-time jobs and seeing someone new, who, newsflash, also wasn't a good guy, I started getting random text messages from my husband. My new guy knew that I was married and knew about the whole creepy situation, but somehow I didn't feel comfortable telling him my husband was still texting me. I didn't know if he'd get upset or angry if he knew he was in contact with me. At first, the text messages were easy to ignore, as he basically just told me he had been staying with his father and that he'd calmed down and gotten a stable job. He wanted to know if I thought we could get back together. He was now living in Michigan and I was in Indiana at this time. I ignored most of the text messages, but I made sure that I made it clear that I had no intention of getting back together with him and that I'd moved on. I wanted a divorce, but I just couldn't afford it. Then the truly awful text messages began. He started texting and calling me and telling me all the lewd things he wanted to do to me sexually. When I didn't respond to those, he would text me and call me really awful and horrible names, basically telling me things like I was a worthless slut, etc. I tried blocking him, but different numbers would call or text me. Then one day I started getting text messages from an unknown number, claiming he was a detective in Michigan. He claimed my husband had been murdered and that I needed to call him back. I didn't recognize the voice on the messages and started to get really scared. He wanted my personal information so that he could send my husband's belongings. I didn't tell him though, and instead informed his mother about the disturbing text messages and the disturbing phone calls I had been receiving. She and I had not spoken for a very long time at this point, and she seemed irritated I had called her, but told me it was most likely not true or she would have been contacted first. So I chalked it up as some weird prank orchestrated by my husband for whatever deranged reason, and I put it out of my mind. I had been with this new guy for almost a year by this time, and I was now pregnant with his child. I had stopped working both jobs now, only working one, and my baby's father stayed with me most nights of the week, but not every single day. I also had taken my son out of daycare as it just got too expensive. Now, a very nice and elderly couple I had known since I was a teenager was watching my son while I worked. One night, the elderly couple came to pick me up from work with my son in the back seat of the car as they waited for me to finish up the closing shift at work. Another car I didn't recognize pulled up behind their car by the curb. A woman got out and suddenly walked over and got into the couple's car. I was stunned. It had been my mother-in-law. We hadn't spoken at all except for that one random time since my husband and I had separated. Now here she was sitting in my babysitter's car, hugging my son. Being as young as he was, he only half remembered her as he hadn't seen her in quite a while. The elderly couple was scared because they didn't know the woman whatsoever, and they had not been expecting anyone other than me. My mother-in-law climbed out of the car holding onto my son and told me she was going to take him to spend the night with her since she hadn't seen him in so long and she had missed him. Bear in mind, she had never before called me since the separation asking about my son. She noticed I was heavily pregnant and became upset. I told her under no circumstances was she taking my son with her. We had a ride and we were going home. She didn't know my address either. The elderly couple drove me home and asked if I would be okay. I said I would, and that was the end of that, but it catapulted me into keeping a better eye on my son, as well as the surroundings around us. I notified the police about what was going on, and tried to get a restraining order against both my husband and his mother, but I found out she no longer lived at the address, and since I had no exact address for either one, I would not be granted any restraining orders, which completely blew my mind, because who the heck knows their stalker's address? Then everything stopped for about 3 months. I was still pregnant at this time and had just gone to some chicken restaurant for lunch with my son and was walking home with him with our food. I had a huge cup of soda in one hand and my purse and the food in the other. My son was walking slightly ahead of me, saying hi to everyone on the street as we made our way down the block. A short while later, I noticed someone far down the block walking behind us. I didn't think much of it at first, and I continued walking. It was a very tall, skinny man, but I couldn't make out any facial features as they were wearing a hoodie that obscured their face. We made it to our block and started walking towards our apartment, and this is when I noticed the man was still walking behind us, although he had caught up just a little bit more. Suddenly, I recognized him. It was my husband, of all people. I hadn't seen him in about a year, and we hadn't spoken or texted each other either. I had never given him or his mother my new address, so how he found us, I'll never know. I now began speed walking to my apartment, picking up my son and practically shoving him through the door, telling him to run upstairs and see if my boyfriend was home. The door was a very heavy door and needed a key to get in, so I felt safe thinking that if I could just get inside and upstairs, we were going to be okay. I didn't know what my husband's intentions were, and I really didn't want to find out. I tripped on the stairs and dropped my cup all over myself and the stairs. The next thing I knew, my husband's hands were grabbing me and trying to help me up. My son had come back down the stairs worried about me, and my husband grabbed him and started hugging him. My son clearly didn't remember him, or maybe didn't want to, and tried to wiggle his way out of his grasp. He started telling me how much he missed us, and that he was home now and wanted to be with us too. I told him that I was pregnant and now living with somebody else, and that I moved on from our previous relationship. He responded by telling me that he didn't care whatsoever. He would be the father of the new baby, that my indiscretion didn't matter, since he had been the first one who had cheated. I guess he saw it as some sort of payback, and now we were even or something. I told him no, that wasn't going to happen, and he needed to leave. Thankfully, he did. Now, I would love to tell you that was the end of the story, but again, it isn't. From 2008 until 2020, I remained married and estranged from my husband. In 2011, I met the man that I'm still married to today. My current husband and I had been together for around 9 years and have 3 children of our own. In 2020, we decided that we wanted to get married. My current husband knew everything about my past and that I was still technically married to the other guy. I had tried and failed over the years to get a divorce from my estranged husband because I didn't know where he had gone, and getting a divorce by post was rather expensive. Eventually, I got tired of trying and gave up before I met my now husband. Him and his family had given me a lot of grief over the years for still being married to that guy, and I felt sick and guilty that I still was, and that my fiancé blamed me for not being able to get married sooner because of it. Well, that started my search for him anew, and I quickly discovered that he had previously tried contacting me on Pinterest, and he had left me messages about how he was sorry for his past behavior, etc. The messages were pretty old, but I gave it a shot and messaged him back. I looked him up on Facebook through my fiance's phone as he was blocked on my account, and I found out that he was living in Oklahoma, and it looked like he was also with somebody else and had a young son. I now felt confident I could ask for a divorce from him, and we started messaging about that. I got him to give me an address so I could send him divorce papers, telling him I would pay for the divorce. Since we didn't have any children or any assets together, it was pretty straightforward. Until the part where he found out he had to give the court information about his income and assets. I wasn't seeking anything from him, it was just part of the normal paperwork that I had to fill out as well. But once he had heard he had to give out his personal information to the court, he stopped conversing with me and blocked me. Luckily, I had enough of the paperwork signed by him that I was able to take that to court and talk to the judge so I could explain the situation. As long as he didn't show up to the court to contest anything the day of our court date, I was going to be clear. I was finally granted a divorce in 2020, and 6 months later, almost to the day, I was allowed to marry my fiancée, the love of my life. I know not getting a divorce for so long seems like it makes me the bad person, but I was just not someone who was making smart choices at the time, and I didn't have the extra funds to try and launch an investigation and divorce of someone who clearly wanted to remain hidden for so long, and I truly had wanted to forget about it. I had not anticipated meeting my then fiancé and falling in love with him, or even having more children. It wasn't until we were more financially stable and better off that I was able to pursue my divorce, and I haven't looked back since. Thankfully, I've had no further contact with my ex, and his crazy mother too. I am happy now and much better off than I was when my oldest son was little. I guess the moral of the story would be to get to know who the heck you're dating long before you decide to sleep with them or even marry them. Some people are just crazy and they'll do a lot of terrible things to you. As for my second son's father, who happened to not be home at the time my husband showed up that last time, that is a whole other story in and of itself. I'll call that part 2. If you have any questions about my story, please let me know and I will do my best to answer them. Thank you and stay safe everyone. Please make good dating choices. Hello. When I submitted my last story, I told you I would have a part 2, so here it is. When we last left off, I was telling you how I just married the love of my life after my very long and harrowing experience with my ex-husband. However, I neglected the whole story about what happened with my second son's father and why that relationship also turned out to be a nightmare of sorts. This is part 2. So, from the first part, we've already established that I've obviously have made some pretty poor choices in the past regarding my love life. Unfortunately, the second time around wasn't so great either, as I continued my bad trajectory. So first off, I met my second son's father, who I'll call Jay, before I was separated from my husband. At the time, he was just a normal customer at my job, and I served him coffee every single day. His job was across the street from mine, and down about a half a block. He was a mechanic who would come in every morning at the same exact time and buy coffee for everyone. This was also before my husband and I had begun living with my mother-in-law. Jay was really sweet, if not a little bit equal parts charming and flirty. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy who was just a tad rough around the edges. One day, he offered me a ride to go pick up my son from daycare as I had none, and I accepted as the daycare was kind of a long walk from my job and I had no car. We got to talking and he told me about his family and 2 sons and his immigration to the United States, as he was from Mexico like my son's father also had been. He was a church-going Catholic and said he really didn't mind helping me out once in a while since our jobs were so close to each other and I made good coffee. After I found out my husband was cheating on me and we separated, Jay started coming into the shop and talking to me frequently, sometimes more than once a day. After some time had passed, he started asking if I needed rides more often, and sometimes would take my son and I out to dinner after he was picked up from daycare. Jay would drop us off at the hotel I was staying at after dinner, and he would invite us to go to church, and even to a Catholic Bible study with him at the house he was staying at with another family that was letting him stay with them. I wouldn't say we were dating exactly then, because nothing was ever verbalized between us at the time. It was just him giving us rides, and occasionally buying us dinner. Perhaps he felt bad that I couldn't afford a lot. I don't really know what he was thinking. Anyway, he helped take me around town to look for apartments I could apply for, and even volunteered to watch my son for me on days when he wasn't working, so I didn't always have to send him to daycare, which was starting to get pretty expensive. Being naive and still an idiot, I let him do that. They would stay in the hotel until I was done with my shift and then pick me up. At the time, I saw nothing wrong with this. Today, it would have given me a major red flag. However, in time, we ended up kissing a few times, but nothing beyond that, until later. Now, you might not think any of this as creepy at all, but hold on, that part is coming. Well, eventually my time at the hotel ran out, and my mom couldn't afford to pay for another month there. I did manage to find an apartment to rent, but I couldn't move in right away. Jay said he had an uncle who might let me stay with him until I could move into the apartment. I went with him to visit the uncle, but the uncle didn't seem fond of me, so he only let me and Jay and my son stay for one night. We had to sleep on the floor, and the bathroom was incredibly gross, with standing water in the tub. I don't think I would have wanted to stay another night there, even if he would have let us. Somehow though, Jay and I ended up having sex for the first time that night. After that night, Jay started to distance himself from me quite a bit. He told me that he didn't want to hurt his two sons and that he didn't want to be in a serious relationship. Looking back on it now, I think he may have been married himself, but I don't know that for sure. In any case, he continued to help me out, and he would often fool around with me if he got the chance to do so, or if he decided he wanted to stay overnight with me at my new apartment. One night, I got invited to go to the Bible study with him at the house where he usually lived at when he wasn't spending nights with me. The people who owned the house were hosting the dinner and Bible study along with some other mutual friends of Jay and the family he lived with that consisted of a husband, wife, and a little girl. I brought my son with me so the kids could play together, and Jay showed me the tiny room that he had. While we were in the room, the wife came into his room and started talking to him, acting like I wasn't even there. She made him give her all his dirty clothes and acted really flirty with him. I'm not going to lie, it kind of bothered me as by this time, Jay and I had been sleeping together more frequently. It came to pass later that I found out, I don't remember who told me, that Jay had slept with the wife and the husband didn't even know. I guess the little girl had some sort of mental or physical condition, and the mom was tired of it and wanted another child, but was having a hard time getting pregnant by the husband, and so slept with Jay so she could try and get pregnant without telling her husband. According to Jay, he only slept with her once or twice, and then stopped because he felt guilty betraying his friend, and had also met me around that time. Soon after, Jay moved out of their house and in with me and my son. When he found out that I was pregnant, he initially denied it was his and told all of his friends behind my back that the baby wasn't his and that we had never been dating whatsoever, only that he was helping me out and that I let him live with me out of gratitude or some stupid nonsense like that. Even though he still invited me to do stuff, I had absolutely no idea why people were giving me weird looks or awful side eyes. They all looked at me as if I was crazy, and I was for believing his lies. So right before I'm about to have my second son, I come home from work like usual, and I notice that Jay isn't there. It takes me the whole night with my prego brain to realize anything is missing when I go to the bathroom, and I realize his toiletries are all gone. I run to the bedroom and fling open the closet, and I see that all of his things are gone. He's left me with absolutely no explanation whatsoever. Throughout everything that was going on with Jay, my crazy ex-husband would occasionally text me with his lewd comments. It was incredibly stressful. I ended up going into labor a month later and giving birth without him even knowing or being there. After I had my baby, I went to his job only to find out he didn't work there anymore and they didn't know where he had gone. His boss was angry at him because Jay owed him money and left him without any help at the shop as the boss was an older gentleman and only employed 1 or 2 mechanics to work with him. Well, another month goes by and his boss calls me out of the blue and tells me where I can find my baby's father. So I show up at his job with my son and my mother, demanding to talk to him and wanting to know if he wants to see his newborn son who was in the car. I know that was probably a dumb thing to do, but I didn't care after all he had put me through. He promised to come by after work and see his son, which he did. Much to my mother's dismay, Jay moved back in with me and started treating me a bit nicer. He began parading the baby around and showing him off to all his friends, which really angered them as they all still thought I had cheated on him or who knows what. He started talking about how we didn't want to stay in Indiana anymore and suggested we move somewhere else. He said he had friends in Texas who could get a job and would let us stay with them for a while until we got set up. I used my tax return to buy a car, and we packed up my car and his truck, and we moved to Texas with my tax return money, staying with another couple who had 3 kids. As soon as we got to Texas, he sold my brand new used car I just bought that was in my name to another couple he just met. Our stay with the family ended up being cut short as well, due to the fact that the wife started treating me really rudely. The husband was nice enough and didn't seem to mind us at all, but the wife was acting almost jealous and wouldn't let me help out around the house or anything like that. She ended up kicking us out because she didn't like me, and later I suspected that Jay had slept with her as well, and that's why she was acting the way towards me. So there I was in a new city, a new state, no car and nothing to my name except what was left of my tax return. We soon moved into a side-by-side, and Jay took a job down the block at a mechanic shop while I stayed home with the boys. After a few months of relatively good relations, Jay stopped coming home after work and started staying out very late, coming home drunk from the bar almost every night, leaving me alone all the time with the boys, and with no transportation to go anywhere or buy groceries and diapers. If I needed to go anywhere, I had to walk there with the boys in the Texas heat. I had no phone as he had broken it in a fit of anger, and I often had to walk more than a few blocks to a payphone to try and call my mother to check in with her. I'm sure she expected me to go missing at any time. In the 2 or 3 years we lived in Texas, Jay became increasingly irritated with me over the slightest thing. He became abusive to both me and my older son, calling my son names and treating him like he was less than because he was hyperactive and had a hard time sitting still and quiet. He would slap, kick, or push me if he was angry or if I confronted him over his behavior. The only times he ever told me he loved me was when he was drunk. Right before our son H's first birthday, I took him to the dollar store to get party supplies. He ended up standing up in the cart when my back was turned and tipping it over. A metal hook caught my baby's face on the way down as he toppled the car over. I was horrified. I rushed to the front of the store and asked if they could call 911, but everyone was standing there like idiots, so I rushed out of the store. Luckily, that was a rare day when I had actually borrowed Jay's truck to get supplies. My older son was with Jay at work. I called Jay on a stranger's phone before driving as quickly as I could to the hospital, with one hand over my baby's forehead to stop the bleeding. It turned out he only had a quarter-size hole in his forehead, where the hook had caught him and the flap of skin had mostly kept him from bleeding excessively, as I had held my hand over it the whole way to the hospital. Jay showed up with my other son to the hospital. The doctors asked us to help hold our son down so they could stitch up his forehead, but Jay refused and walked out and went back to work. A nurse watched my other son while I stayed and held my baby's hand and leg still so they could give him stitches. I had never felt like more of a horrible mother than I did that day. Unfortunately, my son H still has that scar to this day, but thankfully he doesn't remember the event and we mostly laugh about it now, about how he was such a mischievous kid, always getting into stuff and climbing things that he shouldn't have. I like to say that event ended things between us, seeing how uncaring he truly was. But no, I stayed with that insensitive jerk for a while longer, finding out almost a year later he had been having an affair with a girl who, strangely enough, looked a lot like me, just heavier, who had 4 children herself, and her children's father was in jail. I only found out because he literally left me home for an entire week to go to Dallas, which was an hour away from us, to go pick up parts for a car, and came to find out later through some of his guy friends who decided to rat him out. He hadn't taken a co-worker like he claimed he had. Actually, he spent the weekend with another girl. When I confronted him about the obvious cheating, he just shrugged and told me that he didn't want to hide it from me anymore, and that he wasn't sorry and was going to continue dating her while living with me and my kids. That was the absolute last straw for me. I was heartbroken and angry over so many things I had endured for this man's attention and affections, and in the end, none of it really mattered. I found a local church willing to help me leave him, and I have to say they were some of the most awesome people ever. The pastor and his wife showed up to our house to, air quotations here, visit us, and they brought a truck. They distracted my husband while another pastor friend of his helped me get the few things me and my kids owned, and then drove us to a motel where they put us up for about a week. They took us to the grocery store and bought us some cheap food, like cold cuts and peanut butter, things we could live off of until we could get into a shelter, which we did. But this is not the end of the story yet. Jay found out where we were staying in the shelter and started trying to come around and make up with me so he could see his son. All the while he had moved in with that other girl and her 4 kids. I went through the shelter program. I got a job, worked out a deal with one of Jay's friends, who we will call X, to share his car so I could go work and pick up my kids from their new daycare. Things were going great until I moved out on my own and got a small rental house a block away from where Jay and I used to live. Jay figured out where we moved to, and he began coming over and asking to see the kids. I didn't want to let him because he was almost always drunk when he came over, and I didn't feel comfortable letting him into my home. He'd occasionally buy random things that never fit for his son and leave them for us. Both he and his new girlfriend started calling my phone I bought. No idea who gave them my number, but they would call and talk a lot of nonsense about me over the phone, about how I wasn't letting him see the kids and that they were going to take them from me. That scared me, but I called the police and reported them, and the calls eventually stopped. For a while there was radio silence, and I moved on with my new life. Then Jay came back saying how he didn't have a job or money and he was starving. I felt bad for him because he looked really bad, and I didn't want my kid's father being like that, and he seemed genuine at the time. So I gave him some canned goods and let him see his sons for a little while, but that just opened the door for more harassment. One day I had to work and couldn't take my kids to daycare because they were sick. I should have just called in sick myself, but it was a new job and I didn't want to take the risk. So I called Jay and asked if he would watch the kids. I didn't want his girlfriend anywhere near them. He assured me it was fine and nothing was going to happen. After work, I found out from my older son that Jay had taken them both to her house to let them play with the kids. He told me the kids told him that Jay had bought them a new gaming system and that they were not allowed to touch any of their toys. Jay's girlfriend had also told my children that she was their new mommy and she would be coming to take them away from me very soon. I was furious and now frightened that this woman was absolutely crazy. I told Jay he wasn't allowed to take my kids ever again, that I would risk losing my job instead. I blocked him and stopped talking to him completely, but that didn't stop him and his crazy woman from showing up to my house and trying to pound down my door, all the while swearing words at me. One day I took my kids to another dollar store in town, and I happened to run into that woman and her kids coming out of the store. I turned and practically beelined it for the car, trying to get away as quickly as I possibly could. All the while the lady started running after me with her kids, as they screamed at me that she just wanted to talk to me and that we could be friends. Clearly she was psychotic if she thought we were going to be friends after all that. I decided my kids and I needed to get out of Texas. I went to work that next week and put in a job transfer, and I moved to Louisiana for 2 months before ultimately moving to Wisconsin, where my mom lives, and this is where I met my current husband not long after. Jay and I never talked again after I moved to Wisconsin, and that woman finally left us alone. I heard years later from a friend of his who tracked me down on Facebook that Jay had died in a motorcycle accident as he tested driving a customer's motorcycle that he was fixing. Jay's name was never on his son's birth certificate because he refused to sign it, but I did manage to get a copy of Jay's death certificate for my records, just in case I needed it when applying for public aid, as they often make you name the child's father when asking for assistance. I was able to find Jay's older brother through Facebook through that same friend of his and asked him for a copy. The older brother knew very little of me, but thankfully knew about Jay's son and admitted he knew his brother wasn't the greatest person in the world, so he didn't have any trouble reaching out to his parents and obtaining a copy for me. He asked about my son a couple of times, but I told him my son didn't really remember Jay at all and wasn't really interested in getting to know that side of the family, as Jay had never been fully in his life. The brother didn't seem to mind, and thankfully all that horrific mess is behind us now. I know it must make me seem like a bad person, but I'm glad Jay is dead and he can't hurt anyone else. I also found out that Jay was largely on some kind of drugs throughout our entire relationship, and that is what probably caused all his crazy mood swings and irrational behavior. Since I've never been a smoker, don't drink, and have never taken drugs a day in my life, and Jay never kept anything like that at the places we lived together, I was pretty much clueless. The drinking masked a lot of it too, as I tended to avoid him whenever he was there. I feel really sorry for my kids, and I wish now that I could take it all back, and if I could have a do-over of my life, I would definitely make wiser choices and never get involved with anyone with those kind of traits to begin with. But I think what is truly scary about the whole thing, not only with him, but with my ex-husband as well, is that I thought I knew those men. I thought because we spent time together and had gotten to know one another and were intimate with each other, that I knew them. I was stupid enough to trust and believe their lies and stuck with them, since I felt like I had no way out and no one was going to help me. I felt trapped and scared, and like everything was my fault, so I should have to handle it on my own. But now I realize I should have reached out for help sooner and tried harder to get out of those relationships instead of making my children and I suffer like that. I hope whoever hears my story will maybe have the courage to do what they need to do so they could get out of their crazy situations before it's way too late. I very easily could have been murdered by this man in a fit of rage, and nobody would have known I was missing or even where to look for me. He could have even stolen my kids and run away with that crazy lady at the time. There's so many worse things that could have happened to us, but I am grateful that we did manage to finally get away. It, however, has taken me an incredibly long time to learn to trust again, but thankfully my current husband, G, is pretty patient with me. Sometimes, I still get scared that I'll find out that he's cheating on me or that something bad will happen to us, but we've been together for over 10 years now, and we've been married for 3. We have 3 beautiful kids together, and my oldest son, M, has moved out and lives with my mother while he studies as he's 19. My second son, Jay's son, is 14. He's very smart and has made honor roll several times this year. I'm so proud of my children and can only hope that when the time comes for them to be in relationships, they'll make far better choices than I did. Anyway, that is the end to this story. Much love from me and my family. Cool, so let me go ahead and tell you about this experience that I had in the Bahamas. My friend Todd and I have been best friends ever since we were in kindergarten. Seriously, we did so many fun things together. Something we really enjoyed doing was going on vacations together. I can recall all the times we had gone to the amusement parks and gone on road trips with our family. This one time I'm going to mention was back in 2010. Like I said, this happened in the Bahamas. We chose to rent out a small house that was right by the ocean. Here we spent the majority of the time enjoying the water and going into town. That week had gone just as scheduled, until the final few days that we were there. Since we would be leaving soon, we figured as a fun way to end our vacation, we would be going out on a little adventure. We packed up our belongings, and we head down the coast following the nearby jungle/woods. We walked most of the day for the most part and were pretty much out here on our own. Where we had been staying, we saw very few people. Where we were now was even less. There were way more animals out there for sure. We ended up arriving at this little village. Here we talked with some of the friendly locals and we wanted to know if there were any good spots to explore. One of them said that there was an old lighthouse on the other side of the coastline that was popular because apparently it was haunted. It sounded pretty cool, And one of the villagers actually told us that him and his wife were heading in that direction anyway and wouldn't mind taking us over there so we didn't get lost. We agreed, and thus we're now on our way over to the so-called lighthouse of mystery to see if we could see a ghost. Little were we to know that what we would encounter would not be paranormal. Fast forward to arriving to the lighthouse. We walk up to the door, but we notice that there is a no trespassing sign, along with some chains locking up the door and wooden boards on the windows. We were pretty bummed, and the couple told us that the last time they came over here it was open to the public. Well, deciding not to waste our little trip, we ended up taking a few pictures to have as a memory. Todd and I pose in various silly ways, and while we walk over to the back of the lighthouse, we begin to get a whiff of something rotten. As a note, we did smell something, but it was very minimal, and it wasn't too much of a concern to us. Now, I want to say something real quick. A warning, if you will, before I describe that source of the smell. What I'm about to say may be disturbing to some of you who are listening, and I'm sorry, but there's no other way for me to say it, so I apologize ahead of time. What we stumbled into was a dead body. From the looks of it, they had been deceased for quite some time. Naturally, we freaked out and we yelled, heading over to the couple who asked us what's wrong. They too were shocked by the revelation, and immediately we head back to the village and call the police. To this day, I've never found out the fate of that individual we stumbled upon. Who were they? How did they pass? And was their death caused by malicious people? Or was it a freak accident? Or even a natural passing? I don't know, but I just hope that person is resting in peace. Hi, Creepy Fox. Here's my story that I hope you'll read for a future video. A little different than most, but I think you'll find it quite interesting. And to be honest, it was one of the scariest moments of my life. Scratch that. It was the scariest moment of my life. Now, I'm someone who loves the ocean. In fact, I bought my own sailboat when I was 28 years old, after saving money for quite a few years. It was essentially my home. Here I lived, and I sailed the seas. During my time sailing, I've had quite a bit of stories. There were times where I got stuck in storms, but there have been other times my boat was having engine problems, and I even had a couple of encounters with sharks. Still, those stories in themselves were pretty mild and tame. This one is different. I was off the coast of Africa, and I was going the same familiar route I'd taken before. I remember seeing the forecast telling me that there would be nice winds. This could give my boat a break and I could use this sail to move around. Unfortunately, I think the wind was underestimated because I wasn't really moving around too much. Because of this, I turn the boat on with its engine and I make my way. Soon I see an island up in the distance. I looked at my GPS and realized that it was an island I'd never been to before. So anyway, I decided I'd go ahead and take a break on the island. I made a little campfire and I got some food going. Not too bad, if I say so myself. Now, even though it was later in the afternoon, it was still pretty warm, about 90 degrees. First thing I did after the campfire was I decided I'd go ahead and explore the island. I make my way through this little jungle as I use the lighthouse I saw from the shore for reference. Another 10 minutes of walking, I made it to the lighthouse. It was cool, it's just that it was indeed abandoned. You could see the paint rust come off of the side of it, and even some broken windows. The door that would let you inside through the front was no longer there. Carefully and slowly, I make my way inside to check it out. But right away, I could tell how dark it was. So I took out my phone and turned the light on. I start making my way to the top. The stairs were pretty old, so I had to be careful with that. Yes, I know it's not the smartest idea when there's openings on some parts of the stairs, but I was on this island and it was honestly like I was a little kid again. Regardless, I did make it to the top where I reach an opening. Here I can see the entire island. I go to the other side of the lighthouse and I ended up seeing another boat which did catch me a little bit off guard. What were the chances of encountering other human beings? That thought started to run through my head, and I began to grow paranoid. I figured now it was a good time to leave, so I make my way out, and once I'm about to break through the tree line and walk up to my boat, I get the shock of a lifetime. There are roughly 7 men, each armed with AK-47s, searching my boat. I got so scared in that moment as I heard stories of real-life pirates who would shoot and kill anybody they'd encounter who's not part of their crime group. I pretty much chose to hide and watch from a safe distance. However, when one of the men began walking in my direction, I panicked and started to move. One of them notices me and shouts something in a language I never heard before, and stupid me actually stops in place and puts my hands up. I thought to myself, this is it. This is where I die, on this island off the coast of Africa, where I probably won't be found for months or years. The man signals me to step forward, and as I do, who I assume is the leader, walks up to me and starts speaking to me as if I understood him. I told him I had no idea what he was saying, so he pretty much just starts to point at my boat and then back to me. While shaking and holding back tears, I nod and say, "This is my boat." They all then start to laugh, before suddenly they go silent, and all of them lower their AK-47s. He points at my boat again, and starts signaling for me to get on it. I was confused, but I didn't question it. I got on the boat, using anything I could for cover, just in case they changed their minds and wanted to fire at me. Anyway, I started up the boat, and I left. The last thing I remember was the men walking into the jungle, for me to never see them again. To this day, I have no idea who they were or what they had planned, but I'm thankful to God that they let me go in one piece, because they could have very well have ended me right there and then. Here's some backstory for this experience. This occurred back in the 1980s, when I was 15 years old. I ended up going to visit my aunt and uncle. This was during winter break when I had 2 weeks off from school. This was also my first time traveling alone, so for me it was a truly exciting experience. Now let me explain where my aunt and uncle lived. They live in a little neighborhood by the Great Lakes. Here you can imagine all the wonderful opportunities I had to explore. Since my aunt and uncle were pretty busy with work, it was just me at the house with their dog Madeline. I remember this one night specifically. Myself and my aunt Janet were at the house with Madeline. My uncle was still at work taking care of some last-minute paperwork. It was closing into 5 p.m. and it was starting to get pretty dark. I was pretty bored and had nothing to do at the moment. My aunt was making dinner, but she soon saw that she forgot some of the ingredients back at the store. "I'm sorry, but I need to go back to the store. I forgot a couple of things. Did you want to come along?" Knowing my aunt, she can take quite a while at the store, and I wasn't really interested with waiting around. I told her that I would stay and I'd take the dog for a walk. She agreed, and so she ended up leaving. The store was at least a 20-minute drive away, so I figured I'd step outside in the meantime. My aunt gets in her car, and as soon as she goes down the road, I go to get Madeline. Now we start making our walk over to the lake. There was a lighthouse I wanted to go check out at the end. I hadn't been there yet, and I thought this would be a great way for me to see it. Really, I should have waited to go in the morning, but I chose to go at night. We're walking and hadn't really noticed anything too out of the ordinary yet. The only thing I noticed was that nobody was outside. I mean, it was in the upper 40s, so I can't really blame them. Something else I noticed was this old-looking van that was parked on the outskirts of the trail. At first, I hadn't paid too much attention. I continued my walk up the trail, but Madeline started trying to get my attention for some reason. I stopped to attend to her, but she kept looking off into the nearby tree line. I looked over, and I noticed that van from earlier was still close. It's funny because if I remember correctly, that van was down a ways from me. Unless they were conveniently driving the same way, then this in itself was a little bit odd. I told myself, however, I was making a big deal about it, and soon forget it. I make it to the lighthouse, but I'm only there for a few minutes. Suddenly, I hear what sounds like talking behind the main lighthouse building. Of course, me being the curious one I was, I slowly make my way over there. As I'm doing this, Madeline is pushing on the leash, trying to get me to go the other way. In that moment, I realized she was trying to warn me about something, and so I changed my mind and started heading back. At this moment, I did start to feel like I was being watched. Remember that van from earlier? Well, I see as it drives up to the lighthouse, I can see 3 people step inside. Okay, perhaps they were just picking someone up. Instead, they now start heading my way. Madeline and I started running as I can hear them slowly approaching. You would think since they had their car, they would use that to get to me faster, but instead they just walked behind me. It was sort of like they were toying with me and playing some sort of game. Thankfully, I wasn't too far from the house, but you can imagine my surprise when they followed me all the way there. Quickly, we both went in and locked the door. I grabbed the phone and I'm soon on the line with the operator. I'm explaining what's going on as I see the van park outside the house. But little did I know that while I was on the phone, they had stepped outside of their van and started calling out to me, because now I was able to hear them. That in itself was eerie. I'm begging the operator to send the police, and she tells me that they're already on the way. Out of nowhere, I hear the vehicle start up, and they drive away. By the time police arrived, they were already gone. My aunt was just arriving as the police got there, and obviously seeing the police there, she was worried. I myself was so lost in the moment I couldn't really give them a good description. Because of this, there wasn't really much they could do. You bet, however, I had trouble sleeping over the next week I was there. On one night, me and my aunt happened to look out the window, and we noticed a helicopter with a searchlight flying around the lighthouse. Soon we heard the sound of police sirens and red and blue lights making their way over there. After about an hour or so, we see the officers driving back along with a van in tow. It was the same van I saw from the previous nights. Now, in case you're wondering what exactly went down, here's what it was. Apparently, those men I had encountered that night were a few meth heads that were out there making meth, sort of like Jesse and Mr. White from Breaking Bad, although I guess technically speaking, Mr. White wasn't a meth head. Anyway, why they decided to go after me, however, I don't really know. But I'm glad I never have seen them again, because I had no idea what their intentions really were. Alright, so this happened to me a few years ago when I was living in North Carolina. I was in a period in my life where I was just finishing college and getting ready to move back home. I was originally from Michigan. I'll admit, even though I was excited to be graduating, I was pretty sad to be leaving all the wonderful friends I'd met. Another thing I would be missing was the ocean, where there was just something about being able to drive an hour away from my college town and go to the beach that I enjoyed so much. The sound of the waves and the cool ocean breeze. Now, even though that was nice, something else I loved doing was going for walks by this old lighthouse. There was a nice trail that you could take to get up there. It offered you a wonderful view of the coastline. Who knew that on one of my last days there, I would have an unforgettable experience. I remember it was my last final, and I thought as a wonderful way to celebrate, I'd go down to the beach. I made sure to bring my running shoes too, so I could go for a run. My last final was at 8 p.m., so by the time I finished and arrived to the shore, it was about 10 p.m. I remember telling myself I would first go up for a walk to the lighthouse, and then I'd run back down. At this time of night, you can imagine there was nobody around. All I had to accompany me were the stars in the night sky, and the occasional sound of a bird. Even with the night being so dark, the lighthouse had a lantern at its entrance that you could see. Still, figuring that everything was normal, I make my walk up. I arrive at the lighthouse and take a couple of minutes to relax. I sat down and took my phone out to take some pictures too. Right in between taking pictures, however, I could hear the sound of movement. Thinking I was hearing things, I ignored it. Soon the noise, however, was so close, I knew I wasn't the only one out here. I turned around to see a tall-looking man with a dark hoodie. It was hard to see them at first with the lighting, but I did have my suspicions. I get up to leave, but before I do, he tells me, "Are you out here all by yourself?" I got really nervous with the way he said it, so I just ignored him and got up to leave, clenching the little pocket knife I had with me. "A girl like you would be really great for my collection," I recall him saying, which in my head I could only begin to imagine what that meant. I start to quicken my pace, and I can even hear him doing the same, revealing he too has a knife. This was turning into no joke. I take advantage of the decline from the trail and I start making my way down, praying and hoping I don't trip and fall. As I touch the ground at the base level, I turn back to see karma taking place. Now, even though I hadn't tripped, he had. Pretty embarrassingly, too. The last thing I remember seeing is him just getting up, staring at me, and then cursing. Let's just say that in the end, I never went back there again. I mean, I wouldn't have because I moved back home less than a week later. I told my friends about it when I returned home. They told me that something similar had happened to another girl who was walking her dog late at night. She ended up calling the police about it, but the man was never found. So who knows if both of them are related. If he's out there somewhere, I just hope I don't see you again, because next time, you're not going to be so lucky. A couple of years ago, my girlfriend and I took a trip to Europe. We went as part of a tour that took us to various landmarks and locations. Many of these were old and historic and offered us a great way to learn about new things. One of these locations would be more memorable than the others. We ended up taking a plane to Wales. That's where we stayed in a small town by the ocean for a couple of days. Aside from seeing the normal things in town, we were more interested with the lighthouse we had seen. I talked to our tour guide and I wanted to know more about it. She told us that it's been abandoned for a few years. When she said that, she seemed to have a concerned look on her face. I wanted to know more. She didn't want to say anything at first, but she finally revealed that it has quite a lot of history to it. Apparently, there had been a couple of people that had been killed there. I left her alone after that, but my girlfriend and I wanted to know if we would be going there as part of the trip. She said, "No, it's not part of the guided tour, but you can get a great view of it as we drive by the ocean." Since we were staying in town for a couple of days, we figured we could go check out the lighthouse on our own. I'd say it was about an hour from town to get there. If you took a bicycle, it could take you half the amount of time. You did, however, have to go through some woods just to get to the lighthouse and the ocean. That afternoon, we had finished our tour of the town, and now we had free time to do what we wanted. So, with our bicycles we rented, we make our way into those woods. The soon joyful and loud town was turned into silence as we're going down this lonely trail. Right away, there was this strange feeling. I just blamed it on mistaking my excitement for being nervous. Something that made me a little more nervous, however, was seeing what looked like people that sat around in a circle. You could see them in a small grove where they seemed to be each holding candles. A bit weird, but I reassured myself that it was just the locals. Soon enough, we arrive at a clearing where we can see the lighthouse. We still had to go down this old paved road, but we would soon arrive. There we were greeted just in time with the sunset. It was nice, but we wanted to go inside the lighthouse itself and see what we could find. There was a sign that said no trespassing, but that didn't stop us from taking a look. We knocked on the door to the little shed next to the lighthouse, but nobody answered. We then proceeded to look through the little window, but all we saw were a bunch of boxes. I guess it was some sort of storage room. Next was the lighthouse. We went to the front door, but it was locked. It was a bummer, but we found another way inside. There was a little window that was next to the door, and so we ended up going in from there. We make our way in, and we're greeted by a dark room. At the end of the room is a spiral staircase that goes to the top. The only source of light we had was from the windows, which illuminated small parts of the inside. Melissa tells me it would be amazing to get some pictures from the top of the lighthouse. Still, nothing apart from the people in the woods we saw seemed out of the ordinary. Me and Melissa are making our way up the stairs, until we start hearing what sounds like whispering above us. I don't remember everything too well, but it was something along the lines of, "Alright, as soon as they have their backs turned, we jump out and we mug them." Clearly, we weren't the only ones out here. Melissa and I now start making our way back down, and as we're doing so, we can hear footsteps behind us. We turned around to reveal two men in dark hoodies descending. I froze on the inside at that sight. We're both on the bottom floor now as we make our way over to the window. Melissa goes first, but right before I go outside, I can hear one of them say, "Where do you think you're going? Didn't you read the sign outside?" I don't think they were too happy with us going inside the lighthouse. I highly doubt it was the owner because I soon see what looks to be a small little pocket knife. I don't take a second to think anymore. I jump outside and land right in front of where my bicycle was. I tell Melissa that we needed to leave, and as we're making our way out of there, I turn around to see one of the men open the door. I guess there was a way to open it after all. We didn't stop until we made it all the way back into town. Honestly, I was expecting him or someone else to jump out when we were in the woods. But tired and exhausted from all of that, we make our way back to our hotel rooms. We tried our best to forget about it, and we almost considered telling someone. We never did, however, because we were more concerned in getting in trouble for going somewhere that was private property and that said no trespassing. I know, not the smartest thing, but it was what it was, and it was honestly quite freaky. I live in a small town in the Pacific Northwest where not really much happens. I was 16 years old at the time when this took place. I had one really close friend that I always got along with famously. Her name was Rose. When we weren't in school studying, we would spend our weekends playing video games together. One weekend we ended up having a sleepover at her house. Her parents were out of town, so we figured we could order some food and watch some movies. It was fun. But at around 1 in the morning, we had this brilliant idea to go down to the shoreline. I did forget to mention, but her house was close to the ocean. It was essentially a beach house. That's the best way I can describe it. As you can begin to picture it, 2 a.m. in a small town means no traffic, no sounds of cars, and definitely no sounds or signs of people. Me and Rose left the house and make the 5-minute walk down to the beach. We used the light from our phones to help guide our way. The only other source of light we had were the stars above in the sky, as well as the moonlight. Rose ended up saying, "You know what would be fun? Let's go to the lighthouse up there on the field. I have never gone at night before, and I'm sure it's got to be very beautiful right now." If you walked for about 10 minutes, you'd reach that lighthouse area that she mentioned. It was owned by a family. There you could find a small house that belonged to that family as well. Rose's parents and the family that lived there were close friends. They weren't home either because they had gone with Rose's parents on a little cruise. Well, we figured we could go ahead and check up on the place for them while we were at it. We make the walk over there uneventfully, and we enjoy the sound of the waves and the view of the field by this lighthouse. Out of seemingly nowhere, however, we hear footsteps, and then we turn around to see a man armed with a handgun. Rose and I look at each other confused, before turning our attention with the man holding the gun. "Get out of here before I change my mind." That's all he said, and that's all it took for my friend and I to book it and run back to the house, crying and shaking, thinking that at any moment he would follow us and shoot us dead. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Fast forward to when Rose's parents arrived with the family from the lighthouse. We found something out. Turns out that somebody was able to break into that house because there were various personal and very expensive belongings that had been taken. At this revelation, we did mention the man with the gun, as well as all the best details we could give. However, he was never found. So before I tell this story, I just wanted to make sure I gave you guys a warning, as some of the details might be a bit disturbing for some audiences. Of this story contains some details of sexual nature that might be a little bit too much for some people. I know my channel is dedicated to horror and scary stories, but I just wanted to make sure I gave this warning so I don't have somebody saying like, "Hey, you didn't give me a warning and I heard something I didn't want to hear," so you know how it is. So here is that story. Hey Creepy Fox, I'm a long-time listener and I've contemplated submitting my story for a couple of years. simply because it's so idiotic and unbelievable that I risk making my sister and I look like complete idiots. And it's so unreal, it's stupid, so people will have a hard time believing it, I'm sure. I live in a relatively small town in Missouri, about 50 miles northwest of St. Louis. My family and I always make it a point to go to the county fair every single year. It's always the highlight of our summer. The summer of 2018, so we're talking mid-July, we bought passes for the whole entire week. My sister took a particular liking to one of the carnies that was running the tornado ride. He was there every single night and was especially flirty with her too. He seemed like a nice enough guy and he was always very polite. So I encouraged her to get his phone number on the last night of the fair. So she tried, but he said he didn't have a cell phone right now. The fair ended and we thought we would never see the man again. After all, my younger sister almost always gets hard eyes for one of the carnies every single year, but nothing ever comes of it. Later in the summer, so late August, I think, we looked up other fairs that were going on that we could go to. We had the day off of work, some extra cash, and a fever for the tilt-a-whirl. So we decided to take a road trip to a fair that was about 3 hours from us. Yeah, it was worth it for us as we love road trips and fairs. About an hour and a half into our trip, we came through a small town with a local carnival. So we decided to abandon our earlier plans of going the extra hour and a half, and so we would check out this place. We're walking along. It's very small compared to what we're used to. All of the rides are very close together, and you could walk from one end of the carnival to the other in no more than 5 minutes, whereas at our local county fair, it could take 20 minutes or more just to get from one ride to another. We were excited. This place has all the classic rides that our fair didn't have that year. One of our biggest reasons for seeking out another fair, better rides. The Spider, the Sizzler, the Tilt-a-Whirl, you name it, they had it. It was then that I saw the huge crazy slide, and I spotted the guy at the top in charge of the ride. I nudged my sister. Oh my god, look, it's the dude from the fair. She went into high anxiety mode. It was pretty funny at the time, to be honest. We never expected to see him again, much less here. It didn't take too long for him to notice her too. Before long, they were chatting at the gate by the slide. Her and I rode the tilt-a-whirl twice, and she spent the rest of the night chatting up with this guy. So it ended up being rather boring for me, to be honest. It was like I was a third wheel. Granted, I'm married, but my husband is always gone traveling for work, and I was really looking forward to indulging in the ride. However, I wasn't about to binge ride alone. So I hung around with them. 10:30 p.m. rolls around. We've been here literally all day. This guy, Hunter, is trying to get my sister Casey to stay the night with him in his camper. She was hesitant. After all, we lived an hour and a half away. I would have had to go home and then return to get her the next day after work, and she wasn't keen on being stuck in a camper all day with a bunch of strange carnies. So they hatched a plan, and they all but begged me to let him come stay the night at my house. I really didn't want to, but I felt bad and didn't want to be the one to ruin their fun, so I reluctantly agreed. By midnight, or a little bit after, we were finally on our way back home. This guy liked to talk a lot about how we ended up in the carnival and whatnot, and he seemed pretty normal. I told him he'd have to excuse my house as it was a bit of a mess and whatnot. He cut me off saying he'd clean it for me for letting him stay the night and that he loved to clean. He would also take my sister and I to breakfast the next day. I also need to note that the agreement for taking him home with us was that he would pay for gas money to get him home the next day, to which he eagerly agreed. So Casey, Hunter, and I are sitting around my kitchen table chatting and laughing, and all was pretty well. I retired for the night at about 2 in the morning, and they did as well. I worked from home, but it still had to be up early. Now, maybe this is petty, but my first real issue with this guy was when he took his shoes off in my living room. It stunk up my entire house with his foot odor. I'm told I'm too nice for my own good. Maybe that's true, because I didn't say anything to them about it, and so I waited until they went on to bed and then started spraying air freshener and moved his shoes to the back door. Needless to say, that didn't even work. The smell was horrid. It was the first thing that greeted me the next morning. I woke up feeling pretty confused. Casey and Hunter were both already awake and in the kitchen. She looked extremely annoyed and underrested. She never got out of bed before me, so I immediately knew something was very off. He's sitting in a chair at the table and keeps trying to pull her into his lap and kiss her and whatnot. She's now totally blowing him off. At this point, I could tell that something had definitely happened that made her do a 360 with this guy. She couldn't even bring herself to pretend to be into him now, which was a stark contrast to how she acted just hours before. The guy seems like he's getting increasingly irritated with the fact that she's blowing him off. I'm on the edge, laughing along with him and trying to keep things calm. I mean, we have no idea who this guy really is. When 4:30 p.m. rolled around and I was officially off work, again, remember I worked from home, I announced that it was time to head back. Not to mention he had to be back by 6 p.m. when the ride started. He abruptly stood up and stormed off outside and sat on my porch steps. My sister and I then exchanged looks, and she quickly gave me a rundown of the night. He kept her up all night long talking, and she said that half of what he said didn't even make any sense. She was extremely tired due to taking Tylenol PM for a bad headache that night and just wanted to sleep. He then started trying to pressure her into having sex with him. When she tried ignoring him, he said, "You will give me what I want, one way or another." And then he proceeded to take advantage of her. At this point, I'm ready to get this guy as far away from my house as possible, so we load up into the car and we head out. I had my sister ask him about the gas money, to which he huffed and threw a $10 bill on the console. This is where things got super freaking weird. I'm blaring music, hoping he won't try to talk the whole entire time. I'm watching him in the rearview mirror, with Casey up front next to me. He now starts spazzing out, jerking his head around freakishly, slapping himself in the face as well. My heart is pounding now. He's acting nuts, and I'm seriously afraid he could try to hurt one of us. He calms himself down, and then he says, "I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I've had a really screwed up life, and sometimes it just really gets to me, but I'm fine now. I'm sorry." He goes on to talk about how he was admitted into an asylum as a teen. He was now making incoherent sentences at this point. Stuff like, "They treated us like cattle. We're not cattle," and "The best day of my life was watching that place burn to the ground," followed by extremely maniacal, haunting laughter. My sister and I are timidly exchanging worried looks. He suddenly starts joking about how maybe he should just sleep out of the moving car. He'd be fine. They don't call me undead for nothing. I should have been dead a long time ago. And at this point, I'm hoping he literally leaps out so I can speed off. He doesn't. Instead, he starts creeping his fingers up my sister's shoulders and wagging his finger in front of her face, repeating that same maniacal laughter. Then he slams himself into the back of his seat, slapping himself again, jerking his head in a circular motion, almost as if possessed. Bear in mind, we're on a straight-up back road to get back to the fair, and I did have Google Maps open, and this was supposed to be a quicker way, cutting our travel time to 45 minutes instead of an hour and a half. I'm talking gravel road and nothing but fields and trees on either side of the road. So if this guy wanted to try something, he had the perfect opportunity. He now told us how he was psycho, but that we were lucky because we were on the right side of his psycho. Relief now flooded me as soon as we broke through and entered the small town. I was never so glad in my life to get the creep out of my car. So we pulled into the gas station next to the fair and we dropped him off. He was now acting all normal again and as if none of the craziness ever happened. He tells us thanks for letting him stay the night and that he'll see us later. We had told him we'd return to the fair that night to keep him at bay. As I'm sure you probably already guessed, we weren't stupid enough to return and we instead booked it out of there. We both had the heebie-jeebies for a few nights after that. I mean, this weirdo knew where we lived. Our story may seem hard to believe for most, like who is seriously stupid enough to bring a stranger to stay the night with only 2 young women in the house? Well, that's us, and every word of it is true. One thing's for sure, we won't be bringing home any more carnies ever again. So, weirdo carny with a serious case of psychosis, I hope that we never meet again. As a note, thanks for taking the time to read/share our story. Seriously, we love your channel and we want to continue to the true stories from subscribers because you're awesome. Happy Halloween. Hey there, before we continue with today's episode, make sure that if you're brand new, hit that subscribe button and the bell beside it, and leave a like rating and a comment telling me what you all thought. Now, as you've been able to hear so far, my channel features scary stories that you're not going to find on any other narration channel, as I normally only source from my own fellow subscribers. And this is of course done to avoid you all hearing the same stories that you might have heard from another narration channel, as I know that gets to be very frustrating. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue with today's episode. I've been listening to your videos for the last couple of months after hearing about you from a friend of mine, and I wanted to now go ahead and share one of my own personal scary stories. As a note, I really do encourage my fellow Creepyfox listeners to send in their own scary stories and scary experiences, just like I'm doing today, since it's pretty easy, and it's a great way to hopefully teach others to be more aware of their surroundings and to try and learn from our mistakes. Anyway, in order for me to properly tell you my story, we gotta go back in time, back to the year 2002. I was 7 years old, and my parents and I were visiting my grandparents in West Virginia for the holidays. I spent the majority of my 2-week vacation with my grandparents playing with their Newfoundland Teddy in the backyard, and then staying up in the attic room late at night with Teddy, watching random and funny Christmas movies. One of the days, my grandpa asked me if I would like to go to a little Christmas carnival that the city was holding, which was next to a church. To which I jumped for joy and said absolutely. It actually hadn't been on our plans, so I wasn't expecting it. My dad ended up staying at the house to help my grandma, his mom, to prepare dinner for later that day, and so it was me, my mom, and my grandpa. We drove about 10 minutes from the house and arrived at a huge parking area that was across the street from the church. The carnival, which we could see from across the street and next to the church, was about half the length of a football field, and I could see a Ferris wheel, that one ride where you get shot up to the very top and then drop down really fast, some little roller coasters, and of course plenty of food stands. We made our way across the street and immediately got in line to grab ourselves some tickets, for lots of people, mind you. While we wait, a scrawny middle-aged man, presumably one of the workers here, approaches me with a bunch of balloons and then asked me if I would like to have a balloon. My mom looked at him and asked him how much they were, to which he said they were free and he was passing them along to the kids. I chose the pink one, since I love pink, and then I told him thank you, to which he then told my mom, "She's a very beautiful girl. She reminds me a lot of my daughter." My mom thanked him and then he walked away and started to approach other families to pass them balloons. We spent the next hour playing different carnival games and going on a couple of the rides. It was when I was waiting in line at the Ferris wheel with my mom as my grandpa was grabbing some food. I looked over to my right and I could see the same man with the balloons, except now he doesn't have any balloons. He has one of those disposable cameras out, and he was now appearing to be taking pictures in my direction. I was actually almost certain he was taking pictures of me, because I remember very well when we locked eyes, Although he was at a distance, he got really nervous and then quickly put the camera into his back pocket and scurried away. If only I knew at the time. Fast forward to after the Ferris wheel. It was a good 20-minute wait. I had to go to the restroom and asked my mom if we could go. We do, and it's another 10 minutes of waiting as we got the restrooms at the wrong time. By now it's around 5 p.m. It's dark, since this is around the time it got darker in the year, and we would be getting ready to head back home soon for dinner. I went in to do my business, but instead of waiting for my mom after washing my hands like I should have, I went outside and waited for her at the side of the building. As a note, there is a lot of light around us, but in this little spot/corner, the light doesn't really illuminate much. It also, from what I could see, is a dead end behind me, or so I thought. See where this is going? Anyway, I'm watching the roller coaster in the distance from where I'm standing, and then, no joke, I hear someone behind me. As I turned around, I could see a huge figure towering over me, being masked by the cover of darkness. Before I get a chance to move, since I'm caught off guard, they put their hand over my mouth, and then we begin moving backwards. I didn't know, but there was actually a backstage area break door here that was covered by the dark of the night that I hadn't seen, and I can remember it's at this very moment that time seems to have gone into slow motion. It was like my brain was telling me to scream and make a fuss, but my body was just frozen still. It's like my body was letting this happen, even though I wanted to get out of it quick. What caused me to finally snap out of this was in the distance of this break area, I could hear somebody say, "What are you doing?" I looked over and it was the employee that I saw working one of the roller coaster rides. The man now takes his hands off of my mouth, still holding onto my arm, and I remember him now saying and replying with, "Oh, it's just my daughter visiting me. We're just messing around." Yeah, I don't know anyone who plays with their children like that. Talk about a terrible cover story. Anyway, I think he realized his cover was blown, since soon he lets go of my hand as well and takes off, running past the employee who had interrupted him. "Are you okay?" he asked me as he bent down and looked me in the eyes. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said. As soon I feel tears start to go down my cheeks, and the reality of the situation finally starts to hit me. This wasn't just any ordinary scenario. No, this creep was trying to kidnap me and take the back way to get me out of there as fast as he could. His plan was ruined, however, when he got caught. Nonetheless, the guy gets on his radio and now notifies the security guard by giving him details. And over the music, I could clearly hear my mom screaming my name. We now made it out to the public space, and once my mom saw me, she comes racing up to me like the concerned mother she was, asking where I had been and how she was really worried something had happened to me. Man, oh man, was she in for quite the story. The man who saved me was able to help me with giving a quick rundown of what happened to my mom, and luckily that creep, thank the Lord, was actually caught as he was making a run for it out of the carnival, and when the cops arrived, I spoke with them to give them details on my personal account. Naturally, my grandpa was furious. He wanted to kill the guy, to which my mom had to keep telling him to calm down and not let the cops hear him say that, since he could have gotten into a lot of trouble. But I mean, could you really blame them? A parent or grandparents are very protective of their children/grandchildren. I myself am too. Anyway, we would later return back to the house, as I did my best to try and forget about the night that I was being kidnapped. Some years later, when I was in high school, I had remembered the incident, and I asked my mom if she ever found out more about the guy and the incident, since I never bothered to look more into it. She finally told me more details about the creep that I actually didn't know at the time. It turned out that the same man who had tried to kidnap me that night was arrested for having sexually explicit pictures of people under the age of 18. I don't want you to say the words describing those kinds of pictures, since I don't want you to get demonetized or age restricted just for reporting my story, but I know all of you are smart enough to know what exactly I'm talking about. Needless to say, I can see why she waited until I was older to tell me that. Still, it didn't mean I didn't get the chills. Part of me wonders if he had any pictures of me when they arrested him because, like I said, I do remember he had taken pictures of me with that disposable camera when I was at the carnival. Thinking of that is just extremely scary, but I have done my best to now move on from that night. Now, if there is a lesson I can pass on to all of you listening, it's that if you have children, never let them out of your sight. Teach them to never leave your side, unless of course they have adult supervision. All it takes is those few moments for them to be away from you, for a predator to act, and to try and do God knows what with them. I myself should have known better, but hey, at least I've been able to apply these life lessons with my kids now. I'm very protective of them, and let me just tell you, if some jerk or creep tries to do something to them, then they're going to get these hands. I hope somebody gets that reference, by the way. Anyway, thanks for sharing my story, Creepy Fox. Stay safe and be well. I picked up a job working for a traveling carnival back in the year 2005, operating a haunted-themed dark ride. The summer night this took place, we were set up in Nashville, Tennessee. We had been extra busy that night, and I recall not getting a chance to get a break, as people of all ages approached my attraction and got in line to get their opportunity to be given a good scare. About 2 hours into my shift, I'd gone to go and grab myself a Gatorade at a vending machine. It's here I bumped into a 40-something-year-old, overweight, balding man. He looked me up and down and then focused his attention on my chest as I catch him and I tell him, "My eyes are up here, you perv." He didn't apologize or anything. He just told me I was really beautiful and that he was stunned by my sudden appearance. I was nothing special back then, nor am I now, so having him act that way did make me pretty mad, but I just told myself, just ignore him, grab your drink, and go. I have half my attention on him and half on the machine as I put in my dollar bill and choose the option for the red Gatorade. You smell really nice. What perfume is that?" I heard as in the brief moments I bent down to grab my drink. He got closer. "What kind of hair conditioner do you use? Your hair is silky smooth." The creep had gotten a hold of my golden blonde hair and was rubbing it with his dirty, crusty hands. I now slapped his hand off, to which he then says what I had done that for. I mean, what do you expect? You don't just grab somebody's hair and try to sniff it. It creeped me out. I told him I was going to get security now, but he apologizes and just walks away before security gets the chance to do anything. Now, if you think that's pretty weird and creepy, it's going to be getting so much worse. At least that is for me. So much so that I have nightmares and chills even as I'm writing this out today to all of you. So we fast forward to the end of my shift. It's roughly midnight, and myself and some other co-workers were going to be heading to a McDonald's to get ourselves some late night food. Because who doesn't eat McDonald's that late at night, am I right? Well, before going there, I was going to be meeting up with a friend of mine who lived in Tennessee in the parking lot because she was going to be dropping off some things that I had asked from her. Bear in mind that by now, most people had already left the carnival, and the parking lot is almost completely deserted, with its cheap lights spaced out quite far from each other. I called my friend, and she told me that she was about 5 minutes out, and she told me just to wait for her by the front entrance of the carnival. One of my co-workers at this moment came up to me, who we will call Jeff, and asked if I needed company. I told him I was fine and just to wait for me with the others who were currently on the carnival fairgrounds. Man, what an idiot I was. Well, as I'm looking down at my phone, I heard somebody approaching me. I thought it was Jeff coming back to me, so I turned around to see what he wanted. It wasn't Jeff. Remember that creep I told you about earlier, who was grabbing me and acting really creepy? Here he is, with another creepy man in this parking lot, and somehow I had never seen them. But that's not the only thing that's giving me the chills. The original guy has a small pocket knife, and both of them are now beginning to surround me, as idiot me stands there in complete shock and awe. However, I do snap out of it, but only at the last second, when the second creep grabs a hold of my arm, and the first one is coming up to me with the knife. I did the only thing that I could think of in that moment. I bit down on his dirty hand as hard as I could, and finally he lets go of me. I didn't waste any more time, as I start booking it toward the fairgrounds, where it's lit up a lot more, and I managed to grab the attention of my co-workers, who then saw me with a look like I'd just seen a ghost. "You okay? What happened?" I remember my other co-worker Jesse telling me, as all I could do is point in the direction of the parking lot and say that somebody has a knife. The guys were so brave. They all ran past me, a good 10 of them, and run toward where I'd encountered the creeps. This part was relayed to me by both my co-workers and my friend who had just pulled up into the parking lot, but they saw two men hop into a pickup truck and then drive away. Now, to say I was scared would be a complete understatement, and I'm sure we can all come up with the possibilities on what they wanted to do with me. Human trafficking, using me for their own pleasures, killing me, mugging me, those are just a few of the things that I could come up with. Now, unfortunately, the police were of almost no help, and to this day I don't know the identity of those two creeps, which is so frightening when you really think about it. Did they go on to commit any more crimes in the years since this? Who knows? But one thing was for sure. I learned a valuable lesson that night. If someone is acting weird or you suspect they might be up to something, please, please, please speak up and don't remain silent. Also, don't be alone at night. If somebody offers to be there with you as you wait for someone, especially alone in the dark, please don't say no. Also, to creeps out there who think that things like this are acceptable, they're not. So please do better with yourselves, because life has a way of delivering karma when you least expect it. Apologies in advance if my writing is not exactly the best. Though I have studied and I do know English, it's not my first language, so I apologize for any grammatical issues. I live in Zacatecas, Mexico, and back last year, I attended a carnival with my girlfriend during the Dia de los Muertos celebrations. It happened toward the end of the night, when my girlfriend wanted to get an ice cream at one of the carnival booths before I dropped her off back at home. We got in line behind about 20 people, and now we started a conversation with the people behind us. They were also a couple around her age, mid-20s, and we hit it off talking about what we had done that night and the rides that we had rode. As people are leaving with their ice cream and the line is slowly moving, two men near the line started to curse at one another and began pushing and shoving and name-calling as well. Naturally, people were looking over at them, but nobody wanted to butt in, since it's two grown men. No point, to be honest. Anyway, one of the guys gave the other the middle finger and then started to walk in our direction, presumably to leave and call it a night. But here's when things got really scary. As the man approaches us to ask us to move so he can walk past the line and to where he wanted to go, I look over at the other man, and no lie, he pulls out a handgun and fires a single gunshot in the direction of us. Everything went into slow motion as my concern became whether or not my girlfriend had been shot. I turned over to her, and thank God that she was fine. Spooked out, but fine. I looked at myself, and I was fine too. But what about the guy? Well, he took off running, to which the guy with the gun then gave chase, telling him to come back. No more gunshots were heard. Now, can you believe it, but nobody was hit by that stray bullet. It was a miracle. The guy's aim was terrible, I guess. But good, because there were a lot of innocent civilians standing around. We never did find out what happened to the gunman or the guy he was fighting with, but there were rumors that it had something to do with rival cartel members. It could be possible since it's pretty difficult for normal law-abiding citizens to get their hands on any sort of weaponry. Anyway, that's it for my story. I know it's a lot shorter than some of the other stories you might have heard here, but I'm not exactly the best storyteller, so I hope this works out just fine. Thanks in advance. I've got 2 stories for you today, and here's the first one. Back in 2018, my best friend and I were meeting at our, at the time, favorite coffee shop in the downtown area where we live. For some reason that day, we decided to go around 7:30 in the evening. It had been such a beautiful day, so we decided to sit outside, and since we hadn't been able to hang out in quite a while, we found ourselves still chatting, even once the coffee shop had closed. I'm not going to lie, I had never been in the downtown when things were closing, and the atmosphere definitely changed. The shops were totally dark inside, besides the lamp lights on the street, but for some reason we just continued to sit on the bench and chat. This is when we noticed a car with 2 girls pull up into a street parking spot that's right in front of the coffee shop, and though we took note of them, we didn't really think anything else of it. I remember looking at my phone and noting that it was now around 9:30 p.m., and I remember thinking to myself, we shouldn't be out here. There's no one around except for these 2 girls that are just sitting in their car. Then, out of literally nowhere, randomly appears this man. At first, he just walks by us, stumbling around a little bit, but then he turns around and says, hey, can I sit down? I need to ask you guys something. I know what you're shouting right now. Ladies, don't be an idiot. Tell him no. No, he can't sit down. But back then, I was such a pushover. Honestly, I was terrified of being standoffish to someone and then them lashing out at me. I honestly didn't know how to say no, so what did we do? One of the stupidest things we'd ever done. We looked at each other and told him, okay. He then sat in between us, which I thought was pretty weird, and then he just started saying, I need your help. I need your help. My best friend answered, okay, what do you need? He seemed a little bit intoxicated, but he wasn't coming across like overly wild or anything, just like semi-creepy, but we just figured he was drunk and talking to 2 girls. He just kept responding and saying, I need your help. I need your help. Then he started saying, I have to show you something. You have to see this. And he started grabbing his backpack. I'm a nervous wreck at this point, so I was just a mess of giggles because I wasn't sure what he was about to pull out of the bag, and my gut feeling was we were not safe. My best friend looked at me and mouthed, it's time to go. But as we began to stand up, the guy literally took each of our arms and pulled us back onto the bench. As we both screamed out in shock, the 2 girls that were sitting in their car got out and the driver said, hey guys, I'm sorry we're late. You ready to go to dinner? And without question, we got up and literally gave them each a hug and then proceeded to jump into their car. The girls turned the car on and locked the doors, and we watched the man's facial expression become suddenly sinister. He then got up from the bench and walked up to the car window, where we've got facial expressions of pure fear. We weren't holding ourselves together at all. He then proceeded to press his face to the window of the car, and then he just licked it. Then he backed up and went around the building, all the while just watching us. We thanked the girls profusely for coming to our rescue, and they let us sit in their car for 10 minutes to make sure the guy was gone. We all got out of the car to say goodbye, and then they were going to watch to make sure we got to our cars all right. But as we're giving them a hug goodbye, the guy came around the corner and rushed us, screaming this wild scream and sticking out his tongue in this very bizarre way. Kinda like when I say his tongue looked crazy long and reptile-like. That's truly the only way I can really explain it. He was grabbing at us, but we managed to rush back into the car because it was right beside us, and we piled in on top of the other group and locked the doors. He again approached the car window and growled at us. At this point, I was a mess of tears because the guy grabbed at me and was acting really insane. And so I felt unsafe, and also I felt like an idiot for thinking that we could just walk to our car without the guy coming back for us. He then ran down the sidewalk screaming and growling. We couldn't believe all of this was happening. I'd never experienced anything like this, and this guy was either high off some form of drug or straight up possessed. We were all terrified. The girls drove us back to our car and we said goodbye in the car, and then we got into our own car and we immediately left the area. I had several nightmares about the guy the next couple of nights, and when we told our parents what had happened, my best friend's dad was actually pretty upset with us, since we got into the car with girls that might have been in on the whole thing, which, after thinking about it, he did have a point, and I know he has a lot of wisdom too. But luckily the girls were not in on it, and just had happened to have come into the area randomly, and thank God they did, because I don't know how this would have ended without them. I wish I could say that I could totally handle this differently today, and I think there's aspects of the story that I would totally do differently. But I think at the end of the day, you just never know how you're going to act until something creepy happens to you. So I'm just going to leave it with this. Trust your gut. It's always better to be ultra safe rather than ultra sorry. I am thankful for those girls for being there at the time, but do be aware that people do work in groups, and it probably wasn't the smartest thing for us to get into their car, let alone drive with them too. We did get very lucky, and the girls were lifesavers. I guess I should just say, on top of listening to your gut, maybe don't be out in an area where the whole area is closed down, and it's dark and there's nobody around you. That's the moral of the story. It could have all been avoided if we hadn't been sitting on that bench so late at night. I've been binge watching your videos for about the past month or so, since I just recently discovered you, and one of the stories you covered was very similar to an experience I had in the summer of 2015. It was all the talk amongst my family and friends, and while it was pretty out there, it did change my perspective of life. How at one moment, you could just be sitting there relaxing in your room, and next thing you know, you're in what seems to be like a plot of a movie. Although this isn't a plot of a film, it is going to sound like one, because it's that crazy. So here's what went down on a summer night in July of 2015. I was home alone and I was playing Call of Duty with my friends on Xbox. I recall it being quite warm even at 9 p.m. and so my air conditioning, the kind that attaches to the window and cools down just one room, is making a bunch of noise, and I'm just lost there in the ambience. I did have my headset on, but I'm still able to hear noise coming from around me. This is something I bring up because during a break-in between matches, my friends talking smack with others in the lobby, I began to hear what sounds like a megaphone and a helicopter flying nearby. I do live near a small airport, so hearing the sounds of helicopters isn't exactly uncommon, but a megaphone to add on top of that? Clearly this isn't coming from my video game, so I take off the headset and head over to the window that doesn't have the air conditioning unit. Muffled sounds of a voice. I now open the window out of curiosity, and the sound of the helicopter becomes more prominent. Okay, well, that's weird. I also see a searchlight. As I stood there staring at it for about 15 seconds, the megaphone sounds off again, and I'm able to hear a voice calling out to us below that says, "Please remain indoors at this time. This is the police, and we're searching for a man who has a gun." Man with a gun? That's all it took for chills to go down my spine. Here I was, with nothing but kitchen knives to possibly protect myself from an armed individual with a gun. Immediately I tell my friends that I gotta go, and then I begin the process of checking each of the windows and doors to make sure that they're all locked. First half of the house, no problem. Now I just needed to head to one of the back rooms, which is my parents' room, that overlooks the backyard, and then we'll be safe. As soon as I reach my parents' room, however, I get this sudden chill that tells me that something is really wrong. I don't know if it's just me or others get that tingly sensation when they sense possible danger, but I was feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Well, as I'm starting to make my way to the window, a shadow casts against the curtains, and to my worst fear, I hear the window open. My God, my parents had unlocked the window. Thanks a lot, guys. I now start to back up as the sounds of helicopters are even louder and the searchlight is shining through into the room as well. This is it. This is the guy. I now started to back away, slowly for some strange reason, since it's like I was just so in shock that my body was acting in slow motion and didn't want to move. Not sure how to best describe it, maybe some of you know. I now watched as a man in a ski mask pushes the screen of the window in and then jumps into the room. Indeed, he has a gun. I remember these moments very clearly. The guy sees me standing there with a kitchen knife in one hand and my phone up to my cheek on the other, and he says, "Shh, I'm not gonna hurt you." That was all it took for my body to unlock from slow motion, and without any hesitation, I booked it out of the room and dove out the front door toward my front yard. By this moment, cop cars are pulling up to my house, and with my hands up, I exclaim, "He's in there. He's in my house." I was now ushered to safety as the police then set up a perimeter around my home. It took about 30 minutes, as I was now with a neighbor down the street, but eventually they do get the man to surrender, and he was soon taken into custody. I was questioned by officers, and after giving my side of the story, I called my parents, who were pretty shocked by the whole thing. But I mean, could you really blame them? I mean, there I was, their only kid, face to face with an armed intruder. You can imagine they felt extremely guilty for years for somehow not locking that window, but I forgave them since it's not every day you expect somebody to just break into your house as they try to hide from cops. I blame myself for not being faster about checking all the windows. We laugh about it now when I tell this story of the time I came face to face with an armed man with a gun, but back then it was no laughing matter. So that's my crazy story of the time I came face to face with danger. To this day, I still wonder if that man would have done anything to me, but these days when it comes to criminals, you can never be too safe, even in your own house. Isn't it kind of sad that you can't go out of your house anymore without having to worry about somebody who is looking to cause you harm? It is very unfortunate, and these last couple of years I've had it really bad. This one incident that I want to write into you about is exactly the reason why I now have a concealed license to carry. Thank God that I've never had to shoot somebody with my gun, but the saying of "it's better to be safe than to be sorry" is very true. So this is what happened. It was April 2020, and we were deep into the lockdowns. Lots of places were shut down, minus places like hospitals or grocery stores, and people were encouraged to stay at home and not really interact with others, which, looking back on that, it was really sad. However, being really into fitness meant that I was unable to go to the gym. It was a shame since I didn't own a treadmill at the time, and I was going to the gym to use the treadmills since I had a previous creepy experience with someone when I was running on one of the local trails and I didn't want to go there anymore. I tried doing workouts at home, but living in a small apartment by myself, there was only so much running space I had in there, so I did try doing some runs around my apartment complex, but I soon grew bored of that as well. It was then that I got the idea of going back to the trail where I had that experience with the creepy guy. He was catcalling me and following me. Surely that was just a one-time deal from a few years ago, and I wouldn't encounter him again. Well, sure enough, no signs of that creepy guy, thank goodness. But there was something else that was very different. The people. All these people who never came to the trail suddenly came here and were now filling up the entire walkway. It almost felt like you were at Disneyland. Seriously, it was that bad. And while people are social distancing and all that stuff with their masks, What upset me the most is how people had no trail etiquette whatsoever. It made running that much more difficult, but I eventually got used to it, even if it meant I had to slow down at points because people weren't walking in a straight line and to the side of the road like you're supposed to do, so you can allow runners and people on bicycles to pass by you. Anyway, after a few times of coming to the trail at different hours, I realized that Thursday and Friday before 8 a.m. was actually perfect. Just that right amount of people where you aren't completely alone, but also enough people where you'll be able to run without interruption by bumping into them. And so, with that said, I completed my first 2 miles with no problem, but I did stop to tie my shoes, as well as to call my mom since I figured by now she was awake. I wanted to ask her regarding a recipe for a dish that I was looking to make when I got back home for breakfast. And so I stood to the side of the trail just talking to her, and while I was distracted, I could clearly hear the sounds of footsteps behind me. Thinking that it was a runner, I turned around just to look, and what I see sent chills down my spine. It's this homeless-looking man, and he has a small pocket knife up to his face, and he's pointing it directly at me. I didn't even get a chance to say anything to my mom, as this freak then tells me not to take any sudden movements, and that he wanted me to take off my clothes, right there and then. No kidding. Clearly, he wasn't all there in the head, so I now began to run, as I can then hear him begin to give chase. Yeah, here in broad daylight on this trail, bear in mind. Now, I've never seen this guy in my entire life, so that's what made it really weird. That run, which seemed to have lasted for an eternity, finally ended about 20 seconds later when I ended up waving down a group of runners ahead of me who also appeared to be taking a break. I turned around, and this is when I saw the man that had been chasing me stopping and then putting the little knife into one of his pockets. Before now, he does that kind of hands-up thing that Mr. White did in Breaking Bad when he said, "You got me." He then turns around to run the opposite way, but not before all of us have a perfect description of him. We called the police to tell them about the man with a knife, and about 10 minutes later, police officers join us at the start of the trail so that they could take our statements. They, unfortunately, as far as I know, never found him, and it angers me to think that he might still be out there. But part of me is hopeful that either he was arrested or he turned a new leaf in life and realized maybe it's not a good idea to go after people with a knife. One can hope, I guess. So if I can end this submission of mine with the following, it's going to be this. Make sure that you have something with you to defend yourself at all times, whether it be pepper spray, a knife, or if you do have a license to carry, a gun. It's going to be very helpful. Now, yes, I was able to run away, but what about those of you who can't run, or who might be elderly? What about situations where they aren't just after your wallet or your phone, and maybe they're after, let's say, your body? You're not just going to stand there and say, "Oh yeah, I'm all yours, do what you want with me." Heck no. So please be smart. Protect yourself, by all means necessary. I used to work at an AM/PM in the early 2000s, and I had many things happen to me that I thought would be worth sharing here with the Creepy Fox podcast. Hopefully none of you out there have ever had to deal with some of the things I'm about to describe, because they're honestly quite freaky, and they will leave you in a state of shock. Here's the first creepy experience. So, one night, I'm working pretty late, and I'm just there at the cashier box, as I'm trying my best to keep myself up, since currently there was nobody inside the building. Well, out of completely nowhere, I began to hear what sounds like arguing coming from just outside the store. I told myself, oh, must be some of the homeless people that roam the area, and they must be fighting amongst each other. There was one time that I had to kick a homeless man out of the AM/PM because he was trying to grope one of the female customers that I had been helping. So, a bit annoyed, I just ignored it, until of course I saw the source of said arguing, a homeless man. But here's the thing, he's naked, and he's got a hold of a hammer. Yeah, not even any underwear to hide his junk. just like, "Hey world, look at this." All jokes aside, he now struts his way into the store and stares directly at me as he then begins to threaten me and say that I was here to do experiments on him. Yeah, no way, man. More like, I'm just here trying not to fall asleep, but thanks for waking me up anyway. I try to tell him it's all good and please just relax, but then I remember very clearly he called me a lizard person and said that I was some sort of reptilian that was going to experiment on his body, just like I said. Here we go. Well, as to not deal with him since he did have a hammer and kept saying he would kill me first before I did anything to him, I got on my store phone and I began to dial for the police. As the man starts to then push displays around, he turns back at me, and then I remember he said, "You're calling more of the lizard people, aren't you?" Then, without any warning whatsoever, he makes a mad dash toward me, as he then tries to climb over to get to me. I got to the nearest item I could use for self-defense, which was a broom, and then I began to back away as I tell him that he needs to relax. All the while, I was sure the person on the other end of the phone is like, "What's going on there?" Clearly, not fun and games. Eventually, I am able to fight him off, and he just ends up tucking his tail between his legs and walking out of the store, but not before calling me a whole bunch of other names. Police did actually get there as he's walking off property, and I made sure to point him out. Although, looking back, it's not going to be that difficult to find a man who's got no clothes on. Needless to say, they arrested him, and they used the security footage from the store to see what exactly he had done. I wish there was some way I would be able to show you that footage, but considering this was almost 20 years ago, there's no way that footage still exists, so you'll have to take my word for it. So that's one of my creepy experiences. Here is another one. Although, just a heads up, this doesn't involve an encounter with a creepy person, but it was still very scary. It left me quite shaken. Also, this happened at that AM/PM. Now, the reason I wanted to also include this story was because you shared your own story on the previous episode, which was the Scary Hospital Stories video. I will say, Creepy Fox, you're very brave for sharing that because I can imagine having to relive those events must have been pretty traumatizing, especially when I hear of the way you described your story. I'm just glad that you and your sister weren't harmed, and I really wish you wouldn't have had to go through that. But yeah, the thing is, something similar happened to me. Again, it's me working late at night, but this time I'm helping out some customers who are purchasing some late night junk food. Out of completely nowhere, I turned to my left, which overlooks the parking area. And no kidding, it's like everything went into slow motion. I see headlights getting closer and closer to the front doors. However, it's not like someone was just approaching to park and then come in to do whatever purchases they wanted to do. No, instead I stood there as this truck comes plowing into the store, completely taking out displays and racks of food and snacks. Finally, the truck ended up stuck inside the refrigerator section. I pretty much stood there frozen, watching in this state of disbelief, as all of these thoughts had begun to go through my head. Was the lady I had seen back there hit? Was the driver dead? Was I going to have a heart attack? Finally, what snapped me out of it was when I saw the woman in question come walking out, looking like she had just seen a ghost, but walking okay. The couple people who I was helping waved their hands in front of my face, and they were able to get me back to a normal state of mind. At this moment, all the noise around me, which had seemed to have gone silent, finally returns, as I finally snapped out of it and I began to call the police. This happened about a month after the incident with the creepy naked guy. They knew who I was, and within minutes, police and paramedics are arriving on scene. The emergency responders did end up pulling out a single male driver from the vehicle, and he was actually still alive, which is crazy because when I remember the damage the vehicle had suffered, I still wonder how he made it out in one piece. Long story short, I learned that the man had been extremely drunk, and because of his actions, he had been hospitalized, but then he was later released and jailed for driving under the influence. Turned out he actually had a warrant for his arrest for other crimes he had committed, so that's pretty crazy. Anyway, the AM/PM closed for a little while, so I did end up taking a little break from work as I tried my best to move on from the incident. I did eventually, and while I did have some more creepy things happen to me, nothing came close to that night. A truck drove right into the AM/PM while I was on the clock. I do apologize if the details in this story are a little bit vague. This happened 20 years ago, and though it was a moment to remember, the small details really are blurred. Growing up, my family was a full-on baseball family. My dad was a coach ever since I was a little girl, and two of my brothers played from t-ball all the way through high school, and one brother almost got into the minor leagues after college, but chose instead to be a family man. I loved attending baseball games, not really for the game, which was always long and always hot and muggy and really boring just sitting on the bench, but I loved it more because I had a ton of friends who also didn't like sitting and watching the game, and we would play on the playground next to the ball field and catch fireflies. I remember one evening, one of the older brothers came over to the swing set during one of the games, and he began telling us a story that a little girl had gotten shot by her stepfather right at this park, and that once it starts to get dark, her spirit comes out to play. I always had a wild imagination, and this story really did terrify me. After trying to play a little bit longer on the swings, I just couldn't stop thinking about the little girl, so I left the group and headed back to the benches. I remember the older brother laughing at me as I walked away because I was so scared. The game went on and I was incredibly bored, but I felt safer being by the parents. But one of my friends came and got me after a while and asked if I wanted to walk down this little trail that she had found. By this time it had gotten dark and the field lights were blasting, so there was a lot of light around the field, but the trail she wanted to go down didn't have any lights along it. Just a street alongside of the woods that would shed a little light when a car would drive past it with their headlights on. I have no idea why we thought this was a good idea, but we started our way into the trail, not a single parent noticing at all. As we walked further away from the field and further down the trail, I just kept thinking about the little girl and feeling like she was going to pop out of nowhere, and I kept asking my friend if we could go back, but she wanted to go further down the trail instead. As we continued walking, we turned this bend where we could no longer see the field and the parents, and I just knew that we were too far, so I kept looking back debating on if I should just go, but I couldn't leave my friend. Then, out of nowhere, she just stops, and at first I had no idea why, but then I saw it. A blue tarp set up like a tent, and trash all over the place. Beer bottles, cigarette butts, and piles of fast food bags. It was a mess. We just stood there staring at the tent when all of a sudden we heard branches crunching somewhere in the woods. We just booked it, tripping over each other and not looking back. We now reached the benches and ran up to her mom, telling her exactly what we saw and that we had heard somebody walking in the woods. I have to give her mom credit for actually believing us and taking us seriously. She then proceeded to tell a few of the dads, and they went down the trail. I guess one of them had a flashlight because they looked inside the tent, and this is where they found more garbage, but also they found 2 hunting knives. Granted, this could have just been a homeless person who had hunkered down on the trail and just had some knives for protection. It could have been. But the parents felt incredibly uncomfortable because not only is there a tent set up right next to a children's ballpark, but they had seemed to be approaching 2 little girls, if that was the person walking toward us. Needless to say, the cops were actually called to investigate, and as I was just 8 years old, I have no idea if anything actually came out of it, but kids started having a parent chaperone from then on whenever we played at the park. I know this story ends kind of unclimactically, but when I tell you the sincere fear I felt that evening running from the unknown thing in the woods, knowing without a shadow of a doubt we both heard something approaching us, it was a feeling I won't ever forget, and it really defined how I saw baseball games from then on. I feel very lucky that we didn't end up meeting the person in the woods, and it's just a reminder that even 20 years ago, It wasn't the safest thing to let your kids just roam around whenever they wanted to. You never know the intentions of people out there, and it's best to just proceed with caution. With that said, stay safe, everyone. Back in 1995, I attended my best friend's birthday party, which was being held back in my hometown in southern Texas. He was turning 21 years old. Now, my friend, who we will call Eric, is known for throwing some of the most craziest parties you could ever think of. 21 was no different. The dude's family had a lot of money, and as he was very spoiled, they had gotten him everything from a DJ, taco catering, and silly enough, a bunch of jump houses. Hey, Eric was the birthday boy, not me. Nothing really seemed out of the ordinary that evening as we all partied along, having drinks and dancing along to the music. At one point I was getting pretty tired and I decided I was going to have a seat at a nearby table where I filled myself up with a bunch of soda and chips. Yeah, not exactly the biggest fan of alcohol myself even to this day. Soon, I was joined by birthday boy himself and we sat talking for about 20 minutes, just catching up on our lives. It had been a hot minute since the last time I spoke to him prior to that evening. Soon, it's approaching 2 a.m. and the party is showing no signs of stopping whatsoever. I had now gathered my strength back and I returned to the dance floor with Eric, where I'm joined by one of his really attractive cousins, who we'll call Jessica in this story. We were dancing for no more than 5 minutes when I noticed in between the crowd of guests what appears to be like an argument taking place. Must be a couple of drunk family members or something, I thought to myself. The party is soon brought to a standstill when I suddenly feel the sharpest and most painful burning sensation in my upper thigh area. Those moments went by in slow motion. I started to think to myself, had I torn my quads? Well, I looked down and I could see blood beginning to drip down my pants. What had happened? I looked ahead as I began to fall to the ground in pain as a group of partygoers are subduing someone who was yelling and screaming obscenities. As it turned out, I had been accidentally shot by a gun. The man who fired the shot, a guest who was the oldest brother of one of Eric's other friends. As he had gotten into a heated argument with someone, it got so bad, he pulled out a gun. Why he brought a gun to the party, I'm not sure, but nonetheless, he fired off a shot at close range. Somehow it completely missed his target, and it connected with me instead. I was immediately rushed to the emergency room, and luckily, after a surgery, even though it was a bit painful to walk for a couple of weeks after, I did make a recovery. As for our friend with the gun, well, things didn't go so smoothly for him. You bet charges were pressed, and you bet he served quite a lot of time behind bars, even though he couldn't stop apologizing for what he had done. Yes, he was drunk, and cooler heads unfortunately did not prevail that evening. I guess if there is one good thing, I survived that scary ordeal, and I lived to tell the tale, even though I lost a lot of blood, and I was very close to biting the dust. Anyone else out there listening remember the Monday Night Wars between the World Wrestling Federation, the WWF, and World Championship Wrestling, WCW? It was all the talk in the 90s. Who didn't hear about Monday Night Raw and Monday Night Nitro? With NFL-like ratings, it's no surprise it was all the talk. Now, the reason I'm referencing this time period was because my scary experience actually happened during a little viewing party I was throwing back in my apartment in March of 1999. It was WrestleMania 15, and Stone Cold Steve Austin would be facing The Rock in the main event in a no disqualification match for the WWF Championship. With me on this night are two of my longtime friends. We will call them Ryan and Jason. Throughout the pay-per-view, we're just chowing down on some pepperoni pizza and washing it down with some beer as we're having a great time. Then during the entrances for the main event, a loud crash is heard and the glass in the window, which is next to the living room, shatters. Another loud pop is heard, and I hear/feel something shoot right past me. I realize in that moment it was a bullet, and my friends realized this as well. We dove for cover as a few more gunshots are heard firing from just outside my living room window. One bullet was inches from hitting Ryan in the arm. But you're probably wondering, who's firing gunshots at us, and for what reason? Your guess was as good as mine, as in those moments it's life or death. We had to make a choice, so we army crawled into the hallway and then get into my room and locked the door. Now, luckily with my bedroom phone, we called the police as I loaded up my shotgun, which was in the closet. We did hear some more gunshots being fired, but soon everything goes quiet, apart from hearing the announcers on the television. By the time the police got there, the gunman was long gone. My living room was a mess, more bullet holes and glass pieces than I can count for. Needless to say, we did get an answer to this random attack. It turns out that the gunmen weren't just some complete randoms. My next door neighbor, as it so was revealed to us, was in cahoots with the local mafia. He had stolen quite a significant amount of money and drugs from that group. Unfortunately, the gunmen who were sent to shoot up his apartment, well, they mistook my apartment for his. But luckily that whole thing was taken care of since that criminal group was brought to justice, though it didn't take away from the absolute nightmare I would have afterward. But that was all those years ago. In any case, I wanted to send in this story since WrestleMania is just a few weeks away from when I'm writing this, and I figured why not send it into the Creepyfox. Keep up the great work. Thanks for the narration videos, and all the best. This goes down as the scariest moment of my life. I will never forget the absolute fear and the emotions I felt on that night back in 2003. My friend Allison was holding her 25th birthday party in Newport Beach, California, and I of course was invited to attend. In total, it's 10 of us, all really close friends by the way. We partied at the nearby Balboa Peninsula, mainly sticking to swimming in the water, playing volleyball and having our own little concert if you will, playing guitar and singing together. The beach had been quite packed that afternoon, filled with your typical families. But as the night rolled on, we had a little more time to ourselves. We had a little bonfire set up in a fire pit, and we roasted marshmallows and hot dogs, just like the times we would when we would go camping in the woods. After enough drinks, I'm starting to get the urge to use the restroom really badly. Luckily for us, they aren't too far out from where we were currently set up, less than a 30-second walk behind us, where right behind the restrooms is the parking lot, which was empty. So anyway, my friend Julian tells me he would join me to head to the restrooms, since he was going to go to his car to pick up a sweater for his girlfriend Emily. We walked over, and something that I did notice as I looked back and retell this memory was your typical creeper van that was parked just a short distance from the restrooms, and all of its windows are tinted black. We hadn't seen it when we first got there, and judging by the fact we didn't really see anyone else out there on the beach or walking about, we did find it strange, but soon ignore it as Julian heads further into the parking lot and I head inside the restroom. Fast forward a minute later, and I'm about to have the absolute shock of a lifetime. I don't even make it a few steps out of the doorway of the female restroom when suddenly I'm tackled from my side. Someone places their hand over my mouth, and for a brief second I start thinking that this is one of my friend's really bad ideas of a bad prank. But alas, those hopes are shattered when I started to get pulled toward the parking lot. "Shut up. I have a gun, and I will shoot you dead if you keep resisting." I still remember this person whispering in my ear as I'm struggling to get out of this kidnapper's tight grasp. It's no joke when they say your life seems to flash before your very own eyes when you're in a life-threatening situation. Because I kid you not, I could see all the highlights of my life, as I feared I would never see my family ever again, and I would end up in a shallow grave. It's at this moment, 10 seconds into the ordeal, It seemed like it was a way longer than that, to be honest. I hear a car door opening to my right, and sure enough, it's the creeper van. I can see another guy looking right into my eyes with an expression that read, "We hit the jackpot, boys." Now you might be thinking to yourself, where in the heck are all of my friends? And where is Julian? Yes, I was wondering that as well, but with adrenaline finally reaching a breaking point, I needed to make a decision, and fast. With all of my might, I move his hand off my mouth for just enough time to scream bloody murder. I then bit down so hard on his hand, I actually remember tasting blood. Honestly, I felt as if I was going to chomp off his finger. I then turned my head for a brief moment and I poked him right in the eyes, Eddie Guerrero style, and I do actually manage to break free. Julian, who had heard my cries for help, finally runs over in my direction, and I notice that the creeper who tried to abduct me bolts it into the van, and they drive off. As you'd expect, I pretty much dropped to my knees and I began to have a panic attack. Meanwhile, Julian started to tell me that it was going to be okay. He manages to get me up and we walk back to my group of friends who were oblivious to the entire thing as music on the radio was playing loudly. Oh yeah, and I guess there is the detail I hadn't mentioned yet. You see, while the restrooms were close to where we were set up, you have to go over a little mound just to get there. This meant that visually you can't actually see what's happening in the parking lot too well. All of these details combined with the darkness of the night, it made for the perfect setup for these creeps. We did call the police, and an investigation was launched. But unfortunately to this very day, those two would-be kidnappers have never been brought to justice, nor have ever been seen again. To those listening, I shouldn't have to remind you, but even if you're in a safe location, please make sure you have somebody with you at all times. While I can't change the past, what I can do, and I have done since, even though this was all those years ago, is I always have somebody next to me at all times. In my case, I should have either gone with Julian first, or I should have had him wait for me outside the restrooms until I was done. It's a lesson I have taught my children since, sadly, you just don't know who might be out there watching you and waiting for you to be alone to try to kidnap you or possibly kill you as well. Even just a brief moment is enough for disaster to strike. For reference, I'm female, and I was 19 years of age. This happened about 5 years ago when my friends and I decided to take our friend Alexis out to Dave & Buster's for her 18th birthday party. I know for many it's not the most ideal location to spend such a special day, but it was the easiest option, as it was her favorite location. After all, when you live in a pretty boring town where the only fun thing to do is go to the mall and people watch, you appreciate little things like arcades and pizza, and appreciate we did, as we spent most of the evening playing games and sharing laughs. I personally have always been a huge fan of Jurassic Park, and so I spent most of my tokens and my time playing at the Jurassic Park game. At some point in the middle of my dino adventure, I see a figure in my peripheral vision as they take a seat next to me. As I was so focused on the gameplay, I assumed it was one of my girlfriends watching in shock and awe. However, since the person hadn't acknowledged themselves, I grew weary and focused my attention to the visitor. Instead of seeing a familiar face, I see one of a complete stranger. It's this guy in his late 40s with dreadlock hair, sunglasses, a Hawaiian t-shirt, and jeans. "Sorry, but did you want to play? Here, I was just about to finish anyway," I tell him, realizing he might have been waiting for a long time. "No, that's okay. I always enjoy watching people play this game. I'm a huge fan." Rightfully so, there's something about having a stranger sit next to you that's a bit offsetting. Not so much because I'm paranoid, but for the fact he started to compliment me. Now, okay, I know that in itself isn't the worst thing in the world, but he started getting pretty specific, eventually demanding that he wanted to go out with me. Here's what he more or less said. from my best memory. This is going to be summarized. Hey, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? 18, huh? Nice. Are you here by yourself? Oh, okay, well maybe you'd love to go home with me. After all, what's a beauty like yourself doing it in arcade? I've got a whole bunch of arcade machines back in my place if you want to play with me. You don't have to worry about spending your tokens there. I'm pretty sure his definition of playing together wasn't sitting down and playing video games in front of a television screen. Either way, I had enough of him, so I get up and quickly spot one of my friends. I would have thought that could have been the end, just a random encounter with a creepy guy trying to get lucky with whoever he could find. Remember, I live in a pretty boring town, so there's not much for these dudes to do. Well, he for whatever reason decided to follow me, and then tell my group of friends that he knew the owner and could get us unlimited tokens if we wished. As if. Was he really trying to buy my love with tokens? It wasn't going to happen. Even my girlfriends were becoming creeped out and wary about the guy. That's why we continued to ignore him. All the while, he's doing all he could to get us to talk to him. One of my friends, Jasmine, basically told this dude to go away by saying something along the lines of, "Look, dude, nobody wants to go back to your house, and no one surely wants to accept any of your creepy advances. Now stop following us around, or we're going to call the cops." Literally everyone in the Dave & Buster's focused their attention to our group. This guy suddenly froze in embarrassment. He made that facial expression and hand gesture of, "Nothing to see here, folks. We're just some friends having some fun." He then walks out of the Dave & Buster's. Talk about weird. That should have been the end to my story, however, but it's not the end of my story submission. An hour later, we had already put the creep behind us, and we had finally decided to wrap things up. My friends were going to go back to Alexis's house to party a little bit longer, but I had to go home to check up on my dogs, as my parents were currently out of town. So I excused myself and I began making my way over to the parking lot. I was parked about a minute walk from the Dave & Buster's, and next to the Target that's on the other side of this large parking lot district. Well, things ended up getting worse when I noticed the sound of a vehicle that was approaching me. Now, I can understand people wanting to park in your spot, but I was all the way in the back. Plus, there were many other available spots that were free, so why would you want to follow me? I got my answer not too long after that, when the vehicle, which turned out to be a van, pulls up beside me. Moments later, the side door opens, and someone reaches toward me. They managed to just grab a bit of my arm, but I was able to pull away at the last second. I'm not even joking, but when I looked into the van, I saw a sight that scared me so bad, it still gives me chills when I write this out. Remember the guy from the Dave & Buster's, Mr. Dreadlock dude with the Hawaiian t-shirt? Here he was, trying to pull me into his van with what looked to be like another two men who were his accomplices. I booked it, using the vehicles in the parking lot as a sort of barrier to keep me as far away from the men as possible. I was able to locate a family of 4 and tell them about what had just taken place. They were pretty shocked by my sudden revelation, as they had actually seen that van approaching me earlier, but they had no idea of the current circumstances. Anyway, I ended up filing a police report with a description of the vehicle, as well as the men I encountered that evening. To my surprise, a couple of weeks later, the police actually catch up with them, thus taking them off the streets. Next time, I think I'll stick to being around my friends. Also, since that event, I carry a taser and pepper spray. I guess whenever you go to a party, you should arrive expecting the unexpected, but if you were to tell me I was this close to being taken advantage of, I'd look at you and say, there's no way anybody could be that evil, could there? I honestly thought the exact same thing, until this very night. It all took place around 2013 at a friend's college graduation party, as it was attended by all college students. You would expect the typical rowdy crowd of immature brats, and you'd be correct in assuming so. I just honestly didn't want to be there since I don't do too well with huge gatherings. Plus, I don't drink, but I was there to support my friend. Anyway, when I arrived to her home at around 6:45 p.m., there was already at least 40 people. A mutual friend, who we're going to call Chloe, instantly recognized me when I stepped out of my Mini Cooper, and she called me over to join her and her boyfriend. They were sitting at one of the various tables that had been set up in the front lawn. Actually, this was the first time I would meet him. He introduced himself as Eric, and he said he was on the college football team. Nice to meet you. By the way, Chloe, where's our birthday girl at? Oh, she just stepped inside a few minutes ago. I'll go get her. You wait right here with Eric. Chloe then gleefully jumps out of her seat, like a rabbit does when you're about to give them a carrot, and soon disappears into the crowd of partygoers. I took this opportunity to text my mother, and I let her know I had just arrived and I'd be home in a few hours. Eric interrupts my text conversation shortly thereafter by asking me how long I'd known Chloe for. About 7 years. I met her back in high school in her art class. Actually, she was the one who came up to me. I've always been the shy type. Wow, that's really strange. You're really hot. Why in the world would you be shy? You know, if I wasn't with Chloe, I'd definitely go out with you. Heck, I'd even take you back to my house right now, he replied, in what sounded like a drunken state. Seriously, I could smell the cheap beer on his breath, hitting my nostrils like a ton of bricks. It was definitely a strange comment for him to make, and it made me somewhat uncomfortable, mainly because of how nonchalant he was about it. He even started laughing when I asked him if he was joking, to which he said he was serious. Luckily, Chloe and the birthday girl, who in this story we're going to refer to as Kim, arrived, and I ran over to give Kim her birthday gift. For the rest of the evening, I did my very best to stick with Kim and Chloe, as Eric had gone to hang out and drink with some of his male friends. About 2 hours into the party, everyone gathered into the backyard so that we could begin hitting the piñatas that they had purchased. There were a total of about 10, which would keep us entertained for a little while. By the second or third piñata, my bladder was yelling at me to head to the restroom, so I headed to Kim's house, which was completely empty, apart from 2 people who were in the kitchen grabbing some more fruit punch. Now, I've been to Kim's house plenty of times, thus she told me it was okay for me to use the upstairs restroom, the one that's in her room, since she wasn't allowing anyone in there. Understandable, since she didn't want anyone taking any of her belongings or making a mess. To be honest, being upstairs in her room was a nice little break from all the madness that was the music and the partying. That's why I made sure to take my time. It's just too bad this calm and peaceful night was going to be interrupted. While I was in the restroom, I suddenly hear her bedroom door open. It did surprise me, since again she didn't want anybody upstairs. But when I thought about it, I assumed it might have been Kim. Kim? Is that you? Sorry, I'll be out in just a minute. As I had the restroom door closed, there was no way for me to make a visual confirmation on whether or not it was Kim. Anyway, once I washed my hands, I opened the door, only to see, out of all people, it's Eric, sitting on Kim's bed. Hey there, gorgeous. Come sit down with me and have a drink. If he wasn't completely drunk earlier, he definitely was now. I don't even know how he got up there without passing out. No, that's okay. I'm going to go back and hit the piñata, I replied with a sarcastic smirk, being in shock of how Chloe could be with somebody like Eric. Eric didn't take too kindly to my response, because he immediately gets up and puts himself between myself and Kim's door. No, I insist. Come sit down and have a drink with me. I brought this fruit punch. Now don't let it go to waste. Now, I've seen and heard enough scary stories to know very darn well that you don't accept a drink from a complete stranger, especially one who's already drunk. That's why I once again tell him no and ask him in a more affirmative manner to please get out of my way. Well, apart from calling me a word I don't want to repeat, he firmly grasps my arm and pulls me closer. "Look at the mess you made me cause. This is all your fault." "But that's okay. Nobody is going to hear you after I'm done with you." While struggling to pull away, he reaches into his jacket and reveals a knife. My fight or flight response instantly kicked in at 100 miles an hour. That's why I did the only thing I could think of in that moment. I bite down on his hand and then kick him in the groin area. He drops the knife and tries to slap me, but I managed to move and get him pretty good in the groin one last time. I then booked it downstairs, where I scream like a mad woman, causing everyone to stop what they're doing and stare at me like I was crazy. "What's wrong? Are you okay? You look like you just saw a ghost," Kim replies with a voice of concern, pointing to the DJ to turn the volume down. Well, I explained the situation, and a couple of the dudes told me they would go and check on Eric. They didn't have to go too far, however, because he just began walking out of the house, acting all innocent and as if he hadn't done anything. Luckily, everybody could see the bruise beginning to form on my arm, which was enough for them to now believe me. That's why Eric began to grow even more irritable and started fighting with some of the guys. Eventually, there are too many for him to handle, and they're able to constrain him. On his person, they found that same knife that he tried to use against me, and a little Ziploc with some powdery substance. Now, I can't be too sure, but I have a strange feeling he might have put some of that into the drink he was offering me. Maybe that's why he was so insistent in me taking a sip. Anyway, I didn't stick around to find out what happened next. I immediately went home, and I tried to put the whole thing behind me, though it did take a while to gain the confidence to leave my house again. The last I heard, Chloe and Eric broke up, and Eric was actually arrested for another completely unrelated crime, something that Kim had relayed to me. Speaking of Kim, I'm no longer friends with her either. I don't really think many people out there expect to be on the run for their life when you're at a friend's birthday party, but alas, such is life, filled with its many mysteries and plenty of crazy people out there. My friend's 10th birthday party, August 2004. I remember it being Pokemon themed. The napkins, the cups, the plates, the decorations, and the piñata. It welcomed me and my brother as my parents dropped us off at the park they were hosting said party. The park had a fairly large playground with its jungle gym, slides, swings, and plenty of screaming kids. But perhaps what attracted most of us was the little water park area where water shoots out from the ground. We at the birthday party found ourselves there since it was easily in the upper 80s. And after hours of playing in the water, laughter, eating a bunch of pizza, and just sitting at the benches talking, we all came up with the brilliant idea of playing hide and go seek. What could possibly go wrong with that, you might be asking yourself? Well, considering the park extends out into a big field with trees and benches and bushes, we chose a seeker and we each began to find a place to hide. Me and my brother came up with the idea of running into the field and hiding behind a large tree which is nearby the parking lot. Right as we turned the corner to get behind the tree, we stumbled into a disheveled-looking man who was in the middle of injecting himself with a needle in his arm. We didn't think about it in that moment, but as I looked back, it's scary to think that he had been shooting up. Could there have been used needles laying on the ground? We could have stepped on those by accident. That's super scary to think of. Anyway, back to what I was saying. He injected himself, and then we could see the look in his eyes as we could see an expression of pure malice. Without even getting a second to react, telling him we were sorry for bothering him, he takes out a knife from his backpack and now immediately perks up and says he was going to kill us for interrupting him. I wish I was kidding when I say that, as for a few seconds, while time seemed to have gone into slow motion, we thought he was joking and that knife was fake. But no, Both myself and my brother immediately started to scream, and we run into the nearby parking lot to warn some friends of ours who we saw hiding behind some signage. Thank the Lord that in those moments, we saw a car pull up into the parking area, and a man immediately jumped out from the driver's seat. I remember him telling us just to keep running, as he then goes past us and starts to yell at the man to drop the knife. We looked on from a safe distance as the crazy man starts swiping at the air and spouting random nonsense, including saying something like there were little robots who were coming to abduct him, and he didn't want to hurt the man who I guess in his eyes was just a normal guy. Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but apparently we weren't real to him. Anyway, to make a long story short, the police were called to the park, and after getting our statements, as well as the statement from the man in the car, who we learned turned out to be a retired Marine, the cops did end up handcuffing the Looney Tune and driving away with him. Naturally, we were frightened by the whole ordeal for a few days. After all, who gets chased at a birthday party with a knife? But soon we put it at the back of our minds, and we continued on with our life. I have plenty of other scary experiences, by the way. If anyone is interested in hearing them, just let me know in the comments section, and I'll send them over to the Creepy Fox so he can include it in another video. So with that said, thanks for listening, and please stay safe, everyone. When it comes to remembering birthdays, perhaps the one that really rings a bell for me was my 17th birthday in 2005. Not only would I be turning another year older as I got closer to leaving the house and heading to college, but it was also the year my parents had gotten me one of the greatest gifts of all time. No, I'm not talking about a fancy car or a plane ticket to a resort, but instead, they adopted a German Shepherd named Rocky. I've always loved dogs, and I still find it incredibly difficult to truly describe my emotions of that excitement. Anyway, the main reason I wanted to go over this specific birthday in general was not only because of Rocky, but also what took place on that very night. So it was my special day, and I have 3 of my closest friends over. We will call them Susan, Carol, and Kevin. While we sat in my living room playing Mario Party, my parents had just left the house to go and pick up the catering, which was from Panda Express. It's about 15 minutes of a drive from the house, so that meant we would be alone for a little while. That wasn't really an issue since we're basically adults. Plus, there's Rocky here too. Nevertheless, Rocky began growling and pacing back and forth next to the window. As we had been so focused on the mini-games, we hadn't paid attention to how much time had actually passed. That's why we assumed it was my parents returning, though I did find it weird since it felt as if they had just left. Well, not too long after that, we hear the back door squeaking open. This put us on high alert, because Rocky then storms to the kitchen, barking like crazy. We quickly followed behind him, only to be met with an armed home intruder. The dude has a gun, and Rocky just stood there a few feet from him, growling as in a way of saying, "Don't get any closer, or I'm going to tear you into shreds." That was a concern, but so was the current situation. Had he not heard Rocky's growling? Also, was he going to do anything? Well, it seemed as if common sense finally took over, because he runs out the back door. Naturally, we wasted no time locking all the doors and windows and calling for the police. You should have seen my parents' face when they saw the officers. I think they were more scared that something terrible had happened to my friends and I, but they breathed a sigh of relief when we explained the situation and they saw that we were safe. Now, we did have a camera security system, which thankfully had assisted in leading to the man's arrest. We later learned he was connected in a series of home robberies that really gave us the chills. So, anyway, that was the night I got visited on my birthday by an uninvited home intruder. I'll mention this part just very briefly because you would have had to have been living under a rock to not be aware of it. In 2016, there was this sudden rise of clown sightings. It consisted of bored, edgy teenagers as they dressed up in clown costumes going around and scaring people. Unfortunately, there were some that took it just a little too far, and they even got arrested for their troubles. Also, many of those videos you see online regarding these clown encounters are staged, thus it's very hard to fully grasp how truly frightening this whole clown era truly was. But if by now you're wondering why I'm even bringing up any of these details, it's because my story takes place, you guessed it, during this time period, specifically on Halloween, as if it couldn't get any more strange. Let me get you started. This year, it was my turn to host a yearly Halloween party that my friends and I had been doing for the last 3 years. In fact, we still do them today. Anyway, seeing as my parents would be here, we couldn't party too hard, not that we needed to anyway. Sure, we like to party, don't get us wrong, but we're very mature and don't cause an absolute mad show. To those of you who do, maybe take into consideration those that live around you. We don't always want to hear your horrible selection of music, nor do we want to see you throwing your trash all over the neighborhood, only for us to have to pick it up for you. Sorry, I got a little too distracted here. Where was I? Oh, the party, that's right. My mom was helping me prepare food that entire day. Meanwhile, I was decorating both inside and outside the house. These weren't the Halloween decorations, those were already up. I'm talking the party decorations. So at around lunchtime, we decided to order a medium pizza as we wanted to save the food that we had prepared for later. We placed the order, then sat on the couch and we wait. Eventually, the app on my mom's phone said the pizza was out for delivery. Thus, I went into the garage to grab some of our extra paper plates and napkins that we kept in there. And here's when things got creepy. Because we had been so distracted with decorating and preparing for that party, we had accidentally left the garage door wide open. Wouldn't normally be a problem. After all, the neighborhood is very safe and everyone minds their own business. But sadly for me, that wouldn't be the case. As soon as I enter the garage through the kitchen door, I see him. Somebody dressed up in a full-on clown costume with red wig and red nose, staring directly at me. Now, okay, remember it is Halloween, and people normally dress up in costume. Perhaps this was just a case of a very, and I mean very, early trick-or-treater, though it was suspicious since they looked a lot older than a kid. But all those suspicions aside, the knife he was clearly holding in his hand really sent me chills, but I tried my best to play it cool. Nice costume, man. Sorry, you're going to have to come back a little bit later. We aren't handing out candy at the moment. I was wishing he would have just walked away in that moment, but instead he started to let out a creepy laugh and approached me very maniacally. Okay, now things were starting to get interesting. Dude, I already told you. I got nothing. Can you leave? This is my garage. You can't be in here. I could hear my mom calling my name from the distance, asking if I was speaking to the pizza delivery man. But if only she knew. Whatever sort of joke this guy was playing, I didn't want to be part of it, so I start to back away, only to go into a full-on sprint, when he all of a sudden starts to charge at me. What's with all the commotion? Didn't Dad already tell you to be careful with that door? My mom replies, as she walks into the kitchen, only for her facial expression to do a complete 180, but I couldn't really blame her. The dude began using the knife to make his way through the screen door, before then attempting to open the main door via the door handle. He was unsuccessful, and we both watched him as he walks off our property and heads into the nearby woods that surrounded our neighborhood. Well, wouldn't you know, Pizza Man arrives within seconds of us losing sight of the creepy clown. Pizza delivery man then asks us if we knew him, to which of course we said, no, we don't. We then showed him what he had done to the screen door, because why not? He found it very creepy and he said he would be willing to help with giving a description as well as a statement. That's why he called his boss and asked him if he was okay to stay there so he could speak with the police. Dude really didn't have to, but he did anyway. At any rate, fast forward less than a week later, a man wearing a clown costume is arrested for going up to people's properties and destroying their decorations. He even managed to break into someone's house, thankfully while they were away, and completely trashed their home. Oh, and he was caught on their security camera feed, by the way, which ultimately, with eyewitnesses, that led to his capture. Also, another strange note. Apparently, he was taking pictures and filming all these things. That way he could show that to his friends and his followers. Honestly, what people will do for likes is beyond me. Why can't people just stick to their hobbies, like drawing or singing? Even if you don't have a hobby, can't you do something that won't totally cause a scare? Anyway, that is my scary story submission. You know what I always look forward to on the 4th of July? Yes, the fireworks, obviously, but also the huge block party my neighborhood would throw. Occurring in the late 90s in North Carolina, 4th of July was a tradition to gather families and friends and spend time together to celebrate such a special national holiday. Unfortunately, a series of strange events occurred that day that put our entire neighborhood on watch for the following weeks, leading to a revelation that sent chills down everyone's spines. But before I could get into that ending, let me start you with the actual 4th of July encounter. The day it started like the previous iterations of our yearly block party. Parents woke up early to start setting up tables and decorations, and us kids slept in before we got waken up by the sounds of truck engines bringing the jump houses and slip and slides. Basically, it was a dream come true when we met up with all the other kids and began playing and screaming at the top of our lungs. All the meanwhile, parents sat around listening to music, drinking, barbecuing, and relaxing. This day, my sister and I ended up meeting with 2 other neighborhood kids that we're going to call Max and Amy. They were a brother and sister around our age who we always played video games with. Super Smash was our thing. Anyway, fast forward to later in the evening and the parents are starting to set up fireworks. We were to set them off at around 9 p.m. As it was currently around 8 p.m. Us group of kids, about 10 in total, wanted to take a break from all the festivities and go play some soccer in the field behind our neighborhood. It's essentially this huge acreage of farmland that had a fence at the end. Behind it is a huge forest that eventually leads you into the surrounding city. Oftentimes you'll see neighbors walking their dogs or going for their daily runs, but as everybody was at the party, it was pretty abandoned. Of course, we weren't going to bring this up to our parents because we knew they were going to say no, and for good reason. There's no one to watch you, and there's no illumination whatsoever, but that didn't stop us from bringing some flashlights. Soon we split up into 2 teams of 5 and started to play ball, using some improvised sticks as our goals. No more than 10 minutes of us playing and scraping our knees on the dirt. A friend pointed out some movement coming from just a few hundred feet to our right. We each come to a halt and we could see a tall, lanky, dark figure watching us. At first, we thought it was one of the small crumpled up dry trees, until we pointed our flashlights at it. It was a disheveled man, wearing torn up clothing and holding onto a backpack. He looked like a drifter, the ones you see hitchhiking along the highways, going from city to city, trying to find their way in life, so to speak. We found his sudden presence alarming when he now began getting closer, all the while reaching into his backpack. We weren't sure what exactly he was planning, until, no kidding, he takes out a knife. It looked like one of those survival knives you see on Man vs. Wild with Bear Grylls. Gosh, I missed that show. Anyway, seeing that, we booked it, only for him to begin chasing our group for whatever reason. I mean, what had we done to warrant such a misfortune? Could it be he was watching from the shadows, and had gotten angry when we spotted him? I can't really tell you, but by the time we go over a clearing and enter the lit neighborhood, we're trying to catch our breath and get our parents' attention. I remember we went to Albert, a retired police officer who lived closest to the field. He didn't believe us, not that we could really blame him, until he told us he was going to take a look. From my recollection, he says he spotted somebody scurrying away through the field. Now, that was it, for that night at least. We were pretty shaken up by the event, but we enjoyed the fireworks presentation before we went to bed around midnight and forgot about our creepy encounter. Fast forward about 2 weeks later, I remember my family and I were in the living room eating dinner when my dad switched to the local news station to check the weather. We got our weather forecast, which consisted of another warm front with some light showers on the way. But after the forecast, there was a story about a man who was arrested on charges of armed home intrusion. And when they showed his face, both my sister and I froze with the chills. It was the same man we saw that evening on the 4th of July block party. Needless to say, a bunch of the other kids we were playing with that evening were able to confirm it was the same man. So, talk about scary. That was the night of the block party when we stumbled into a future armed home burglar. Birthday parties are supposed to be a whole lot of fun. It's that one day out of all the year that it's meant to be all about you, not having to worry about anything. As long as you have close friends or family, they take care of you. Well, they sure took care of me on my 22nd birthday 6 years ago, but they were a little too late, and here's why. Like any college student, you're looking for an excuse to party, so wouldn't you know, my parents were away for a weekend. Incredible. I called up my friends and tell them my birthday party would be over at my place Saturday evening. The plan was set, and as the afternoon slowly turned into dusk, my friends started to arrive one by one, each of them hugging boxes of gifts as well as food and drinks. By 8 p.m., there were at least 50 people jamming along to the music playing, and others that were playing beer pong. Some others were playing volleyball in my swimming pool, but I chose to hang out at the jacuzzi and have myself some drinks with my closest friend Roxanne. We go way back. We've known each other ever since we were in kindergarten and practically hung out as if we were sisters. Moving on. As we talked, a guy walked into the jacuzzi holding a Miller Lite and wearing a baseball cap. I remember whispering to Roxanne and asking if she knew who he was, but she had no clue. We just assumed he was a mutual friend of someone I invited, so we continued talking amongst ourselves while watching some of the guys wrestling on the trampoline. Hey, so you're the birthday girl? Happy birthday. I'm really enjoying the festivities. Thanks. By the way, do I know you from somewhere? Yeah, I'm a cousin of your friend. I hope you don't mind I tagged along. Both Roxanne and I were already out of it, so to speak, with the drinks. Yeah, we were drunk. Thus, we pretty much just accepted his reply. We spoke for a bit, but then we noticed he started to get really close. A little too close for comfort, I would say. At one point, he tried to hug me, which is fine if he was trying to be friendly, but it got to the point he wouldn't let go of me. I had to force my way out of his grasp, and this only seemed to anger him. Oh, fine, whatever. Be that way. I guess that's how you treat your guests who try to bring you gifts and show their appreciation. Show their appreciation, you say? So that's why you got angry at me? Whatever, dude. Anyway, Roxanne and I leave the jacuzzi and went to tell some of our friends who were on the football team. Let's just say they didn't have the kindest things to say to him, and actually taught him quite the valuable lesson by kicking him out of the party. Oh yeah, and they left him with a pretty nice shiner. Okay, so now I want to fast forward a little bit. It's around 4 in the morning, and some of my friends had decided to spend the night at my place. In total, there were maybe 7 or 8 of us, each scattered in various rooms. I was alone in my room when I was suddenly awoken by my window opening. Now, I'm a pretty light sleeper, by the way, so that's why I hear it. As I slowly came to from my dream state, I see a large figure enter my peripheral vision. Before I had a chance to say anything, however, This figure approached my bed and then pulls over the blankets before attempting to lay there with me. Sure, I had been out of it hours earlier and I was drunk, and I did have a pretty bad headache, but that creepy sight instantly sobered me up. So I jumped out of my bed like my cat does when you scare her and book it to the living room. That's where a couple of my dude friends are crashed out on the couch. "Wake up, you guys. Somebody just crawled through my window. They're in my room." No luck. They were fast asleep. So thinking fast, I turned on the speaker system and lights, which instantly wakes the entire slumbering home. Moments later, the reveal. The person who broke in had the same shiner on their right eye. Yes, this was the creep from the party, but to make things worse, he has a knife. What were we going to do? Three of my male friends surround him and tell him to drop the knife, and after a brief confrontation, he decided to run back to my room before jumping outside through the window, never for us to see him again. Myself and all of my friends can back up by saying that nobody even knew who the guy was. I guess that's the problem with having such large parties. You aren't always aware of who might be there, lurking and waiting for their chance to get whatever it is that they might be after. Hey there. I'm pretty new to this whole hearing scary stories thing on YouTube. My friend was actually the one who introduced me to you, and I have to say, I really like what you're doing, so keep up the good work. Now, I apologize if I'm not the greatest writer in the world, but I hope this will still make some sense to you. Allow me to give you the location and time. The time, around 8:30 p.m. The place, a grocery store. My involvement with said grocery store is where I work there stocking shelves and also doing cashier work. So what happened, you might be asking? Well, it had been another busy Friday evening in the early 1980s, and I was stocking shelves and helping out customers who came to do their weekend shopping. I know for many people working at a grocery store, it's looked down upon as lame, but I myself loved my time there. Mainly because before I started working there, I used to be such a shy mess. You couldn't get me out of my room without me having a major anxiety and panic attack. Slowly but surely, my best friend was able to help me get a job, and that's when I opened up. I only mentioned this past detail of myself because I occasionally had a sudden anxiety attack if I had to deal with stressful situations. I'm sure you can understand where this is going. We were about 30 minutes before closing, and I was restocking the canned food section. I remember specifically it was the Chef Boyardee cans, and as I had my back turned, I felt someone tap my shoulder. "Hello, excuse me, young lady. Could you help me with something?" I turned my attention to an older man, probably early 60s. Funny enough, he looked just like Santa Claus. Same white beard, white hair, a large tummy, and Christmas sweater. This was just a couple of weeks before the Christmas holiday, by the way, which added to his jolly demeanor. "Sure, what did you need help with?" "I'm looking for the restroom. Could you show me where it is?" "Yeah, sure, follow me. It's just down aisle number 1. Now, the store is fairly small, so it's not that difficult to find what you're looking for. You can also see the front lobby from the back, where we were heading. This is important to note. As we began walking over there, the old man asked how my night was going and if I enjoyed working there. Just friendly talk. And friendly is how I wish the night could have stayed. But then something happened a couple of minutes later that was so unexpected, so scary, that as I write this out to you today, I still get the huge chills. When I returned to the front of the store to quickly talk to a coworker, the cashier, somebody storms into our grocery store wearing a ski mask. He has a gun, and both my coworker and I stood there in complete shock. As he shouted out his demands, everybody remained quiet and to make no sort of sudden movement. As this was in the 80s, there was no cell phone for anyone to use, or ways of recording. This was what made the situation that much more bone-chilling. "The two of you, put the money in this backpack and hurry it up, or you're dead," he exclaimed, as I stood there frozen. Meanwhile, my coworker began putting money in the bag. Some other customers were just watching with their hands up. "You there, Can't you follow directions? What did I just say? He was talking to me, which I was an absolute mess at this point. I was so frozen with fear, I couldn't say or move. All I could remember happening was my life flashing before my very own eyes, as if things couldn't get worse, or maybe should I say, better, whichever way you want to define it as. We hear a loud bang echo through the store. That was followed by the glass at the front of the store shattering. This guy suddenly took off, dropping his gun in the process. It turns out that the old man I helped just a few minutes ago was concealed carrying and shot over in our direction, missing the masked man by just a few inches. Since we weren't in the old man's line of sight, as we were covered by some of the displays, there was no way of him hitting us. Nevertheless, the old man chased after the masked man and returned just a few moments later. Don't worry, everyone. I'm on your side. Is everyone alright? We all let out a sigh as my coworker was already phoning the police. By the time they got there, the place was surrounded with yellow caution tape, and everybody was questioned, including myself. And by the time they got there, the place was surrounded with yellow police caution tape, and everyone was questioned, including myself. As for that so-called pistol, the one the masked man was carrying, it was a fake. As for the old man, he was an army veteran and the father of the town's police chief. Talk about a small world. Thankfully, it didn't take too long for the creep to be caught, and he was arrested and put behind bars. I'm not sure when you'll be able to include this story, but at the time of this writing, this occurred just a few nights ago. For reference, I'm a single mother of 3 currently living in Chicago. The evening started with me making some spaghetti for my kids and mother, who also happens to live with us, when I realized I was out of sauce and garlic bread. Therefore, I told everyone I would head to the local family-owned grocery store to pick up the supplies. So, I drive over, park, and begin walking to the front door. However, I was interrupted by a man asking me for money. For a quick description, he had a bald head, tattoos around his neck and arms, and wore a large white t-shirt and really loose jeans. I tell him I had no extra change and thought that would be the end of it. Instead, he followed me into the store, albeit keeping at a distance. I did find the behavior quite odd, but I assumed he was just going to ask some other people for money before leaving. Once I grabbed what I needed, I saw him outside the front door, drinking something out of a brown paper bag. Pretty obvious that he was drinking alcohol. Anyway, once I've paid and leave, I avoid eye contact, only for him to latch onto my arm. "Where are you going, beautiful? Do you have some change now?" he said, with his warm alcohol breath sending chills down my spine. "No, now can you let go already? I'm gonna go back home." He lets go, but he continues to follow me, this time opting to ask if I'd like to go back to his place for sex. So much for the money. After telling him no various more times and assuring him I wanted nothing to do with him, he grows frustrated and puts himself between my car and me. "Come on, sweetheart, don't play hard to get. It would be a shame if I had to take you by force." This was starting to get very creepy. Unprovoked, he reaches into his pocket and seconds later he pulls out a switchblade. Before demanding once again I go back to his apartment, as if that was going to convince me. I was patient enough and he was getting too close for comfort. I drop my groceries, reach into my purse, and take out my pepper spray before using it. The creep then falls back and begins cursing at me as I head into the grocery store for assistance. One of the young men that was working as the cashier phoned the police. Meanwhile, another employee locked the front door. As we waited there, the man I had sprayed returned and begins kicking at the glass in a pure rush of anger. Dude was really determined, I'll give him that. Anyway, he seemed to have given up after about 30 seconds before stumbling over to a water fountain where he began to wash his face. In summary, the man was put into handcuffs and taken away, and I had my name cleared after the security footage was reviewed. So that was my story of the night I went to go to the grocery store, only for me to encounter a creep with a knife. So this happened on Christmas Eve of 2005. For reference, I was 27 years old, and this is from the perspective of a female. I worked for a Sizzler's restaurant as a hostess, and I had gotten off of work at approximately 6 p.m. A friend of mine, who we will call Maria, invited me to attend her Christmas Eve potluck that she was throwing at her apartment. I'd already agreed to go, but as I had gotten so busy with work, I didn't get a chance to pick up any food, or let alone make anything. I gave her a quick call and asked her if there was anything in specific that she might need. She told me they needed some chips and soda, thus I went to a Vaughn's on the other side of town to go and pick them up. But the reason I chose that Vaughn's in particular was due to the friendly staff. They always said hello to me, and even the elderly woman that worked at the cashier register that I had known as a little girl gave me hugs and offered me discounts anytime they were available. Anyway, when I entered the Vaughn's, it was pretty busy. Lots of last-minute shoppers picking up foods and pastries from the bakery section. I opted to pick up some cookies while I was here and grabbed mine and my friend Maria's favorite cookies, chocolate chip. As I made my way toward the aisle of chips, my shopping cart jingling along with the music playing over the intercom system, someone calls out my nickname. Now, here's the thing with this nickname. The only people who refer to me as such are very close relatives and friends. Therefore, I expected to turn around and see one of them. Too bad I'm welcomed with chills. Hey, long time no see. It was my obsessive ex-boyfriend who had cheated on me, only for him to want to come back into my life after he had done it. For this story, we'll just refer to him as Lewis. Oh, hey there, Lewis. Merry Christmas. I then proceeded to walk away from him. Yeah, I guess acknowledging his presence wasn't exactly the best idea. But then again, he was going to cause a scene regardless of me responding or not. Wait, come back. I just wanted to ask you if you were willing to go out with me again. The absolute nerve, I'll tell you. This time, I ignored his advances and secured a couple of bags of Lay's potato chips and then hurried along to the soda aisle. He follows me there, and all the while he keeps begging me for attention. The final straw was when he grabs me and then tries to give me a hug. I stepped on his foot as hard as I could, and that sent him into a fit of rage, one I'd been very familiar with. He starts to throw soda bottles from the shelves and begins cursing at me and calling me various things that I'd rather save your ears from hearing. I proceeded to grab my pepper spray from my purse and told him to back away or I was going to use it, but he didn't care. He continued to act in his rage, catching the attention of a customer, a dad who was there with his two young kids, who started crying over my ex-boyfriend scaring them. It's scary, but my ex ended up grabbing a glass of wine and then smashed it into the shelf. Using what remained of the sharp end, he told the man to back up as he was going to have me one way or another. More customers began walking over here, and there are now about 10 people in front of him and 10 people behind him. Even with that, he shouted at the top of his lungs that he would go after anyone who got in his way, and our supposed romance, that in his head hadn't apparently ended. Thankfully, that dad I mentioned, who happened to be ex-Marines, manages to disarm my ex, not before getting a scratch or two on his arm, and finally the scary ordeal was brought to an end. As this was happening, cops had already been called, who showed up just as my boyfriend was exiting the Vaughn's. He was arrested just a short time later, and he was sent to jail. I was very shaken up after that incident, and I almost decided to just cancel my plans. But I wasn't going to let Lewis ruin what was going to be a fun night. I did go to Maria's party, and soon tried to put the encounter behind me. All these years later, I've never heard from Lewis again, and as Christmas approaches, I do wonder whatever happened with him. I really hope he managed to get some help and change his life around for the better. Before I begin my story, I want to let you all know I was in my early 20s when this occurred. Now let me start. I have a pretty creepy story that I would like to share here on the Creepy Fox that I hope acts as a learning lesson. Even if it seems all is fairly calm, you should never be distracted. It's unfortunate it has to be that way, but you'll thank yourself in the end. This was roughly around 2005 or 2006, and I was just getting out of work. While on the way to pick up some Carl's Jr., I got a call from my mom. She asked me if I could stop by the grocery store to pick up a few things. Things like milk, bread, eggs, etc. I told her sure as I grabbed my order and started to make the 30-minute drive there. Halfway, I realized there was a new grocery store that had just opened not too far from where I currently was. I figured most grand openings have really big deals, so why not try it out? I did a U-turn at the streetlight I was waiting at and then drove about 3 minutes into a shopping center with the store. It was huge, and I was correct. They were having special deals I didn't find at the Sprouts close to my house. I grabbed the items my mom had requested, but then I sorta got carried away with more groceries. Surely this basket was starting to get kind of heavy. Therefore, I leave my things with one of the friendly cashiers as I go outside to grab a shopping cart. The carts were at the side of the building where there was only one light source, which came from above the building. I guess I should mention that this was around 7:45 p.m. when it was dark. When I grabbed my cart, a man approached me and tried to initiate a conversation. He was average height and built, wearing a large Dodgers baseball t-shirt, baggy jeans, and a Dodgers hat to match his shirt, and was, I'd say, around early 40s. I don't remember the exact things he said, but he did compliment my hair and said I was very beautiful. I thanked him as I start to walk away from him, but he stops me and asks if I could give him my phone number. I didn't say anything. I just showed him my hand and pointed to the engagement ring I was wearing. He let out an, "Oh, I see," before he just walked away. Fast forward roughly 15 minutes later, I've already paid and I'm starting to head back to my car, which was a bit of a ways at the back end of the parking. Once done placing everything into the back seat, I went to put the shopping cart back where I'd originally gotten it from. I used to work at a Ralph's grocery store a year prior to this incident, and I know how annoying it is to deal with the customers who just leave their carts scattered across the parking. That's why I wanted to do this favor for the Sprouts. Here's when things got creepy. I placed my shopping cart in the little waiting area and then began heading back to my vehicle. Quite annoying, but it would be the least of my concerns. Suddenly, the window is rolled down and I see the man who had the Dodgers hat behind the wheel. The back door now opened and a man who looked to be sporting some sort of blade told me to get in. That wasn't going to happen. I tell him no and then make a run for it back to the Sprouts. Thank goodness there's a security guard who I was able to wave down. By the time I looked back to the parking area, I could see the unmarked van beginning to exit the parking lot. The security guard was pretty confused as I began relaying what I had just gone through. He got the manager and then I stayed with them until the police arrived. I gave them all the possible details that I could remember, and some other customers did the same thing. The officers ended up escorting me back to my house, and let's just say I had trouble sleeping that night. As for the man in the Dodgers t-shirt and that van, I can't really say for sure I know their location today. Here's to hoping they have since changed their ways. Edit, I forgot to mention, but this took place in the downtown LA area. This is a really old story. It happened back around 2004 when I was in college. I was doing some shopping at my local Vaughn's supermarket, picking up some groceries for the week. As I walked down the various aisles of produce, and I admired all the colorful boxes and cans, my mom ended up calling me. "Hey mom, what's up?" I answered her while reading the back of one of the milk cartons. "Have you gotten anything for Grandma for Valentine's Day?" I looked at my phone's calendar and completely had forgotten the holiday. After I'd broken up with my girlfriend a few months ago, where I found out she cheated on me with one of the popular college football players, the last thing I was interested in was anything to do with love. Most importantly, Valentine's Day. "No, I haven't, but I'm at Vaughn's. I'll pick her up some flowers and grab some chocolates and a teddy bear to go along with it." I wasn't that heartless. I loved my grandma and I'm really happy my mom had reminded me since unfortunately she passed away just a couple of months after that. Anyway, once I was done grabbing my groceries, I walked over to the huge display where all the roses and various other assortments of goodies were. It's here I stumbled into, of all people, my ex-girlfriend Jessica. I didn't really know how to respond to her sudden presence, as I hadn't spoken to her in months, and we weren't exactly on really good terms. I ignored her as I picked out some roses, and it's while doing this she begins to curse at me, causing a huge scene. One of the employees walked over and wanted to know if everything was okay, and I told them I was just picking out flowers for my grandma. Jessica all about lost it. She claimed the flowers were for another girl. "So you already moved on from me, huh? Figures you would." I was trying so hard to hold in my anger. After all, there was so much I could have said to her, but I didn't. Anyway, I saw Jessica exiting the Vons full of anger. It's now I walked over to the cash register and took a few minutes to talk with the cashier. She was an older woman named Grace, and she's friends with my grandma, at least at the time. They both went to high school together. We talked for about 5 minutes, seeing as the store was pretty empty, and it's while in our conversation, I hear the familiar chime of the Vons automated doors opening. Before I know it, I see Jessica. She was with the football player I mentioned. For the lols and the memes, we're going to call him Chad. "There he is, my ex. Go teach him a lesson," Jessica instructed this guy, as I sorta just stood there like, "Are you for real?" Now, I'm pretty average height and build. I was and still am more or less around 6 foot, 180 pounds, but this guy was easily over 6'4", 260 or 270 pounds of pure muscle and strength. I'll admit I was trying to act tough, but I was sort of scared. I just didn't want to show it. The guy goes for a punch, and I managed to step back, as a few employees got involved now. This Chad guy, I'm not even joking you, pulls out a small knife from his sweater and tells me he was going to slash my face. He then more or less threatens the employees to stay out of it or he was going to come after them as well. Naturally, we're freaking out big time as he begins to push and shove displays. But luckily, one of the employees called over a security guard from the bank that's right next to the Vons. The security guard's presence alone sent Chad and Jessica running like a pair of scared cats. Now you would think that was the end of this frightening and bizarre encounter, and normally when you hear about these sort of things happening, that is. But my story isn't like the others. You see, the store manager called the local police department and 2 officers came to take our statement, although it didn't take much convincing for them to realize jerk with a knife isn't going to get away. They advised the store to keep a lookout for him since of course, the dumb Vons had cheap terrible security cameras with potato quality. There weren't many details they could get. It also didn't help that I had no idea where he lived, so it's not like I could have pointed them to him. Oh yeah, before I ended up going home, there was the fact that one of my car tires was slashed. Surely that wasn't by pure accident. All of this evidence would end up biting Chad and Jessica in the rear end. A few weeks ended up passing, and one of my college friends and I were catching up. For some reason, the topic of Chad popped up, and my buddy sort of just laughed. "Wait, you didn't hear about Chad?" "Nah, but I did tell you. The dude took out a knife when he saw me at the Vons." "For real? Dude, that's crazy, but that's not it." "Then what's up with Chad?" "The dude's in jail right now." "Wait, what? For real? You didn't hear? He tried robbing a 7-Eleven, but the owner got the upper hand and managed to chase him out, but not before Chad fired a round at the cashier. Luckily, the cashier is okay." That was something I heard about in the news, so my buddy emailed me a news article, and sure enough, there was his name and face. Super scary. By the way, I haven't heard from Jessica, nor have I caught up to see what Chad's up to. As far as I know, the two broke up, but I could really care less to see or know what they're doing. I now live across the country, and I'm married to my beautiful wife Nicole, and we have 2 teenage girls. They're actually the ones who told me to send you this story, since they're huge fans of the creepy fox. This was back in 2015. I was working part-time as a cashier at a supermarket in Southern California. For quick context, I'm female and I was 19 years old. Nothing too intimidating, just this shy 5'3", 110-pound Japanese American girl. It was about 2 months into my job with Whole Foods, and my anxiety was slowly starting to dry like a drop of water against a burning stove. I could make friendly conversations with people and actually look them in the eye, something I actually took great pride in. I remember specifically it was my lunch, and I sat outside eating a sandwich the deli man had prepared me, and I was reading some Stone Ocean. For those of you who are fans of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, you'll know what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'm sitting at a table enjoying myself a good read, and this is when I hear someone's voice. Hey, is that JoJo? I love JoJo. I look up and there standing next to me was this 30-something-year-old guy. He was about 5'11", around 200 pounds. He wore glasses, had some acne across his face, and he had long greasy hair and a ponytail. Yeah, it's Stone Ocean to be exact. Jolene is my bae, I replied with a joking and polite smile. It's hard to find girls that like anime, let alone JoJo. You're pretty cute. Do you work here? I knew where this was going, so I just give him a sort of, yeah, and please leave me alone, I'm trying to read and enjoy my lunch response. The guy didn't seem to take the hint, and he just sits down at the table. Oh, by the way, he didn't sit across from me like a normal person would. He literally sat inches from me, and don't even get me started with his smell. Do you mind if I get your number or add you on Instagram? It'd be nice to hang out sometime and read. I'm the manager of a comic store, by the way. I can get you all the JoJo you want. I found it incredibly hard to believe because when he named the comic store in question, I told him I was friends with the manager, and surely it wasn't him. Unless there were two managers and he was his long-lost brother. I just caught him in his lie, something I quickly mentioned. Oh, I was joking. I'm the manager at another comic store. I'm just messing with you. At this point, I was starting to get a bit uncomfortable because he kept trying to grab my hand. I'd finally had enough and start to get up, but he began to apologize, saying that he was socially awkward, but he was really nice, according to him. As if it wasn't obvious. I mean, it's one thing to be socially awkward and shy. It's another to be grabby with someone you just met. A coworker, who we will call Jamie, had actually noticed my uncomfortable situation, and she walked over and said, "Hey girl, guess what happened? Come on, you gotta see it." She leads me into the back room, where I tell her about my new creepy stalker, which by the way, I haven't even gotten to the scariest part. Fast forward about an hour later, and I'm back greeting customers and doing my usual cashier nonsense. As I was helping out this nice lady with her little girl offering me some cookies, I happened to look just beyond my coworker Jamie. There, sitting in one of our in-store chairs, was that guy from earlier. I could see he had his phone pointed directly at me. I wasn't sure if he thought he was being sneaky, but it was pretty obvious he was taking pictures and video. Luckily, no one else was in line, so once I check out this customer, I close my lane temporarily and head over to the manager's office. Now, the nice thing about my manager is she's an absolute sweetheart, so when I told her about what was happening, herself and another male employee walk out to confront the creep, but by that point he was gone. Having a hard time, my manager lets me leave an hour earlier and I try to forget it. Just some random guy trying to get lucky, I guess, but it's still not over. Fast forward to the next morning. I grab my phone to check the time, and my home page is filled to the brim with notifications of likes on my photos. However, it was from an account that I didn't even recognize. I opened the Instagram and guess who had found me? Yep, the same guy. Now, I had easily over 200 pictures on my account, and he literally clicked on each and every one of them and clicked like. But what made it worse was when I opened the message he had sent me. It's him going on about how he was sorry and he just wanted to be friends. I proceeded to block him, and that seemed to solve the issue. But then the one night that would forever change me. Now, I should mention that at the time I was living with my two other roommates in a pretty small townhouse. The neighborhood was relatively safe and I never really worried about being alone. This one evening had been raining and both my roommates had been at a party. As for myself, my older brother Kenny was driving me back to my place where he was going to spend the night to keep me company. When we arrived, I happened to notice a light illuminating my room. I found this strange and pointed out to Kenny, as I always turn my lights off before I leave. Nonetheless, we quickly head in, soaked by the rainfall, and I started to head to my room so I can change. Kenny had taken a seat in the kitchen as he waited for me. When I opened my bedroom door, it's absolutely freezing in there. This is when I noticed my window was slightly open. So let's get this straight. The light was on and my window was open. While I started questioning my forgetfulness, I opened the closet, and there standing behind some clothing was none other than my stalker from the supermarket. The guy had the creepiest smile on his face, but perhaps what added the icing on the cake was the knife which he had clearly taken from my kitchen. In absolute shock, I scream at the top of my lungs as I run out toward my brother. "What's going on?" My brother responds. There's someone in my room. He has a knife." My brother snaps. This is the point I should mention that he's in the Marines, and hearing I was in danger had sent him into a fit of rage. He storms over to my room. Meanwhile, I'm grabbing my cell phone trying to call police. Unfortunately, my brother recalled that as soon as he enters my bedroom, he sees the creep just crawling out of my window. By the time my brother heads outside, the man was long gone. Thus, when officers got there 10 minutes later, we were only left with giving them a description. Thank God for the creep being so clumsy and not deleting his Instagram. They were able to locate him the next day at his mom's house, and I got a restraining order put against him. It's now been almost 4 years, and I'm very different from when I used to be. I now live in another state, and I even have a concealed carry my brother helped me get. I also own one of the sweetest German shepherds you'll ever meet, but you wouldn't want to get on his bad side. So if there's one thing I will say, it is this. It's okay to be shy and awkward. You don't have to feel bad. But at the same time, you should learn some manners. Don't stalk people, and don't break into their homes. Thank you. This was an experience from the grocery store. I'm female and I was about 16 years old when this took place. I was on summer break and I was staying over at my grandparents' house. So far, the summer had been fairly uneventful. While we were in the kitchen making some morning breakfast, we realized we needed to go to the nearest Stop and Shop to pick up some groceries. For those who aren't aware, Stop and Shop is our equivalent of a regular grocery store, located in the northern states. Once there, we make our way in to start to grab things like milk and eggs. We then head to the aisle that has the shampoo and conditioner. This is where I saw a man. He was around 50s. He had gray pepperish hair and a scruffy beard. I tried not to mind him as I saw him immediately walk down another aisle, disappearing behind some of the goods. We now continue our shopping and eventually stumble into him again, but just like before, he walks past us and disappears. I didn't see him again until we headed to the aisles where all the bread is located. When he walked past me, this time he gave me a very strange look. It was a half smile and his eyes were looking me up and down. I found that very creepy, but not enough to notify my grandparents, since I was sure they would have said I was making a big fuss. We soon finish our shopping and head toward the cash register. As we put our food on the counter, awaiting the friendly cashier to scan everything, I was about to tell my grandma that I was going to use the restroom. But then I saw that strange 50-year-old man again. He made his way across to the other cash register on the other side of where we were standing. He looked at me and told me to come here with his finger. I got quite paranoid, so I finally told my grandpa. Here's the part that really makes me believe that he had some evil intentions. When telling my grandpa and beginning to point toward the man, he walks out really fast. My grandpa gave chase as the cashier was listening in to the conversation. He notified the manager, and my grandma gave me a hug. My grandfather was unfortunately unable to locate the man. At any rate, the manager came out and I gave him the Spark Notes version of what just took place before we finally left. To this day, I get a really bad feeling he might have been trying to get me alone. Might seem like a stretch, but sadly, it's just all too common, which makes it that much more scarier and creepy. This takes place in Garden Grove, California, and happened late December of 2020. For context, I was an Uber Eats delivery driver and I was 26 years old when this happened. For context, I'm female. I was reaching the end of my delivery route for the night, and just as I'm about to call it quits, I accepted one last order because, why not, I told myself. As a note, it was approximately 10:45 p.m. I picked up this guy's food and then I made about a 7-minute drive south into a very quiet neighborhood that's actually just a bit past my grandmother's house. First thing I noticed when I drove onto the street was just how dark it was. The street lights were really old school and barely offered any sort of light, unlike the ones on my side of town that are the complete opposite. However, with that said, the house I was delivering to did have a small porch light that illuminated the steps, which I could see from my car. Now, before the year that was 2020, we would have people come up to our vehicle and grab the food from us. But with the option customers now have to drop it off at the door, which I don't blame them, I do the same thing, I parked in the driveway and quickly make my way over to drop off said food. Little did I know that this was when my night would take a turn for the worst. While I'm making note I've delivered the food on my phone, which is quick and easy, I ended up being interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat. I thought I was hearing things at first, which is why I didn't turn around. But when I then heard someone say, "Hey you," I turned around. Again, since it's really dark, it was really difficult to make out who called me, but from what I could tell, it's someone in all black clothing, and they got a hoodie covering their face. "Hey," I said back, putting my phone into my pocket and beginning to make my way back to my vehicle, just hoping it's someone walking about and being friendly. "Wait, hold on a minute. Don't I know you?" they tell me, as they then jump in my way and block me from trying to get into my driver's side door. I now get a better look at them. He's got a scruffy beard, and from what my headlights illuminated, I can make out bloodshot eyes and black hair that just barely makes it down to the bottom opening of his hoodie. "I'm sorry, I gotta get going. I got some deliveries to get to." An obvious lie. "Yeah, I've seen you before. But whatever, wanna come hang out? We're gonna get all messed up on some crack down the street." That was more or less what he said. Crack? Yeah, no thanks, not for me. I'm not that kind of person. Actually, I was surprised he even told me that, but I kind of figured he was already lost in the head, so to speak, since he was acting pretty strange. I tell him I'm not interested, and then he starts to grow visibly agitated, saying I'm making a big mistake and I should give him a chance. Again, I tell him I'm not interested, being quite angry he's being so persistent, and as I pushed past him and reached for my door handle, I feel a tug on my loose arm. Now, I shouldn't have done this, my mistake, but I had my back turned toward him for a few brief moments. I guess I wasn't really thinking I would have what happened next happen, otherwise I would have seen it and dodged out of the way. I felt his hands gripping my loose arm. "Hey, let go of me," I yell at the top of my lungs, as he now starts to pull me in the opposite direction from which I entered the street from, and all the adrenaline begins to pump through my veins as I begin to panic. "You're gonna get it now." I felt so powerless in those brief moments, being pulled away since he was pretty strong. I'm 5'3", 120 pounds, and while he's not muscular himself, he was easily around 200 pounds, 5'11", and he's pushing me. Now, I describe these moments as if it seems like they might have lasted for hours. But in reality, this is happening in about a span of 10 seconds. As I struggled to get his nasty hands off of me, I heard someone yelling in a really loud and intimidating voice. The man lets go of me, and since he was essentially pulling at me, I ended up falling back and hitting the sidewalk pretty hard. Get away from her. I turn and see that the door to the house I delivered to is wide open, and here running at us is who I would soon find out to be the homeowner, a man in his early 30s. This creep who tried to pull me away now bolted across the street, but not before cursing at us and saying that he ruined his fun. Yeah, whatever, dude. No fun at all. I was now ushered back up to my feet as I start to cry, and this man tells me I was safe and that he would call the cops now. I spoke with the police shortly after they had arrived, and to our absolute surprise, they find the same man, as well as another woman who were in a nearby alleyway as they're shooting up with some syringes and needles. So much for doing crack. Sounded more like heroin. Anyway, that was all there was to my story. I was pretty traumatized that I just got grabbed like that while doing Uber Eats delivery, and I had to stay at my boyfriend's house for a few days because I kept having nightmares the man was breaking into my home. If there is something I can pass on to all of you, it's that you should really be more aware of your surroundings. Don't just walk into a situation willy-nilly, and most importantly, get yourself something to defend yourself, like pepper spray, or a knife, or like me, start taking some self-defense classes. It's your life, and it's important to protect yourself. This happened in 2019 and takes place in my hometown of London. This was back when I used to be an Uber Eats delivery driver as a side hustle. For reference, I'm male. I was working at night, and on one of the orders I was to go pick up some pizza for a customer. I had been to that pizza shop before this particular incident, and last time I was there I got heckled by a couple of guys hanging out by the front entrance who ultimately just wanted some money. And nothing really screamed crazy and out of place when I pulled up to park my vehicle, and when I entered, it's pretty quiet. There were 2 people waiting to grab their order, and there were another 3 adults, 2 male and 1 female, who were at the back corner eating. And 1 employee is manning the cashier box, and I see 2 people in the back in the kitchen. You here to pick up? I get asked by the cashier, to which I told him yes, and he says just to give them a few minutes. I now stood next to the couple of people waiting and started up a small conversation, talking about the weather, or something random like that. I don't remember the exact conversation. About 30 seconds later, we all began to hear what sounds like someone yelling and arguing with someone outside the restaurant. A lot of F you this and F you that, but we just wrote it off until it began to get louder. We look toward the front entrance door, and we get our answer to the noise. It's what appears to be like a homeless man. He's got dreadlock hair and looks as if he hadn't showered in weeks. Crazier is he's stripped down to his undies, and he's got some beat-up sandals on. The demons, they're after me. Save me, the demons are after me, he says as he walks into the establishment, as myself and everyone there just stops what they're doing and stares at him. Hey mate, chill. No one's after you. It's gonna be alright. Relax, the guy waiting next to me says, in what sounds like a sarcastic tone. Yes, they are. You gotta help me. He then walks up to me, and I start to back away from him, mainly because the smell he was giving off was making me hold back from puking. Yeah, mate, it's all good. Just relax, you're fine. No, I'm not. You're lying. You're lying. Certainly, I wasn't. But at this point, I can already get the feeling he's on drugs. Though not a drug user myself, I've studied on how people who take strong drugs and or narcotics will strip down to their underwear or sometimes to nothing at all, and then start to hallucinate and say the strangest things, like talking about aliens, or in this case, demons. At this point, who is the manager of the store comes out and tells the man he needs to leave because he was causing a disturbance to the customers. He now focuses his attention to her, and I see a huge smile across his face form. He now said, "You're so sexy. I like you. Come here." He then starts to flail his arms around, and in a twist, he starts to approach the woman while laughing like a maniac. I took one look at the two men next to me, and we kinda just unanimously agreed to jump in front of this man's way and prevent him from getting close to her. Meanwhile, she called the police. "Get off of me! Get out of the way!" The next few minutes are myself and these two restraining the man as he begins to make a bunch of strange and crazy animalistic type noises, something you'd probably hear in a horror movie or something. It was really off-putting. It really scared me quite a bit, but luckily the police did show up, and they were able to assist us with getting the man under control, just as he said he was going to kill us. Yeah, no kidding. He said that just as the police walked in. A long story short here, since I feel like this is becoming way longer of an entry than it needs to be, I talked with the police and gave my side of the story, and I also had to call the person I was delivering to, so I could advise them that their food would be a bit late because of what happened. To my surprise, he was really cool about the whole thing, and later on the app he tipped me quite well, which was really nice of him to do. I have no clue what happened with that man after that incident, whether or not he was locked up or released. I tried looking more into it, but nothing. My best guess was that he was indeed on drugs, because no normal person just enters a restaurant and then starts to try attacking people. In order to earn some extra money, I started working for Uber Eats, and I fell in love with it instantly. Around a month ago, I had just started my shift, roughly 7 p.m., and I went to pick up an order at Panda Express. It was only a 5-minute ride from my home, so what a great way to begin. As a note, I was somebody that used my bicycle to get around and to deliver orders, which is something you can do if you want. So anyway, I pick up the food and then look at my app to locate the address. It would take me roughly 3 minutes to get to the home, but what a 3 minutes they were. As soon as I get on my bicycle and secure the drink in my cup holder, some random man in a gray Ford F-150 drives up to me and he asks me if I needed a lift. I told him no and get on my way thinking he was just trying to be friendly. Hey, during these tough times you'd expect the least people could do is offer a helping hand. I exit the parking lot of the Panda Express and then ride toward the traffic light where I have to wait across. The man in the Ford F-150 pulls up to me and once again asks me if I needed help or a ride to where I was going. With a friendly smile, somewhat annoyed he was once again insisting on the same topic, I told him I was fine and thought that would be the end of the story. The man then asks me if I was seeing anyone and if I would like to go grab some food, to which I don't even say anything. The Walkman sign comes on and I immediately booked it. After all, I have an order to deliver and I'm surely not going to waste any more of my time talking to this complete stranger. Now here's the weird part. Traffic was pretty light this evening, probably because it was a Sunday and most people had to work the next day. The man in the truck was appearing to be following me as he took advantage of the empty streets and lack of drivers that might be tailgating him. I'm starting to panic a bit in the inside, but thank God the man turns a corner at the next light, and I think maybe he got the idea and gave up and decided to move on with his life. I was able to get into the neighborhood of the delivery, passed over the food to the friendly old man, and then returned to my bicycle. But as I'm leaving the neighborhood, I see him. Ford F-150 had returned. Great. Have you changed your mind? Come on, I'll take you to any fancy restaurant you choose, the man says as he pulled up to me. I let out a disgusted sigh and went from scared and nervous to angry and frustrated. No, I'm working, so could you do yourself a favor and kindly go about your way? I may have used 1 or 2 curse words in that sentence, but I'll save your ears from the language. I noticed there was an alleyway at the end of the street that was pretty narrow for any vehicle like his to pass. I thought this could be my perfect getaway, but I guess when you're determined you'll put your vehicle to the test. The man actually has the nerve to follow me into the alleyway and does something downright frightening. Seriously, people, never do this to anyone. I don't care who or what it is. The man speeds up, causing me to jump off my bicycle and dive toward a couple of trash cans. Thank goodness he didn't get me, and even my bicycle was spared too. He then puts on the brakes, steps out of his vehicle, and begins to approach me. My heart begins beating at 1,000,000 miles an hour as I'm covered in both sweat and garbage from the trash cans that I just landed next to. By nothing short of a miracle, I see a garage door open and a man with a German Shepherd on his leash steps out into the alleyway. Guy in the Ford F-150 suddenly stops in his tracks. He books it back into his vehicle and drives away. I'm pretty much breaking out in tears as the man with the German Shepherd comes up to me and asks what had just happened. I ended up giving him the Spark Notes version as he helps me with calling the police and giving them a description of the man in the vehicle. As of this writing, they haven't found him, which is quite unfortunate, but maybe he learned it wasn't such a great idea to go after people the way he did. One can be hopeful, as I have yet to encounter him again. I now have pepper spray on me, as well as a knife, at all times. During 2020, I knew of many friends who were let go from their jobs due to the lockdowns, myself included. I worked at Disneyland at the Lamplight Lounge as a host, and when it was announced we were closing indefinitely, I grew pretty sad. Sure, making money was one of the main motives of working there, but I also enjoyed being able to get out of my house and interact with people. But because the current situation had me thinking about how I would pay for bills, I started job searching to no avail. One day I was working on my resume and one of my friends had mentioned how she was making pretty decent earnings working for food delivery. How I hadn't thought about that before. I had no idea. I guess I was just so into trying to get a similar job to what I used to do that I didn't think about delivering food. Although when you think about it, they do share their similarities. Anyway, one thing leads to another and I started working for Grubhub. Pretty easy gig. You worked as much or as little as you wanted. So, as I had nothing else to do, I was pretty much working all day, every day I could. How simple. Accept the order, go to the restaurant and pick up the food, and then deliver said food to the location you're given. How bad could it be, right? I mean, you're most likely asking yourself what's so scary about being a Grubhub delivery driver. Nothing really. It's just the fact you don't know what kind of people you're going to meet at the end of your delivery, which is what makes this story that much more intriguing. Anyway, enough backstory. Let's get into the meat and potatoes. It's a Sunday night and I'm just winding down from my day of delivery. Before I decided to call it, I accepted one more order from McDonald's, which was only 5 minutes from my current location. Once I grabbed the order, I begin a roughly 10-minute drive to the house in question. Unfortunately, the address I was delivering to was in a pretty sketchy part of LA, where this story takes place. But what could be the worst that happens? It should just be a quick drop-off and I'll skedaddle out of there. I remember passing by a home that was covered in yellow police caution tape, and I even saw another home with bullet holes in the walls, which brought chills down my spine, reminding me of the true crime documentaries I binge-watched. Anyway, as I pulled up into the cul-de-sac in question, I saw a group of about 10 males surrounding some lowriders and listening to loud music in Spanish. They were anywhere from around 20 to 30 years old, with long white t-shirts, large blue jeans, similar shaved heads, and tattoos all over their arms. I also noticed they were drinking beer as there was a large cooler next to them. They really reminded me of cholos, the kind you see in movies and on TV shows. One thing they did do was a sort of death stare at me and my car, which really made me think that I was about to get shot. Either way, I ignored them and I finally reached the house. It was pretty old. There was a flickering light on the front porch, and a couple of dudes were hanging out on their lawn chairs smoking cigars and laughing. A pet bull that was behind a fence startled me as I approached the men, who tell me to leave the food on their little table. I'll admit I don't like to judge people or locations, but I was really scared for some reason, and I was about to find out why my senses were running wild. Once I dropped off the food and they thanked me, I turned around and started to head to my car, but I noticed two of the men I saw when I turned into the cul-de-sac walk over in our general direction and started yelling and cursing in their drunken states. I wasn't sure if they were speaking to me until the two behind me on the front porch started yelling back and telling them to get lost. It wasn't really my problem. And when I got into my car, I sighed a breath of relief. But what happens next has remained in my memory even until today. Once I passed the two drunk men, I heard a pop, which I determined to be a gunshot. The rest of the group who had been drinking quickly stopped what they're doing and began running in the direction I'd just come from. I even noticed some had pulled out knives and guns themselves. Needless to say, I can safely assume I avoided a serious gang fight and crossfire, which could have got me hurt. Anyway, in summary, I stopped delivering food after that night. Luckily, I was able to get a job working at a grocery store in the deli section. That is until just a couple of months ago. Disney called me back, and I'm once again working at the Lamplight Lounge, where I haven't had a single problem since. This is a scary story that I've been wanting to share with you for quite a while. It happened back in 2003 when I was visiting my grandparents in Bolivia. If you go there today, or you know about the current events, then you're more than likely aware that there's a lot of crime. Lots of it has to do with drug trade and things like that, which is scary because at times criminals might even go after innocent people. There is also the fact that if you're going to visit, you don't want to be wearing fancy clothes and named brands, because you're more than likely going to be a target. Even back then, you had to be a bit careful. Now, I already knew that very well going in. However, nothing would prepare me for what happened on this afternoon. My grandma and I had just finished doing some grocery shopping, and we boarded the bus which would take us about 20 minutes to get back to the house. As we're going on our merry way, sitting there and reminiscing about the past, we reach a bus stop and a couple of the people leave. However, all of a sudden our attention is brought to the front of the bus, when no joke, two armed men with bandanas covering their faces, brandishing handguns, storm the bus and demand the bus driver to begin to drive. The bus driver does so as the other gunmen start walking up to the bus goers and demands everybody put any valuables inside his backpack. Nobody tried to be a hero as they each listened to his commands and started to give away their wallets, watches, and other valuables. I won't lie, when you're in a situation when you're face to face with a gunman, or in this case, more than one gunman, your life flashes before your very own eyes, and it seems time comes to a standstill. I was snapped out of it when the gunman came up to my grandma and I and said, "No funny business, just put whatever you have into my backpack." My grandma tried to put up a fight, because, she's not scared of anything, but after the creep told her he would shoot me, she stopped and we gave him the money that we had. About 30 seconds later, now that everybody had been robbed, the bus is stopped at the side of the road, and both men jump off and run into a nearby alley. We were safe, sure, but not without being traumatized and filled with fear. Sadly, to this day, I have never heard on whether or not they were brought to justice, but it is scary to think that things like this are common occurrences. Not so much mugging people on the bus, but crimes there in general. Since that vacation, I have never been back to Bolivia since. I worked as a security guard at a bus depot in downtown Los Angeles from 1997 to 2001, and in my employment of keeping a lookout for troublemakers and long nights with dozens of cups of coffee, I had many encounters with lots of different people. Anyone that's in downtown LA in the evenings knows that you get quite the interesting crowd. Lots of times you get people who were partying at nearby bars. Then you had the homeless people who would be camping out. And then there were the crazy ones. While I had my fair share of having to deal with drunks and creeps, the one incident that stands out to me the most is the one I want to share here on the Creepy Fox. I recall it had been raining heavily and I was seeking cover underneath my little golf cart, wrapped warmly and tightly in my heavy-duty rain jacket, and drinking some coffee I'd made in the office. There was a woman, about mid-40s, who just sat there all alone at one of the benches, presumably waiting for her bus to arrive, obviously underneath the cover of the roof above. I actually decided to drive on over to her and asked if she needed anything, because I was just trying to be nice. She asked me if I could get her a cup of coffee as her bus wouldn't get there for another 20 minutes. I, with a kind smile, said absolutely, and I get on my radio to tell one of my co-workers if they could bring over a cup of coffee so I could give it to this nice lady. I did accompany her for about 3 minutes until I'm told it was ready, and so I quickly head on over to grab the coffee. That minute or so of me leaving would be the change of everything. As I turn the corner of one of the buildings, which then opens back up into the bus depot, I happen to see the woman struggling to hold on to her purse as a hooded figure is trying to take it away from her. The golf cart was too slow for me to get there in time, thus I just booked it over there with a purpose on my 2 legs, as the hooded figure lets go and then focuses his attention on me. At this moment I thought to myself, okay, he was trying to mug her. However, he saw me, and so now he's going to leave. That wasn't what took place, however. The guy actually pulls out a switchblade and tells me he was going to cut me up if I didn't leave. No way was that happening. I called him out on his bluff as I tell the lady now to run. She does, but not before he starts to give her chase. Fight or flight then kicks in, and I chose to fight, risking possible retaliation from this lunatic. No way was I going to let him try and hurt this woman. I tackled the guy down to the ground so hard, not only does the knife fall out of his grasp, but he hits and bumps his face right on the concrete floor. How he didn't bleed from that? Not too sure, but it could be because he put his arms up to soften a bit of the blow just in time. I quickly grabbed the knife and told the man to get lost because cops were already on the way. Obviously they weren't, since I hadn't gotten the chance to do so yet, but I was hoping that threat would get him to leave. It worked. He just got up, with his tail tucked in between his legs so to speak, and he runs off. I went up to the lady right after that and asked if she was hurt, to which she says no, she was fine, she was just a bit frightened. She proceeds to thank me profusely and calls me her hero, to which I told her I would do this for her or anyone. Her bus arrived 2 minutes later, and she gave me an embrace before leaving and being on her way. I saw her 3 more times after that incident, but then she just seemingly disappeared. I did continue to work at the bus depot, and luckily, I never did see that jerk again. Who knows where that woman is today? By this point, she's got to be in her late 60s or maybe early 70s, if my math and assumptions were off a bit. But I hope she's okay, and life has since turned out well for her. She seemed like a really nice lady, and I would hate to know if anybody had done anything bad to her. This is a story that my mom told me happened to her in the late 1980s, when she used to regularly take the bus to go to work. This takes place in Buena Park, California, and at the time my mom was in her early 20s. My mom tells me that one early morning, about 6 a.m. in November, she was sitting at her bus stop drinking a cup of coffee that she bought from the nearby donut shop, eagerly awaiting for her bus. In the 10 or so minutes that she had been there, she noticed the same gray van drive down the street over and over again, and at one point, the driver's side window rolled down, and my mom could see a man staring back at her. When they locked eyes, my mom got a really bad sensation in her stomach, so bad in fact, that she almost considered heading back to the donut shop, but alas she wrote it off as just some creeps and reminded herself that the bus would be here soon, just hang in there. Little did my mom know, however, that the bus was running incredibly late. Go figure. Fast forward about 3 minutes and my mom no longer saw the van that had been essentially stalking her. She started to relax and let her guard down until she was startled by the sound of leaves being stepped on and crunching under someone's weight approaching from behind her. She immediately shot up from her seated position as she heard somebody then curse under their breath, and when she looks back, she gets the shock of a lifetime. It was the same creep from the van, but now my mom sees something that sends shivers down her spine. He's got a knife. The adrenaline and fear starts to run through my mom's body as she immediately books it toward the donut shop I mentioned, as a short chase ensues, with the man stopping just a short distance from said donut shop. The owner inside saw what had happened and was already on the phone with the police, as one of the patrons inside the donut shop proceeded to hold on to the front door so the man with the knife couldn't come in. Seeing he had been caught red-handed, the creep with the knife was soon joined by the gray van, and he then jumps back in, and they take off down the street. My mom was so terrified that she started to cry heavily well into the arrival of the officers arriving. Although, could you really blame her? To this day, my mom believes that the men in the van were stalking her and trying to kidnap her. It so happened that when she no longer saw them, it's because they parked just a short distance away behind her in a dark parking lot, and one of them tried to approach her from behind with the knife. The leaves he stepped on gave away his position and gave my mom fair enough warning to get away, and more than likely saved her life. I'm not sure if there's just something wrong with some people. I'm not really trying to paint everyone here with the same brush, so don't get the wrong idea. Or it's just that some people think it's generally okay to threaten you and treat you like garbage. But I want to go ahead and tell you about this really freaky incident that took place back in the summer of 2015. For quick context, this comes from a female who at the time was 25 years old. I work at and I continue to work at Disneyland at the Blue Bayou, and on this afternoon in question, I boarded the bus from the bus station in Fullerton. From there, I took my seat in the back, quickly taking out my headphones and putting on some music to unwind and to pump myself up, so to speak, for what was sure to be quite a busy evening. Summers at Disney, as some of you might know, are notoriously brutal, and by evening most guests aren't going to listen to cast members, and they'll have a mind of their own, acting like children and complaining if they don't get it their way. But alas, what's new? Sorry, I'm getting too ahead of myself. Anyway, the bus is pretty empty for the first 10 or so minutes, so not much going on. An elderly couple sat in the front, another woman and her 2 kids were in the middle seats, and a guy around my age with a really cool Paramore t-shirt sat just a couple of seats ahead of me. When we crossed into Anaheim and stopped in front of a 7-Eleven, it's here when we picked up a large crowd. A fellow cast member joined the bus riders, a custodial to be exact, and just as the bus driver was about to leave, another man manages to make his way and boards on the bus. He looked pretty beat up, so to speak, and not trying to be mean here, but essentially my best guess was he might have been homeless, judging by his torn up clothing with holes in the pants, and the shoes being torn in the front where you can see his toes popping out. He's also got a long unkempt beard and thinning hairline. As I watched him about to take a seat in one of the middle rows, he happens to look straight at me, and as we lock eyes I can see his expression change. He opens his mouth and smiles, and it's now I can see he's got these really yellow crusty teeth. I remember letting out this nervous sigh as I watch him walk up to me, and then asks me if he could sit in the window seat next to me, which was currently unoccupied. I guess in a way it was a nice thing I wasn't sitting there, otherwise I would have been trapped. Now, as not to blow something out of proportion, since technically speaking he hadn't done anything wrong, and all the other seats were pretty much now full, I said sure, and he squeezes by me, the smell of lingering alcohol and cigarette smoke quickly entering my nostrils in the process, almost causing me to puke. "Hey, what's your name, gorgeous?" I can hear him say through my headphones, which were currently set to low volume, as to hopefully get him to get the idea that I didn't want to speak to him since I had my headphones in. "Hey, I asked you a question. What's your name?" he said a little bit louder, causing some of the bus riders to look over in curiosity. I sighed and looked over to him, and then pointed at my name tag, which I currently had on, and I said, "It's Erica. Sorry, I couldn't hear you." This acknowledgement of me speaking to him caused him to start asking me a bunch of other random questions, to which I just gave short answers, hoping that by doing so, he would leave me alone and just keep to himself. Yeah, for whatever reason it seemed these minutes were feeling more like hours, and his body odor was really causing me to borderline want to pass out, or at least even throw up. "Hey, would you like to go out on a date with me?" he asks, to which this time I just straight up ignore him and just continue to look at my phone. I said, "Do you want to go out with me?" he asks again. This time, however, he's a lot more silent about it, but the way he said that sentence was filled with a lot more aggression. I ignored him again and continued to look at my phone, and this is when he does something pretty unexpected. He grabs my phone, which pulls out my earphones, which actually kinda hurt a bit by the way, and then with an angry tone similar to that of how Will Smith spoke, you know which incident I'm speaking of, he tells me, "Are you deaf or stupid? Which one is it? I'm asking you if you want to go out on a date. Don't you know how this works?" I was so scared at that moment, and I was really hoping somebody was going to speak up and come to my defense. But everyone then in that moment looked away and down at their phones, as if nothing had happened. Thanks a lot, everyone. By this point, we're just a few moments from reaching the bus stop in front of Disneyland on Harbor Boulevard, and in my head I'm just saying, just relax, grab your phone back, stand up, and begin to make your way to the door for a quick exit. Sorry man, I have bad anxiety and I listen to peaceful music to try and relax. Maybe some other time. To my surprise, he throws the phone back at me, nearly missing my face, and one last time he asks if I would consider going out with him for dinner. The bus makes its stop, and in one quick motion, I just get up and sprint on over to the exit. Of course, everyone is getting off here. I watched as the custodial cast member just walks past me with a quickened purpose and goes on his merry way. I was really hoping he could have at least kept me company, but to myself I say, the ordeal is over, the man is long gone. All that just for about 5 seconds, because when I hear my name being called, I look back and the man is running up to me with a really angry look across his face. At this point, I didn't care. I book it straight to a nearby security guard who is sitting in his little green booth, and as he's taking his time to come out, the creep from the bus comes up to me, and no joke says, "I'm going to slit your throat, and then I'm going to have my way with your dead body." Then just like that, he super sprints out of there as I watch him head down this street, disappearing into the crowd walking on Harbor Boulevard. At that moment, I broke down in tears and fall down to the ground as I began to have a panic attack. I remember the security guard asking again and again what had happened, to which I continued to struggle to get words out. Finally, as another guard walks over, the adrenaline in my system starts to relax, and I start to explain what had just happened on the bus. This lady security guard who came up to me gives me a huge embrace and says the creep is long gone and nobody was going to hurt me again, which thank God she was at least right on that one. I did end up reporting the incident to the authorities, but unfortunately nothing ever came up. Also, to this day, I have never seen that creep again, so sometimes I do wonder what might have happened to him. Not so much because I want to know about his well-being, screw that. Not after what he did, but mostly because at times when I'm all by myself, I'll sometimes get anxiety wondering if he might be secretly watching me and waiting to come out and attack. Yeah, it might sound weird to some, but when you have experienced something so traumatic, it tends to stick with you for many years. Anyway, sorry that this is getting so long. I just wanted to share my story here with the Creepy Fox in hopes that you can all learn from my experience. Thanks for listening to my frightening tale. This happened 2017 summer break when my friends and I used to hang out pretty much every day. It was our last few months together since in August we would all be going our separate ways for college, and one thing we really enjoyed doing was skating around town while reminiscing about the good old days like any older teenagers might do. On this warmer than usual July night that I want to tell you all about, we had decided to go to 7-Eleven on our skateboards to cool off with a few chilly and delicious slushies. We took a seat on one of the outside benches and spent a solid 20 minutes just talking and playing Pokemon Go since there was a Pokestop where we were located. After cooling off for a bit, we got on our skateboards and head over to the nearby bus station that's across the street, so we can try and nail some cool tricks on the railings and naturally built inclines and declines. As a note to those of you who might be listening, although it should be common knowledge, if you're going to do tricks on your skateboard, stick to a skate park or a designated area where there aren't people, otherwise you might get in trouble. Though we did get yelled at by a security guard and threatened to have cops called on us on another time we were there. As a note, this didn't happen this time. That wouldn't come remotely close to what it was we experienced. You see, after maybe only 5 minutes of tricks and trying our best to become the next Tony Hawk, a slender middle-aged woman, whom we had seen earlier talking to herself, comes up to us and then asks us if we had any meth. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Straight up asked us if we had any hardcore drugs and if we were willing to share. We're straight-edge kids, so naturally we tell her we had none. And so she just proceeds to stand there staring at us as if we spoke another language. And then after maybe 10 seconds of awkward staring, now she asks if we had any weed. Our best guess was that she thought, okay, skater kids, they gotta blaze it up, right? Again, we disappoint her by saying we don't have that either, and then she starts to whisper to herself, saying things like, should I kill them? No, not yet. Just wait. I asked her to clarify as my two friends and I are just kind of looking at her with a look of confusion, and then she does a complete 180 and runs off in the direction she had come from. Well, okay, that was weird, and my friends and I just write it off as her being on drugs and not completely all there in her mind. I did mention how we didn't get yelled at by a security guard. However, we did upset an elderly man who yelled at us and said, "You crazy kids, you're gonna bump into somebody and get hurt." I got where he was coming from, now that I look back, but being an 18-year-old, we didn't listen to him. Anyway, fast forward about 30 minutes, we stopped skating and once again pulled our phones out to play a little bit more Pokemon Go. Though it was late and the Pokemon in the raids had stopped spawning for the night, we wanted to take over one of the gyms, that way we could place our pocket monsters in there. While we were distracted, we each heard footsteps behind us, as well as the sound of a woman yelling profanity. My friend Brian looked back, while myself and our other friend Mark are looking at our phones, and Brian says, "Dudes, get up, look." We look away from our phones and it's the crazy lady from earlier. "What do you want? We already told you we don't have any drugs," my friend Mark said with an annoyed tone, Brian and I shaking our heads in agreement. "I don't care. I want you guys dead. I hate you. I hate you." We weren't sure what we had done wrong, but her hatred knew no bounds. She actually pulled out a switchblade and then started to threaten us and swipe it at the air, saying that we were disrespecting her and calling her names. Clearly, she was out of it. My friends and I got up, and as we begin to walk away, she just loses it and says, "Come here." We booked it across the street to the little shopping center where the 7-Eleven is located, and wouldn't you know, life working in strange and mysterious ways. There was a police officer who was just walking out of the store with what we assumed was a cup of coffee. Just imagine his surprise seeing a bunch of 18-year-olds being chased by a crazy lady with a knife who was telling us how much she hates our guts. Not something I'm sure he was expecting. So, the officer was able to put two and two together, and we saw him take out his service sidearm and point it at the lady, telling her to drop the knife. "Drop the knife. Drop the knife." He kept yelling commands at the lady as she just stood there in place a good distance from all of us, while yelling at the sky, saying things like the voices told her to do it. We were really expecting to see this lady get shot, but that didn't happen. Instead, the officer radioed for backup, all the while the lady just stood at a distance yelling until his backup arrived. They switched to non-lethal force, and we watched, now from the safety from inside the 7-Eleven, as they managed to detain the woman and place her in handcuffs, with no further struggle. It was definitely a pretty crazy experience for sure. We did give our statements to the police officers, and after about 20 minutes, we ended up going back to our homes, but not without telling our parents about what we had experienced. We later found out that she was a local druggie who had a previous criminal history with the sale of drugs and even armed burglary. I'm still convinced to this day that she had to have been on some sort of drugs or other hallucinogenics that night, especially knowing her previous history. So anyway, that's the story of the time we got chased by a crazy lady at our local bus station. I've heard plenty of scary stories about people experiencing creepy people on the bus, or even at bus stations, but I rarely hear stories that come from bus drivers themselves. I guess not too many of us really listen to these sorts of videos. Now, to be fair, I'm now retired from driving the city bus, but that doesn't mean I didn't have plenty of scary and creepy experiences while on the job. One such incident that I can recall pretty fondly occurred in December of 2003. This takes place in Anchorage, Alaska. I don't think I have to spend too much time here telling you that during this time of the year, it's not only freezing, but it's dark as all heck. You're only going to get a few hours of sunlight. Yes, believe it or not, the bus still runs, up to a certain criteria. Anyway, I'm driving my usual route, and it's about 3:30 p.m. and there's just two people on my bus that are minding their own business and just speaking to one another. When we got into the main downtown district, they leave, and I ended up picking up a regular and another man who I'd never seen before. We will call the regular Joseph in this retelling. Joseph takes his seat right behind me on my right, and the other man, I'd say from what I was able to make out, being in his early 30s, takes his seat in the back. Joseph and I are chatting it up as he tells me about how he's excited for Christmas, as was I, and no less than 3 minutes later, Joseph notices something. He sees the man that got on the bus is smoking crack out of a glass pipe. Why someone decided to do that on the bus, who knows, but there he was caught in the act. Joseph was so bothered by the man smoking that he actually made it known to the man that he had to stop and that he was going to be calling the cops. I got where he was coming from, which was why I also tell him the same thing and that he was going to be getting in a lot of trouble. He, however, ignores us and then proceeds to flip us both off and tells us to shove it. Well, that's the nicer way of putting it. The man smoking actually got up with his bag in hand, walked over to us, and said, "Say that again. What did you say? You don't want me smoking?" He then coughed right in my face, and I tried so hard not to look back and punch him right in the face. Forget the fact he was being a complete jerk, but now he's trying to distract me. At this rate, it's like he wanted me to crash. It's already dangerous driving in these sorts of conditions in the dark. Joseph tells the man to knock it off as he starts to phone the police, telling them about him being aggressive and violent. I'll never forget what happened next, and it's honestly like my life flashed before my very own eyes. All of a sudden, unprovoked, the guy wrapped his arms around my neck and then proceeds to put me into a chokehold. Yeah, it escalated that quickly. Those moments went by in slow motion, and as one hand lets go of the steering wheel, I push heavily down on the brakes to stop us from possibly crashing into someone or something. The creep loses his balance for a second and then starts to punch me. However, I am able to cover myself up. He only got 2 punches in, since at that point Joseph got up and put him into his own chokehold. He was able to make the guy pass out. However, even when the man came to, Joseph and I continued to restrain him until cops arrived. They did end up arresting him, and I was very thankful that Joseph was there to help me, even more so with the fact that in his bag, they found a pretty large knife, with even more drugs as well. Now, had he decided to pull out the knife and stab us, I may have very well have not been here to tell you my story, but alas, I survived, and I continued my bus driving career like normal, not without some other incidents occurring, but luckily, they were all relatively tame in comparison. I just finished listening to your newest video in which you covered scary experiences people have had with the Mexican cartel. The stories are very true. They're brutal, and they have no problem killing people for a living. It sucks because Mexico is such a beautiful country. Having it ruined by these cartel groups is just plain sad. I really recommend you take a listen if you really want to hear of those horrors. I wanted to bring that up because whether or not these were cartel members, I can't be too sure, but it is an experience of mine that took place in Mexico in November of 2018. With me was my mom and dad, and my uncle had just dropped us off at the bus station where we would take a large shuttle bus that takes us and others to the airport. We were catching our flight back to LAX from Guadalajara at 10 a.m. However, because it was a 3-hour drive from where we were, our bus would be leaving at 5 a.m., so we would get there at 8 a.m. Anyway, I bring this up because it's early morning. We're exhausted and it's really quiet in this small building. There was a little coffee shop that's opened and a few booths where people could buy their tickets to get their designated bus to where they needed to go. I remember taking out my Nintendo 3DS and booting up The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D, while my mom heads on over to the coffee shop to grab herself and my dad a coffee, and for me a hot chocolate. As I occasionally looked up toward my mom and back at my Nintendo 3DS, I remember seeing a large white van pull up and park in front of the main doors, which you could see out of. It caught both mine and my dad's attention, because you could hear the tires screeching. It was strange, but suddenly out of nowhere, two men wearing balaclavas with large duffel bags storm into the bus depot, one armed with an AK-47 and the other had a sledgehammer. My stomach dropped and my palms began to sweat when we hear them say in Spanish, "We're not going to hurt you unless you try something stupid." My dad immediately sits in front of me, covering me with his body, as he then yells toward my mom. They told my dad to be quiet or just leave the building, as they now made their way past my mom toward 3 ATM machines. That pretty much confirmed to me that they were after money that they could have stolen from the machine. The man with the AK-47 fired a couple of shots at the machine, causing some loud metal crashing sounds to echo throughout the building, which sent some employees flying to cover. My dad in that moment told us we had to leave, since he wasn't sure whether or not these guys would start going on a killing spree. Thus he grabs me and we book it toward the door, where my mom joins us seconds later. We dared not to look back. We run into the parking lot alongside some other people and run across the street to a bakery, which was just starting to open for its early morning rush. They had no idea what was going on, until we told them, to which in that moment I saw one of the employees roll their eyes, sort of a look that told me this has happened before. They're used to seeing it. Anyway, after about 5 minutes, they run out of the bus depot, get into the van they had arrived in, and make their getaway, just like it was nothing. I was surprised when the police got there. They really gave off that feeling like they didn't care at all, which I have been told by my family in Mexico that a lot of times the police are bribed by the criminals, which I wouldn't have been surprised if that happened there. Well, if there was one good thing, they did keep their word, as nobody was killed or injured, naturally just scared out of our minds. We did manage to get on our bus in time an hour later, and we made it back home in one piece. My mom did talk to my uncle about the incident, and he told her it was on the news, but that they hadn't caught the criminals who had committed the act. Not surprising to let you all know that all these years later, they haven't been brought to justice. So that's my scary story of the time armed men stormed a small quiet bus depot at 5 in the morning in Mexico and gave us the absolute scare of a lifetime. This might not be the most intense story in the world that you've heard, but it does give you a bit of insight to how some people take things a bit too far. I don't know if it's a mental thing, or maybe it has to do with their egos, but it seems like no matter how much you give the hint that you're not interested, the other person insists and insists. So much, in fact, it can lead to some pretty creepy events. Let me go ahead and take you back with me to the fall semester of 2010. I lived about a 20-minute drive from my university, and naturally I took my own car to school. However, on this day in question, I was getting service done on it, so I needed another option for transportation. There was walking, but on foot that was going to take me over an hour. I didn't feel like waking up that early to go to my first class at 7 in the morning, since I was already waking up at 5 to get ready. I decided I would go ahead and just take public transportation and walk to the nearby bus station, about a 10-minute walk from my home. When I arrived, it was very busy. Large groups of passengers were waiting to board their buses on the other platforms, and the nearby train station was also popping off as well. I took a seat at one of the benches next to an elderly couple, and I quickly hit it off with the lady who liked my beanie I was wearing, who I found out was her husband sitting next to her, wore a Vietnam veteran hat. Out of nowhere, in the middle of our conversation, a heavy-set man with a backpack walks up to me and says, "Hey, long time no see. It's been a while. How have you been?" I looked at him and I was like, "I'm sorry? I've never met you before." He responds with, "Yeah, you have. Remember that party at your friend's house? You were pretty drunk, but you're still as pretty as I remember you." Here's the thing with me. I don't drink alcohol, and still to this day I never do. So to get drunk, that was out of the question. "I think you might have mistaken me for somebody else, sir. I don't drink, and as such, I would remember if I had seen you." He continues to insist that he knows me, until the older man sitting here with the elderly lady says, "She doesn't know you, leave her alone." The creep yells back at the man and tells him to shut up, or he was going to knock him out, to which he just says, "Try it." The guy ignores him and then suddenly grabs a hold of me. Those moments went by in slow motion, and he says, "Come on, you're coming with me. We have so much to catch up on." The Vietnam vet gets up and grabs the man's other wrist. He held on to it so hard that I was really thinking he was going to break it. After a few seconds, the creep yells at the older man to let go, and he finally does, and proceeds to use a bunch of profanity and threaten that he was going to come back again. He then just walked away almost as quickly as he had arrived. Yeah, I was pretty scared by the incident, but more so confused to what exactly this guy was going on about. Apparently he had some issues to just randomly go up to people and grab them for no reason at all. I did get on my bus and made it to school in one piece. However, I never took the bus again after that day. Anytime I was without my car, which was rarely, I would just take my bicycle instead. So let's start off with some pre-context to the encounter itself, so you can get a basic idea of how everything led up to this very moment at the bus station. It was May 2019, and my friend Maria and I had gone to see the band The Red Jumpsuit Apparatus as they were playing at the Slide Bar in Southern California. The venue/bar is now since closed since the owner sold the place, but back then it was all the rage for people like me who loved rock and roll and having a drink at the same time. While we were watching the band play in the back venue, about 150 to 200 people, I kept noticing this guy in like his mid to late 30s who was constantly looking over at me really weirdly. He was just a tad shorter than me. I'm relatively tall for a girl, 5'7". He had a beer belly that was sticking a bit out of his AC/DC t-shirt. He had his head shaven, with a beard, and wore glasses. When I told my friend I would be right back and I was heading toward the restroom, he followed me out too and caught up to me, asking if I wanted to get a drink with him at the bar. I told him no thank you, and after seeing him grow a bit agitated, he walked away. By this point, it's about 11 p.m., and before going home, I wanted to get a little bit of water since I was a bit dehydrated. Maria and I head to the bar to grab some waters, and it's here the guy who was in the back venue just a while before walked over to us. He clearly had been drinking since his speech was impaired and slurred as well. He asked us how the rest of the show went, and Maria, not knowing that I had encountered the man earlier or that he was looking at me funny, with a kind smile and acknowledgement, told him it was fun and that we had a good time. The guy says that we could have an even better time back at his apartment, and he could show us what it was like to feel euphoria like we had never felt before, to which we both just awkwardly look at him and said we weren't interested and that we both had boyfriends. He proceeded to curse both of us out in that moment, saying, "The heck with your boyfriends, I'll be your man from now on." We looked at each other and just said, "Screw it, we're leaving," not even getting to finish the waters in peace. Now, in order to get to our cars, we had to walk through a small bus depot and then across the street into a parking structure so that we can get into the car and leave. As we step forth into the bus depot and we wait for a bus to pass us by, we hear somebody yelling behind us, and it's the creep from the venue. "Hey, wait, I want to say I'm sorry. I was just joking. I didn't want you two leaving without me apologizing first." We looked at each other again with the expression of, the nerve of this guy, before telling him it's whatever, and then we crossed the little way in front of us so we can get to the end of the bus depot. No joke, the guy, after stopping behind us to give us the apology, then runs up to us and says, "Yeah, right, as if, you two are mine." By that point, we already are booking it across the parking lot, all the while this drunken creep is giving us chase. We manage to hop into the car just moments before he catches up to us, which at that point he starts banging on Maria's passenger door window. He then puts his hand on his crotch, and we can hear him from inside the car as he tells us if we don't come out and please him, he was going to kill us. Bet that we backed up and drove out of there, but not before he almost tried to throw himself in front of the car. Luckily, there was enough space for me to swerve out of the way and not hit any of the walls or other vehicles that were parked. Maria did phone the police as we drove away, but I'm not sure whether or not the man was apprehended or anything happened to him, since we never got a call back. Naturally, we were pretty frightened by the incident, more so me since I always had bad anxiety, so leaving my house was a struggle for the first week after that incident happened. I kept thinking I was going to bump into him at school or something, but that never happened. I hope it stays that way, because next time, I'm not going to hold back if he tries coming up to me again and he acts like a creep. Hi there. I have a story that happened to me on October 19th, 2016, when I was 20 years old. I'm 26 now. This still creeps me out to this day. For the record, I'm autistic and have ADHD and PTSD, so sometimes I handle things a bit differently. I used to take the bus home from work. I work for Goodwill, by the way. Anyway, when my mom was still living, she would always pick me up from the bus stop. My mom sadly passed away last year. I would call my mom when I got close to home, and sometimes I would get there before her. This day was one of those days. So when I got off the bus, a lady, probably in her 50s, started walking towards me, and I knew right away she was going to start trouble. Sure enough, she did. She had a piece of paper in her hands with a bunch of names on it. She walked up to me and asked if I was any of those names on the paper. I said no. And then she said, "Oh, yes, you are. Now, which one are you?" I said I was none of them and I was waiting on my mom. Then she said she never had a mother and she was an orphan. This is when things get creepy. She then said she passed away of cancer and that she came back to life. She said she helps people cross over when they die. She then asked me if I needed help crossing over. I said no. At this point I was really creeped out, so I took off running across the street to the car wash on the other side of the road. I kid you not, the lady started chasing me across the street, but she stopped at the car wash. I kept running down the street. I don't think I ever ran that fast in my life. I was halfway down the road when my mom's car came down the road. I got in the car and I told my mom about what happened. My mom knew something happened just by how I was acting, because I was crying at that point. My mom, being the mama bear she is, went back to confront the lady. The lady was still there by the car wash. She was cutting papers with scissors and throwing them away for whatever reason. My mom got out of the car and started yelling at the lady. She said, "You're scaring my daughter." The lady was acting crazy again. She said she didn't know what my mom was talking about. My mom then said, "Look at my daughter, she's crying." The lady then said, "Oh, those are false tears," which was a lie. She then said the same stuff she said to me. My mom told her to leave me alone, to which the lady now responded by saying that she was Lady Gaga, which was definitely a lie. My mom then got back in the car and we went home. When we got home, we called the cops and told them about what happened, and they said they would go check the area. We never heard anything else from them though. I never saw that lady again, thank God. I was scared to take the bus for a while after that, but I still remember all this like it was yesterday. My mom was so protective of me, even as an adult. By the way, I still have my dad, and he is also protective of me, even more so since my mom passed away. So that's my story. Thanks for listening. This happened during spring break of this year, 2022. I decided to go to the beach to relax and to try to get my mind off of constant studying and stress. I invited my younger cousin Catherine to go with me, and when we got there, we spent the day on our boogie boards, going for rides on rented bicycles, and playing in the sand, making sand castles. I won't lie, it was a lot of fun. That was until an older age man comes up to us out of the blue and then asks us where our parents were. I told him it was just the two of us. Bear in mind I'm 21 years old, my cousin is 15. For me, a lot of times I get mistaken for being a lot younger. That's why I wasn't caught off guard when he asked me if we were the same age. He told me how beautiful I was, and how he had a lot of extra goodies in his van and wouldn't mind sharing them with us if we just followed him. No kidding. It was straight out of the textbook creepy and just downright weird. We told him that we weren't interested, and then suddenly he asks us that he was looking for friends at the beach and asked if we could be his friends. We don't tell him yes or no. We just awkwardly give him a, "Not right now, we're kinda busy," and then we just walk away. We turn back about a minute later, but there's no signs of him anymore. Catherine and I say that he was kinda weird, and we soon forget about him and continue on with our adventure. Now, fast forward to later that night. I had already taken Catherine back home. I was upstairs on my computer editing a video when I happened to take a look outside my bedroom window. It oversees the front yard as well as the street and homes in front of us. I saw a Volkswagen minivan, the same exact one I'd seen at the beach, parked just a few spots away from us, pull up into my driveway, and then stayed parked there for about 2 minutes straight. Bear in mind, this was around 2 in the morning, and both my parents are fast asleep. I have no other siblings or family members either, so nobody should be parking here. Nervously staring at the car, just hoping whoever was in there would leave, I watched as the driver's side door opened. I saw a hooded figure step out, and then they start to sneak their way over to the side fence, which I could no longer see since it was out of my view. Well, I listened for about 10 seconds, and then I could clearly hear the squeaky fence door opening. I had no idea what was going on, but I knew in this very moment, this wasn't right. I ended up phoning for the police, as I then walk over to my parents' room and wake up my dad. I basically gave him a quick version of what I had seen, and then he proceeds to grab the shotgun in his gun closet and tells us to wait inside the room. As we waited, I can hear my dad yelling at somebody to leave or they were going to get shot. Some more arguing was heard until I could hear the cops. My dad yells from a window he had just opened, "There's somebody in our backyard. He's back there." Long story short, the cops managed to catch up to someone, and you want to take a guess at who it was? I'll give you a second. Yeah, it was that really creepy old man from the beach. Luckily, however, no weapons on him. The thing is, how did he find my house, and how did he manage to track me down? Air tags. Yeah, those little devices that are supposed to be used to track keys or other personal belongings. Well, one of them was found nice and snug in my license plate, and he had used it to track me. Let's just say that even all these months later, I'm still very anxious to go outside. I always check my car, and now I have an app installed on my Android phone that can notify me if there's any air tags nearby. iPhone users apparently can get an instant notification if air tags are near them, to which I say, make sure you're checking. In this case, the AirTag was used to stalk me, but they have been used by criminals as of late to tag cars and then follow the car owners. They'll wait until late at night to try and steal the car. It's been in the news as of late. As for the creep, he was jailed, thank God. However, even though he's still jailed and also ordered never to come near me again, even when he's released, part of me still fears he's out there watching me somehow, but I know that can't be the case. All the locks on the doors have been changed since. My dad finally was convinced to get a home security system, and I now carry pepper spray and a taser. Just a couple of weeks ago, I started self-defense training courses while still going to therapy for the trauma that he caused me. Stalking is really no joke, and I hope you can all learn from this experience of mine to always take precautions and to be aware of your surroundings. Can I just start off by saying that you're a true inspiration to me, creepy fox. I didn't have a giant cell tumor like you, but I did shatter my leg in a car accident earlier this year. I'm finally off of the painkillers, and life has started to return to normal now that I'm walking a little bit. Thank you for giving me the courage and the motivation not to give up through all your inspirational Instagram posts and Instagram stories you've posted about your journey to recovery. Anyway, enough about me. I want to go ahead and share a scary story that happened to me before I ended up breaking my leg and being in the car accident. I used to be a runner who quite often went for runs here in Southern California, since I live near the shoreline. All of this training has allowed me the opportunity to train my body to compete in marathons. I've run in Orange County, Long Beach, Huntington Beach, and I even did a run in Hawaii too with one of my best friends who lives there. During the summertime, getting the chance to run was always a challenge. Not so much because of my work schedule, but because of the temperature and having the sun hit you for a long time. I have been running most of my life, so I was used to it. However, anytime I could avoid said heat, I would try my best. That's why on one early morning before I would get ready to go to work, I put on my running shoes and made my way over to the beach so that I could go for a quick 4-mile run on the paved road. It was roughly 4:30 a.m. on a weekday, so naturally there's no one. On my person was a flashlight, my cell phone, and a little thing of pepper spray just in case for emergencies, which up to that point I had never used before. Now, I was able to run the first 2 miles with absolutely no problems, but as I'm starting to make my return back to where it originally started, I got the urge to pee. I was going to hold it in originally, but the sounds of the waves crashing and the cool breeze pressing against my skin told me otherwise. Luckily for me, there are some restrooms that were open, so I head in that way I can take care of my business. Here's when things were about to take a turn for the downright terrifying. Once I step out of the stall and I begin to wash my hands, I catch the glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision coming from the front door. I take a quick look, and I catch the glimpse of a homeless lady standing there at the entrance, fumbling with something in her little bag. I did end up giving a nervous hello, as I now begin drying my hands. Meanwhile, something in my body was telling me to get the heck out of there quickly. Funny how the body can just sense things like that. As I make my way toward this woman, her black curly hair down to her waist, and this smell of really bad body odor surrounding me, the lady pulls out a small pocket knife and then starts telling me to hand over my phone or anything else I have worth of value. I recall chills going down my spine as she then starts to scream random curse words and then calls out to somebody named Jake. I wasn't sure who Jake was, and I was hoping I might be able to sneak on by as she seemed to get distracted for a second. But then she grabs my wrist and starts to swipe the knife in my face, telling me that she wasn't joking, but she was willing to let me live if I complied. Her words. Fight or flight kicks in, and I remember everything coming to a standstill as things now go into autopilot. If I was going to get stabbed, since it seemed this lady was unstable, it wasn't going to be without a fight. In one quick swoop, I actually am able to pepper spray her, and I push her off of me just at the same time as her hands now go to her face, and then she responds by yelling at me saying I was dead. I pretty much booked it, and I immediately start to call 911 as I hear the lady begin to scream from inside the restroom, her screams becoming muffled the farther I got away. Luckily, she didn't follow me out. Once I thought I was at a safe distance, I waited for about 7 more minutes, where luckily 2 police officers pulled up. I told them about the lady with the knife, and after another 10 minutes of a standoff, with more officers arriving, they are able to handcuff the woman and take her away. I was questioned and had to prove I acted in self-defense, and luckily after everything, my name was cleared, and I was able to return back to my normal life. The woman in question turned out to be a hardcore drug user, so that explained why she acted very strange that morning, which is pretty obvious now that I look back on it. Now, I'll be perfectly open with all of you. Having someone pull out a knife at you at the beach at like 5 in the morning with no one around to help you is very terrifying. Having the pepper spray is what I truly believe saved me, since to this day, I can't be too sure on whether or not that lady would have let me go in peace, or might have killed me right there and then. I didn't have to find out, thank God, and I've lived to tell the tale. Please, to everyone listening, make sure you either take self-defense courses, or you got something to protect yourself. Maybe I was a bit carried away to go running on my own, but up to that point, nothing had ever happened to me. I guess I had to learn the hard way, huh? So learn from me, and be careful, no matter where you go. This took place during summer break of 2017 when my family and I went to Mazatlan in the state of Sinaloa down in Mexico for a 1-week vacation. For context, I'm female. I was 22 years old at the time, and I had just recently broken up with my then boyfriend, who I'd been dating for a little over 3 years up to that point. The vacation was meant to also help me get away from the toxicity that became the last few months of our relationship, and when we first got to our hotel by the ocean side, that's how things were. A great chance for me to distress and to prove to myself there's more to life than just one guy who's trying to control who you are. By day 3 of the vacation, I was already comfortable and used to walking around the hotel and resort area by myself, while my 2 younger brothers and my mother and father stayed near the swimming pools. Of course, I made sure to let my mom and dad know I wasn't going too far, and if I was going off-site, I would come to them first, so that one could join me just in case. We did actually take a little tour around the nearby city, but that was all of us together, and was an entire adventure in itself, with its own little side stories I could spend hours talking about. Maybe I can send one of those in the future for the creepyfox to narrate. Anyway, I want to fast forward to later that evening, after we had arrived back from a long tourist trip. Everyone was taking turns showering after me, where once we were all done, we would be getting dinner at one of the buffets and then catching a show the hotel was famous for. As not to wait forever on my mom and dad, however, I told them I would meet them down at the restaurant and they said they would be there as soon as they were done. When I walked down to said lobby, it was jam-packed with hotel guests. Music is playing over the intercom systems. Patrons are having drinks at the nearby bar, and people are dancing, having a great time. I walked on over to the bar and asked for a Sprite, and after hanging around for 10 or so minutes, having a quick chat with a girl around my age, I got the brilliant idea of walking on over to the beach and taking a little stroll to pass a little bit more time. And this was all by myself, mind you. Terrible idea. You have to walk to the very back end of the resort, past the restaurant we would be eating at, and then go down a small flight of stairs. When I reached the beach side, a few people I recognized from the day before were sitting at some of the hotel's beach chairs, having drinks and talking amongst themselves. After I said hello, I walked past them and then started to walk to my right, where there was a little rock formation of sorts. It's here I took out my iPod and put one of my earphones in, and since I had it on shuffle, one of the old songs I will listen to constantly with my ex popped up. Suddenly I feel all of these emotions take over, and I legit start to bawl. I know to some of you it might sound pretty lame, and you can make fun of me if you wish, but I just couldn't stop the tears from falling. By the way, imagine you're walking along the beach and you see a crying woman. Chances are you're going to think it's La Llorona, a popular urban legend here in Mexico. But I digress. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I hear a voice calling out to me, and when I looked over my shoulder, a random middle-aged man approaches me and asks me if I would like to buy something. I tell him I wasn't interested, to which he now starts a light conversation and asks me if everything was alright. I figured he was just being nice, so I told him things were okay after wiping away my tears, and I follow up with I was just thinking about something that happened in the past. The man then proceeds to sit down, puts his hand on my shoulder, and then gives me a huge embrace that I found a bit awkward. Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. I gotta get going now, I told him as I tried to move away. Hello, I said I need to get going. He wasn't letting go. He decided to actually just bring me closer to him, and he embraced me even tighter, and now all of these sad emotions I felt are turning into a feeling of complete dread. Seriously, I need to get going. My parents are waiting for me. No, chica. What you need right now is the lovely care of a real man. I'll make sure you're safe. I got the instant chills when he said that, as I could feel his warm breath pressing against my neck, his free hand patting and stroking my head as if I was a cat, and the look in his eyes changed too. For the next few seconds consisted of me pulling his arm off of my head and then squirming out of his grasp as I tried to get away. He actually grabs me in the process of me getting up, to which I then stumble and fall right next to him in the sand. You're not getting away from me that easily, child." When he called me a child, I really lost it. I remember these next moments going into slow motion as suddenly I can hear people yelling in the distance, and I see this jerk suddenly perk up and then take off running in the direction he had come from. I was so confused until I look up and notice it's the 3 people from the hotel I said hello to roughly 15 minutes earlier. Turns out that they had left for a brief time to go get some more drinks, and in that period, this creep walked over to me and then started to grab me too. I'm so thankful that they were there at the right place at the right time, because I don't know whether or not I would have been able to continue to overpower him. I run over to the group as they ushered me up the stairs, to which, wouldn't you know, I can see my parents beginning to walk toward the restaurant where I promised I would be waiting for them. I did run up to them and I began to cry heavily as a huge relief off my shoulders was finally let go. We did report the incident to the hotel staff, and I asked if they could notify the police, but wouldn't you know, nothing ever came up. It's now been years since that incident occurred, and sometimes I'll have nightmares where nobody comes to my rescue, and those nightmares are what really affect me from time to time. Luckily, however, I've never had anything remotely as scary or creepy like this happen to me again, and I really hope it remains that way forever. This story is going to involve something that happened to my friend and I at the beach in the summer of 2005. For reference, we're both female, and we were both 15 years of age. This takes place alongside the shorelines of Corona del Mar, by the way. Anyway, that day my friend Tiffany and I were going to be taking pictures because we wanted some material for our scrapbook. That, and also to enjoy being at the beach, because who doesn't like being there? Does anyone who's listening even know what a scrapbook is? I hope there's at least some of you out there listening who know. I have so many fond memories of getting together with my friend Tiffany and spending hours in her room working on our scrapbooks. Anyway, after a quick 15-minute bicycle ride over to Corona del Mar, arriving at roughly 7:30 a.m., we begin a 20-minute walk to head over to a little cove-like area that eventually opens up to another part of the beach. Though we weren't going to that part necessarily, we still wanted to go to the cove to get some pictures, as well as to pick up some seashells we could take home and add to our project. There were a few surfers and boogie boarders here and there, but other than them just minding their own business doing their own thing, it's just Tiffany and I. We fast forward to the cove, and as waves crash against the rocks, Tiffany and I start to take pictures and think of silly poses that we could come up with. No more than 2 minutes later, we begin to hear the sound of someone moaning, almost as if they are in some sort of pain. We both find this odd, but put it down to our imaginations. But then about 30 seconds later, as we go inside the little cave, we stumbled into a man who was just in his underwear. He looked really out of it, and at first we thought perhaps he might be injured and needed help. Although to be fair, we saw no blood, or even cuts. "Hey, you good? Do you need an ambulance or something?" He just sits there for like 10 seconds looking at Tiffany and I, before we saw him put his hands into his backpack that lied next to him. He takes out a glass pipe and tells us to join him, saying he's got some good stuff to make us feel better. Though I was only 15 years old, I had seen plenty of documentaries and police dramas with my dad, and I know full well that that glass pipe was used for drug usage. I tell Tiffany, who agrees that this guy might be under the influence of some sort of narcotic, and we agree we should go get the cops involved. I know some of you might think we're ratting him out, but in that moment of time we were concerned more so with him getting swept away by the waves had he decided to take a wrong step, or maybe he could have even have gotten injured. So we didn't tell him we were calling the police exactly, but we do mention we would call 911 to get him some help. And hearing this, the dude snaps. His calmer, dazed-like attitude turns into one of a maniac as he begins to threaten us and say he would kill us if we tried to call 911 or even get the cops involved. Hearing somebody say they were going to kill you is perhaps one of the scariest things you can ever experience in your life, especially coming from someone who already seems to be under the influence. We told them we would just leave, and we thought that was going to be the end of it. However, here's when things take a turn for the downright terrifying. As we make the little jump down from the cave-like entrance to the sand, we can hear the man yelling for us to get back. We turned around, and wouldn't you know, we see he's now got a knife in his hand. Tiffany and I freaked out like you can't even begin to imagine, and we start to book it in the direction we had arrived from, just praying to God and neither of us would slip or fall in the sand. You try running in the sand, and you tell me if it's easy, because it's certainly not. Thank God that the dude actually just gave up and just stood there and began threatening us from afar before returning back to the cave. We do manage to get the attention of a lifeguard, who then phoned for the police, but by that point we had already left as we weren't told by the lifeguard to stay. I do kinda wish we would have stayed to have seen what happened, that way I could have told you about it, but we never did. We were just that freaked out. Sorry for the anticlimactic ending. I guess the hope is that nothing bad happened to him or the officers that responded, and the man got the help he needed. Drugs are no joke, and it's a shame how many people either OD or do something to get themselves killed. Please, stay safe everyone. Your life is very important. When you're a kid, being taught stranger danger is one of the most important and valuable sets of information that your brain will ever store in your life. Sometimes, however, you might have a slip-up or two, and this was one of my lacks of judgment that saw myself and my cousin encountering one of the most frightening life experiences of our lives. I don't really think I've heard anybody ever have this happen to them, but let me know if you have. For context, this was back in 2008, when I was on spring break visiting family in the state of Michoacan, in Mexico. If that name sounds familiar, it should. Michoacan, a beautiful state in Mexico with its fauna and flora, has been overrun by violence in the recent years, mainly by the Cartel. It is quite sad to be honest, but at the time I was visiting, that was unheard of. Anyway, I should mention that I'm male and I was 15 years old when this occurred. Now, it all started when my cousin, Carlos, aged 17, and myself ended up going to the beach so that we could ride on our ATVs, as well as go fishing. The stretch of beach we drove on went on for miles. It took about an hour and a half just to arrive at the little peninsula at the end. That's where we were aiming to go. The only reason we were going that far was because another family member had been out there years ago, and they claimed that there was a lot of big fish out there, as well as ones you rarely see. Anyway, before we even started anything, we stopped at a little store so that we could pick up some bait, as well as some snacks for the drive. I recall the man at the cash register warning us about driving too far, as they had recently dealt with a couple of ATV riders who got stuck out in the middle of nowhere. The reason they were found was because somebody in a boat had been fishing by the coastline and they managed to see them. Anyway, we thanked them for the knowledge as we exit the little shop and we prepare for the long trek ahead. Before we knew it, the once busy and lively beach, with families and kids playing in the water, was silenced by the sounds of our engines as we were on our ATVs heading east alongside the coast, with our sun-kissed skin being met with the warm, silky summer's air. Along the way, we saw plenty of birds flying above, with plenty of patches of coconut trees being littered every few miles. After about an hour and a half, we noticed what looked to be like a series of abandoned huts. Seeing as both of us are very curious, we let go of the gas and soon hit the brakes as our ATVs eventually come to a stop. You guessed it, we wanted to check out these abandoned huts. Because, you know, curiosity. They were fairly uneventful, apart from the vulgar graffiti and trash everywhere. We had to be careful as there was a bunch of broken bottles and even a couple of used needles. Come to think of it, we were pretty dumb to even attempt walking in those small structures. So while we were reading some of the graffiti, we ended up being interrupted by the sound of a car engine approaching. This spooked both of us as we used the cover of the structure to take a look outside. Moments later, a truck with 5 men stepped out with guns. And we're not talking about little pistols. Oh no, I'm talking full-on assault rifles. You should have seen the look of absolute fear on our faces as we hear one of them make a remark about our ATVs. From what we were able to gather, this must have been some sort of spot for these criminals to meet up. As if things couldn't get any worse, they then begin searching the immediate area. We used the cover of a cheap couch to hide, but unfortunately, we ended up being found. I'm surprised the man didn't just kill us there, but he told us to stand up and put our hands up and then slowly walk out of the hut. We were met moments later with the sudden stare of eyes from these intimidating men. The entire time, their assault rifles didn't leave our small and non-threatening teenage frames. One of them then asks us what we were doing here, to which we nervously respond with just taking a break. They then talk amongst themselves before returning their attention back to us, saying no ordinary teenagers have any business being here. They go on to explain this was a location where they did their so-called business trading, and nobody was allowed to be loitering around unless they had some sort of connection with their group, or permission. We apologized non-stop, thinking that at any moment that was going to be it, and we were going to be shot dead, but that didn't happen. They lowered their rifles, as both Carlos and I jump back onto our ATVs, and we leave. That wasn't without one final warning, however. They actually ended up firing a couple of rounds into the air, which I think was their way of saying, "You got off lucky," and never returned. Unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, we didn't go to that fishing spot we were told of, and instead we drove back home, never to return to that beach again. As an update, all of these years later, it's advised people stay away from that area. It's very dangerous. Not that you have to convince me otherwise. I've always listened to scary stories on YouTube for the last 2 years or so, and I've always wanted to share my own experience. Sorry in advance for the length. This happened in 2007. For some context, I was a 16-year-old boy at the time. I always enjoyed camping, and given that I've lived my whole life up until that point in Southern California, it makes sense that we camped at the beach, a lot. The way beach camping works is there's a beach, obviously, and then about a 100-foot cliff at the top, and that's where the campgrounds were, packed with hundreds of families, friendly, outgoing, and sweet. The beach is about a 1-mile stretch, with several 100-feet-high staircases leading up to the campground. On the southernmost end, there was construction at the time, so that part of the campground was closed, while the beach was still open. We were on the northernmost part of the ground, about a 12-minute walk to the southern part. Also, I had a 3-year-old lab named Nibby, who was the sweetest, most loyal dog I'd ever met, as well as the bravest. She would do anything for our family. I also forgot to mention that the southern part ends in a channel, with a bridge from the main road going over it. My whole family, mom, dad, little brother, had taken our dog that same morning to the south end to play in the water. So now, let me begin the story. My friends were camping about 60 yards south of us. I had been hanging out with them for most of the day, and I was just relaxing with my family at my site at about 7:45 when Nibby started whining, her way of saying she wanted some attention. I decided I would just walk with her for a bit. It was getting pretty dark, but I wasn't worried at all. I was completely safe in the campground, and I wasn't planning on leaving it either. So I decided I would walk her all the way to the south end, staying in the campground. I made sure to grab my phone, and we began walking. To no surprise, there are still loads of kids biking and skating around the ground, drunk dads yelling while playing cornhole, the usual. The only thing is Nibby was not used to this much commotion, and just as we're almost to the very end of the campground, she started freaking out. Looking for a quick way to calm her down, I looked to see the last staircase on the campground, and I make my way there. As we're going down, I quickly notice 3 things. 1. The tide has come up all the way so that there's almost no beach. 2. It just got really dark. and 3, we are the only ones down there. I do plan to take her the last 50 yards south down to where the channel is, up to the bridge, and onto the main road, and then we'll walk for the remaining way back along the road. One thing I forgot to also mention about this beach is that the southernmost part with the channel was not visible from where I was standing. The way the cliff was configured, I would have to walk all the way there just to see what was going on. Another thing, the tide was so high, the whitewash was hitting very hard against the rock on the corner where we would need to walk past. Alas, we continue walking when Nibby begins to tweak out again. This was unusual for such a calm environment, and very quickly I see why. There are 2 men peeking around a little nook formed in the cliff, so I very quickly nope out of there, attempting to sprint. Only problem was Nibby, who I'd never seen angry before, wanted to square up. Not literally, and she was not moving. With the hair on the back of her neck standing higher than ever, she was barking her head off at these 2 lunatics. Now you might be thinking, how come nobody came to help you? The answer to that question is that it was pretty dark, and most people were getting ready for bed. On top of that, the nearest people were 100 feet above us, and Nibby's barks were unheard due to the crashing of the waves. Anyway, I decided to let go of the leash and dip, not wanting to stick around to see what those guys were up to. Much to my surprise, Nibby came running up right beside me, and saying that was the fastest I'd ever ran would be an understatement of the century. That is the fastest anybody in my entire family had ever run. I got to the top of the stairs in about 25 seconds. I pick up Nibby's leash and turn back. This is where I expect to see them charging up after me. But the thing is, I don't. All I see is the light of a flashlight coming from about 25 yards away from the base of the stairs, which eventually turns back the way they had been before. I ran to not the nearest bathroom, but the next closest one, and this is where I call my mom. I tell her Nibby had hurt her paw and asked if she could pick us up. She got there in about 2 minutes, and she asked if we had been down at the beach. I choked trying to answer, and I broke down, and I told her everything. She notified the park ranger on the campground, and we gave a statement of sorts. This whole situation probably would have just become a forgotten memory, if not for the fact that just 4 days later, we had been home for 2 days. It was confirmed that 2 children had gone missing while at that same campground. My mom and I quickly got a hold of the police, and we reminded them of what I had experienced just a few nights before. While we never did officially find out what happened to those kids, I am about 99% sure it has something to do with those guys I saw that evening. This whole thing kinda was messed up. I won't go back to beaches by myself anymore, and I'll never go to a beach at night again, no matter how many people I'm with. I never feel safe by myself at night, and I'm constantly looking in cracks and caves for people who might not have the best intentions. As for Nibby, she passed away just a year ago, almost to the day. She was the greatest dog I ever had, and I can't help but think that she saved my life that night. I have no doubt about it in my mind. I would not be alive had it not been for Nibby. Thank you, Big Nib. I love you. I've lived in Southern California all of my life, and one of the biggest reasons why I've chosen not to move is the weather. It's gorgeous, and during the spring I love to go hiking with my 2 German shepherds. While I've never had anything happen while I went hiking or backpacking, I did have something creepy take place when I went camping with some friends a few years back. We were camping along the beach in a private area, and we had spent most of the day in the water surfing and scuba diving. When we weren't in the ocean, we were relaxing underneath our umbrellas, usually reading, listening to music, or eating food. Toward the evening is when things started to get a little bit more interesting. Another family had shown up, a mom, a dad, and 2 little kids, but they had stationed themselves quite a distance from where we were currently set up. The nice part was they invited us over to shoot off some of the fireworks they had brought with them. This was about a week before 4th of July, and thus we got an early preview, so to speak. At about midnight, we finally went into our large tent. There were 3 of us, and one by one we started to drift off to sleep. I forgot exactly what time it was, but it couldn't have been more than a couple of hours. I was able to hear feet shuffling in the sand. I had my eyes closed when I hear the noise, and at first I thought it might be one of my friends. However, because the footsteps seemed to be circling our tent, I started to question why one of my friends would be up this late and doing that too. I opened my eyes and I immediately got a chill. Both of my friends lay silently asleep, so if it wasn't them, who was outside? In a state of panic and fear, I reached into my backpack and I grabbed the survival knife I'd packed and I grasped onto it ever so tightly. The footsteps continue to circle our tent until they stop in front of the zipper. It opens from both the inside and the outside in case you're wondering. To my absolute horror, I watch as the zipper slowly starts to open. I reach to my friends and finally shout at the top of my lungs, hoping to scare whoever was trying to get in. My friends, bless their hearts, are startled awake, and we all bear witness to a man holding a knife, having this expression that said, "Jackpot." However, it quickly changed when I pointed the survival knife back at him. Sorry, I thought this tent was empty," he said in a nervous wreck, and then he runs off, heading in the opposite direction of where ourselves and the family were camping. We immediately went to wake up the family, and they told us they had no clue of anyone being out there and that they weren't together. In the end, we packed up our things and we left shortly after, heading to my friend's house instead. We aren't sure if the family stuck around as well, but I'm pretty sure they left too. To this day, we're very certain that had I not brought the survival knife with me, and had I not woken up, things might have turned out completely different. I'm not sure about you, but growing up, I always loved going on the train. My uncle was a train conductor, and oftentimes on the weekends I would travel with him whenever I was bored. That love for going on trains would change one evening while I was returning home from school. It all began on a random winter evening a year ago when I had just gotten out of my theater class. I remember I was still dressed in costume as we were performing for an elementary school. My role was playing the princess in the story, so naturally I was still wearing my dress, albeit with a sweater over me now. Regardless, it was enough to get people's attention, some more than others. As for my travel routine, normally I take the bus from school and then it's a 15-minute drive to the bus station. From here I cross the street and get on a train at the train station. This was usually about a 30-minute ride. Once I arrived, it was just a 10-minute walk to my home, but yeah, quite a bit of traveling just to get to my house. Now, since my town was pretty much out in the middle of nowhere, by the time everybody gets off at their stops, it's usually myself and maybe one or two other people. Oftentimes than not, it would always be the same two people, who I grew to know as Greg and Abigail. With that context out of the way, I got on the train later than normal at around 10 p.m., and I took a seat towards the back. Since I normally don't take the train so late, I was surprised to see the usual crowd dwindle down to about 5 people. No signs of Greg or Abigail, the regulars. I'm guessing they might have just gotten the earlier train. The train ride goes fairly normal for the first half until we reach the stop before mine. Everyone else got off, so I was thinking, nice, I have the cabin all to myself. Now I can enjoy the rest of the ride without anyone bothering me. That would soon change, however, when I noticed a man who looked to be in about his mid-50s step on board. He was, I'd say, about 6'5", probably weighed about 250 pounds. He had short, dirty blonde hair, sunglasses on, a red sweater, and torn blue jeans. Nothing too crazy, so I returned to browsing videos on my phone. Surely he would just take a seat at the front and mind his own business, and that would be the end of that. But that wasn't the case. Instead, he walks all the way to the back where I was, and he says, "Excuse me, miss, but do you mind if I sit here next to you? I mean, we're talking about an empty train cabin with seating to house an entire classroom. Why in the world did he have to be next to me?" "Sorry, sir, but I'm actually saving this seat for my dad. He's in the restroom right now." "Oh, no worries, I'll just take a seat behind you." I was so annoyed by this that I started to pick up on his behavior. He started mumbling to himself and even tried to reach for me a couple of times. He claimed that he was stretching. All of this went on for about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I got up and moved to a different seat. You can imagine he gets up and does the same thing, choosing to take a seat next to mine. Thankfully, the next stop was less than 5 minutes away, so I knew I would soon be out of this guy's sight. Hopefully. This was now when he says, "You know, I think you lied to me about your dad being in the restroom, because he's not here. I don't like liars. I had to teach a lesson to somebody a while ago because they lied to me." That statement made me freeze. But luckily, the train announces, "This is the final stop for the evening. Please gather your belongings and have a wonderful night." I immediately got up, but that's not before he grabs me. Without hesitating, I use my other arm to poke him in the eyes, which causes him to back off. I was then able to wiggle my arm out and run for the entrance. I jump off onto the platform, and this man starts following me. I'm now running through a dark and empty outdoor train station, heading across the street trying to find someone. Of course, just my luck, there's nobody around. Why I didn't go to the conductor, I have no idea. My mind was going 100 miles an hour and I wasn't thinking. I do, however, make it across to a 7-Eleven, where immediately I run over to the cashier. "Are you okay, miss? What's wrong?" "No, I'm not okay. Please help me. Somebody's chasing me." We both take a look outside, but we no longer see that man. In short summary, we do call police officers and I do file a police report, but nothing came of it. The man was never found, and I was left with a big bruise on my arm after how hard he had grabbed me. After that happened, I started taking Uber to and from home, and I have never encountered him again. Though my story doesn't take place on a train, it does take place at an old abandoned train station out in the middle of nowhere. This took place around 2008, when I was 15 years old. This was during a time when I really started getting into bands and listening to music all night long. This annoyed my parents so much that they actually ended up getting me an iPod. Sorry, Mom and Dad. But hey, I got my first iPod, which was pretty sweet. Anyway, my best friend Anna and I would always spend the afternoon going to the nearby park and listening to songs. You know those days. Sitting next to each other, earphone in each one of your ears, just relaxing and looking up at the sky. We were really into Panic at the Disco, and we still are, and I remember one day we had grown bored of our own same normal routine. Hey, as much as I enjoy this, I feel like we haven't gone on an adventure in a long time. Yeah, I do miss Disney World too. But what can we do that's not going to cost us $1,000? That's when Anna comes up with a grand idea. "I know. Do you want to go and explore that abandoned train station that's out in the woods?" "You mean the one that was built in the 1800s? "Yeah, that one. Come on, it'll be fun." Though we knew about it growing up, people usually stayed away because of how far it was in the woods. That, and add the idea that a lot of strange people are said to live out there. Anna and I always thought that was just some dumb excuse so that people wouldn't vandalize the place. But still, why we never thought about going, we had no idea. Regardless, we made a plan to go one afternoon when our parents were at work. Surely, if we told them, they would have said, "Yeah, you're not going." Anyway, on a Friday afternoon at around 5 p.m., I met up with my friend via bicycle at the park, and from there we would head into the woods to the other side of town. It's about a 20-minute bicycle ride to the other side. Eventually, you reach the town limits and then you head down this lonely path that takes you into a valley. That's where the set of woods were located. Mind you, I'd never been there before, but Anna said she had come here once when she was younger to get some leaves for an art project. I let her lead the way until we eventually reach a crossroads. One trail seemed to go further into the valley, and the other seems to loop back around. We take the trail that had a sign that says, "Old train station up ahead," and we continue on for another 5 minutes. "Are you sure the station is still out here? We haven't seen anything yet." "I'm pretty sure it's already been demolished." "Fine. If we don't see anything in the next 5 minutes, we'll just turn back and head home." What we start seeing, however, was trash all over the ground. I'm talking about leftover food wrappers and empty soda cans and water bottles. Weird considering we were out in the middle of nowhere, but I chose to ignore it. That's until I saw something at the corner of my eye. I'm not sure, but it looked to be like the shape of a person. Deciding I was just imagining things, however, I don't mention it to my friend. Finally, up ahead is an opening and we can see what looks to be like a building. At last, we actually find this train station. And what a sight. Sure, it was small, but it was honestly like going back in time, albeit the place looked like it had seen its better days. There were a couple of abandoned train carts, overgrowth taking over the tracks, and the small building itself too. You can even just barely make out lettering on the top of the building, and the paint had already been chipping off away from all the years of rain and wind. Anyway, my friend and I park our bicycles and we now begin walking around heading toward the building. All we find, however, was a bunch of trash and graffiti everywhere. After 5 minutes of walking around and throwing rocks, we decided to take the camera out and start taking pictures. So we take pictures of the artwork in the building itself, then from there we head over to the train carts. We start approaching one of them at the far end, and that's when I happen to hear what sounds like talking. "Anna, stop. Did you hear something just now?" "No, I didn't hear anything. Are you sure it's not just the wind you're hearing?" "Yeah, if you haven't guessed it already, I'm the worrisome one." Regardless, like a complete moron and imbecile, I open up one of the train cart doors to reveal a couple of tents. There were 5 of them sitting down talking amongst each other and smoking out of glass pipes. Each of them immediately stopped whispering to one another and stare right over at my friend and I. At this point we froze, as 2 of them actually grabbed knives and start walking over to us. Mind you, never once saying a thing. They ended up chasing us out, but as I look back, I wish that was the end of it. As we're running over to where we left our bicycles, we begin to hear rustling in the trees. As soon as we each grab a hold of our bicycles, 2 men step out, one holding a baseball bat, and another a broken sharp bottle. You bet with that sight we wasted no time at all pedaling like we had never pedaled in our life before. Still, that didn't stop them from giving chase. So, after a solid 30 seconds, we lose sight of them, and we don't stop until we reach town, and we never ended up telling our parents about what happened. Since that day, we've never returned again, and as far as we know, we haven't heard of any strange occurrences happening in that area. Let's just hope it remains that way. This happened during the winter of 1999. This would make me 17 years old. Back then I worked late nights at a video rental store in Mexico City, and I wouldn't finish until around 10 p.m. From here, it's an hour commute back home. You see, I was living in a rural part of Mexico where the only source of light for miles and miles came from buildings or cars. Seeing an empty countryside with nothing but the light of stars above you was a bit weird. Regardless, it was something I grew accustomed to. That was, of course, until this one evening. From my work in Mexico City, I take a 10-minute walk to the outskirts of town until eventually I reach this lonely dark road. From here you walk another 5 minutes until you reach this lonely little train station. This train station was where I waited for a ride back to my little town. All in all, it took about an hour and a half. Well, I remember arriving to find the place was empty. The only store that was there was already closed, and the only light that was working was flickering on and off. Seriously, looked like a scene that you would see in a horror movie. Regardless, I was already here, so I figured I would just deal with it. So I sit down on the bench and I begin to wait. About 10 minutes go by and still there's no sign of the train. Surely it should have arrived by now. Normally I time it so I get the 11 p.m. train, but I was beginning to think that perhaps I'd missed it. I check my watch and it's showing it's a little past 10:40 p.m. Okay, if the train doesn't come in the next 5 minutes, I'll just call a cab using the payphone nearby. Seemingly out of nowhere, however, I start hearing footsteps at the other end of this little building. Turning around reveals a tall, skinny man with long hair, seemingly just stumbling around and mumbling to himself. That sight had me pretty nervous. My grandmother always told stories of creatures and monsters that roam around late at night. Now, this wasn't the case, but I did think about that for a couple of seconds. Anyway, this guy sees me and starts walking over to me. Since I'm normally very polite, I just decided to say, "Hola, buenas noches, ¿cómo te va?" Or, "Hi there, good evening, how's it going?" I guess he thought that this was an excuse to start talking to me because suddenly he takes a seat right next to me and starts going on about all these different things. He's talking about how he recently lost his job and his wife left him and he had been out all night trying to get his mind off of it all. One thing was for sure, I smelled alcohol in his breath. Well, he was keeping to himself, so I tried to entertain him so he wouldn't act up. Surely the train would get here already, wouldn't it? Surely the train would get here already, wouldn't it? Thankfully, my requests are answered as I see the sight of train lights approaching. I now take the opportunity to get up and stretch. More than anything, I wanted to get away from this man. So once the train gets there, I show my ticket to the train assistant. From here, I board and take my seat towards the back of the train on the last cart. There was 3 in total. Now I thought this was the end of everything, but it's just the beginning. Seeing as I was now in the train, I put down my defenses and I take out a book to start reading. After all, I had quite a bit of a ride left. About halfway through reading, I do begin to hear noises, what sounded like somebody shuffling around. Weird, I don't remember seeing anyone when I first boarded. I now put my book away and I look up. Standing feet away from me was the man from the train station. He now had a look of anger across his face. Okay, how in the world he was on the train, I'm not sure. My best guess was that while I was distracted, he sneaked on the train when I wasn't paying attention. From here, he must have waited until we were out in the middle of nowhere to act on his actions. He goes on to say how he was mad that I ran away from him. ¿Por qué te fuiste, mi chica? ¿Sabes que tú y yo podemos ser un buen pareja? Or in English, why did you leave me, girl? You know you and I could be a great couple. He now takes his seat on the row next to me and goes over his fantasies and his dreams of us getting married and how I was the perfect girl. Note that this train carriage was empty and here I was all alone with him. I knew now that if I didn't move and fast, things might turn out bad. I grab my backpack, but he manages to grab it as I get up. But the good thing is I didn't have it on all the way, so I push the backpack towards him and I run down the aisle to the door. I guess I surprised him because it takes him a solid few seconds to react. By the time I reach the end of the aisle, he begins walking over to me. I quickly open the door in front of me, however, and I head into the next carriage. This one had an older couple who sat in the middle. I knew this was my chance, so I make my way over to them and I say, Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas noches. Por favor, ¿me puedo sentar aquí junto a ustedes? Hi, good evening. May I please sit next to the two of you? They were confused, but when we heard the sound of yelling behind us, they quickly usher me to take a seat next to them. As for the stranger guy, he walks up to us and gives us one of the meanest stares you could ever imagine, almost as if to say, you haven't seen the last of me. Now, even though my train stop wasn't for another 20 minutes, I decided to get off at the train with this older couple and we make our way over to their car. Thankfully, they were nice enough to take me home and I arrive home in one piece. I'm just so thankful for those two. Seriously, they were like another grandma and grandpa to me. Now, I'm sure since this happened so long ago and they were pretty old, they've since passed on. So God bless their souls. And thank you for saving me that evening, because I truly believe that that man had very bad intentions for me. This is the first time I'm sharing this story to such a large audience. Just so you know, I'm not the best writer, but I hope you can bear with me. I'll try to get in as many details as I can so you don't get too lost. This occurred a while back. I myself am fairly small. I'm just a little over 5'2", and oftentimes than not I get mistaken for a child. Though I was 19 when this took place, people mistook me for being more like 12 or 13. This mistake has gotten me into some serious brushes with trouble, which you're about to listen to. Along with this, I am very shy. Oftentimes than not, I do my best to avoid eye contact with people or even have conversations. If I do have to talk to someone, it's because I'm buying something from the convenience store or I'm talking to a family member. Anyway, I live about an hour train ride away from university in Manchester. Thankfully, taking the train is cheaper than spending gas, so I'm able to get home with no problems. It's not that I wouldn't mind driving, it's just that my classes were late at night. Most nights I wouldn't be boarding the train until around 11 p.m. Obviously, after a long day of studying and listening, I want to be able to take a little nap. These late night adventures were fairly innocent enough, however. I'd go to a coffee shop and wait for my train, which was usually about 30 minutes of a wait. So this Friday was just like the others. I get off of the bus that takes me to the train station and I enter excited, looking forward to my bed and a hot shower when I got home. No classes tomorrow meant I could sleep in and put the troubles of the week behind me. Now it just started to rain as I entered the train station, so there were a bunch of caution signs of slippery floors everywhere. As soon as I go through some double doors, I'm welcomed with a fairly empty station. I can now hear the sound of George Michael serenading me through the nearby coffee shop as I go to take a seat. I went ahead and ordered a muffin and a small hot chocolate, and I take my phone out to browse the internet. After I finish my little snack, I get up and go outside to wait for the train. By now the rain had gotten heavier, and you could even hear the sound of thunder in the distance. Because of this distraction, I wasn't able to notice or hear the man who started walking up behind me. He was tall, wearing a hat and a suit. Best way to describe him was he looked like those people you would see in the James Bond movies. Definitely seemed out of place, but I ignored him. "Good evening, miss. Do you mind if I take a seat next to you?" Remember, I'm pretty shy, so I try to pretend like I didn't hear him. He now says, "I'm guessing that's a yes, little missy." So far, nothing. Just some random dude waiting for the train. He then begins wanting to know more things about me, however. "So, what's your name? How old are you? And what school do you go to?" Mind you, I have my Instagram open while he was talking. Big mistake. He looks over to my shoulder and says, "Well, hey, looks like you have an Instagram. Nice name, by the way. Also, that username is hilarious. Hey, do you mind if I add you? Or better yet, can I get your phone number?" He seemed a lot more demanding this time, and he wasn't leaving me alone. Remember, I'm pretty shy, so I just ended up making up some random excuses, and this makes him mad. I ended up getting up and heading inside, but he then follows me too. Now, in the time I was outside, which was about 20 minutes, the only shop, the coffee shop, was now closed, which left an empty train station. Thankfully, however, I do notice a janitor who I go up and talk to. "Excuse me, Mr. Janitor, sir, but is there a security guard here? I need to talk to him." The man from before interrupts me by saying, "Come on, honey, it's not okay to bother this nice man while he's cleaning. Let's go back outside." He starts pulling me away and I start yelling. I'm pretty sure the janitor realized what was going on because he ends up stopping the stranger. "Excuse me, but that's not the way you treat anyone. I need to know. Miss, do you know this man?" "No, I don't know. He's been following me around this whole time." Busted. The man lets go of my arm and starts acting really nervous. "Well, yeah, he didn't have much to say. He pretty much makes a mad dash outside into the rain. I don't see him again after that. What happens next is me thanking this kind janitor, now being able to fully explain what happened. He ends up calling the security guard, who then ends up calling police. I file a complaint and whatnot, but I don't hear anything back. Anyway, I had a fear of going to that train station for a few months, but I eventually gained the confidence, and I returned back to a normal life. This took place when I was studying in the upper Midwest, so about 5 years ago. I was going to visit a classmate this evening to work on a school project at her house. My classmate, who we will call Sharon, lived about an hour away from me. Now, it had been raining all that day, and without a car, my options to get there were pretty limited. Thankfully, I remember I still had my train pass, so I decided to walk to the nearby train station. I forgot to mention, but it's about 5 p.m., and the sun had just set. Moving on. I walked down familiar streets, stopping by a convenience store to pick up a coffee. It's here while waiting in line, I'm welcomed with this strange man. He looked to be in about his mid-30s, long dark hair, glasses, and very tall. I don't mind him too much as I pay for my coffee and I exit the store, but still something was strange. During my 8 to 10 minute walk to the train station, I couldn't help but notice he was going the same way as me. Now I knew there was a fairly populated shopping center up ahead, so I thought perhaps he was going that way. To test my idea, I make my way there as he ends up keeping up pace. Sweet, now I can make my way to the train station. But as soon as I left the parking area, I noticed he was still following me. Mind you, I tried to pretend like I hadn't noticed him as not to jump to conclusions. I picked up my pace as the rain started to get heavier and the wind kept pushing my umbrella left to right, causing my clothes to get wet. Eventually, I reached the populated train station and I chose to stand next to a crowd of fellow train goers. I now see as he takes his seat at one of the nearby benches and he takes out his phone. Here's the weird part. He kept pointing the phone over at me, almost as if he was taking pictures. Or worse, video. I don't know. Something about his smile he had on his face while doing this made me think he had bad intentions. Fast forward 15 minutes, and there's an announcement over the intercom. Apologies for the inconvenience, but train 15 will not be arriving in its normal scheduled time. The next available train out of town will be here in another 45 minutes. We thank you for your patience. Oh, great. So now you're telling me I have to wait even longer with this weirdo never once choosing to leave. Such an inconvenience. But whatever, I decided to call my friend. Hey there, Sharon. I feel bad for this, but I'm going to be a little late. The train won't be getting here for another 45 minutes, so I thought I would let you know. Sharon then tells me she was actually in the area and had texted me earlier about it. Somehow I had completely missed her text message, so in a way I was glad I checked up with her. She said she could pick me up from the train station in about half an hour. Awesome. Soon I would be with my friend. With that, I finished the call and I head over to the waiting area at the front of the train station. It's here there are a couple of people waiting for taxis and Ubers. After 10 minutes of standing here, the few people that were outside are now gone. I do notice the man from earlier make his way over to my general vicinity. This is when I put my hoodie up and tried my best to hide. Oh, come on, just go the other way. Nothing to see here, I tell myself. I guess it didn't help that my pink umbrella stood out, because I now notice he started making his way over to me again. Ugh, great. Just when I thought it was finally over. Sorry to bother you, but I wanted to show you something. I ignored him and start to walk away a little bit, but that's until he jumps in front of me and then embraces me. You're mine now. Play cool, and you won't get hurt, babe. I can remember his nasty warm breath pressing against my cheeks, him overpowering me with his strength, as it was now fight or flight, and I'm fearing for my life. I ended up taking in a deep breath, and then screaming like a banshee while I scratched and clawed at his face. He tells me to shut up, but thank God somebody from inside one of the nearby buildings sees what's happening. The creep lets go and then books it into the parking lot, where I would soon lose sight of him. As you probably imagined, I was terrified. I dropped to my knees and started crying heavily, while a few people were now sitting there next to me, telling me he was gone and police were on the way. About 10 minutes later, 2 police officers arrived, and through my panic, I gave them my best detailed description. My friend did eventually arrive, but I told her I wanted to go home instead as I wasn't feeling good. She naturally understood, and she ended up staying over for the night to keep me company. Fast forward all these years later, I've never seen that creep again, and I hope I never do, because I have a taser and pepper spray waiting for him. This literally happened the other night, and I couldn't wait to share it with all of you. Since it's so fresh in my mind, I hope I can do my story justice. So I'm currently writing this up at my parents' house, but to set the scene, I was taking a plane and train to get here. I have a 5-day weekend, so I figured I would fly home to spend time with the family. From here, I would take a train that leaves me a couple of streets away from home. Also, it's my brother's 10th birthday, so this was also a perfect excuse to take a break from my studies at my university. Anyway, the hour flight goes by fairly normally, albeit with slight turbulence, and I arrive at the airport at around 7 p.m. It's here I take a shuttle that drops me off at a metro link to take the train home. I waited for almost 30 minutes for the train to arrive, But before it does, this guy comes to sit next to me. He had short brown hair and was wearing a gray sweater with dark black jeans and boots. For some reason, I got this really bad feeling about him. But then again, there are CCTV cameras, so what could possibly go wrong? Anyway, I forget about it since he seems to be minding his own business. Soon enough, we're joined by a group of fellow train goers, and we all enter the train. "Excuse me, would you like me to help you with your suitcase, miss?" It's not a bother whatsoever. I thank him, but I told him I could handle it on my own. He now walks away and he takes a seat towards the back of the train. It's here he sits next to another passenger. This man, however, also looked fishy. He had his hoodie up all the way and was wearing sunglasses as well. After a couple of stops, the train starts to empty out. This was when I stand up to stretch, and I now notice those two have moved a seat closer to me. Now, they were only about 5 seats behind. Guess they didn't like their seats. Whatever. Still, I'm feeling something is wrong here. Another couple of stops later, the last 5 people get off the train, and the only ones left are these two. Guess what? Yup, while the train made its stop, they take the opportunity to now move 2 seats behind me. It's now I'm getting nervous. I thought about getting off at this stop, but it would take me quite a bit to get to my parents' house. Well, what I hear causes me to quickly run off. I hear what sounds like one of them mumbling, "Okay, are you ready? Everyone else is gone. Let's get her." Or something like that. Quickly, I grab my small suitcase and I start making my way to the exit. I now hear shuffling behind me as the two get up. I can't explain the feeling of absolute concern I felt in that very moment. Thankfully, this stop had plenty of people, so I walk up to a group and get on my phone and call a lift. The thing is, these two stood there about 50 feet away from me, just staring over, almost as if they were waiting for me to be alone. Good thing there was already a Lyft driver waiting, so I quickly get in, and we leave. Now, I don't know if I was being paranoid or not. I mean, maybe this was just one of their ways to toy with me, but regardless, I may never know. Yeah, I just hope I never see them again. Back when I was still living at home with my mom and dad, something I enjoyed doing was going out with my friends. Fishing was our pastime, and when we weren't studying for exams or going to college, you could find us out by the lake, enjoying a cold, refreshing drink and having a good time. We have plenty of stories of some of the most hilarious moments you can think of, such as the time my buddy Ryan slipped off the dock and into the water after he yelled up to the sky complaining his fish had gotten away, or the time I screamed like a little girl because I'd gotten scared over a large cutout of a bear. But I know what you're here for. You're here for the scary stories, the incidents that really changed us, and that really proved that you just don't know who or what you might encounter when you're at your most vulnerable. So, okay, let's get started with that. It was late 2009. Myself, my friends Ryan and Jacob are out by the lake in a set of woods near my house. This lake is visited by locals, but as we chose to go late in the evening, approximately 9 p.m., all was quiet. With us was also my little brother Angel, who I wanted to bring out with the boys, as his girlfriend of 3 years had cheated on him, and he was feeling really down at the time. Plenty of sodas and hot dogs roasting over a campfire. We're laughing and talking, when all of a sudden, Angel points to something in the tree line a short distance from where we sat by the lake. Angel tells us that he was almost certain he saw the outline of a person, and he thought perhaps I had invited another friend of mine to join us. I told him no, and soon I called out to the darkness hoping to get some sort of answer. All we were met by was the sound of the wind blowing through the trees and the water in the lake moving back and forth. Now, admittedly, even though I didn't want to say anything, I was getting these really bad vibes. But after thinking for a solid 10 seconds, I snapped myself out of it, and I explained to myself that Angel was just trying to scare us. So, we returned back to talking for another couple of minutes. and then suddenly, we hear more noise. This time, shuffling of leaves on the ground, with branches moving as well. At that point, my friend Ryan gets up with his hunting rifle and he calls out to whoever might be out there to come out or to leave us alone. The thought of it being a bear did run through our heads, but this was during a time when they were asleep for the winter. Yeah, we were pretty crazy to be out there in the cold ice fishing and sitting next to a campfire, but we aren't exactly the most normal bunch. Anyway, it's more awkward silence, and finally after what felt like an eternity, we do see a figure move from behind a tree. It was large, one of the tallest people I'd ever seen. More details are revealed about them as a man wearing a balaclava hiding his identity walks out with his hands up in the air, telling us not to shoot and that he was just passing by. He looked like a normal guy to me, and even though I was having these strange thoughts in my head, why wear a balaclava out in the woods? I mean, it was cold, but still. All finally seemed to have been explained to us, as this complete stranger says he was just out for a walk when he happened to see our campfire and he wanted to make sure that it wasn't accidentally left abandoned. That was an okay explanation, but it didn't explain the fact that he was just staring at us from the darkness. Angel points this detail out, as the man appears to be fidgeting and looking off into the distance behind us, almost as if he was watching out for something, or someone. Well, little did we know that this man wasn't alone, because when we all turn around, there are two other men, both wearing balaclavas with matching dark clothing, holding AR-15s that are now pointed directly at us. We had only one cheap hunting rifle for protection, so you bet when they told us to put the rifle down, we did. By the way, we had some hunting knives too, but what were those going to do for us? The first man who came out of the woods now reveals he's got a pistol, and he's speaking in a very strange and bizarre tone. Best way I could describe it would be like a villain in a movie. Yeah, I know it sounds kinda cheap and lame, but that's the best description I can give. At any rate, here we are, surrounded by all sides by three armed men, thinking this was where it all came to an end. At least we were able to spend it together, sharing a pastime we enjoyed, huh? Do you have wallets on you? Any valuables? Hand them over, and no funny business, or you're all dead. No kidding, these three were out here in the woods, trying to rob whoever they could find. Well, what other choice did we have? We give them our wallets, not much in them to be honest apart from credit cards and debit cards, and maybe a few dollars, our phones, and I even gave over my nice watch. My buddy handed over his rifle, and we were forced to keep the knives on the ground and not reach for them. Once this quick transaction, if you will, was completed, the man with the pistol says that if we ever told anybody about them robbing us, they would personally hunt us down and silence us for good. They then began to back away moments later, not once turning their backs on us, before finally they disappeared into the night. As you can probably already conclude, we were all terrified. I mean, could you put a blame on us? We pretty much noped out of there, and we ran the half-mile back to my house, where we woke up my sleeping parents. They were scared and worried, but they were glad that we were unharmed. We did end up notifying authorities, and although nothing came up that night, a couple of weeks later, three men with similar descriptions and in possession of AR-15s were arrested and connected to a series of home burglaries in the surrounding area. They were luckily able to recover our cell phones, the rifle, and even our wallets too, which by that point the cards had already been cancelled, so luckily they weren't able to be used to make any purchases. So that's our story about the time we were out in the woods late at night, only to get robbed by three armed men. We are so thankful to this day to be very much alive and safe, because honestly, it might have all very much have come to an end had things gone differently. My girlfriend and I were quite bored one weekend, so we decided to come up with something a little bit different. While we could have spent time just hanging out at the house or going shopping, we wanted to instead enjoy a pastime that I have enjoyed ever since I was a young child: going camping in the woods. Now, we actually chose to camp locally, as in the woods that's behind my house. It is very quiet back there, and about a mile in, as the woods form an incline, you do reach a back road that will take you up into the mountains. That's where all the really rich families live, and it's also where we will sometimes take nice evening drives up to, so we can dream about the day we can purchase our own fancy house. That's not really important to my retelling. The only important part is that because there are homes, it's not impossible to stumble into people. It's just really rare, and if it does happen, it's because somebody is walking their dog. With that, let me skip all the boring stuff and fast forward to the evening. My girlfriend and I are inside the tent, and we're cuddled up in our warm blankets watching a movie on my phone. There was a light breeze just outside the tent, whipping the tree branches back and forth, and along with our hot cocoa we had in our thermos, all was peaceful. Eventually, after we finished our movie, we looked at the time and saw it was past 1 a.m. One quick glance at my girlfriend, and I noticed she's on the verge of falling asleep. I was too, but I wanted to use the restroom before I drifted off to bed. So I start to get up, only to get asked by my girlfriend where I was going. I told her I had to go pee, and she says that she had to do the same thing too, but wanted to go back in the house. I understood, so we get out of the tent, exit the woods into my backyard, and we make the quick walk into the house to each take care of our business. As I awaited my girlfriend, I took the opportunity to grab a couple of extra pillows since the ones we had were a little too flat. A minute later, my girlfriend is ready to go, and we begin to walk back. Thus far, nothing interesting, just a young couple about to get some Z's. Then I noticed something. I had forgotten to get my phone off the countertop. I cursed at myself for being so forgetful, and I actually almost just considered leaving it there. But as my girlfriend's phone fell earlier that day and had stopped working, we wanted some form of communication, just in case of an emergency. You just never know. I told my girlfriend to quickly come back with me so we could go get it, but she insisted she'd wait for me inside the tent. Obviously, I didn't want to just leave her by herself, but she said not to worry as she's got the hatchet in the tent for protection, just in case of anything. Plus, she said it's not like I was going to be gone forever. I looked at her eyes, and judging by the fact she's struggling to stand up, she's exhausted and wants to rest. I reluctantly said fine as I pass her the pillows, and then I start to turn around. Not even a few seconds later, something happens that would change our night for the worst. While my back is turned, I hear my girlfriend yell, just like she had seen a ghost or something. "What's wrong? What happened?" I said as I turn around. I don't even get a chance to say much else, because now crawling out of our tent was a half-naked man, and worst off, he's got a hold of our hatchet. My girlfriend booked it toward me as I asked the man who he was and what he was doing out here anyways. Right away, just by the way he spoke and moved, I knew he was either ill or on some powerful drugs, because he started to talk to himself and then swung the hatchet around at nothing. Well, I didn't care for it anymore. I surely wasn't going to try and take it away from him. Instead, I passed the phone to my girlfriend as she starts to call 911. The man continues to swing the hatchet around in the air while we start to back up, and once we think we're a safe distance away from him, he suddenly pulls a 180. He charges at us like a madman, which then sends us running back to the house. Thankfully, we did manage to get inside my house, locking the door in the process, just as he's coming up the back porch steps. What follows was a bunch of yelling and kicking at our door, and then things went silent after 2 minutes. Bear in mind, I had awoken my dad, who together with myself had armed ourselves with handguns in the attempt he tried to break in. The cops did arrive in record time, and what turned out to be a short manhunt led to officers finding the man hiding underneath a back porch in the darkness. He no longer had the hatchet. On the contrary, the hatchet had found a spot being stuck to the door. We only noticed it until after officers told us it was safe to step out. Talk about scary. My girlfriend had a nervous meltdown, and even I tried really hard not to lose it myself. I mean, it's not every day you get chased at night with your very own hatchet. Yeah, as we figured, the guy wasn't ill, but he was on drugs, which explained why he acted the way he did. Why he was half naked? Not sure. It was pretty chilly that evening, but I guess when you're on such powerful stuff, your body grows accustomed to temperature. Just my thoughts. For context, this is coming from the perspective of a female who was 19 years old at the time. So was my friend. Speaking of which, we were riding our mountain bicycles late one afternoon in 2017, and we decided to head into the woods near my house. There's a trail, roughly 4 miles, that features various forks in the road that will lead you to different trails. One of these forks in the road can be taken to reach my friend Taylor's house, to which we would end up heading toward. My mom would pick me up later that night. Now, before we had started our little adventure, we were aware of the weather. You see, it was forecasted to rain that day, but it wouldn't be until 6 p.m. It was 3:30 p.m., and though there was cloud cover, nothing indicated we would have to worry. We still brought some ponchos, which we kept in our backpacks, just in case. Anyway, we're at around mile 3 of the woods, and lo and behold, Lady Luck has a surprise for Taylor and I. The skies open up, and the floodgates allow for the rain to drench us like we were at a water park. It was a shame, too, because it wasn't even something that started off lightly. It's like 1 second, it's dry. Next thing, bam, we're soaked to the T. By the time we got our ponchos on, it didn't even matter. We just wanted to get to cover, because it was getting really difficult to ride the bicycles with the mud that was forming. Surely, we could wait the rain out somewhere else, right? This was when we remembered that just a short distance ahead, before we reached the exit of the woods, there is a small underpass where an old train used to run above it. Nice, we just need to get there, which is what we quickly did. What a relief once we were in cover, and finally, we got a chance to catch our breath. We were cold, wet, full of mud, and we're just waiting for this rain to disappear so we can get inside Taylor's house. I'd have to take a shower at my friend's house, and she would have to lend me some extra set of clothes. But you know, beats catching a cold. Speaking of things, it didn't take too long for us to realize that we weren't exactly alone. It's not even a minute that we heard somebody clear their throat. We turned our attention toward the dark part of the underpass to our side, and this was when we noticed 2 homeless men just standing there and staring at us with what looked to be like faces of content. It was a bit strange, and we tried to write them off as just some dudes trying to get out of the rain as well. Just ignore them, we thought. They'll mind their own business, and they'll leave eventually. Of course, not the case, because they began to ask us questions like what we were doing out here, and if we would like to come closer to cuddle up with them. A definite no, and I think even they realized saying that would be met with that answer. However, what we didn't expect was what happened next. One of the homeless men reaches down into a backpack and while my friend and I are starting to back up, considering just riding away, we get quite the shock. Inside that backpack, the guy, of course, has a knife. I'll tell you ladies what, since you two are out here and we have nothing to do, why don't you take those wet clothes off and spend the next couple of hours with us? No. At that point, we didn't care how wet we were going to get with the rain. We took our chances. We said, the heck with it, and we got on our bicycles and took off. Luckily for us, on the other side of the underpass, it's cement, which made our getaway that much easier, not worrying about getting stuck in mud. Needless to say, we rode all the way to Taylor's house, relieved to have gotten away from some complete and utter creeps. Edit. We did report our encounter, but cops never did catch the two, and nothing was ever heard about people encountering knife-wielding weirdos in that part of the trail. So, I guess that's a good thing. People can be quite strange. I think that's the nice way of putting it. While 99% of the world is like me, just trying to live their ordinary lives in this ever-changing world, you have that small selection of society whose life goal it is to ruin yours. Why? I wish I knew why. Probably because they're lame and they have nothing better else to do. So with that little rant out of the way, I got a story to share with the creepy fox about a time I was out in the woods. So let's begin. For starters, this takes place in the last frontier, Alaska. You know, your distant neighbor from above the lower 48, the one who you seem to forget exists, which in a way I can't really blame you, as not much happens here. We're twice the size of the state of Texas, but we got half the population. You're more likely to encounter trees, or even wildlife such as our bears or moose. Anyway, one summer's day I decided to pack up some camping supplies and head out of the Fairbanks city limits to head toward an area out in the middle of nowhere that I like to camp in to get away from the stress of society. It's off the beaten path, of course, and unless you really take a look, no one's going to see you're out there. Which is both a good and a bad thing. Mostly good because you hope you won't have anybody following you. By the way, I wasn't that dumb. I did make sure to tell my dad where I would be, as well as a friend, and I advised them both that if I wasn't back in a couple of days, something had happened to me and to send a search party. I was also packing during this trip, bringing along my grandfather's hunting rifle, because you just never know out here in the middle of nowhere. So once I found an opening, I get out of my truck, and then I begin to make my tent, a large camouflaged one that has this really nice insulation on the inside, as well as a little plastic opening so I can see outside. A quick setup later, I now proceed to spend the next couple of hours next to my campfire, reading a book, sitting in my recliner seat, drinking coffee, and enjoying the peace and quiet of nature. By midnight, the sun still being out considering this was during the summer months, and of course it's Alaska, I now crawl into my tent, and after listening to some music on my iPod, I settle down as I slowly drift off to dreamland. Fast forward a few hours later, and all the coffee from some hours ago is starting to call me up, if you will. I needed to take a leak. Bad, and nothing was going to stop me from doing so, even if it meant going out into the chilly early morning hours. So I run behind a tree next to the tent and essentially stood there for the next minute, letting the little guy do his thing. As I was wrapping up, I was suddenly startled when I could hear tree branches snapping and leaves brushing against the wind. I remember taking a look behind me, only to quickly duck down when I happened to notice two hunters in their hunting attire and all, walking close by to where my tent was. I had no idea who these two were or how they found me, and part of me was saying to myself, it might be best to remain hidden. I'm so glad that I did, because when they began talking, something seemed a bit off, almost as if this wasn't their first time stumbling into somebody's campsite. I watched from cover as one of the men walks over to my tent, the tallest of the two, as he now opens it up and then yells at my sleeping bag, advising whoever was in there to wake up. Obviously, no one's in there, and after I happen to notice the one looking in my tent poke at my sleeping bag with his rifle, he laughs, and then he says, "I bet he got mauled and eaten by a bear." No laughing matter, dude, but so far it seemed kind of innocent, but strange too. Things escalate when, out of all times, my allergies begin to act up. I let out a quick sneeze. Both men are startled as they then point their rifles in my direction and then start asking who was out there. I didn't know what to do, so without thinking I told the men I was the guy from the tent and I was just finishing up taking a bad leak. Both of them asked me to come out, and now they say that they have some extra beers and food, and they asked if I wanted to join them. Something about the way they said that, however, was very weird. I saw their half smiles on their faces that pretty much told me that something was seriously up. But it's what I heard next that sent chills. The tallest of the two, in a laughing manner, says, "Come on, it's not like we're going to shoot you or anything." Even if it was a joke, all of my senses were telling me to get out of there in that instant. So instead of walking out to them, I chose to run. No kidding, I booked it like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. You'd think the men would be like, "Oh man, we might have taken it a little too far and scared them. Come on, let's get going." Nope, that wasn't the case, as I could hear them chasing me and telling me to come back. Let's face it, no one does that, and not for what seemed like an eternity, really only maybe a couple of minutes. Eventually, I reached an opening in the woods where there is a riverbed and large rocks and what looked to be like an old shed from back when people used to mine for gold. I chose to quickly jump behind the large rocks as I was by this point out of breath, and I was too scared that I might have poofed out in the middle of running. The two men reached the opening about 20 seconds after I reached it, and then they began calling out to me and asking where I had gone. This cat and mouse lasts for approximately a minute, and when it seems all is about to end, the tall guy says something that will forever stick with me. I bet if we would have shot him, nobody would have ever found his body. Even if it was a joke, that gave me chills, and it left me traumatized for weeks. These guys found amusement chasing me through the Alaskan wilderness as if I was some sort of rabbit or deer. Anyway, the two men eventually walked off into the woods. As soon, everything went silent. I continued to sit there for another 20 minutes until I finally had the courage to get out of my hiding spot and get back to my truck. Thank God I didn't encounter the two again, but I did find something else. My tent was burnt to a crisp, along with my sleeping bag, chair, and backpack that were filled with food and supplies. My rifle was broken into pieces. As for my truck, the two scratched the paint with what I guess was a rock, and they wrote out some really vulgar words directed at me. What I had done to these two to deserve this, I'm not sure, but I didn't waste any more time out there. In summary, I had to get my truck fixed, and when I did talk with the police, they told me they would investigate further, but nothing ever did turn up. It sucks too because that rifle belonged to my grandfather and it was very special to me, and it was broken beyond repair. I guess if there was one good thing, it's that I came out of that scary ordeal intact and not being found years later, essentially as a dried out carcass. I think we can all agree that dogs are some of the best companions you can ever have. They're very loving, and not once do they judge you for who you are. You can be an extraordinarily shy person, just like me, and they'll still do all they can to cheer you up and make your day. That's what I love so much about my dog. He's a German Shepherd named Dakota, and he's been by my side everywhere I go. Out with friends, Dakota likes to tag along. Out at the dog park, well duh. And out for my running routine, well you bet you'll find Dakota there by my side, getting his workout in. This is where we found ourselves in the spring of 2013, when we were out for a run in our local woods up in Michigan. He was 3 at the time. I was 22. By the way, this is from the perspective of a female. So, the time was approximately 4 p.m. It's a warm but comfortable high 70s, and we're halfway through our 2-mile run. We had chosen to stop by a little watering fountain that also has a bowl for dogs to drink water out of, just in case they too become thirsty. As I was filling up the bowl of water, I happened to have heard somebody call out to me. I was unable to see them at first, since I was bent down and I had my back turned against them. But when I looked, I saw an average ordinary looking man. I suck with descriptions, so I'll give you what I remember. He was early 30s, short black hair, skinny, approximately 5'10", wearing sunglasses, and he's got clothing you'd best find in the wintertime. I'm talking about heavy-set sweatpants, large oversized sweater, and military boots. He definitely looked out of place in comparison to what I was wearing. Typical running clothing consisting of my plain white t-shirt and some red shorts. I asked him what he wanted, and he just said he was out for a walk when he happened to notice I was all alone. That was a very weird thing for him to say, as I now get interrupted by Dakota, who now begins to bark and growl at this man. "Oh, don't worry, little guy. I'm not going to hurt you," he says as he starts to walk closer, asking if he could take a picture with him. I told him, judging by Dakota's barking, it's probably not the best idea to do so, and he seems to get the hint. I pushed for Dakota to get a drink so we can get a move on, but he wasn't budging. I now see all the hairs on Dakota's back stand up, and he's barking up a storm, presumably trying to get this guy to leave. I'm really sorry about this. We'll be going now. Still, Dakota wouldn't budge. I was starting to get pretty angry because I wanted to get back home and shower so that I could get started on some studying. The man seems to grow visibly annoyed, and he tells me that if I don't get that dog to shut up, he would do so by force. Definitely a huge change from a couple of minutes ago when he was praising Dakota. I once again apologized, and finally it seems like Dakota is starting to move. This movement was just a few inches, because all of a sudden, I saw something that sent shivers down my spine. In the moments I had taken my eyes off of this stranger, I now see he's got a box cutter, and he's telling me to tie that dog up so that we could go have some fun on our own. Not word for word, as I'd rather not repeat the language he used, but that's what he was hinting at. I tried to run, but what happens is that Dakota, with how strong he is, slips out of my grasp holding the leash, and then charges this guy down. I heard a thud of the guy's head hitting the dirt, as the box cutter had now fallen just a short distance from him. The two now begin to wrestle, as Dakota's easily overpowering him, basically tearing him a new one. I of course am in shock of everything happening. I'm just standing there thinking to myself, this only happens in movies and in stories. There's no way this could be happening to me, and right in front of me as well. I won't lie to you when I say it seemed as if everything had gone into slow motion. All the noise around me seemed to have become muffled as I'm letting fear take over my emotions. This lasts for what felt like an eternity, but as my senses start to return, I snap out of my daze, and quickly I realize I'm not out of danger just yet. That box cutter was still in play, and if I didn't neutralize it out of the equation, forget me. Dakota could be in a lot of trouble. After all, he's putting his life on the line, and he's defending me. He's ensuring that I'll be able to make it to mom and dad. So I needed to move, fast. That's why I quickly grabbed the box cutter. Meanwhile, I'm telling the guy to get off my dog or he was going to get hurt. Apparently, he had no intention of giving up the struggle, as in between his rage, he starts to tell me that he was going to kill me once he got Dakota off of him, and that it was only a matter of time, whatever that meant. Thank God that by some miracle, I happened to notice some movement in the distance at this exact moment. There were a group of bicyclists out for what I guessed was their afternoon ride. I quickly jumped, and I waved toward them to grab their attention, as I witnessed a couple of them went to the left and down a hill toward another trail. I feared that perhaps they hadn't noticed me, but luckily one of them does. He calls out to his other group of friends, and they now join us with a look of confusion. Luckily, Dakota didn't go after them, but I was finally able to get him off the man. Speaking of the man, not only did he have a pretty nasty bite mark on him that saw him shedding some blood, but the guy doesn't even stick around. He just booked it, probably realizing that his chance to get me out in the middle of nowhere had now come to an end. You see, I was fearing that he might have tried to make something up and tell the group that we were the ones who have started this all, and Dakota had attacked him on purpose. But no. Anyway, Dakota finally seemed to calm down as I'm patting his head and saying, "Good boy," as I now begin to explain to the group of bicyclists what had happened and how thankful I was for them to have been in the right place at the right time. Well, at least I tried to speak to them to the best of my ability. I was practically gasping for air with how anxious and scared I was. Poor Dakota was still whining and full of emotions himself. After all, he had just had quite a scary encounter with a complete stranger. After my adrenaline dump and getting escorted back to the parking lot, I met with cops to explain about what had happened and the exact location of where I had last seen the creep. They told me they would investigate and they would call me back if there were any updates. I did receive an update later on. The good news: the guy was caught and arrested in connection to various armed assaults and also being in possession of illegal narcotics. Hearing of his arrest was a huge stress relief, knowing that a dangerous criminal was now off the streets. As an edit to my submission here, Dakota is still very much with me today, and we still go out into nature. However, we don't run as much, choosing to walk instead as he's a bit older and slower too. No other scary incidents like this have ever happened to me again, and let's hope it remains that way forever.